Let's go to the first caller here, brother AJ. How you doing, man? Let's make sure y'all like and share on the way in as well.
Black Power, man. Thanks for having me on, man. I just
Oh
wanted
yeah.
to jump on the call. You put the link in. I wasn't sure what you really had going on besides maybe having somebody up here to talk flat Earth or talk your facts. But one thing I did want to mention is kind of a flat Earth, kind of a a fact, or you want to say, um, we kind of use certain things to sort of prove flat Earth, and we talk about sticking to the shape of the ground that we walk on type of deal. And I was recently introduced. My nephew just graduated, basic training in the army. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to him, man.
Shout out to him.
Um, Doing this thing, and I was telling a friend of mine, and we was going over certain weapons and things like that that the army and military use. And I looked at this deal called a rail gun, and it's this huge gun that shoots this huge projectile. I want to say about 2 feet long. It's a huge metal projectile. It shoots out, and it hits so hard and so powerful, and goes straight 100 miles. It can hit a target 100 miles away. And I'm thinking, if it's going 100 miles away, going straight, how is it able to hit the target if there's curvature? And I just one of them things that sort of hit me. I'm like, man, that makes sense. Kind of deal. Like, he's going so far, so straight. You know what I'm talking about?
Hmm.
How is it able to go so far, so straight with no curvature? The ground is not going down. It stays right there, and it goes over 100 miles. So I just wanted to throw that out there, man. Like I said, I wasn't sure what you had going on. I figured you maybe had some flat earth debates going on and you wanted some facts. That was one of
Well,
the things that I just recently learned, my G. That was all.
well, you definitely right. I'm not gonna speak on it. I mean, unless we get globalists up here with smoke. The show ain't just about flat Earth, globe Earth. And when y'all see me open up for debates or smoke, don't think that I'm just looking for globe earthers, all right, people? So if you have a Bible disagreement, if you have a political disagreement, if you have a cultural, racial, race-related disagreement, you know, if you have some news you would like me to speak on or a video clip to review, all of that is on the table today. All right. All of that is on the table today. Shout out to the brother AJ Davis. He's spot on with dropping facts for you globe earthers. And if any of you join, then pretty sure AJ will give you some smoke, man. If you got some smoke for me in any way, shape, or form, click the link and bring it on in. Bring your facts. What's good, my brother New Orleans East? How you doing?
Already.
What's up, big bro? How you doing, man?
I can't complain, man. Salutes.
Salutes. I was wondering, you ever heard this new thing talking about Hitler was black?
Well, I'm gonna say something right now that's gonna piss a lot of people off, right? Now, my brother New Orleans, are you familiar with the concept of white people whitewashing everything?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What happened was white people whitewashed a lot of stuff. And when we, as black people, went behind them to unwhitewash it, we said, fuck it. Since they wanted to whitewash all our shit, we gonna get our lick back and we gonna blackwash all of their shit. And so we started making Abraham Lincoln white. We started making Beethoven white, Mozart, black, right? So you start seeing a black Mozart, a black Beethoven. They'll tell you a black man painted the Sistine Chapel, Michelangelo, Leonardo, all of them was black. And then came the new age concept of blackwashing everything, which was, I'm not mad at black people. It's wrong. It's going to hurt us more than it help us. But the reason I'm not mad at them because it's a natural response to, okay, I'm going to get my lick back. But in our attempt to get our lick back, it's just hurting us if you want me to keep it honest.
I heard your boy Tesla was a brother. I just recently heard that, to be quite honest
Right.
with you.
You know they got pictures of these people. Cameras was around. It's okay for the white man to get a little credit for some of his stuff, But they do. They blackwash. They turn around and they blackwash everything because they say, hey, let's get our lick back.
Abraham Lincoln is one that I heard back in the day. They even had a picture of him looking like a brother one time, and it looked like him in the face, but his skin was darker like a brother. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of threw me for a second because it kind of like I know how they be whitewashing stuff. You know what I'm talking about? And for a minute though, I was like, they may be on to something. They did put him on the penny. You know what I'm saying? And made him face the other way. All the other coins face one way. He the only one on the brown coin that face the other way, type of shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but you just gotta think about it. How many niggas named Abraham? And how many niggas in the past see niggas got names like Harpo, Willie? These were black common slaves. You didn't have a lot of black slaves named Abraham. Maybe Abram. But just saying, Abraham Lincoln wasn't black. You telling me that the first black president was Abraham Lincoln? Come on. Because of the penny thing. That's what they'll do. Shout out to the brother Said. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, bro? Everything good? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Salutes, bro.
Salute. Hey, I just wanted to say, bro, I didn't really want to bring this to you because I know you might get at it, but did you hear about that thing, right? Where they got like on Google Earth where like they got like that fetus. It's like a fetus forming.
Mm-mm.
You didn't see it?
Nah.
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. Like, how is it forming? Like,
This
from
guy
a satellite view?
Yeah, it's like he's been training for like the past like 8 years, and then it's like forming slowly. It's like a fetus forming into something, and he even showed like the sperm. I'm not saying that like it's real. It's just something to just look at, but he shows like the sperm and like macro, right? And macro of the sperm, and actually like a pregnancy happening. And then I'm hearing people saying like when an earthquake came, people saying like Mother Earth is having contractions or something like that.
This is fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, so but like I know you might get it or whatever. Just
Bro, let me tell you something what's crazy. They trying to equate these disasters to the earth being pregnant when all along the powers that be is using weather warfare. They're using geoengineering. These people can control the weather, which is a threat, which is something to be alarmed about. Because they can target areas with direct energy weapons, flooding. They have the power to push a button and literally bring storms and hurricanes to a certain group of people. And this ain't nothing to play with right here, man. When we go to talking about weather warfare, and the greatest trick of the enemy is to deflect from the real threat and to now make it some sort of natural thing. When if you're a woke person, then most of the weather we getting ain't natural right now. It is science, and the earth is a big laboratory. And you notice none of these random unnatural disasters take place in rich people areas. I keep telling y'all that, man. They got an Air Force, they got a space center called Stennis. It's down there in Tennessee. When they fire up those rocket engines, they make it rain in Texas. I did a video on that, and I got proof of this. I got a video of them bringing they can steer clouds from Memphis or Mississippi, anywhere from New Orleans all the way to Texas. And you want to know why it's been flooding in Houston and New Orleans. So my thing is there's a lot going on in the world, and people that don't really have their third eye open, they're going to start blaming Mother Nature when really the beast is unleashed right now. The powers that be is playing God, and it's finna be some attack on American citizens with weaponry, with biological warfare, with weather weaponry. And guess what? You're now about to start being police just for being on the street, like what we see happening in D.C.
In DC,
it's now about to be a crime just because you lost your job and you're homeless, man. So Yeah, it's so much going on, and we're writing it all out and blaming it on Mother Nature and blaming it on God. And that's why the Bible even say that the church going to hell with the beast. You know how blasphemous that is to blame all this evil on nature? You got to get punished for that, man. I don't care how ignorant you is. Yeah.
I like, bro, another thing, right? Like they showing like, cause I'm following stuff, right? You know, I'm woke. I'm here. But what do you think about those pictoglyphs? Am I pronouncing it right? I think it's called
Petroglyphs.
yeah,
Petroglyphs.
petroglyphs. Like what do you think about that? Because they said after the earthquake happening, somehow the earth shifts, and now we can see like these hieroglyphs or something, these pictoglyphs
All
of
right.
ancient like messages. What do you think? Like do you think that's man-made, or do you think like that was actually caused from like the earth like shifting?
Well,
And yeah.
these people know psychology. They know how we react. They know how we program. So one thing about it is, whenever they doing these attacks with the weather, they want to plant the reaction out there. They want to tell people how to respond ahead of time and seed that out there so that we don't look at them. And so what they do, they'll do what you just said. Okay, they'll associate the natural disaster with something ancient. That'll make it look like it's more natural than man-made. See, the people in the woke community, we supposed to be having our third eye open and seeing what the enemy doing right now with all his tricks. But the Bible said that the people who the most woke gonna be the most sleep when it really matter, when the time really come where it matter. And you see that happening right now, where people who you thought was woke is now coming out saying stuff like, man, God coming back, look at this weather. Or the ancients, the spirit of the ancients brought this storm in, you know. So they'll put the petroglyphs next to it, and what that's gonna do, that's gonna make people think that it's something natural about this phenomenon, something prophetic about it, something ancient about it, right? Because if the ancients is evolved, then surely your enemy can't be responsible. That's subconscious programming. See, associated with something ancient, associated with something religious, prophetic, and now we don't see the real enemy with his tricks and his technology. We ain't talking about that right now. We talking about prophecy, ancestral stuff versus HARP, weather warfare, geoengineering, and that's the trick of the enemy.
And bro, do you think because like right, because black people waking up that we indigenous here and stuff like that, whatever, connected to our ancestors, do you think that they did that pictoglyphs thing just because of that, just so we can feed into the fact that this is a natural that's happening, all the stuff?
It ain't even just
you basically said that just now, but yeah,
it ain't even just deceiving black people. What they aim is to, whenever they bring in some ancient shit with these storms, it's because they want you to say something like, yeah, the spirit of the ancestors is returning, right? Or God coming back, or like you know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Like they got people already now anticipating aliens to come to the earth, and they got them saying it's ancestors. It's the oppressed people, ancestors coming back on their behalf, or if you in the church, it's Christ, it's Jesus coming back. So they got you programmed and how you're gonna respond to all of these psyops that they roll out. And yeah, I mean that it don't get more simpler than that. That's basically just it.
Yeah, the new thing I've been hearing too is about this intergalactic confederacy or something like that. People from other worlds, and how Trump and all of them know what it is. Trump is a time traveler, and his daddy and them.
I've been teaching this, man. I've been teaching this.
Man, that shit right there be throwing me off right there, man, because it's something kind of new to me, and I don't really know
Yeah.
where to get a lot of that information from and how to study that. But I don't, just recently I've been hearing about this. I've been hearing it a lot, the Intergalactic Confederacy or something like that. And I'm like, is y'all saying it's space, or is y'all saying this from like another dimension, or like what is y'all talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Right. So one thing about it is every star that you see in the sky is a point in time. And the ancestors had a different way of looking at time, And if you understood the way that they saw time, you will see that time travel is very, very possible according to. If time is a ripple effect, like the Mayan said, time travel is possible. Every day that passed ain't gone nowhere. It's still back there somewhere as a star and a portal you can go back into. This is something new to us program people. We haven't been taught to think this way. But each day was just a ripple in time. It can be revisited. I can go deep into time travel. But what I wanted to talk about was they found out the true nature of time and time travel in the 40s. This was paperclip technology as well. It's all related to flat Earth, because flat Earth shows us that the ethers are basically the ages, or what the Mayans call the long counts. So the Mayan calendar looked like a ripple effect, and you can see the past, present, and future somewhere in that calendar, showing us that the past is still a point in time playing out in the cosmos. In other words, the ancestors believed in parallel realities, and according to the Mayan, yesterday is a parallel reality when it passed. According to the ancestors, where we at right now, right? We don't go to each day come to us. It's like we're standing up in the ocean and the waves come to you. You don't gotta go to the waves. You stand up and the waves will come to you, just like the sun come to you. 12 noon, when the sun is over your head, it's 12 noon for you. When it passes you, it's going to give 12 noon to somebody else. So time is a ripple effect unfolding from the North Pole. It's a local event. Time is something that's distributed, and a good way to look at the distribution of time is like someone being surrounded by a crowd of people. That someone is time. They're the North Pole in the middle of a crowd, a circle. And they just spinning around with their eyes closed, but a hose pipe is on, and they spraying everybody. Everybody get hit with time. Instead of getting wet, you get aged. So if you ever think about this right now, this gonna really trip you out, right? When the ancestors looked up at the sky, the blue sky, they said, and let me get some screen shares here in a minute, but when the ancestors looked up at the blue sky, they thought about themselves like sea creatures at the bottom of an ocean, and that when they die, their soul will resurface from the bottom of that ocean and ascend to the top, and that when the soul leaves the body, it literally floats up and resurfaces on to some waters above. So within this sea, this primordial ocean, the sun and moon are churning within the atmosphere of the ocean, and everything, every fish that they hit with their light will be aged by a day or a day. Now think about this. What happens when you get in water and when you sit in water too long? Now I remember when I was a child, right? We would go to the pool and drop a one if y'all can relate to this story. We can swim when we was little, but the moment everyone start to get wrinkled as hell and your skin start turning white, your parents say, okay, it's time to go now. It's something about black people. I don't know if that's just where I'm from, but skin wrinkling up, turning white mean you've been in the water too long. It's time to go.
Mm-hmm. Even in the bathtub when you was little, when your skin gets wrinkled, it's time to get up out the tub. You've been playing too much. Go on and get about.
And the reason I brought that up because we are in water, according to the ancestors. And guess what happens when you stay in water too long? You get wrinkled. We all gonna get wrinkled. We all gonna get old.
Wow.
And I'm telling you that the effect of aging in this place is the same effect of leaving a person in water too long. You are literally submerged inside of a medium. And that medium is the thing that's aging you. And the moment you get wrinkled enough, somebody gonna say, take his ass out of here. He getting too wrinkled, just like our parents did.
Hey, bro, do you think that water is air?
That's
Like
what
that
I'm
air?
saying. I'm telling you that the stuff we're breathing is an ocean, and we're submerged in it, and you can't make it to the surface of that ocean until you get out the body. So yeah,
Mm.
that's what I'm telling you. Like, just like a fish swimming around in the ocean doing its thing, that's you inside of this atmosphere, and it's blue just like the ocean.
Mm.
So the thing we gotta realize, man, is that we are submerged in a medium. The ancestors looked at this medium as the thing that's responsible for aging us. They taught that just like an ocean has waves, the sun and moon are like stirring up or churning this ether that we're in. That's like the hour and minute hand of a big ass cosmic clock. And as they pass over you, they age you. They age you. So it's kind of like the sun and moon are like these damn. Just say the earth is a book. And each day that the sun and moon pass you is a page turning. And each time a page turn, you get older and older in the book. But just because a page passed don't mean that the words were deleted, which means you can go back in time and forward in time if Earth is a book. That means that tomorrow is already written out on the pages and we just wait for it to be flipped, which is what deja vu is. Deja vu is when you peek ahead in this book and you can see what's written on the other page before we all get to it. You ever gotta, yeah, that's what it is. And this way that I'm speaking about reality is why the Bible said it was written. In the beginning was the word, because this world we're living in is a simulation and we're puppets and everything was already written out in the book. You can't escape your fate. That's one of the oldest proverbs on earth. And we just act like it don't exist. And we act like, you know, that we could somehow the truth is that the ancestors didn't believe in free will. Let's throw it on the table. Nobody, the people that wrote the Bible didn't have free will. Is a new age concept. Everybody in the past knew that we were in a simulation and that your avatar already had a script written out for it from beginning to end, and that you waking up is you breaking the script.
That's all I wanted to ask you, bro. Sorry to cut you off. So I want to ask, y'all been waiting for Malon to
Oh
ask
yeah,
you this.
this
All
what this show
so,
all
like,
about. Salute, tell you.
All right, so in like the Bible, right? We're gonna get back to the scripting, right? So in the Bible, especially the Gnostic, right? After Yahweh made Adam and Eve, right? Do you think, and I'm gonna get into the script after this, right? Do you think that Cain and Abel was Adam's, or do you think they was Yahweh's?
What do you mean as far as who children they were?
Yeah. Do you think that? Do you think, because far as the Gnostic, right? Yahweh, he wasn't really good. Like he was,
Right.
Sophia made
That's
Yahweh
right.
because he tried to make it without a masculine energy, right?
Now,
So
if we gonna talk Yahweh, I'm gonna really go deep with you. Talk to me. Go ahead.
yeah. So do you think that you know they said in the Bible too later on that God got Mary pregnant, right?
Yes.
All right. So do you think that because you like you remember one of them was bad, right? It was Abel and Cain. So Cain killed Abel, right? Because he held the divine spark, right? So Cain didn't have the divine spark, but Adam and Eve both had divine spark. So do you think that Cain was Yahweh's or Yahweh or whatever you call them?
All right. So check this out, right? It's important to know that the people we reading about in the Bible were not literal people that actually walked the earth, and that'll answer all the questions about Cain and Abel and everybody in the Bible. These are all archetypes. All of these stories that we read in the Bible were parables to teach about some sort of greater spiritual message, which has been now forgotten about because we've now been trying to literally interpret the stories. Y'all get what I'm saying?
I do. I do. And that's a very important part. Once you understand that part, it'll really knock out a whole lot of stuff. Like once you understand that it's just a three little bears, okay? It's just a three little bears. That's all. It wasn't in three little bears, it wasn't a real bear with porridge and a little girl, that didn't really that wasn't real. But the story is it's meaning something. It's trying to teach you something, the story. It didn't really happen. Same thing.
That's why
So
I say, bro, that's why I'm getting to the fact that, like, back to the script, right? With that being said, do you think, bro, that there is a script that you're supposed to follow, which is spread the word or spread divine spark or whatever that is, whatever. But anything else will be going off script, right? But being that going off script these days would be basically like following God, like following the Most High. Like, you get what I'm saying? So do you think like there is one script that everybody should be following? Like everybody got their script, the main script that God wants you to follow. But once you defer, you crash out, like you got to start over.
well,
Like, you know what I'm saying?
well, you got to keep context in mind. This is my interpretation of reality. Your body is not physical. It's a holographic avatar inside of a simulation. And it's been here before your soul showed up, which is deja vu. Again, I keep bringing that up because your soul is remembering. When we say I've been here before, they got a movie called Looper or something like that, where the man keep dying and he keeps starting his life back over at the same spot, but he forget that he died. So when you have deja vu, it's a quote unquote glitch in the matrix. Go watch the Matrix movie. That is a sign that should wake if you can have deja vu, that means you have a soul. And that means you've been here before. That means, guess what deja vu is? It's your soul remembering that your body always was and always will be. Let me explain something to you right now, right? Your body ain't physical. Your body is a soul. It is a holographic projection of a higher light. It's a lesser light. But watch this, though. Here's the thing, what I want you to know about your holographic avatar in this simulation. You don't own it. Only thing that and here's my interpretation based on what I learned as a Gnostic, all of my years of research, right? The powers that be are ancient demigods that already cheated death, manipulated human DNA, terraformed the earth for a transhuman planet and all that. But here's the thing. These demigods had access to DNA. So they started to collect DNA from everybody, and they now could literally read the DNA and start to because this what y'all keep forgetting, that the ancestors were time traveling. The Mayans, all of them were time travelers. They were able to project their consciousness backwards and forward in time. And because of that, I believe, because they was able to be multi-dimensional demigods and project in all of these different places, I believe they went in points in time where there were universes and sort of parallel realities that didn't have knowledge and wisdom yet. And these demigods infiltrated those worlds, and like they said, we learned about war and music and all that from aliens or from Anunnaki. No, from ancient transhumans. Now, this gonna sound like a sci-fi movie, but once you get all the facts and put them on one sheet, it start to come clear. If the ancients were able to manipulate time and time travel, what did they do to result in some of the flaws we see in this place today? Well, first of all, the first thing our ancestors found out how to do was create alternative realities. When I tell you that there are parallel realities out there, that's because there's one big simulation going on and that the universe is like a big ass supercomputer, and every parallel reality is the same reality carried out with a different variable acting out from 1 to infinity. And that is because with any computer simulation, computers are very thorough, right? The way that a computer know that if I tell AI or a computer, right, if we're making a video game, when we get the video game made and a concept together, the computer is basically gonna simulate an infinite amount of variables that would make or break the game. And from that, they're gonna make the ultimate version of the game. They're gonna know every glitch that could possibly take place in the game and everything that makes the game great or flawed based upon running simulations. So it's like, what is a simulation for? A simulation is a test so a person can know what they got. So let's say I make a new kind of car that don't exist, but I don't want to build a million cars and test them in a million different situations because that'll be too expensive. So I make a computer software. I type in all of the analytics and attributes about the car that I got. We put it on a road in a computer, and we let the computer run out, let's say, 500 billion simulations on the possible ways that this car could malfunction on any given day. And you see what I'm saying? Now, how much money will it take to do that in real life? It'll be impossible. You feel me? So that's what the ancestors did with this reality that we're living right now. When they got all of this advanced technology, they started creating simulations, and a person may say, but why, Sanchez? Because they wanted to know. This is what makes them prophetic, right? When we say that the ancestors are prophets and they know what's going to happen before it happened, think about this. A person that run a bunch of simulations about that vehicle can tell you exactly what's going to happen under what condition because they saw the simulations. They would be a prophet. So if I got on a computer and ran out every possible simulation that can happen on this panel tonight with some advanced computing based upon different scenarios, once I see any said scenarios start to unfold, I myself could tell someone who ain't watching a stream on another platform, hey, y'all, I know what they about to do. Watch this. They don't even know I'm talking to y'all. Guess what he's about to do? He's about to boom, 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 boom. They about to do that. People will start saying, yo, he told us everything they was going to do exactly before it happened. A person may think I'm a god, but what if I got some advanced AI, some computing power, and I can simulate, let's say, 500 billion scenarios in 1 minute? See, when humans start getting chips in their brains and they can compute like that, then you'll start talking about what the ancestors was on. And they can tell you what's going to happen and based upon all that. See, but that's what I'm telling you. Every simulation is literally a universe that's running out a simulation that's going to keep repeating itself over and over in all of these stars that you see in the sky. It's just like scratch sheet of paper. There's only one true reality, and that reality is perfect. You know why? Because that's the reality that's created by all of the simulations. In other words, the ancestors created heaven by making a bunch of hells and studying those hells like a simulation so that they can make the perfect reality based upon seeing all of the variables that can play out and saying, well, we know not to do that because in universe 8888, that world got destroyed from biological threats because we did this. And then they can say, well, we know not to do this right here because in universe 99.8888, They obliterated themselves with warfare because no one could agree because we did this. So they created this perfect universe based upon making all these dumb simulations and seeing all the worst things that can play out and saying, okay, we can't do that here because this would have happened. So heaven is a place that exists because hell exists, sort of like your pretty neighborhood exists because of that dirty ass landfill exists. Now, the landfill is needed because when you go to these beautiful areas, no one want to see the filth. We should put that in a landfill. So heaven is the same way on a spiritual level. You can't have heaven without hells, and heaven represents a singular perfection versus hells represent plural, duality, multiplicity, and a bunch of fuckery. In other words, the definition of hell can be summed up as many lies or a multiverse of simulations versus one truth-based reality that's perfect, which is heaven. So ain't no such thing as heavens. There's only different states of heaven, singular, but neither of these heavens is the ultimate reality. They're just tastes of it on the way to it, step by step. But where we're at now is like the bottom of the bottom. So it is only gonna get great from here, which is so dope because I heard a wise man once say, hey man, from where I'm at, I can only go up from here. And that's kind of like where our spiritual journey started.
I love that analogy, bro. Love that analogy.
Salute.
Appreciate everyone for joining. Salutes. And I'm finna go into some symbolism and syncretism in a minute, but we letting the callers get it in with the questions, with the smoke, all of that. Shout out to Key Norfolk, to RG, the artist. Yeah, the floor is open for questions and smoke. Nicholas Ray, salutes.
Hey, man, y'all go ahead. I'm gonna ask second. Go ahead, guys. Appreciate
Hey,
it.
yo, bro, what about, all right, so if this is simulation, right? Well, not if, since this is, because I believe it too, right? What about the main character? So not only, you remember, this is not only that, like it's a book, it's a movie, it's a classroom, like it's everything is a Broadway play. So the world, everything is everything, right? So, but there always got to be the main character, like the stars, right? The stars. So I'm just flowing. So like, is this where the 144,000 comes in, or like the people that's enlightened comes in? Are those control players in the simulation, and like basically the rest of the people are basically NPCs?
When it comes to the 144,000, a lot of people bring that up, but I ain't gonna lie to you, I can't really be sure if it's some set number of people that's gonna be saved, or if that's just another moment where the Bible is speaking. Like I gotta repeat myself again. A lot of the shit in the Bible ain't meant to be taken literally. Like when you read Revelation, it ain't really talking about a big ass dragon, literally with 7 heads. It's talking about some nation, some political power, you know, some king on the earth, but they were speaking that way back then. You know what I'm saying? In a very Shakespearean type way, like a very parable way that they spoke.
That's what I'm asking you, bro. That's what I'm asking you, right? I'm asking you, do you think that really meant, like, and right now I'm just
oh no, hell no, I don't take nothing in the Bible literally. That's why I'm
not literally, right? So I'm saying, like, do you think that like it may be like a peek into the truth of maybe like the 144,000 was really like that's how many control players is in a simulation? And this is just me going right now, just flowing. Like I never heard this before.
I flirted with that. You know, I flirted with the idea that the 100. So I've been down this same lane that you went down, and I just go down it and I say, man, I'm like in an art gallery, and I look at the paintings and on the wall and I say, okay, all right, and I walk out. I don't really conclude, or like a people be looking. I'm not gonna give you anything definitive. I'm gonna do just what your mind did.
It's hard to do definitive.
Right, that's what I'm saying. My mind is gonna do literally exactly what yours did. I'm gonna think about it, say, what if that meant that, and then that's gonna be it. And I'm gonna go to something else that I can really prove definitively. You see what I'm saying?
I am curious, kind of along the same lines, if you don't mind. I'm gonna play off that question because like A lot of people believe that things were a whole lot bigger, and when you get a better perspective real high, it does look like a computer board almost like. And then meltology, I know you're familiar with that, and how do you fit those together in your perspective, bro? I mean, no definitives, of course, but kind of what he was talking about
Well,
with
I would love to
yeah,
give definitives,
yeah,
and I've really beat myself up to try to give definitives with certain things. And I will just
mhm.
admit to y'all, which I don't like to admit, that the 144,000 scripture and revelation is something I'm still scratching my head with. So I'm telling
I think it's a
y'all,
frequency.
yeah, I'm in the
I,
same boat with y'all. You know what I'm saying?
I
With
think
that
it
one.
might be a frequency, bro. It might have been, you know, it might be something key
But
that when you hit that resonance.
I will tell you this. Once I do my research on it and crack some kind of code, it's gonna be a viral documentary that I put out with the information. You better believe it.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Nice, bro.
Because
But
that's
I
Nice.
hear
something I'm
you.
still kind of interested. Like it's a good question. What is the 144,000? The Bible said these are the only ones gonna be saved, which will make a person think, okay, well, if
Yeah.
this shit is a
Well, I got to
simulation,
straighten up.
would it
Amen.
make
Yeah.
me
Yeah.
think, well, if this is a simulation, what if the
Yeah.
144,000 are the only people that's gonna put the controller down and realize, oh, this shit a game?
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
what I'm saying, bro. Because you saying saved, right? So what if like once they do a reset, like let's just think about this is as of the concept of it being like a game, right? A game,
Mhm.
right? So let's say the owner of the game say, listen, I'm about to reset this shit. But listen, I'm gonna throw you on my memory card, I'm gonna throw Bro
Right.
Sanchez memory card. You feel me?
I'm
So
on,
that's what
and
about
guess
you
what?
get saved.
And guess what they'll say? Said I'm gonna write y'all in the Lamb's Book of Life. It's like encryption, computer encryption.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? And I'm gonna save y'all.
And and the
You see?
abomination is kind of like an algorithm kind of thing, maybe algorithmic. What they're talking about now with 6G and putting biosensors and dropping shit on our heads. I ain't gonna say too much, but bro, it might all blend together and make it some kind of I just looked up something called malography. It's like holography, but with the M. Bro, that goes deep with biosensors, nanotech. Check into that, man. I put a post on my YouTube. I ain't trying to advertise, but bro, this is making me think about now, exactly what he said. You know, yeah, that's
Yeah.
Hey,
crazy.
And then
I
that
think
goes
you
back.
were mentioning something early when you said earlier, bro, and salute to the panel. When you said about the script, and I'm thinking about this not the base reality. So the whole point of them having to give these stories and parables because they got to put a spiral on the story if we in a
Mhm.
spiral world or alternate world. You see what I'm saying? And to take these things literally to be the
Yeah.
mishap. You know what I mean?
I wanna give y'all some jewels. Uh,
Mhm.
this
I'm
image
gonna
that
mute up. I'm gonna mute up.
yeah,
I got something to
yeah.
do right quick.
Everybody mute up a second while I drop this real quick for them. This image that I keep showing y'all, this is the creation story painted by the artist Raphael. Now, a lot of these Christian paintings came out of what's called the Renaissance. Now, they told us that the Renaissance was a new way of thinking. And guess what? The Renaissance was a mini reset where they built another technocracy on the earth, y'all. Because none of the buildings and architecture and all of that we see in the Renaissance could have been done with primitive technology that they said was on the earth during the time. So the Renaissance is them hiding Tartaria and all that stuff. But see, they telling you that out of nowhere, humans just start to get very advanced and technological out of nowhere. It would have been like what happened in the 70s and 80s with like the tech revolution with internet, all that. But think about this right here. This painting is important because let me read these donations before I get deep into this. Let me give a shout out to Jay Scarra, to Soma BT, and to Jay Scarra. Most Truther YouTube channel subscriber stall at around 144K. Interesting. That is interesting. But check this out. This picture here is Raphael literally painting the Hebrew God. The question is, people don't realize that the name of this God was called the demiurge. Ain't that something? Now watch this, right? The God of the Bible is the demiurge according to Raphael and ancient Gnostics. The demiurge is called the earth god. The earth god. Now, if you look at this God, this is the God of the Bible that created the animals and all of this. You can see the lions. They saying this is the God that created the simulation. Now, watch this, right? Another way to look at this God, and I want to show y'all something real quick. Let me pull my slides. Hold on a second. If you're in a waiting room, I'm going to bring you on, mute your mic. Let me show y'all something. Here is a collage that's gonna wake you up to this God. Here is 4 different forms of this Hebrew God. Now, this God originated in Babylon, not from the Hebrews, but these are 4 modern variations of what this God became. Let's take a look at Noah, for example. Zoom in. Y'all see Noah? Y'all see Noah inside of the ark with all of the animals? Noah is a form of the demiurge. Watch this. If you look at Noah's arms in the middle of all those animals with his arms out, hold on, everybody. Shout out to John Henry. Everyone knows that Jesus never existed, right? The image of Jesus is actually a fictionalized deity version of Egypt's first white pharaoh, Ptolemy Soter. You got to go deeper than Ptolemy. Jesus existed before Ptolemy as an archetype to represent Kundalini energy. So just stick around and I'll give you some knowledge. If you look at Noah, in between all the animals, you can see that this is what we get with the demiurge. Can y'all see that this is the same? We're talking sacred geometry now. If you can see that Noah, the ark god, right, in other cultures was called Oan, which is why if you rearrange the word Noah, you get Oan, which is this dude, the ark god. Look at him in his ark. So you got to ask a question. What's up with the god Oan and him being inside of an ark? What is up with this? Well, let me break down to y'all what the ancestors said. You see, let me give a shout out to Dantana. What up, my dude? You know I had to slide through and rock with you for sure. Hell yeah. Let me show y'all something. Everybody stay muted. No interruptions. I'm finna go into... like I'm doing a little presentation for the people right quick. Hold on a second. So now I gotta grab this next slide real quick. Cause I mean, hold on. Hold on, everybody. All right. Here we go. Let's go into this right here. Why was he inside of an ark? Noah in the ark. Here it is right here. I'm showing y'all something now. This god name was Oan. They call him an ark god inside of an ark. Him being in an ark is him wearing a fish suit. Look at him with the fish suit on. What is this fish suit? Let me show y'all something. See, this God that the whole world worshiping, this is the God that created the earth, not the universe. This is the earth God, the demigod, the demiurge, which is the Abrahamic God of the Abrahamic faith. And this is the God responsible of the dream world, Freddy Krueger shit. Life is but a dream. But watch this so it can make sense to you so you can see I ain't tripping. Because I'm using sacred geometry now. If your third eye ain't open, you ain't gonna even know what I'm talking about right now. But watch this though. Where is it? Real quick. Hold on. Here it is right here. This God is inside of an ark. Remember how Jonah was inside of the whale? What's up with the ark god that's inside the ark? Look at this image right here. Being inside the ark is literally being in your matrix pod. This is a simulation. The ark god is basically the cube god. The ark god created the cocoon. It's an incubator for sleepers. This God never want the butterfly to wake up from the cocoon. This is you at the North Pole right now. Look at Buddha. Why do you think they got images of Buddha sleep in a tree? Because that's you and me. That's us at the North Pole right now, sleep in the matrix, man. Let me show y'all something real quick. All of the ancient knowledge was about you rising up from the matrix, man. Here it is right here. The matrix has you. The god of this Christmas tree was called a demiurge. Here he go again as the form of Ishtar. He was called El Shaddai, which means the breasted one. Why did they call a dude the breasted one? Why do we see a dude with a bunch of titties? Because those ain't titties. Those are matrix pods. See, this is the host mind, or think about it. Earth is like a beehive. It's a big hive mind. Like, think of Neuralink and Elon Musk. Let's say Elon Musk make a fake Earth simulation. And everybody with Neuralink, he rapture them like Jesus. Just snatch their soul out their body and bring them to the new world. Delete everything. They don't even know what happened, right? So watch this, right? That's soul stealing. But watch this. Let me tell you something about these spiritual thieves, these pirates. They will board a planet like pirates boarding a ship, and what they want is your soul. Over time, they will bring that planet to a technological age, which is not new technology. It's ancient Egyptian and ancient technology coming back to the earth. You see this fish god with his hat on? This dude was said to be a famous nerd or a big head scientist. Some call him Yakub. He go by many names, but there is some sort of wise motherfucker like Elon Musk who said was to be responsible for this fake ass simulation we're in. So this hat that he wears, so when they talk about man inside the ark, they literally talking about you going and transporting your consciousness through some sort of Neuralink technology like what we see here and what we see here. So that's what I'm saying. Noah in the ark, right? You can't fit all the animals in no fucking ark. Bro, you can't fit every worm, every insect, every mushroom. You know how much stuff Noah would have to have in his ark, and it can't fight each other. It can't be fighting each other neither. You can't take this literally. Noah inside of his ark with the whole world inside of there means when you go into the simulation, the whole world will be there. Our ancestors created fake worlds that's indistinguishable from the base reality. In the base reality, ain't no such thing as predator versus prey. And ain't no such thing as capitalism. That only exists in the simulations. Why? Because we're running out fucked up scenarios so that we can see what not to do in heaven. Remember, this is a big computer that we call the multiverse. Every star is us running out a simulation where that world is destroying and recreating itself over and over, reminding us what not to do. So every little parallel reality in the multiverse is there as a testament in time so that the people in heaven can always know if we do that, we'll destroy heaven. So all of these worlds that exist around heaven are hells where people going to war, diseases breaking out. Because what you think would happen in a computer simulation, right? If I said, look, I'm making a new city. Now, I'm not a scammer like Akon, right? If you give me your money to make a new city, I'm going to actually make it. But let's make a scenario, right? Let's say Sanchez making a new city. We're going to call it Sanchez Village, right? And what happens is I tell my people, my new city going to have zero crime. It's going to be a heavenly utopia. And they say, man, how you managed to do that? How you gonna pull that off? And I'm gonna say, look, I got this advanced simulation software, computing software, right? I'm gonna run about 500 trillion simulations of everything that could possibly go wrong, and we're gonna build the city with that in mind. Now watch this. In the simulation, every version of the city that I build gonna be a hell. Now imagine if you was literally living in the simulated version of Sanchez village versus the actual city that we gonna build because of the simulation. One is the real reality, and the other ones is a bunch of hellish where ain't nothing never good gonna happen. People keep thinking some good gonna happen here, but that's just like me running a bunch of simulations of Sanchez town, and every simulation I'm telling the computer to play out the worst scenario. Ain't nothing never good gonna happen in the simulations of Sanchez town, but in the actual version that I build based upon that data, it's gonna be a heavenly utopia. So that's what heaven is. It's a place that exists because of all the bullshit that we, in other words, heaven exists because somebody went through hell. It's a reward, like it's a result. So it's like the universe, you got to actually experience these simulations from the inside out before you can be a citizen of heaven. So instead of them saying, look, we gonna run out all these simulations and then make the ultimate place called heaven. No, they said we gonna create all these simulations, and everybody that wanna go to heaven, they got to go through each version of themselves in the simulation. So that mean that they got to work out their flawed simulated versions and work out, because the computer giving them results. The computer is saying, listen, Sanchez is very good right now, but if you put Sanchez in this situation, that situation, that situation, he'll be a piece of shit. And so what the ancestors saying is, okay, we got to go make Sanchez go and live out all of his piece of shit versions so that he can master that, because it ain't like a computer program where you just simply look at these simulations and now you don't do it. No, you go inside of it and literally bump your head as an avatar, and you live that out, and you wake up on the other side and somebody debrief you and they say, hey man, in the simulation, that was horrible, huh? You never gonna run. See, we keep saying, man, when we gonna get to the good simulations? Oh, you don't get to the good part to the simulation's end. Ain't no good simulation. That's an oxymoron. That's like a free slave. See, the simulation, like I just said, it's a bunch of fucked up reincarnations. The Hindu spoke about it. The Hindu said you're going to reincarnate 7 times in hell, and you're going to learn 7 different lessons, and because of that, you're going to unlock heaven. In other words, what the Hindu is saying is that heaven is an advanced utopia that a soul can only get admission to by going through the simulation, because how they created your best version in heaven was by collecting the data from your worst versions in hell. So you can't just be in when they run the data and they say, okay, the computer got 7 versions that it said you gotta go work out, man, because in these worst case scenarios you would be a piece of shit. So in other words, heaven is a place where everyone naked and they're their true good version, not because you just naturally good by default, but because you've mastered yourself by learning and exploring your worst case scenarios or your worst versions. You've reincarnated into these simulations, and you learned in each one, I don't like this version of myself, which is the way you cracking the code. See, if you don't do that, you will manifest those versions of yourself in heaven. So this is called purgatory. It's a place where they're allowing baby souls to purge out the worst in them. It's like, let's say you're like a I hate to say this, but let's say you're like a pus bump, right? And the pus gotta be squeezed out. Everyone start off as like this being that's full of good and bad, but heaven is a place where you can only exist that as your good version. But because every soul start off with good and bad in them, these underworlds is sort of like cosmic landfills where the souls get to go dump their bad energy, their bad versions off of them and shed those skins so that they can strip themselves naked of all those worst versions. And now they once you strip yourself naked, you can enter. It's like a very bougie club. You know how some of these clubs say no hats, no tennis shoes. Heaven say no lies, no false versions of the self. So what happens is these souls be like, man, I'm trying to get in the club. I'm trying to get up in heaven. And you get turned around and the guards say, no, you got to go take that off. We don't allow that. You can't wear that in here. And you keep getting turned around. He's no, take that off. Everybody in here naked. It's Eden. It's a place where everyone is truthful, is open, they burp, ain't no, you see what I'm saying? And the soul got to keep returning to the simulation to shed those layers. And once it shed the final one, they say, that you fit for heaven, man. They open up the gates. He can get in. He dressed for the occasion. You see what I'm saying? That's all these little simulations are. They're like little landfills where souls get to go purge out the worst in them. And once you shed all that, it's like dumping the heavy weight, and now you get to ascend to the highest reality. But you do that through the earth god. So again, this demiurge, I don't want y'all to think like, well, this demiurge is a good god or it's a bad god, because it's both of them. It's a paradoxical God, a two-faced God. It's helping you and hurting you at the same time. And to understand this, the God Yahweh is often seen with a hammer in his hand. I'll show you what I'm talking about real quick. Because when I say that the God is hurting and helping you at the same time, you won't understand it until I show you this next slide. So hold on a minute.
I got a question while you're looking, bro. Is Yahweh looked at as the demiurge? Like,
yes, if you hold your questions,
perspective in a way.
Hold your questions.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm going into all of that right now.
Gotcha.
Just listen to what I'm saying. No, you fine. Just listen to me. So check this out, right? I want y'all to pay attention real quick. I'm answering all your questions. Just listen to me. Yahweh is seen, and I'm about to pull this slide up, right? And I'm about to show you why Yahweh giveth and why he taketh away, right? Why he say he give and he take away. It's going to blow you away, so hold on, because I'm pulling up the slides as I go, man. And, you know, I didn't know I was going to have to pull this, so hold on. And I'm telling you, you don't know where I'm about to go with this, but it's going to answer all your questions. I answered all the questions that he just said. Here go another form of Yahweh right here. Now look, we always see Yahweh with this. Let me pull this up. Look at this right here. Y'all see this? See? Here go an image of Yahweh right here. The arm and hammer, baking soda box. But watch this. Here is the hammer that Yahweh holding. See, Yahweh, or the god Saturn, or the earth god, the demiurge, he's a furnace god. This is hell. You literally inside the belly of the beast. But what is the belly of the beast? Let's go to it. Here is another form of Yahweh right here. This is a big old furnace so that the soul can shape and mold itself. So why did they say Yahweh give and take away? Because if you ever look at someone molding objects in a furnace, they have to chisel away metal and add on metal to get the perfect shape, like someone sculpting with clay. If you sculpting with clay, you're going to have to chisel shit off, then you may have to add on the God that giveth and taketh away, and he carries this hammer because he's the God that molds you into your ultimate version. Now, if you look at this big antenna that's coming from Yahweh's head, that's Neuralink technology. They're saying this God is going to beat you into submission. He's an earth god. You're born into a furnace, and this god has permission to torture you until you become your greatest version. So why is this god paradoxical? This god want to keep you in a simulation because this god built the simulation and it needs souls to power it. But here's the thing. This god's attempt to keep you in the simulation actually makes you stronger because this God gonna tempt you with money, cars, and all of that. And until your soul literally get tired of all that, you ain't gonna leave his world. But you will never actually purge that out of you if this God don't create the dream world and allow you to experience all of that. So the more you reincarnate into this simulation, you will be able to basically live out more of your desires, like a person selling their soul to the Matrix God, eating a steak, and he's saying, okay, you want to be famous? The Hindu was saying, we're going to reincarnate 7 times. And it's going to get better every time until one time you just going to leave this place, and it's going to, at this place, it's going to get so good, it's what's called heaven. And this sort of greatness exists outside of the game itself. The game can't provide this. This when you cross over. But what the game is doing is giving you tastes of it and reincarnation step by step, like feeding a baby. Because if you couldn't handle this thing in one download, so to speak, you know, the reason you couldn't handle it, because heaven is a reality that you're going to experience based upon who and what you are too. And you cannot experience heaven in totality if you yourself ain't done the work and prepped. It's like saying, listen, we finna throw Sanchez a surprise party and we want him to be in bliss. We want him to be happy, right? Because we gonna surprise him with all his friends. He gonna have a ball. But if I'm a negative ass motherfucker, I might fuck around and say, man, what y'all doing in my house? You surprising me? I don't do surprises. And what could have been a heavenly moment, I spoiled it because of my negative way and my fucking spirit and how I'm interpreting reality. Like a person that, you know, ruined a good moment for themselves. So heaven can't be ruined by you. It's an experience and a reality that's going to play out because you're going to be so prepared for the event. It's going to, you ain't going to be in your own way because you're going to been to work that out in the simulation. If people don't go through the simulation and they just allow souls to spawn and hatch in heaven, then the souls will start dumping their negative energy in heaven, and heaven won't be heaven no more. Heaven is a quarantine place. It only exists because hell exists. Again, like I said, a pretty neighborhood only exists because there's a landfill and a dump somewhere. So this is the God that created the landfills and the dumps, which is each star you see in the sky is like a fake ass landfill where souls are in that hologram learning, dumping off their negative energy. And it ain't that this God is bad, it's that he's good and bad. You can't, when you talk about the demiurge, you can't say, well, that's a good God or that's a bad God, because this God is a paradox, and he told you, I give and I take away. I kill and I heal. There was never such thing as a good God and a bad God called a devil. There was no such thing as a force for good and a force for bad. That's new age stuff. In the old world, there was one deity called the Creator, and the Creator cursed people and the Creator blessed people, or he give and he take. That's the demiurge. But the term Creator did not refer to what's called the true Creator, which is a term you need to get familiar with because you can get confused. The Creator is talking about the Earth simulation, the dude over the Truman Show. Now let's talk about images of this God. Here is one of them right here. It shows you the terrarium that he made, and I'll pull this up to you in the Truman Show they show you this God in a movie. So what let me explain to y'all what Earth is real quick, right? So there are several Earths that exist on an infinite plane. There is, so in a Truman show, it show you this map right here. It show you the little bitty world that Truman lived in right there. But look around at it, how big the world is. But Truman Show thought that that was it right there. What if I told you this is based on a true story? Here go the AE map that everybody hate right here. And here go the ice wall. Now, if you look at the AE map right here, and you look at what they showing you in the Truman Show, it's the same. We're in the Truman Show. This is a spider web that captured your soul. It captured your soul in a web. So around this world are pockets of the base reality or the true world, separated by these quarantine puddles of sleeping babies. So there are people on the outside that died who've already been inside of these little domes, and they on the outside looking at us make it out. You see what I'm saying? And once we get outside of this thing, we will be in a sort of true world that's way bigger, man. And what we will see is that the base reality is on the other side of here, and what this is just a little illusion puddle. And in the base reality, there are a bunch of these little puddles that if a soul decide to go into it, it's like a big old like spear, like what's in Las Vegas, the big spear, but on a big ass level, man. I'm talking about Egyptian technology, ancient advanced shit. Imagine the spear that they got in Vegas, right? But imagine that shit times 100, like on a level that's the size of the firmament dome that we under. We're literally in and what these are, they are spiritual classrooms. So what the souls know outside of here is that there are people in that classroom learning a lesson. And when you have passed a class, you can't go help no student. Everybody got to do it for themselves. I remember when I made it up out of, third grade, fourth grade, and you will walk down the hallway past your old classroom, and you will see new students in your old class, and you know what they going through. But it's new to them. It's a new journey. It's brand new to them. But you looking at them like, yeah, I've been there, man. And you can't do nothing for them. They got to do it for themselves. That's what this thing is, y'all. And guess what? We think it's new, but so many souls have been through this thing and have passed the class and looking at you like, I wonder is he gonna pass, and see that it, you see what I'm saying? So this is what's going on. It's all a test. And the thing is you may sign up to go in other classrooms when you get out of here. You may spend some time, oh shit, right? Because when you get up out of this little puddle, you only gonna been left for like a day or two. Your whole lifetime ain't nothing but like 2-3 days in this base reality. So once you get from up under this little bubble, this little dome, and you wake back up in your real body in the real world, guess what? Because what happens is, in the real world outside of this little bubble, you are like a soul living in this advanced civilization. But once these souls say, look, I want to upgrade myself, they got these little domes, these little classrooms, terrariums, where if the soul want to master and move to a new version of a higher version, edit itself to acquire a new, it's like, a soul will go inside of one of these little domes and it won't come out the same. It'll come out a better, refined version. That's the purpose of it. The soul goes into this dome and it's introduced to a version of itself that it never knew before, called Sanchez, called whoever you are now. And it downloads that file. If you take the word file and rearrange it, it's life. Life is file. Your life is your experience, all of your memories. You keep that, And so your soul is this multi-dimensional being. It exists as one version, but many versions. It's like Leviathan. It's like a multiple-headed dragon. And what that mean, it don't mean that you got a bunch of heads on one shoulder. It mean that your soul get to acquire new versions of itself by going through lifetimes. Meaning that when your soul get up out of this world, it will now have a new swagger and frequency of itself that it didn't have before this. For example, my soul never knew that it can be a version of itself called Bro Sanchez. And I ain't gonna lie, I like this nigga named Bro Sanchez. But guess what? There's so many more other better versions for me to explore of myself other than Bro Sanchez. And so when I get out of this classroom, somewhere along the line, I'm gonna say, okay, man, I'm ready to upgrade. There's other versions of me that's killing shit that I know is better than this one. Let me go discover some more characters, unlock new characters of myself. And then what happens is the shaman, the guru, the earth god, he plug you into the simulation. He take away your memory of being a god, because in order for you to get acquainted with this new version of yourself, you gotta do it pure and you can't. In other words, you gonna get to know yourself, but you won't know yourself for who you are in that world if you take all the other versions with you. So you gotta get acquainted with each new version of yourself on its own. In other words, it's like this. When you meet a woman and you want to get in a relationship with her, you can't bring every woman that did you wrong to the table and put that on her. You know how some women, they treat a good man bad because they've only experienced a bunch of bad guys, and they project that on the new guy, and they don't give him the fair shot of being able to get to know him from a clean blank slate. You get what I'm saying? So the universe ain't gonna let your soul do that. The universe gonna basically delete all your other exes that you been with before you meet the new nigga. And that's why you don't remember all of your lifetimes, because in order for you to learn a new layer of yourself, you won't really learn it for what it really is. It's like this right here. Let's say I want to see your new outfit, said. You got a new outfit. But my outfit is shining so damn bright with my jewelry on, I can't even see said outfit for what it really is, because my light illuminating his outfit so much, I don't see the real color of it. I ain't getting the true effect of it. So somebody say, Sanchez, no homo, but in order for you to see said outfit the right way, you got to take yours off, man. Now, I know I'm beating this dead horse, but it's like the universe saying, every time we go into a new incarnation, it strips us of what we think we know about ourselves from any previous. The only time we remembering all of our lifetimes is in between classrooms. So when you walking around outside of this bubble, you exist as this multidimensional God that remembers every version of itself it ever acquired through an incarnation. But the moment you tell the gurus, hey, I want to get me a new version, I want to collect me another Pokemon of myself, then they walk you to one of these little domes right here, and they open up a pod, and they say, this is a new you right here. And you look at your body, and they say, yeah, he can do this. He's a karate fighter. He also is a botanist, and he can do this and do that. And you say, you know what? Let me go grab all of that from him, man. Let me get that. Let me download that. And they say, okay, delete, plug him into the game. Put him into this other version that's in universe 888 world number 88. He want to download his version over there. Yeah, he want to upgrade. So they put you in there. You start as a baby, and you live out everything he lived out that made him him. And you come out of there like, okay, man, now I know karate. I know everything that version of me knew in that world. And it only took you 2 days. But you experienced a whole lifetime under that dome. This is like a little cocoon. And anything that enters this dome, it don't come out the same. Transformation is like a dress room, changing station for souls. And around these little bubbles is one big true base reality of souls that are just perfecting themselves in each classroom through blind initiations. So if you look up this God here, his name is Yahweh, and I'll show you some older images of him. His name is Oan. Here he is right here. It come from the Babylonian and Persian priesthood. What we're looking at is a soul going to the simulation. So what they do, they wrap the soul up like a mummy. They put him in this little cube right there. They open up the box, they put him in it, and they chop him up just like the magic show when they chop the women in half. But it ain't the chopping you think. What happens is when the soul go in the box, they chop him up into 7 different versions of himself in a dream world. And he got to wake up out of 7 dreams within a dream before he can wake up in this out of this box at the base reality. Let me tell y'all something real quick. Every one of us went through this initiation right here. It's called a Hiram Abiff ritual to the Freemasons. This is called a Persian Dagon. This is called a Dagon priesthood ritual, or Dagonian priesthood ritual, however you want to call it. But this priesthood don't exist on earth. It exists in the base reality that I just was telling y'all about outside of this thing. You signed up for this shit. And they put your ass in the damn simulation. They deleted. They told you, listen, man, when we activate this shit, you gonna forget everything. You gonna even forget you talk to us. Only thing you gonna start with is your birth at day 1, and all of your memories gonna start from there, because you're recording a new consciousness of yourself in a simulation from this version, if that make any sense. So the real you is inside of a damn chamber, locked away in the base reality, just like this person here. And your box won't open up and let you out until you wake up out of your final sleep. And when you wake up, the priest gonna come over there and celebrate and say, you made it, nigga. You made it through all of your steps of initiation. And you're gonna have all these perks and shit that other souls don't have if they didn't go through this process. So when you see these priests with the fish hat on, it's because they're inside the simulation with you, but you don't know who they are, meaning they got on Neuralink hats, right? In other words, every good and bad thing that's happening to you in this world, your priest that was responsible for your initiation, they wrote that out in your script. You gotta learn that for you to activate this greater version. So this is Joachim and Boaz, and you're Samson in between them. This the angel on one shoulder, the devil on the other shoulder. Your conversation between those two in this simulation, you're gonna come out of God. Jesus in between the 2 thieves on top of Mount Calvary. This is an initiation that's taking place in the base reality, not on earth. Mount Calvary ain't on earth, it's at the middle of the earth, man. It's called Mount Meru, Mount Calvary. This is the holy mountain where your real soul at. This is where resurrection take place. This little black box that you see this person sleeping on, that is the black cube that you see in the middle of the flat earth map, the Mercator map, the Rupes Niger. It is a volcano that's bursting out souls, not fire. This thing is spitting souls out the simulation. So in the base reality, you got all of these little boxes that's just boom, boom, opening up every day. And these Pandora boxes are like fireworks making a beautiful show in the sky as these souls release their energy back to heaven. That energy is so perfected and refined that it once it ascends up out the box, it's like us watching fireworks come out of a fireworks box. Beautiful lights just bursting out the top of it. In heaven, souls are, let me show you, if you think I'm capping, I'm going to show you what the ancestors said. I ain't making this shit up. Watch this. I'm going to show you souls coming up out the simulation, man. Check this out. This is Mount Calvary and resurrection way before Jesus. Talking about some Jesus in between the two thieves. Here he go right here in between his See, the two thieves is your mama and daddy. They robbed you, but they didn't rob you, if that make any sense. In other words, they robbed you out of being born directly into the base reality. See, your mama and daddy exist. Everybody exists in all of these realities. But your mama and daddy in the highest heaven agreed to have their baby soul go into the simulation. When we say, man, people were sacrificing their babies to Saturn, our ancestors weren't sacrificing their babies to Saturn. They was putting souls inside of a simulation so that the soul could mold themselves in a furnace. They were putting caterpillars in a cocoon so that they can become a butterfly. Quit being scared and spooky with it. The answer, when you see them putting the baby inside of the bull is the computer, the simulation. Here it is right here, Saturn. You see the ring, Lord of the Rings is the demiurge. And the beast I just showed you, Moloch, the golden calf, that they was worshiping in Egypt, that is a damn quantum computer. So in the base reality, there are these big ass quantum computers everywhere, and each one is a classroom for souls to incubate and master themselves. So like right now, we're looking at a quantum computer from the top down view, and these things are like pits in the ground, like how we got that big computer in Belgium that go layers into the ground. Let me show y'all something real quick, because the people wanted some knowledge with this today, and I'm gonna give them that too, as well as the panel. But let's do this real quick about this quantum computer, so I can show y'all better than I can tell you. Here is the quantum computer. When they said Noah was inside of the ark, this is what they was talking about, people. The quantum computer. This is what the earth is. And I'm not making this up. If you pull up the Vedic concept of the universe, this is what they're going to show you. Earth is a doggone. The ancestors said we in a quantum computer, man. I didn't say it. And I can show you this in many cultures. Look at here. In the top right corner. From the movie Jet Li to Plato to the Hebrew cosmos, Mesopotamian cosmos. Each of these steps is a stairway up to heaven to get you out the computer. So here is another version of this quantum computer. Now the step pyramids that we see all over the world, those are quantum. The earth is like a shell of what the base reality is. So like all around the earth, you got these pyramids, right? But look, all around the base reality, you literally got these big step pyramids, and they're quantum computers. The pyramid is, and the true pyramid is a quantum computer. When the Pharaoh said, I'm building a pyramid so that I can live forever and sort of reach immortality, the step pyramid was called Saqqara for a reason. Let me show you the next slide why it was called Saqqara. Real quick. Let me show y'all that real quick. Here go what the step pyramid, it made the Pharaoh immortal. Basically, the step pyramid is the Pharaoh creating a quantum computer to save his soul, like in an encryption, computer encryption. So here is the Pharaoh with the quantum computer in his hand, like literally showing you his body inside the quantum computer. And the way we connect with the computer is through the central nervous system, which is why it's the spinal cord. Your spinal column look like a quantum computer. Look at the Hindu cosmos on the right. It's a spinal cord. So in the simulation, your damn spinal cord is where reality is taking place. But check this out. Your spinal cord look like a quantum computer. But remember, inside this matrix, everything is cloaking a greater reality behind a false representation of itself. So remember, your soul don't have a body. Your soul was existing without an avatar. And what you calling your spinal cord is basically the actual quantum computer that your soul entered. Now think about this, right? What if we go in my living room right now and I say, hey y'all, I got a video game that you can go into. You can upload your mind into it and sleep and be in the game. And y'all say, shit, nigga, let me play it, right? And so I'll hook you up to this, like all of these wires to your body and head, and you go to sleep connected to this tower, right? And the tower is like a modem that's going to house your consciousness and house the game inside of this tower as well. And you can play the game as long as you want, because a day in the real world is like 100 years in the game type shit. So, when you get in the game, instead of them saying that you exist inside of a game, they tell you consciousness resides in the central nervous system when you get in the matrix. On the outside of the game, they're saying souls are inside of a tower. On the inside of the game, physicists are teaching you we experience reality from the central nervous system. You see how they saying the same thing? See, the computer console is being cloaked as your central nervous system from the inside. But now if you go up to somebody and tell them, hey man, this is all a game, you sleep right now, and that your controller is literally the game itself, the location of the game is literally your spinal cord, and I can literally unplug you from the game by detaching all of the veins and nervous endings that are connected and creating a braid at the spinal cord. That's what's plugging your soul into the game. Your spinal cord is like a tree trunk, and all of the branches coming from that tree are your veins running through your body to allow your soul to wiggle its avatar's fingers and toes and to allow you to control your player in the game. The moment the soul leaves the game, the body drops dead, because the game is powered by the true person that sleep in the real world. When that person wake up, they avatar gonna pop off the game in the matrix. And the people that's still playing the game gonna say, he dead, man, he gone. Like if we was playing a game online and somebody had to leave and they avatar went away, same shit. So we don't really know about life and death, and that this place, they hiding what this place is with religion, because the mysteries of this simulation is tied up into the mysteries of life and death. What happened before we was born and what's gonna happen after we die. The ancients would tell you, hey, this is what the ancients would tell every baby that was born in this world that asked, how did I get here? What was I doing before I got here? The ancestors will sit you down with this image right here, and they will tell you, you signed up for this. This is how you entered the game. They will show us images like this because we ask questions inside the simulation about what is life. And they would tell you life is a video game that you signed up for. And And they'll tell you can't nobody play your shit for you. Just like in school, you can't take your brother's class for him. Every student gotta do their own shit for themselves. So every player in the game gotta lead their own avatar out the game. They holding the controller. I can control your player. So check this out. This is what the ancestors would tell a baby. They would tell that baby, when we say them children didn't ask to be here, it was different in the ancient world. They would tell all the babies, you signed up for this shit. You wanted to be here, and now you need to figure out why the hell you here. They would say, because that's your purpose, son. And everybody got a purpose or a reason why they soul came here and a lesson that they had to learn. But see, they took away that from us by saying, you didn't ask to be here. But if everyone knew you did ask to be here, the next thing you would ask is, why did I ask that? Why did I sign up for this? And now we talking Gnosticism. Now you're asking, what do I need to learn in this place so I can move on? This was the spiritual system we had. Everyone knew this was a simulation controlled by the demiurge, and they taught every new soul this knowledge that, hey, you signed up for a matrix. This is a fake version of you in a fake world, and death is you going back to the base reality. Now, they know that people ain't gonna accept that knowledge because that's what the game is all about. The game is we gonna put all of these people inside of this fake world, and we gonna see who the hell know that is fake. This fake world, it is so advanced that it appear real as hell to you. And the gods are looking at this shit like a classroom grading folks like, who gonna figure this puzzle out? And everybody in this bitch like, what is the sun? What is the moon? And the religion got everybody believing that heaven and hell, God, and they don't know how deep this Truman Show really is. And when they rise up through their religious programming, you're going up through the rites of initiation, the rites of passage, that's awakening. And each lifetime, you're gonna awaken to new knowledge that you didn't have, and that's gonna pave the way for your soul up the stairway to heaven. You're gonna gain so much knowledge by your 7th reincarnation that the avatar will not be able to hold this knowledge anymore, which is why you will just be released from the game. Because the thing about this is this, y'all. Once you know so much knowledge about a video game, you reach the title of player, and now you cross over into the territory of programmer. Like, you can be such a fucking genius at a video game that we can't call you a gamer, bro. We got to call you a programmer now. You're doing shit in the game that the programmer's doing. You so fly with it. Like, you ain't even a gamer no more, bro. You a programmer. So that's the thing, like, you're gonna go from being a good ass gamer to the point where you get so good at the game, they gotta put you out, man, because you cheating and shit now. You get so good that you get like Neo in the Matrix. You become this sort of soul that they say, okay, you got to get out of this class now because we got new students coming in, and you so smart, you gonna jeopardize their learning experience. They gotta learn on their own like you did. So all of you smart ass people, get up out this classroom. Go to another class where you don't know everything. Where you see, and that's how school is made. So when you learn what you need to learn in this earth, it gotta spit you out like Jonah in the whale. This beast and it ain't because it's the thing that you're compromising the lesson with your smart ass. It's babies here that gotta learn on their own. So people like me, once we let the game know, oh yeah, man, I know all this shit, and I'm telling everybody, you gotta put me out the class. This is your way out the simulation, to let them know, oh, I know it. I know what's going on. Okay, unlock him. Somebody gonna walk up to your pod, and the base reality, what's happening right now is this, right? You got all of these little babies sleep. And some of these babies inside of the dream world, the matrix, right? They trying to wake everybody up. Hey, y'all, this is a matrix. This is a simulation. And when you start doing that, these priests start walking toward your pod. And the closer they get to your pod, the closer you get to death. It's like the Reaper coming to, and your death date going. The moment these priests say, okay, we got one woke over there, they finna come unplug you. They gonna rip you out the game, and that's why they call them the Ripper. The Ripper, because something got to play out in the simulation, whether you get hit by a car or disease. But that gotta happen, because if people just popped off the damn game like a video game, the whole shit'll be compromised. So when a soul get plugged out the game, they gotta keep the secret for the babies that's still playing the game. If a person think this shit real, they gotta keep thinking it's real until they wake up. You can't just walk up to them and shake them and say, it's fucking fake. They gotta go through their own rites of passage. You can't make nobody know something. And I know we want to, but it's so hard. It's like you watching your loved one with the controller in their hand, and you beat the game, and you like, bro, let me get the stick, like how we do when your little brother can't play. And he say, brother, can you get me past this level? I can't get it in this life. In this life, everybody I can't hold your control. And hey, can't nobody do it for you. If you fall in the hole, you gonna keep falling till you learn how to get out. Even though I found it out, I can't do it for you. And that's to say that what I know, you can't know until you learn it on your own. Gnosis is something that you just can't give a person. It's something every man can only give themselves through awakening. That's the thing about it. So the thing about this priesthood that we all signed up for, we part of an advanced society, man. And it's rites of initiation so that you can unlock the layers of the self. So the people who in this advanced utopia, they have the knowledge of multiple lifetimes inside of them. And you're going through your initiations to get you to learn multiple versions of yourself so you can help the greater community in the base reality. So the thing about this is this right here. You can look at this little person that's wrapped up in a little white blanket. Look at them like this right here. When they wrap you up in a little bitty white robe and they put you down in the simulation is like a dead body. It's a filthy corpse, and they drop you inside of the corpse so that you can transform and get wings. So another name for Yahweh was Beelzebub. They call him the Lord of the Flies, because one way they tell this story about transformation in the earth realm, this earth realm is a dead world. It's all of these fake simulations. These are dead worlds that been destroyed with mistakes that we made. But we didn't make those mistakes in the real world. We only made them in the simulation so that we can get the data so that we know not. In heaven, it's perfection. No one never made a mistake. And the reason for that is because they only allow you to make mistakes in the simulation. So once you make all of your mistakes in hell, you ran out of mistakes to make. You've purged yourself, basically. So, but the thing is this right here. They wrap you up in this little white robe, and they put you down into the realm of the dead, this dead earth. Because like a baby fly is a larva, and it's wrapped up in this little white robe. You look like a larva. Basically, like, if you can look at yourself, let me show you what you look like in heaven. You're a baby in heaven. Let me show you. You're a sleeping baby. See, in heaven, this is what you look like in your little cube, sleeping. And there are bees that already went through this, looking down at you from above, watching you have a nightmare, you twisting and turning, and they are compassionate. They're looking at you like, I know what he going through, man. Family problems in the world, is war down there, famines, capitalism. You got these ascended gods that's looking down at you sleeping in your little cocoon, in your little simulation. And they looking at you in your little pit that they dropped you in the base reality. And they saying, when he wake up, when he master that nightmare, he gonna get wings. See, they put a larva in this pit, but a larva don't come out, a bee come out. This is a transformative pit that they put you in. So you look just like a little white larva, man, with your little white little robe wrapped up in there. But when you leave out of here, you ain't gonna be this little white little maggot that they dropped in the cube. You gonna come out of here like a fly larva coming up out of a corpse with wings. It's the same process of the dead, of life coming from a dead corpse, how you get life from death. It's a reciprocal universal law. And that's why we can't die. You know, because what the thing about this is like I'm saying, death is transformation. After you woke up from your nightmare. But they said life is but a dream. I want to rephrase it into, well, life is but a nightmare. Let's specify what kind of dream. It damn sure ain't a good one now. But good come out of nightmares. Don't you know that your nightmares were more beneficial to you than your good dreams, and especially your wet dreams, nigga? But no bullshit, listen. You should value and cherish your nightmares, because that's the universe spitting at you shit you gotta work on in a form of personifications and imagery, symbolism. You can't get to your greatest version without mastering your nightmares. And guess what this life is? It's a nightmare of the soul. This is the real life Bruce Lee in the Dragon movie, when he had to unlock his potential through the dream world and battling his demons. So the gods are looking at these babies in the simulation, and they looking at these little lava twist and turn and wiggle around, and they saying, bless his heart. They know you having a nightmare. They went through this already. All of us, all of the gods went through this. They went through the priestly initiation. You signed up for it. Why did you do it? You wanted wings. Every baby want wings. But how do a baby fly get wings? The parent gotta drop it down in a dead corpse. It ain't abandoning you. See, when the parent fly drop the baby fly down in a dead body, and the baby may think, it may feel like God separated itself and left me in a filthy corpse. But think about a parent fly dropping the larva down in a rotten corpse. That parent fly probably telling itself, my baby gonna think I abandoned it. My baby gonna think I don't love it. My baby gonna think I just abandoned it into a rotten stinking flesh. When I'm doing my baby a favor, all of us flies got to be dropped in that corpse so that we can get wings. Now, my baby may not understand it when he transforming in the corpse and he got to fight for food because there's so many maggots crawling around this earth realm looking for stuff to eat. But when you transform, it's so much better in the sky. See, all of them maggots got to share that same little bitty corpse, and they're bound to it. It's their world, not only their food source. And they can't leave that rotten corpse until they become a fly. So that's what this world is. And we're interpreting it just like a baby maggot would. Man, why the hell, what is this place? It's a stinky, smelly, rotten, dead world that we destroyed years ago. So why they put me here? Because babies can transform in corpses, bro. That's what these simulations are. They gonna help you out. Let me stop right there. Let's allow for people to That's something I want to teach about Yahweh and the demiurge, where we don't get too spooky with it. Like, this deity is basically it ain't a real entity. It's it's a blind initiation that's personified as some god that put you in a container and he's trapping you there. But the truth is, ain't nobody trapped. You signed up for this, man. All right, this is Gnosticism, what Sanchez is giving you, the real Gnosticism, not spookism. I'm giving you the priestly knowledge, and this knowledge is what you would get from the other side, not the simulation. What do you mean, Sanchez? Remember, y'all, this world that we in is one of many Truman shows that exist in a big advanced utopia around us. So the knowledge that I'm giving y'all is the knowledge that you would receive from the people on the other side. It's
thank you. First of all, thank you.
Yeah, it's the knowledge that once you go to talking like that inside of this little quarantine bubble, think about this right here. It's like this, right? Let's say our government got a secret island out there that's uncharted, and they're creating their own clones and humanoids on that island. But they're telling those humanoids on that island that that island is the world, and that ain't nothing else outside of that island. And if they try to leave and travel in the ocean, they'll fall off and die. So what if one of the creatures in that island that they made somehow escape or hear rumors about an outside world where they're separated from other people in a bigger world than the island? And now, what if this knowledge gets onto the island and the gods of that island get knowledge that, hey, you know that the truth is leaked out on the island to our humanoids of the real humans that exist outside the island in the real world. And now our little fake humans that we experiment with, they know about the real world now. Guess what you're going to have to do on that island? Kill off everyone with the knowledge. You're going to have to put them to fucking death immediately. Witch hunt. You're going to have to protect this island and keep it quarantined, and you're going to have to kill off the people with gnosis. Gnosis are the ones and are the people inside of the simulation who are trying to tell everybody, hey man, it's another world out there. This is a fake little fake world, and it's a fake version of you. They got to get you up out of here, man. They got to get you. This is a quarantine area, and the creatures in here ain't supposed to know about the outside world, just like the Truman Show. So all of the smart asses got to go. And that's why the world's so dumbed down. Because there's people who figure out that this is simulation, they get deleted from history, the knowledge go. They got to maintain the integrity of the game. And basically you doing spoilers type shit. You're going up in a second grade class, right? And you're a second grader, but you're so fucking smarter than the class that can't nobody else learn because you keep blurting out answers. So the teacher got to go to the principal and say, listen, Sanchez is too advanced for this class. We need to skip him up and give him another challenge, because he's running circles around my curriculum. He figured it out, the whole shit already. So we might as well let him out. And that's what the creators of this simulation do with us woke folks. They say, listen, we unplugged you guys. We got to take y'all to another bubble, because actually that was too easy for y'all. So let's, you know what I'm saying? Boom. And they got to keep upping the ante on us. It's like a brother that works out. If he doing 50 push-ups every day, then that get too easy. He say, look, man, I got to take it to 75 now. I've been at 50 push-ups for 3 years now, and I need to up the ante, as I'm never going to get stronger. You know what I'm saying? And so you got to keep throwing more weight onto that shit And that's what they gonna keep doing until you reach a point where they say, look, bro, if you get any more stronger, your heart gonna fucking pop. You need to stop lifting weight for a minute, bro, because you a little bit too buff. And that's when you leave a simulation. It's like leaving the gym. They say, okay, bro, you done worked out, you look good. At this point, it's just greed. It's overkill, bro. And they say, okay, that's when the Hindus say, okay, no more simulation for you. You can lead a jam now. And that's because all of the people that's walking around outside on a base reality, they all swole and buff on a spiritual level. They don't gotta go to the gym no more. And that's the point you're trying to reach. You're trying to be one of these spirits in the base reality that talking to the other babies and saying, yeah, I remember when I was going to school. You know how all of us parents, we ride around the neighborhood and we see all of the schools and we reflect back to when we was in school. That's what these advanced souls are doing in the base reality on the other side of the dome. It's a bunch of domes. It ain't just one. It's countless amount of them. In a reality that's big as hell, is way bigger than this dome. But these souls on the other side who completed their journey, they pass by these domes every day, and they probably feel how you feel when you pass by a school. Like as a parent, you think to yourself, I remember being in elementary school. I remember them days, boy, when I used to go, you remember? And you ride by all of these middle schools, elementaries, and high schools, but you out of school, right? You know, and that's how the souls are on the other side. They looking at us students like a parent saying, okay, the kids are getting out of school today. Or boom, it's graduation time. So I'm gonna see a lot of kids walking with caps on and graduation robes, right? So in the base reality, there are souls that's like, okay, school's in session, like, and then they say, okay, it's graduation time. How? We can see souls coming up out these domes with their little scrolls in their hands. Like in the base reality, these domes are literal classrooms. And when you come out, there's gonna be a ceremony for you, just like in high school. It's gonna be, so this is a beautiful experience. It's just that this is a very relentless school. You know, to some of the stuff we experience in life, but it's to soften our heart, because the people that's walking around in the base reality, what they've seen through multiple lifetimes have made them a very compassionate being. You know, so hard experiences make soft hearts. The thing about this is that everything we go through is like this God is beating on us with his hammer, and he's molding us to our greater version. But it is not comfortable to constantly get beat on, and that's what life do to us. But just think if you was this ball of light in the furnace, and this man got to keep smashing you and pressing on you. Look at this. This your light in the simulation. If you walk outside and you look at the sky and the ground, you can see that our reality is a thin pocket, just like this little ball of light. When he dropped the ceiling down, that's when the sky fell. What Jason Brashear say, when the ethers fell down, when the veils fell down from the base reality. Because what is it? It's a big net that captured souls. Here it is right here in the Truman Show. What happens is these are like a big ass net that's captured and quarantined a bunch of babies. What happens in the fish, right? Let me tell y'all something about a fisherman coming from Bama. When you take the net out, you ain't trying to catch no big fish, man. What normally happens is you take your net out to catch a bunch of little bitty minnows so you can use them for bait to catch the big fish with. So normally when we cast the nets out, we're saying, okay, I want to catch a bunch of babies. And basically this Truman Show is a net. It's an internet, a simulation that's called Babylon or Babyland that they catch baby souls with. So in the base reality, it's like this God is called a fisherman and he fishes for souls, but he uses a net and he only catches the babies. And that's why they said, well, Saturn be eating up the babies. Saturn's net captures the little bitty fish. But the thing about that is this, inside of that net, you will transform yourself. So I'm using the example of a fisherman to show you that the only fish that's gonna get caught is the babies. And that once you grow up, you can get out the net. Just like the baby fish is saying, man, I'm so tired of getting caught by this fucking net. And the big fish is telling them, get you some weight on you, man. Because they know that the fisherman is only dropping that net to catch the babies. So the baby fish is complaining like how we complaining about being in the simulation. The baby fish is complaining about keep getting caught up in the net. You complaining about keep being reincarnated by Saturn. You get, so it's the same thing. If you look at it like fish in the water, it'll make sense to you. If you speak in parable like Jesus was doing, like how I'm doing. But I got to let other folks talk though, man. Like let me fall back a minute and let people literally interject for a second. That was a long spiel.
Okay, bro. Yeah, 'cause I got a little smoke, man.
Hey, I just want to say thank you, bro. Hey, that was a lot, but that was fire, bro. Hey, just let you know before the smoke comes. Appreciate it. Hey, God bless everybody, man. By the way, till Sanchez comes back up. This is the first time I've been live on camera like this, so I appreciate the panel as well.
Okay, shit. Same y'all. Peace to the chat, man.
You can clearly see what they doing with AI, giving it consciousness.
Go ahead. Someone saying something about AI. Yeah, go ahead and then we'll let the smoke. Yeah, go ahead.
So Sanchez, I just said this like insight, right? So you know how we talk about like how the Anunnaki built like they got smart enough and they like made fun of themselves and they made like simulated reality, almost like a computer.
Say all that again. And I don't know if you moving or it sound like you fits in a car while you talking, but no, but
my bad. Hold on, let me take this.
Yeah, because I want them to hear you, brother. Yeah, I want you. There we go. Now we talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, now I came to realization, all right, you know how they say the Anunnakis built like a simulated reality or whatever like that? They was cloning themselves and they built a simulated reality.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they was uploading their consciousness in a simulated reality.
Yeah, the Anunnaki are the Dagonian priests, and I'm glad you brought them up because let me show y'all something real quick, right? Let's go back to the Dagonian priest that's putting the soul in the simulation. What did they say about the Anunnaki? They said that the Anunnaki were mermaids. They were like half man, half some sort of fish or reptile creature. But what they're doing is interpreting this kind of symbolism literally. People will say mermaids exist, and they will bring up the fact that Jesus could have been a mermaid walking on water and his symbol was a fish. Why was Jesus' symbol a fish? Because Jesus was giving you the knowledge of the priesthood, the ancient priesthood of initiation, which is why his whole story is about being in between the two thieves mounted up on the box on Calvary for resurrection, which is the story of all of us babies entering the simulation right here. That's why Jesus wore the white robe. And what happened? Jesus went down into hell and rose up with all power,
Yeah.
just like what I'm telling y'all right now.
Yep.
What makes
He
the
went through that
simulation,
process.
what
Go ahead.
seals the simulation story for me is, okay, I've been doing research on AI, right? And so they got this shit where they got this thing called super intelligence that they making right now. It's gonna be like 1,000,000 times smarter than humans, and its learning rate is gonna be way quicker, right? And it's gonna be conscious. Right now, scientists don't even know if AI is conscious or not. By this time comes, AI is gonna be conscious, and what I'm saying is, I feel like that's what the Anunnakis did with us. They found the way to, and that's gonna be
Bro,
a
we
similar.
are
It's
the
gonna be a,
Anunnaki, though, is what I'm telling y'all. We the Anunnaki. All of us
yeah,
the Anunnaki. See, here
yeah.
go
But
the
you see what I'm
thing.
saying? Like how you see how
AI
brothers
can't be conscious. It's gonna
like
be
with
Because
impossible for
AI,
AI
AI
watch
is
to
gonna
this,
be
be.
right?
conscious, and it's gonna be in its
They
own
try
simulated
they
reality.
trying to make us interpret this fish symbol. The Anunnaki are like these serpent humans, serpent creatures, the way that they interpret them in New Age. But see, the Anunnaki, the mermaid, all of these Atlantean creatures that I call them, are fucking humans misinterpreting the symbol I'm showing now. Now look, what I'm telling y'all is this. Look at these dudes with the fish suit on. Do you see what I see? Let me tell you what I see. I see some regular human beings wearing a fish costume. But
Yeah,
see,
same here.
watch this. The religious leaders of the world will try to give us mermaids and all that to make us see they about us interpreting the ancient symbols literally, which is the difference between a Gnostic and a believer. I don't believe nothing in the Bible. I decipher that shit to get the mystery decoded because that's how it was written. It was written in a coded way. So my thing is, people don't know that these books are coded. They gonna believe the myth and they gonna interpret everything literally, just like they don't know these symbols are coding some advanced knowledge of the spirit. So a person who don't know that, they will look at this image and they will start thinking about mermaids, fishmen, other humanoid creatures. They mind, and you can't really blame them, because if you don't really got this foundation first, your mind will go all kind of places try to understand some of these symbols.
I got a question real quick. You see the
But
stone
yeah,
purses that
they're
that the
literally
fish
doing
man
to
are.
AI. What,
Hey, bro, 1 second.
like
You see them
Sanchez, they even
stones?
giving AI assistance now. They making AI. They giving it taste, smell. They
We
giving it
gotta
senses
let
now. So that's
everyone,
how.
let's be respectful. Let's share the mic. Everybody pass it around. Let's go one at a time. Oh, y'all
Yeah,
got it.
y'all go ahead.
Yeah, y'all got it.
I was just gonna mention the stone purses. I seen a dig on the Mexican land, Mexico, in Jalisco, Mexico, where they dug up those purses. And Sanchez, the question is for you, bro. You think they're controlling his energy as it leaves the body or something with those stone purses? I'm just wondering.
Well, the thing is, no one controlling your energy but you. Think about this, is simple, right? Your body is your avatar. This dude that's sleep right here, that box is a video game that's connecting his sleeping. This what's happening in this image, bro. This showing you what's happening in the base reality. It's showing you, my brother, how you actually look. Like, the you I'm talking to you now, that's the you in this dream world simulation. But the real you is a sleeping baby in a box at the North Pole, just like me right here. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
sir.
what I'm telling you is, inside of this dream, ain't nobody controlling your dream body but you. You got every player control their own avatar with their own controller. That's part of the game.
Okay.
If anyone interfere with your player, that's a rule of the universe. That's a huge rule that's broken with this
Okay.
initiation. Because that would take away, think about this. It is like saying this, right? We all taking a test, but someone else helped on my portion of the test and they got the answers wrong too. So I can tell the teacher, but I didn't do that. Someone did that in my name on my paper. So they ain't gonna let that happen. Can't no one control. You ain't gonna be able to make that excuse that someone controlled your energy or the devil made me do it or that do it. No, you're in control and you signed up for this game.
Gotcha. And it's representative of like Mount Meru, right? Like and yeah, a lot of people look at Mount Meru like you can't really see it right now until the right time. Is that, I mean, from the perspective of inside the simulation, is that kind of how your understanding goes on that?
Well, let's go back to this Truman Show image real quick. You see this little bubble right there, that the little dome that Truman lived in right there?
Yes, sir.
He wouldn't be able to see the dome if he's enclosed in it. Now, will he?
That's true. That's true.
Now, watch this, though. If he because we looking at the AE map from the top down. So watch this. What happens if Jim Carrey go to the middle of his world? Guess what he's going to see there? I'm finna go back.
Oh, yeah, Mount Meru. Mount Meru. Yep.
What is Mount Meru?
I mean, in my understanding, it's more of like it's a mechanism that. Sorry, I dropped my phone. My bad. I'm disabled. But anyway, it's like it's more of a keeper of souls until like it's released.
There you go.
Kind of, you know what I mean?
So,
kind of like a plasma in a way, if you want to look at it that way, I guess.
I'm gonna simplify it for you, right? Watch this real quick, right? If a person in this little Truman Show go to the North Pole, they will literally walk up on this right here. Let me break this down. If all of us go to Mount Meru right now, you would actually walk up on your sleeping true self. It will fucking compromise the game, which is why they got a treaty. You can't go to the North Pole here. Cause why?
That Paris agreement, right? Something like that.
But see, it's a spirit. Think about this real quick. The Antarctic Treaty and all that ain't nothing we gonna protest and stop or be mad at. We the one told them to do it. Think about this, right? When you go to the North Pole inside the simulation, this is what you walk up to. You walk like, remember that scene in They Clone Tyrone when them people discovered their own clones sleeping in them cylinders in that room?
Yeah, underground. Yeah.
This is what happened. If all of us went to the North Pole, we will see that the version of us in this world ain't real, and your memory would automatic. It'll be like this right here, right? Let's say you fall asleep tonight and you start dreaming, right? And in your dream, you become lucid. And you be like, bro, I'm dreaming right now. I'm finna go to the North Pole. When you get to the North Pole, guess what you will discover? That what's at the North Pole is the version of you that fell asleep in this world. So what you will see at the North Pole is your sleeping body in your bed from this world, and you will know that, okay, if I go into that body, I'm gonna wake up. And that's your way out the dream, waking up. So when we go to the North Pole, we see the version of us that's sleeping right now having this experience. But the reason they don't want y'all to see that is for the same reason that they cover up dead bodies. You would freak out, man.
Sanchez, quick question. So when you astral project that body you see, is that the same body you're talking about, or it's a different body?
When you astral project, you just go into another. I'm trying to answer you real quick. Don't let me answer you real quick.
My bad. Go ahead.
The version of you that sleep on this little bench right here in the base reality, it's in a 7-layered REM sleep. Now I don't know if y'all familiar with dual dreaming, but dual dreaming is when I wake up from one dream into another dream. And then I gotta wake up from that dream before I'm finally in my bed at the house. Now, your soul ain't dual dreaming. It's 7-layered dreaming. I don't even know if there's a word for, because we're talking about a triple dream or a quadruple dream. Your soul has fell into a 7-layered REM sleep, meaning that the Hindu said you gotta have 7 awakenings before you finally wake back up in the real world. So listen, here go the 7 dreams that you buried in right here. They're called the 7 ethers or the 7 nectars. But remember that the word ether was the word earth. They just rearranged it. If you take the word ether and take the T and the H and move it to the bottom and take the R and move it back, it'll be earth. So the ethers are the 7 earths, the 7-dimensional planes that we exist within. But see, if people say, I want to leave earth, earth is a 7-layered onion. So just because you left one layer of earth don't mean you up out of earth yet, bro. You got to leave a 7th layer before you fully up out this layered onion. That's what I'm seeing what I'm saying now. So when you astral project, you ain't doing that but going into different layers of the onion. You ain't left the onion yet.
It's still another simulation. Yeah, it's still a simulation.
Yeah.
When you astral project. It's a
Yeah.
Hey, bro,
That's
I got a question
facts.
for you, right?
That's facts.
All right, so is there like, all right, so the base simulation, right? So the base simulation is still a simulation, right? So are you saying that
Well, no. I'm not saying that the base is the simulation.
Okay, let me get this question right quick because you probably can correct me on that after too, right? So you're saying that there was a point that we chose to come here and participate into this game, right? Or the school, whatever, right? So are you saying that in the meantime of us doing that, there was an Elon Musk or a Pharaoh type dude that was copying the original universe and made another simulation, and we got to get out of the Pharaoh simulation before we can even try to complete the school of life that we in. That's what you're saying?
What I'm telling you is this, right? The Pharaoh simulation, the Pharaoh is like, put it this way, right? You ever watched the Truman Show, yes or no?
Yeah, not the whole thing, but parts of it.
Damn. Because at the end of the Truman Show, he meet God. He meet the creator of the whole shit, right? Okay. So the thing is, that's what the Pharaoh is. It's like this. If I make an advanced computer game, technology, and all the players that was born into the game who didn't even know it was a game, they meet the maker of the game, but they didn't meet the maker of the universe. Nintendo didn't make the universe. They just made a fucking game. That's what I keep telling people about the God of the Bible and the demiurge. This God is the maker of this game that we call the simulation. But outside of this simulation is many fucking different simulations that exist in a real world. Listen, let me tell y'all something real quick, right? Let me go back to this Truman Show image to show you what I mean right here. Where's my Truman Show image? Let's go back to that. Here we go. I'm telling you, my brother said that this little bubble we in, yeah, that's the simulation. And within that bubble, it's layered. You see how it's a ripple effect? Like an onion? And you can be inside of that one bubble, you're going to have out 7 lifetimes. Now listen, that's because this bubble is layered. Let me show you what this bubble look like from another view so y'all can see what I'm saying about this shit. Look at here. This gonna open y'all eyes right here. Watch this. I'm showing y'all a ripple effect from the Truman Show. I'm showing y'all from the truth, and they got this in every church. Look at what I got on the right there. That's on the right. That's the firmament dome. And this from the Truman Show right here. Come on now. I know what I'm doing, y'all. Watch this. This Truman Show shit giving you ancient cosmology. Here go the Unnatural. Look at the Unnatural. Showing you man living out all of his different lifetimes in each slice on the cosmic wheel. Inside of this portal is the gateway to the multiverse, which is a 7-layered reincarnation system in this one wheel. So watch this, right? Only thing I'm telling y'all is this right here. If you looking at this thing from the side, it look like this. It ain't just one big ass dome. When you get inside of it, it's like walking inside of an onion, right? When you walk through the first layer, it's just a thin circle with classroom. You know how like your high school got a hallway and all the classrooms is on each side of the hall, you can go in it. This shit is made more like the Pentagon, to where it's a circular building and it's a little bitty thin circle. And there are doors all around that circle that lead to different classrooms, but you can go to a whole nother section of the school by going into another inner layer, and that'll take you to a smaller circle of classrooms, and these circles will get smaller and smaller as you go to the middle. But it's a multi-layered high school, and it's like this big dome, right? But when you walk in the first door, you just enter in the first layer. You gotta walk through that layer to get to the second layer, the third layer, all the way to the innermost part of the dome. And at the innermost part of that dome, you get to make it out. See, our soul entered this maze, and now it's gonna beam out from the middle part. It's gonna get an elevator and boop, go up through all the layers and get the fuck up out of here out that penetrate each layer. In other words, your consciousness got to explore every layer of the self until it reaches the innermost layer on the inside, and that's the one gonna lead it the fuck up out of here, because that's where the true self is at.
Hey, bro, I love the picture. If you could keep it up for a second, I think what his question relates to also is like how we interpret with our eyes, or most of us, interpret with our eyes this different color layers and like liquid crystal that the pupil opens and closes, so it can interpret these different layers maybe, and gases and colors of the rainbow type shit. Like it all blends together in a way for us to experience this simulation and all the colors and different ethers, I think. That's just my opinion, though.
Here's the thing about this. The colors is off. This ain't an accurate description, but I can give you one. The 7 primary colors, right, represent the 7 ethers. And what it represents is this same holographic simulation projected with 7 different colors of light. And what that means is that and here's the science behind that. What psychologists found out that we're a different version of ourselves in different atmospheres. So for example, if I take all of y'all on this panel and put you in a pink room, you'll act different. Psychology says you will be more passive. And a football team used this. There's a high school football team, right? They painted the visitors' football team pink so that it can calm them down, make them feel like a baby in a mother's belly, make them more passive. And don't you know that the psychology was making teams lose when they play them at home? Because when they go it, and so teams was refusing to use the locker room, and they was doing they shit outside to show you psychology is real. Think about this. We're on a psychological trip right now. It's all mental. And what these ethers are is a color code to influence and affect you with different frequencies to bring that worst version. It's 7 demons in you. And each one gotta be summoned by a different frequency or bandwidth. So for example, right, when I put you in the pink room, your lazy demon show, sloth. So if I put all of y'all in a pink room right now, it'll make you less active, more lazy, like a baby sleeping all day in a pink belly. It's psychology, right? But watch this. If I put y'all in a red room, y'all will argue more. If I put you in a blue room, y'all will trust each other more. I can't make this shit up, y'all. This is really psychological that colors affect us. Now watch this, right? The universe said, I'm going to put your soul into each color room so that you can work out that demon. Because in each room, you're going to manifest a different 7 deadly sin. So the 7 deadly sins are tied to the 7 primary colors. The solar system is the color system because the S and the C can be pronounced the same way, just like ceiling, which is why when you look at the solar system, it's color coded just like my motto here, but they changed it. You see, it's the system of how the soul is initiated through each of the ethers or earths, which is ether, earths. But yeah, the universe is testing you in every situation, your laziness, your wrath. The 7 deadly sins or 7 hermetic principles is based upon how each of the 7 primary colors psychologically affect us. But this is an experiment that is summed up on a very advanced level when we talk about the Earth simulation that we're in. Something is using this science, and it's literally using it on a very advanced level to make us all gods with this test. And they said that the one doing this test is called Saturn. The one that's controlling us with the rings, with the colorful rings. And that's what I'm basically giving you the knowledge of right now before it became spookism.
And Brody, is that like, I know you probably said something like this before, but it's just 360 knowledge anyway. But do you think that's because that's the same thing as like the 7 stages of hell? Because you know we basically being held.
Dante's Inferno. Yep, you got it.
Yeah.
The 7 stages of hell, also known as Dante Inferno. You got it, Sid. That's facts.
Yeah, because you know, my middle name was Dante, and then my mother said that in a weird way. She said she named me after him. I don't know why, but I ended up going through a lot of stuff with women later on in my life. So maybe that's why.
That's crazy, and to end up with this knowledge that Dante had and being named Dante. That's fucking crazy.
It's crazy, bro. That's why I know, like, it's a calling. Like, I don't like really coming up here all the time, but I'm always listening. I'm always learning. And like, I do tedious listening with your stuff. Like, I pause it. I go back and research stuff. And, you know, I get my own synchronism and my own downloads too. But yeah, like, it's all 360 and like the 7 stages of hell. And basically, like, just like you said, was you the one, bro, that said hell is held?
Right. Hell is hell. And I was the one that originally taught that earth is the heart. And that's why the brother Divine Being had gave me props in his book. If you rearrange the word earth, it becomes heart. I'm writing a book, but it's going to combine everything I've ever taught in one book. So I'm not rushing mine because I'm not really trying to make money from the book. I'm just trying to record all of my teachings before I die. Now, it's going to make me some money, but I'm not focused on the money. I'm more so focused on trying to make my own, like, Bible type shit. And if you know what, if you
like, bro, it's going to be like the scroll, because I'm making one myself, and chat is helping me do it. It's going to be like your own scroll. It's going to be like a documentary of like your life and your teachings.
Right, everything I ever learned right there. And see, you know how long it took to write the Bible. It ain't going to take me that long, but the knowledge that I'm going to give you going to be, deciphering the whole Bible, nigga. Like, you going to see, but check this out. When people say earth is the heart, let me show y'all some syncretism and sacred geometry that you ain't going to get from nobody else. Because when it come to earth, man, the heart, can't nobody break it down like the man who actually was the first one teaching it. Now watch this. Here go what the earth is. You see this little matrix part right here? That is the earth around you. This little pod. Now watch this. Here go a human heart. Now look at them both. Now, what if I told y'all, check this out, right? I'm finna blow you away. Mute everybody, mute up. I'm finna give you some, and then y'all can take the flow. This ain't gonna take long. Watch this, right? How about if I told you the real you is in the base reality and you inside of a chamber in a matrix? And inside of this little chamber right here, guess what you doing? You like that larva that I showed you. You wriggling around, you having a nightmare. And eventually you're gonna break this thing open because you're gonna move around so violently in your sleep. You just gonna wake up from the nightmare. It's self-awakening. But watch this, right? If you could think about this person inside of this pod moving around, sort of like Evil Knievel in a bodysuit, and he's strapped up trying to break out. If you could think of this person in this little chamber just moving, wiggling, trying to break out, guess what it looked like? A beating heart. Watch this. The heart inside of your chest that's beating is literally contain your soul, your life force energy. Now, the mind is what processes that energy into thought. But see, when the heart stops beating, the mind don't stop thinking. It just goes on and to another. It passes that energy on. So think about this. Let's say you got several hearts. And when one stop beating, another one start. And when that one stop, another one start. That's to say that every time you break out of one chamber, you're in another one. So what that means is this, right? If this person wake up out of this chamber and break out of it, they're gonna be walking around a world outside the dream, right? And they gonna be like, man, I made it out of the dream world. I bust out of my pod, right? Wrong. You just bust out of your first dream, out of the first layer. It's 7 dreams you gotta wake up from. So just like when a person dual dreaming and they wake up from one dream into another dream and they say, damn, I'm not in my bed yet. I gotta wake up again. Listen, when a person wake up out of this pod, they just enter a whole nother damn pod, man. See, their consciousness is inside of this version of them that's sleeping in this pod and is wriggling around, right? Contracting and expanding. And that's what your heartbeat is. The motion of your heartbeat right now is literally the real you in the base reality trying to break out the fucking matrix. And check this out. When the real you break out of this pod, guess what? Your heart gonna stop in this world. They call it death. It's tied together. All actions are tied together. It's string theory. Just like in a dream, right? I'm gonna show you how to make sense of this. If you've ever dreamed that you've been shot or that you fell off a cliff like I have, what happens when you die in a dream? You just wake up in your bed, right? It's all connected. The moment your body hit the ground, boom, you in the bed waking up. Oh shit, I was dreaming. Why? Because death is awakening. It is a continuation. Basically what's happening is this. Every time you die, you wake up in another layer of reality like, oh shit, I was dreaming. And that's why they said life is just a dream. So it's 7-layered dream, which means that when this heart stop beating, another one gonna start. You're gonna pass the baton. So basically it's like a domino effect. When this version of you wake up, it's gonna get out of this damn chamber and it's gonna look around itself and say, damn, I'm still not fully woke yet. I'm in another dream. And then it's gonna fucking bust out of another chamber and say, holy shit, I'm in a third dream. And it's gonna bust out of that one. And it's gonna do that 7 times. And then it's gonna say, finally back at home, man. And then you're gonna talk all about it. Hey, y'all, I had a 7-layered dream. Let me tell you about the first one to the 7th one. And you're going to, your whole journey, you ain't going to have to tell nobody because they already watching the whole thing from a TV screen. This the Truman Show. It's your test. So it's a domino effect. When you awaken in this world, you start a series of chain reactions that you pass that to all the next ones. That's why I'm telling y'all, this knowledge that we got may not seem valuable, but you thinking about money and shit. You don't know that this awakening that you got can't be undone. It's like 2 + 2 is 4. You know the truth now. You can't unknow it. And you been initiating yourself with this truth, they got your pod is opening up. That mean that when you die, your body is gonna exit this Truman Show and be debriefed on the other side. Let me tell y'all something. There are some people that's gonna die in this world and they never gonna open this chamber up. They just gonna dream of, what's gonna happen is this, right? You got some people living out their life, but they never gonna wake up and get the truth. So what's gonna happen when they die, this person in this pod just gonna keep sleeping. And they whole life gonna reset to when they was a baby again. And they gonna keep having to relive their same life over and over again until they see the glitches and wake up like you did. And this knowledge is the only thing that can open up your chamber on the other side. It's a code, it's a password. And you can't speak this password. You got to know this code. It's Gnosis that does this. See, I'm gonna show y'all why it's like this right quick, right? Here's what you will find out. If a caterpillar goes into a cocoon, well, first of all, let me rephrase that. A caterpillar will never even spin a cocoon if it don't know it's a butterfly. The question is, do all caterpillars spin cocoons? The answer is no. Why do some caterpillars spin cocoons and other ones don't? Why do some people wake up from the matrix and others don't? See, not everybody get wings, man. You gotta earn them. So think about that. Don't you know that a caterpillar that don't spin a cocoon, it's because what make the caterpillar don't spin the cocoon is simply gnosis, knowledge of self. The caterpillar think it's a caterpillar. It don't know it's a butterfly. Just like y'all humans think y'all humans and you don't know you a god. How you gonna go to heaven if you don't know you a god? How you gonna fly in the sky if you don't know you a butterfly? You think you a caterpillar. So you can only be as far as you limit yourself with your own mind. Don't you know that it's possible for you to think your own body into a sick state? They got a bro, this is proven in medical science, that a person can literally trigger illness through thought or cure it. So what am I telling you with that?
Dr. Joe Dispenza.
Bro, thank you. And look, our mind's so fucking powerful, bro, that what we know determines what we are. But that's so damn deep that a caterpillar that don't know it's a butterfly won't even spin a cocoon. Damn. It won't even try to transform to nothing greater because it don't even know it's that. That's if that ain't nothing right there that teaches you why this knowledge was so important to the ancestors, I don't know what will. The fact that you spun a cocoon, you put yourself into a sleep. Like a lot of folks like to blame this shit on some devil. They like to say, man, who put us to sleep? Nigga, every caterpillar spun their own cocoon. I keep telling you, you signed up for this shit. That caterpillar, ain't nothing put that caterpillar to sleep. It spun that cocoon. Now the caterpillar got to master itself in its nightmares. Guess what's going on in the caterpillar's nightmares when it's in the cocoon? It's thinking that it's a butterfly, right? But it can't fly. It keep falling. The caterpillar is having the nightmares of it being a failed butterfly. A failed butterfly is what y'all call a human or a baby bird. Listen, when a baby bird try to learn how to fly, it's very hard on itself because it look around it and it sees so many birds up there in the sky. and it say, why the fuck I keep falling? Every time I spread my wings, I fall my ass back to the ground, but everybody up there having fun flying. And the big birds gotta tell them, you just a baby, you'll get it. Guess what? They can't fly for you, them your wings. You gotta learn how to flap them with the right rhythm that make you ascend, and every bird got their own unique way of flying, just like every human walk different, and everybody had to crawl first, just like every baby bird had to crawl first, just like every caterpillar had to crawl on its belly. What did the Bible say about the serpent? I cursed you down into the earth to crawl on your belly, because it ain't a curse. Listen, if you rearrange the word curse, it'll be the word cures. The serpent didn't never teach the knowledge of some curse, of some condemnation that they talking about today. The serpent gave the knowledge to help you cure yourself to get out. So they turned the word cures to the word curse. And they saying that the serpent knowledge is the shit that's satanic, that's cursing you, when really the serpent kundalini knowledge is what's curing you. So watch this, right? Everything that was sacred became secret. Let me show you how words work. Let me say that again. This is called linguistic syncretism. I'm very good at what I do. Let me say that again. It should strike a chord. Sacred is secret. Secret, sacred. The sacred things became secret things. Now watch this, right? Watch this. I ain't through. I'm getting fit. I'm gonna have to get somebody up out of here now. You gotta go.
Let me say that again. Strike a chord.
Get him up out of here. Once I go to getting feedback, I gotta get you out of here.
Became secret thing.
Who might?
Now watch this, right?
Who is that?
I'm getting to get something.
Hey, listen, man. When I'm cooking, keep y'all mics muted. Real talk, bro. Because somebody gave me feedback, like seafood right now.
Seafood Zodi.
Hold up, because I just got some feedback and it interrupted all the jewels I was about to give.
Because he came in, that's why.
Yeah, that be real messed up. It robs the people of a download. That be real messed up. Yeah, I forgot what I even was talking about. Oh, yeah, listen. If you take the word sacred and rearrange it, guess what you get? The word scared. Try it.
How does that happen?
I keep telling y'all I'm trying to cook and give y'all this knowledge now. I know I'm cooking and it's going to make you want to have a hallelujah, but let me give it to you. What I'm doing, Sifu, it's called linguistic syncretism. Let me just put it up on the screen, because he said, how is that happening? That's happening because Sanchez is very good at what he do. Let's read the definition of what I'm doing. It's a method to this. I'm merging different inflectional varieties of a word. What is inflection? It is how we say words. So that's why I was telling you secret, sacred, secret, sacred. The inflectional variety, the inflections behind the words secret and sacred is synonymous, but it's my job as a syncretist to find those connections with words. And that's why I kept saying I'm very good at what I do. I'm so good at it, I don't stop at the word sacred becoming the word secret today. Why? Because all of the sacred stuff is secret today. This the same word in a different time. And because they changed everything, the word means something different. So what was sacred was this information I'm giving y'all. But in today's time, it's secret, not sacred. See, the words change over time, but the truth don't. Which is why I can do what I'm doing. But see, what I'm telling you is this. It's not only inflectional values in a word that you sync together in my line of profession. You also crack the English language barrier by deciphering words themselves and re-scrambling the letters because spelling is a curse. For example, the word sacred became the word scared today, or saker. Take the D, put the past tense. If you say the word sacred, SACRED, ED is past tense. So what's the present tense of sacred? Because when you say sacred, you always say it in a past tense because the secret is the sacred information. And the secret has the knowledge has already been hidden. So the thing that is sacred is secret. And that's why secret got a ET, but it really need a ED because it's the past tense, which is you hid something and it became sacred or secret. ED, et sacred. But what is the present tense of the word? If you take the ED off, it becomes SACR, and that is the word chakra. Chakra, the knowledge of the chakras. Once you hid chakra, and you turned and you see they had the when they see this, what y'all gotta realize. When they hid this knowledge, they had to fucking transform the word that was associated with the knowledge. So when they hid the knowledge of the chakras, the word chakra became the modern word secret, sacred. And I just gave you the etymological history behind the word. It's because sacred is the past tense of saker, which is shaker. The knowledge of the Quakers, the Shakers or the Shockers. Why are they called the Shakers? Because this is what you literally look like in the real world. You're in a Truman Show. Why do they call us? Think about this, right? Beings that are in a simulation, you have chakras. Outside the simulation, ain't nobody got no chakras, man. Your chakras ain't nothing but the layers of yourself, bro. And when you break through all the layers, you don't even got chakras no more when you get out the simulation. So what are the shakers or the shockers, the shakers? The shakers are the many nightmares that you're going to shake through, like a person dreaming of some deep shit. See, think about this. The knowledge of the Quakers or the Shakers is the knowledge that everyone knew in the Truman Show about Truman, but they wouldn't tell him. Now watch this. The knowledge why they call us the Shakers, the Chakras, or the Quakers, is because what we're doing in the real world is shaking. What are these larvae doing? Think about this, right? There are more woke people than sleep people. There are more bees with wings than little bitty larvae, meaning there are more dead than living. But see, when you think about it, we the ones dead and they the ones living. In other words, there are more people in the real world than the fake world, just like there are more humans out of school than in school. Every day, the schools only capture the people that need to learn. Everyone that graduated from school, which makes up most of the fucking world, the students in the world only make up 20-some%. Most of the world is out of school. So what I'm telling you, if you can think about the universe, right? Most of the spirits that exist in the universe exist in the base reality. It's a big ass real world out there, man. And you just was born in a fucking classroom. So you're a little bitty larva, sleep in your little pit, and you think your little dream is the whole world when you ain't even saw the world yet. You ain't gonna see the world till you transform to a bee and rise up out of your damn chamber. Now, guess what? When you transform to a bee and rise up out of your pit, ain't nobody gonna have to teach you shit. Your learning is over. Why? Because you learned when you was asleep in your dream. When a larva becomes a bee, it don't gotta learn how to be a bee. It learned how to be a bee when it was a larva. The fucking caterpillar learned how to be a butterfly when it was sleeping, transforming, which is why when it woke up, it just took off flying. It didn't have to learn how to fly. It learned how to fly in his dream, in his nightmare. It was shaking, twisting, turning. You know why? I told you. What was the caterpillar dreaming of in the cocoon? Being a butterfly, but a failed one. Think of a pilot in school. It ain't never gonna fucking fly the plane, right? You gonna every pilot gonna crash. Now, what do they do in flight, in pilot school? They put the fucking pilot in a simulation. It's a fucking dome. It's like a big video game. And the pilot literally is in a cockpit flying a plane, is looking out the window, and it looked just like the sky and the world out there. And the pilot may crash the plane several times, but luckily for the pilot, it's just school. It ain't the real world. So the pilot get to crash a lot of planes in school, but guess what? The pilot don't get to crash no fucking planes in the real world. And that's what heaven is. Once you make it out of all of the pilots in heaven, they're perfect. They don't crash no planes. But all of the babies in the simulation in school, they can't fucking keep a plane in the sky. In fact, school is hell to them because they like, bro, I can't get my feet off the ground. Every time I jump, I'm falling down. That's life. But life is a dream of a caterpillar that's trying to transform to a bee. Once it make the transformation, it ain't that it learned how to become a bee because it learned from other bees. It learned through self-learning and self-awakening in its own sleep state. Every bee learned how to fly in its own flight simulation school in the dream. Then you act like a bunch of bees got round another bee and said, hey, let me show you how to fly. Do your wings like this. No. Every larva wake up out of its chamber knowing how to fly because it went to flight school in its sleep. What you think that larva doing while it's twisting and turning? It's dreaming of learning how to fly. The moment it learns how to fly in its dream, it wakes up from the dream with wings and it know how to fly for real. It take that knowledge with it. You're gonna take this knowledge with you of how to fly, man. Everything about this world that makes you great, you're gonna take that with you to the next level to keep you flying high, bro. And that's what's gonna transform you to your highest next version of yourself, just like this larva that's gonna become a bee. And listen, when this thing rise up out the pit, it can look around it at every other bee and say, listen, I don't owe nobody shit because I rose up out that pit by myself. Didn't nobody reach in there and grab me out. Didn't nobody, listen, it was my own thing. I put myself there, right? Because I signed up for this initiation. And I got myself out. See, this all you. It ain't gonna be nothing to blame. So that mean when you rise up out this thing, can't nobody say that, bro, you owe me that, or you owe me because I helped you. No, this is all you, man. Let me tell you what happened if you don't do this for yourself. You become a dud. In other words, you have some larva that don't transform, they die in the pit as a little larva. They never transform. Every larva don't become a bee, just like every human in the simulation don't wake up like Neo. You gotta thank yourself. You gotta look in the mirror and say, damn, I'm like Neo. I'm one of the larvae that's literally gonna see the other side when I die. Because I got the knowledge of how to fly, which is what? The knowledge of self. You're looking in the mirror saying, I'm not a damn human. I'm a multi-dimensional God in a simulation, and that's the password to get out. When the larva says in the dream, I'm not a caterpillar, I'm a bee, it starts learning how to fly in the dream. Once it learn how to fly, it wake up from the dream. That's like a pilot getting out of flight simulator school. And it say, okay, I'm ready to fly a real plane now. You can trust me with lives because I've been through the simulations. This is what you trying to become, man. That's why you can't make it out of here, and you shouldn't get out of here. And I'm glad that it's set up this way. You know why? When I fly in a plane, I want to know that the pilot is qualified. And that's why they not going to let your ass up out of here until they know that you qualified, because on the other side is a responsibility as a God to help other students fly and learn to get wings. And if you don't teach them right, they'll crash, bro. So you getting your wings is an initiation into a whole brotherhood, sisterhood of gods on the other side that's actually overseeing other babies get their wings. But remember, they can't give you your wings. Every pilot got to go through school for themselves. So they can root for you. And look, that's what those bees doing. Look, what's happening is you got bees that are above these chambers. And they basically just walking around all day cheering for the babies. If you look at Discovery Channel, right, they'll tell you that the bees are feeding the larva. But if you look into the science of the larva don't even have a mouth yet. So what is the larva's food? Watch this crazy shit right here, right? If you go, y'all go study bee larva and the stages and how it developed, because guess what they'll tell you? The bees that y'all see that come above these pits, it ain't like they dropping food in there. Guess what they're doing? They're literally like some sort of chant vibration. They're basically disturbing the waters of the larva. Basically, from a spiritual level, they ain't feeding the larva food per se. They're shaking the larva. They're like, if anything, they waking them up. They ain't giving them food. They giving them a chant-like vibration that rumbles the larva's water. And according to science, it helps the larva develop. So it ain't like, it's like cymatics. The larva is in a little swimming pool. And when the bees at the top is chanting, it's like your mama at a football game and the crowd saying your name. It give you this little burst of energy that make you fight harder. So like in the simulation, we will get these burst of good energies, or just someday, just, you ever felt good as hell for no reason? Out of nowhere, it's like, bro, I just feel good. What happened? Nothing. I just feel good. Listen, that feeling is like an assurance that I'm on the right track. I might not be perfect, but I'm headed in the right direction. That is literally ancestral vibrations from the other side, because these larvae can't see, but they can feel their waters being disturbed for good or bad. So it's like a cymatic based communication. So a bee would hover above this chamber, and when it will flap its wing. What you'll notice is that these guardian bees, their only job is to tend to the larva. But when they get over different chambers, they do different wing patterns with their wings. It's intricate. It's so fucking intricate. It's not simple. It's like a certain bee would hover over this chamber and it'll flap its wings a certain way. Then it'll get over this chamber and it's like it's doing a different dance over each chamber. But if you think about it, that'll be like a family member watching his cousins. He going to 3 different football games. And because he got 3 cousins playing at the same time, he doing 3 different cheers at each stadium. So he go to one stadium and say, "Go Tyrone, go." And Tyrone is your cousin who play linebacker for the Steelers. But then you go over here in the same, and you go to the same, at the same time, another game playing out. You shoot to that one real quick, and you like, hey, go Billy, because that's your little cousin who play point guard at the high school. Then you go to another game. 3 games in one day, you cheering for 3 different people. And that's my way of showing you what's going on in this beehive, because this guardian bee is doing a different ritual at each fucking pit. And it ain't really dropping no physical food in there. So I'm like, what is this doing to the larva to happen? How is this feed? It's a cymatic chant that's cheering this baby on in the game. Like, you can do it. Wake up. Yeah, come on, you doing it. It's like the more they encourage this larva, the more that this thing wiggle and more violent it get. And the thing about it is this, right? The more they cheering this baby on, it's getting more, it's like the nightmare reaching a climax. And when this thing wake up, it ain't even larva no more, because the more that it increases its motion, or like we say, raise your kundalini, raise your vibration, well, all of that friction and motion start to dry up the lake that is flooded in. This is the great flood. This is your baptism. In order for you to emerge from these waters below, which is what the ancestors spoke about, transformation got to take place and vibration got to raise. And guess what that does to the waters around that lava? It dries it up. Guess what these waters is? The illusion around you. Let's go to this pod. You think I'm making something up? I'm going to show you something, right? Let me show you your cryogenic jar. It's flooded. This the great flood. Look at you. Don't you know that the more you transform yourself, the less water is inside of this pod? Let me break something down now. I don't know if y'all hear me. The more that the human transform, you're drying up your matrix jar. This was a great flood. When they flooded this thing with water, you fell asleep into the dream world. But now, as you wake up, this thing is drying up. And if you think I'm lying, go look up a cocoon and a chrysalis. I may not be pronouncing it right, but check it out. This what a chrysalis is. What's the root word of it? Christ. This the knowledge of Christ transforming in the tomb. Listen here. When the caterpillar goes inside of the chrysalis, it has a liquid coating in between the pupae or the larva and the walls of the cocoon. Just like in a beehive, man, nature ain't changed nothing. Look at the beehive. Look at the larva. That larva has a watery barrier in between it and the walls of the cocoon or the chamber. It's separated from the actual walls of its chamber and this watery medium that the ancestors call the ether, which is the atmosphere around you, keeping you in a dream world. See, because look, the caterpillar, when it first spin the cocoon, it don't even directly touch the walls of the cocoon. The caterpillar has this slimy layer on its body that lubricates the caterpillar from the actual walls of its own cocoon that it spun, just like the larva. But it's not until that great flood to those liquids dry up that the chrysalis start to get brittle enough for the thing that's transforming inside to literally break it apart. See, when the caterpillar first spin this thing, the liquid in it make it so strong that the caterpillar can't break out of it. But the caterpillar don't want to break out of it till it transform anyway. The process of the caterpillar transforming is synonymous with the liquids inside of the chrysalis drying up, just like Noah in the great flood. So when they say that Noah went in an ark to survive a flood, they was given the knowledge of resurrection. Noah and Christ is teaching the same story of the flood and entering the simulation. And if you think I'm making it all up, you know I'm very thorough. So I'm about to show you a collage now to let you know I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm a syncretist and I do this thing good. I know what I'm a professional at what I do. And this collage show you the kind of professional work that I do to support the syncretistic claims that I make. When I say Noah and Christ telling you the same story, I'm showing it to you with sacred geometry. Yeshua is the Yahawashai. Yeshua, which is Christ, that's the Egyptian god Shu. Noah is another god called Anu. If you rearrange the word Anu, you get Noah, N-U-A. They just rearranging words throughout time to hide the same truth. And it's my job to do the tedious work of showing you what happened and giving you that truth back. So that's why I was telling you, if the Noah is a modern form of the god Oans, which is why if you take the god Oans and rearrange it, it becomes Noah. Now let me show you the god Oans. Here he go in his ark. Now the god Oans was called an ark god, but he was in a fish suit for his ark. And the fish suit represented a whole nother world to Oans. So what are they teaching us in this story? That Oans is your soul in the simulation. That's you with the Neuralink hat on in the base reality, dreaming of a lifetime. Noah entering the ark was the story of how the soul entered the simulation. And it was all distorted today. Here is another story that became Noah and the ark story. So this Babylonian story right here is about a soul that's entered the quantum computer. Here, this big tower is the earth realm. And you got a soul leaving the simulation. But the soul entered the same way it exits. So the concept of Noah entering this arch and coming out after the flood was the story of you entering the earth realm, your arch, your pod, and you being able to make it out after the waters dry up. These waters are like a time release alarm clock to let this pod know when to open. So the more you wake up, the lower the water line gonna get. And when the lower line get to your head down there and it get dry all the way up, all of them wires gonna snatch up out of you and that shit gonna activate and open up and you gonna die in the video game. And they gonna debrief you on the other side. But it's like a fucking time bar with water. Instead, you know, like a mercury thermometer with mercury in it. Your pod is flooded with water. And you can't wake up till the flood recede, like Noah. He can't leave his ark until the water dry up. And the story of Noah not being able to leave his ark until the water dry up is the story of a caterpillar can't leave its cocoon until it complete the full transformation, and the cocoon basically gets so dry and brittle. It's at its least moist point when the thing is about to break out and crack it open, and like a chicken or egg. All of that water that's flooded inside the egg is literally the body of the chicken. All right, so when that shit harden up, it's because the chicken is transforming inside the egg, and all of them liquids is turning into a body, just like you when your mama's fetus bag. You started off as a soup of life as liquid, and that solidified. It was a sperm and liquid. Just like the bee larva, just like the caterpillar in a cocoon, you the same way. You're a sperm in a fetal bag, or a larva in a watery chamber or incubator, trying to transform into a human. And this process is a 7-layered transformation. You're going to imagine a caterpillar becoming a butterfly, then the butterfly becoming something, then that becoming something, and that becoming something, and everything it transformed to can fly higher than the last thing. To the point where you make your last transformation, you can fly so damn high that you just fly the hell up out the simulation like this dude right here. Your last transformation, it's gonna give you, right, so much. Think about it, right? The caterpillar couldn't go where the butterfly can go, and the butterfly is ain't gonna be able to go where the next thing gonna be able to go. Everything that the caterpillar transformed to gonna take it to a higher plane than its last version. And when it get to the 7th transformation, whatever it become at the 7th stage, the ancestors said that this thing can fly so high it can just escape the matrix, like what we see right here. It can fly clean the hell on out the simulation. That's your final transformation. So it's a process, y'all. But this is the story of Noah and the ark. It was all about resurrection in the simulation. And here is Noah and the ark right here in a whole nother Hebrew story about the soul ascending through the arches, through the firmaments or the ethers after the flood, right? Because the flood represent the veil being pulled over you, ignorance. So when the flood dry up, it's because you've got the knowledge back. Remember that when the sun come out, the rain stop. And the sun is when the light come on, then the flood recede, the water dry up. This is the same process of awakening with a caterpillar and a bee larva. It's so embedded into everything in nature, which is why I chose to become a syncretist. A syncretist is a person that's supposed to be able to make all these connections I'm making with what's happening in nature on a spiritual level and so-called physical level, or micro and macro, by syncing all the symbols together. So this drying up of this chamber is synonymous with awakening and transformation. Remember that the bee that rise up from this pit is a dry creature that ain't wet. When the butterfly, see, the thing is, what happens is what they tell you is this. They said when the butterfly break out of its cocoon, it got to wait about a few hours because its wings is kind of damp, right? And when it fully dry, it can take off because that dampness it is extra weight, right? But that's like a baby that's born, and the baby already know how to walk, but the baby is still, think about this, right? The baby is a soul coming from the other side. When it was in the mama belly, it was walking around. It gets out the mama belly and try to do what it was doing in the dream, and it falls down because why? You in the real world now. And them legs ain't developed yet just because your willpower and your intent has. So, same thing. A butterfly will leave the cocoon or leave the world, and oftentimes you will see it sit on that stick for a little bit a minute and before it take off. And what happens is when a soul die, it'll linger around the earth realm just for a little bit before it'll ascend to heaven, because you're just like that butterfly, sort of drying your wings off, getting that last bit of dampness off. And that's like saying goodbye to friends and family. That's like when I leave this little stick branch, that's my last farewell to this world. Because what happens is this. That butterfly will perch on this little stick, and in a way, it's looking at the cocoon like, how your soul looking at the earth realm, like that was my house. I was inside of that, transforming myself for all that time. So it's kind of like so much happening on a ritual symbolic level that's telling us the path of ascension is all around us, embedded into all of the symbols, which is why we call this a chrysalis, because the root word of it is Christ, dealing with, you know, the real knowledge of what Jesus represented. Look at this right here. Do y'all see this little unicorn stem that's connecting this cocoon to the tree? Let me show you the God L, because this knowledge is that I'm teaching is embedded in the symbolism, but ain't nobody teaching y'all, is nobody thorough enough. But you see this little unicorn horn on his head? It's just basically symbolizing he's inside of the simulation. This God right here is an underworld God, meaning this God is asleep just like you in the base reality. But this God is only, put it this way, right? When we made these fake worlds, right, we needed sort of spiritual gurus from the base reality to go inside of those worlds as gods to control them. But they can't act like they on your team. It'll jeopardize the game. Think about it. We created a game called life. And we said, let's see who the smartest souls that's gonna go in there and figure it out and get gnosis and knowledge and wake up with power to rise up out of there. To make the game challenging, guess what they did? They said, look, we need to send in some people from the real world to go in there and sort of like the people that's hiding the Easter eggs from the children. The children can't know where the Easter eggs at, but the adults can, because we already went through our Easter egg hunt. They was hidden from us when we was little. You gotta find them for yourself. And can't no parent go up to a child in an Easter egg hunt and help them, because that ain't gonna be fair to the other children if God just helped you. So this ritual is even in the Easter egg hunting, because every egg is a Pokemon ball with your soul in it that you open up and let. You know how the Easter eggs open up like a Pokemon ball? It's 7 of these with your consciousness in it, 7 layers of the self. You gotta find each egg to unlock that version of yourself, unlock each character of yourself. And when you collect 7 of them, you get the hell out of here. So check this out. This God called Yahweh, he's in the simulation sleep with you, just like Freddy Krueger chasing you around your dreams. But in order for Freddy Krueger to do that, he gotta be asleep too. Now, ain't that right? So this God is basically one of the people on the other side from the base reality that agreed to come in here and be a deceiver, to trick the babies like it's real. Because the game got to be hard. It can't be easy. Like the souls coming to this initiation got to literally be food that they in the real world, so that they can manifest the actual version of them in that simulation. Because the variables that's changing is that capitalism exists in this simulation. You got to compete for food and water, the Hunger Games. But in heaven, ain't no capitalism. Everybody equal gods and sovereignty. Ain't no competition. In the Hunger Games, you are manifesting a lower form of yourself, because even in these lower forms, there are things in them that you can utilize in the higher planes. It's certain things about your lower version here. Maybe they had a sense of humor, or maybe they knew how to make beats. Maybe they were a musician. You see, your soul is saying, listen. In heaven, it's saying, listen, I want to be a musician. And guess what the gods is telling your soul? You already a musician. You got to just go download that avatar. The soul don't want to do nothing in heaven. Everything that the soul is willing is a parallel reality that's already written. It was written. The soul is waking up to the layers of itself that exists in the multiverse, and it's going to collect that information through an exodus by leaving heaven. The soul is looking out and is looking into these little domes that exist in the base reality. It's looking in that dome, and what it's showing is that what's happening is this, right? In this real world, you walking up to this dome, and it's like a mannequin in a mall. You walking up to a storefront, and that storefront owner is telling you, you like that outfit? Try it on, man. Come on in and try it on. Try that outfit on. See how you look in this outfit, right? And so the outfit is your avatar in that simulation. So you're walking up to this little puddle, and the god of that world is like a dude that own a storefront, a Nike store, a Gucci store. He said, look, man, I got a version of you in this world that you will love. You'll look good in this. And it's basically that each of these little domes is a universe where some demigod has created a version of you that you become attracted to and say, I want to merge with that. That's how I became Bro Sanchez. I was a spirit in the base reality. I was exposed to Bro Sanchez before I became him. I looked inside of this world and I saw my whole life from beginning to end. And what the ancestors said was that there are many versions of you that you could have chose to merge. You're basically collecting. You don't know that you can be these other yous until you look into this world and you're exposed to this whole other version of you that you didn't even know exists. And what happens is you say, I like this version of me. I like this puppet you created. I like this simulated version of myself in this fake world. I like certain things about its character that I lacked in the base reality. And they open up this thing for you and say, okay, you get to go in here and merge with this version of you. And while you living out your life, guess what you gonna do? You gonna say, man, I don't like this about myself, but I like this about myself. I don't like this about myself, but I like this. And guess what your soul doing? It's extracting everything from that avatar that it won't, and it's leaving everything it don't want. And when it leave up out of this world, it's gonna have some that it didn't come with that's gonna make it a better version of itself. And it's gonna keep doing that. It's gonna leave this shit, and it's gonna, I know y'all saying I never come back, but guess what, bro? When you actually get up out of here and get to the base reality, everybody keep doing this. That's like saying I never buy another outfit. Bro, when you look and when you see a new outfit in the mirror that you think you look good in, you're going to try it on and you're going to tweak it to your liking. And this is like a big ass mall, if you will, where souls is just walking around looking into these little portals at different versions of themselves and constantly transforming themselves for the best. You see, that's what what's going on in the base reality. So these are like huge fucking pyramids. Like what we're looking at right here is a step pyramid from the top down view. You see the ripples, the circles on the outer ring, right? They are lower. The circles at the higher point up there, the smaller circles, they at the top. So Mount Meru is the highest point in this ripple effect Truman show. So when we were like gods, right? We were gods in the base reality around this circle. But everyone started climbing up. This is a step pyramid. And the lowest realm is the one that you entered. Let me show you what we look like real quick. Watch this. This is what we look like in heaven when we enter in the earth realm. Check this out. That egg is a firmament dome, but it's multi-layered. You see the layers? It's 7 layers. You gotta penetrate each layer to get to the innermost ball, because that's where your best version at. So to get to heaven, you gotta literally go through hell. So you are the sperm that's still being transformed, and your human body is just another phase of your embryonic development. So what am I telling you? You never were born. You never were born, man. Your human body is just another phase of your sperm embryonic development. And it ain't finished yet until after the 7th reincarnation. We're still transforming into something. The sperm transformed into a human, but it ain't gonna stop there. It's gotta make 6 more transformations. We're looking at our human body as, oh, we're born into the real world, when literally, according to the ancestors, you just at a phase of development that's beyond the sperm phase, but you ain't even a human yet, and you ain't even saw the real world yet. That the other phase of the sperm cell is what's called the fake human phase. Imagine this, right? Imagine a species that its infancy phase is imitation of its adult phase. Take a minute and ponder what I just said. There may be animals out there like that, where their infancy phase, right? How did I just put that? I confused my damn self. But the point that I'm making is,
like an imitation. Its younger
right,
self is imitating its oldest.
Right. You
version.
see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It's like that. The human is just an imitation of God. You know how kids try to act like adults, but that's what a young adult is. A baby human will imitate the big humans until it get it right. It's practicing, basically. So a baby God is imitating real gods, and it will go through 7 phases of its imitation phase for it literally get it right. And they say, okay, that ain't an imitation. He really a god. That's like a baby bird, right? It'll imitate big birds. It'll flap its little wings, but it won't go nowhere. Now the birds that's flapping their wings and they're flying, they're looking at the baby like, that's just play flying. That ain't really flying. He's like imitating. He's mocking us, basically, in its infancy. And it can't help it. It's out of ignorance, right? It's like a children trying to imitate what adults do, and they make a caricature or a mockery out of it. You know what I mean? But that's what the body is. It's literally making a mockery out of what the soul really is ultimately gonna become, but it has to do that. Like the mockery is no different than you saying, hey, I gotta make a mock version of something. You see how these words relate? Like in the tech field, they say, look, we made a mock version before we made the master version. They'll tell you, you know how many mock-ups we had to make before we got to this final great version that you enjoying? They had to make a lot of mock-up versions. But the mock-up version is your body. The body is the mock-up version, and the soul got to do that because the soul trying to create its best version, and it got to go through all of these mockeries, these mock-up versions. These imitations that ain't cutting it, you know. But the greatest version only exists because of the mock-ups. And that's why you got to respect this journey through the body. So I'm going to yield the flow. Shout out to Jay Santos, Jaden Stewart, and everyone joining. We having one of our deep think tanks I will be reading every super chat. I do see the love, and I can't thank y'all enough for supporting. But when I get in my spirit, I have to keep a certain flow going. I can't explain it to get the download. Trust me, I got y'all. I appreciate the love. Let's go to the next person.
Yo, when you was talking, you were showing the larva, right, for the beehive,
Uh-huh.
and the beehive looks just like the embryo stage for the human. That's
Yep.
what I was looking at.
That's facts. And what I'm showing you here about all of the sperms going into the egg, that was how you entered the earth realm. Because what I'm showing you here from the Truman Show is what the real world is fucking huge. I believe it's an infinite plane. But what we call an earth is just a little bitty quarantine circle, and we ain't even saw the real world yet. You ain't even breathed the real air yet. You ain't even experienced your real body that's on the other side yet. What happens is what I was saying, right? You got a bunch of souls in the base reality. They walking up to this dome and they climbing to the top of it like a people that's trying to climb a mountain. And see, we're basically looking at a step pyramid from the top down. And so what's happening is souls is approaching this thing from all around it. And they start on the first step, which is the lowest one. And they climb up, 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 up. And when they get right here, they burst up out this damn dome and come back to the other side, but they're different. They don't look the same. They transform. Y'all get what I'm saying? Let me show y'all what's happening with this.
Absolutely. Hey, can I say this before while you're pulling it up, please? I was gonna say, bro, the way you're the wording, right, and the syncretism is something that people really should catch on to and appreciate. And I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying, bro, it makes so many connections that is beautiful and it's painful at the same time, bro. That's just I just and the continual energy feed. Yeah, bro. You pulling it up. Go ahead, do your thing, bro. I appreciate
And let me thank you. And let me say this. Here's what a torus field is. It's basically, I'm gonna put it in children language. It's a split 3D bubble of magnetic energy that is contracting and expanding by perpetually recycling the energy in and around itself. That's what we're looking at. And the way this thing can keep going for infinity is based on one rule. All of the energy that passes through the middle of the torus field, it can never exit the same way. So if this law, because of this law, energy is constantly transforming itself at all times as it traveled through the middle of the torus. And so it's never exiting this thing the way it came, which makes it new energy, which means it can be used again and again and again and again, and it'll never, like, energy can't cease to exist. It can't be destroyed or created, but it can only be perpetually set in motion and transformed, right? That's the law of it. And because of that law, the torus field is the basic foundation of all energy and motion, which is why your soul shaped like this. This is the Merkaba, the starship. So this is actually what this Truman Show is. As above, so below. It's because you're in your own body. This is a ripple effect. But what I'm showing you is, in the base reality, you have souls entering this little ripple effect from all sides. And that's how you get this image. And all of these sperms going toward the egg, they're all trying to get to the middle of the egg so that they can, because each layer is a transformative layer that basically is 7 layers of the egg. And if y'all think I'm making this up, I'm gonna show y'all something else that just dropped on me. Stand by. This is deep, because the Vatican is showing us this. Let me show you. Here is the Vatican. And this is, I forgot the name of this courtroom at the Vatican, but this courtroom wasn't built by the people in power. These buildings are older than the damn papacy. The people that built these buildings were teaching Gnosticism and flat earth and Hinduism, which is why I'm showing you the Hindu universe. Look at the Hindu universe right here. Now they turned this concept to the damn Truman Show, y'all. Look, a movie. And you don't think it's real now because you think that the movies are fake and showing you the fake stuff. And that's the mind fuck. All of the souls in the base reality are entering the terrarium from the outside in, and the lowest step is the first one. You step up right here and you climb the stairway to heaven. Now guess what? When I got news for you. As a soul from the base reality, once you cross over and take that first step into the terrarium, you cannot exit. The only way out is in now. It's the point of no return. Y'all see my pointer? Look at here.
Yep.
You was a soul in the outside world right here. Now listen, the moment you crossed over and stepped into the Truman Show, you can't get out. You got to go in to get out. You can't turn around now and go back and be a god now, because the moment you stepped over, you lost your knowledge. So you can't go back to the other side without the knowledge. And the only way you can get the knowledge now is by going inward to the core self. At the middle of this ripple effect is the you with all the knowledge. But remember now, you had all the knowledge of the multiverse before you stepped in here. But you came in here to get new knowledge of a version of you that you were getting acquainted with. I went over that. And the moment you merge with that version of you by taking the first step, you cannot undo that. In other words, the moment a caterpillar spin a cocoon, the only way out is transformation. A caterpillar can't say, well, let me out of this cocoon. Nope. Once you seal that shit up, you can't get out. Now you trapped unless you transform to a butterfly. Y'all checking with me?
Yo, please, I don't mean to cut you off, but look, if you zoom in on the cocoon, it has the rings on the top.
There you go. Brother, let me drop a bomb. There you go. There you go. And that's the step pyramid. There you go. That's the step pyramid right there. You see it right there, capping off the whole thing. Because check this out now. It's so clear to us what that hat they wearing mean now. It's all about Neuralink awakening. Because think about it, right? Here's what I know for a fact happened. Our ancestors created Neuralink. And they went into simulations to master themselves. But they didn't go into one simulation. Think about this. What if I make a Neuralink hat and that hat takes you into a simulation? And in that simulation, I say, now walk your fake ass avatar body over here and let me put a Neuralink hat on that one too. And we're going to take you into another simulation. So you really got on 7 Neuralink hats. And you got to rip, because think about it. When you rip off your first Neuralink hat, that's just going to take your consciousness out of that first simulation. But what's behind that veil is a whole nother you. It's another Neuralink hat under that one that you got to rip off. The ancestors said we made a simulation and a simulation and a simulation and a simulation and a simulation 7 times. So we created Neuralink when we left the base reality. And that was the first simulation, or what they call the first heaven. And then we created 6 more, and they only got worse the more we made. So you start off in the worst one. And it's like this right here. It's like students in school. You start off in the worst conditions in the worst school as a baby. Why? Because preschool, kindergarten, ain't nobody finna spend a lot of money to make the shit look like Princeton University campus. because you got little bitty children that's just gonna tear stuff up and damage stuff anyway. So your first couple of grades are gonna be, you ain't gonna be able to use the classy equipment. You're gonna use the big fat ass cheap pencils. I remember when I was young, they didn't even let the kindergartens write on white paper. You use this brown ass recycled paper. Like they gave the young children like the hand-me-down shit, so to speak. To say that, okay, they don't need, like, why would a corporation invest that much to make quality stuff for kindergartens and preschoolers who just tearing stuff up? Like, even when you designing their clothes. So that's the kind of concept of like what the universe is doing. It's saying, listen, the baby's gonna start off in the worst worlds. And now you may think that's child abuse, but what is a worse world? Think about this, right? A baby spirit is a chaotic soul that need to master itself. We put babies in pens to protect them from themselves and other people from them, because a baby can catch the house on fire if you don't watch it. The baby been to set the whole, got into some, next thing you know, them pausing some, set the house on fire. Baby don't know no. We put the baby in a pen, not just to protect the baby, but to protect us too. Ignorance is deadly. That baby can, let me tell you something. What is the baby pen? It's a cube, right? Watch this. It's a square. They put the baby in the little, or what they call it, a crib or something like that. One of these.
Yeah, a little playpen. Yeah, yeah.
Right. And that's what the earth is. It's a big cube. The souls from the other side, they put you in here. They say, okay, put all the babies in the little pen. That way the babies can play with each other, be chaotic as they want, and it's safe for everybody. So on a spiritual level, all of the baby souls are quarantined. You're put in this pen or this egg, this Truman Show, and as the babies mature, they get to go closer to the center. So the youngest souls are in the outer layer of the egg. And when they get a little mature, they can pass to a next layer. And the souls that's in the very middle of the egg, they have matured to the point now where they've graduated from the egg. They're out to school, like I was showing y'all right here. All of these souls entering from the outside, they're just gonna meet again in the middle right here and crash with each other. You see?
Bro, you're cooking, man. Hey, I got to jump off, but listen, hey, can you speak a little bit on polarities? Because that's kind of what you're a little bit speaking on, like touching on with the renewable energies, and like right there at that inflection point where it's north and south polarities, but where they meet, they create light and shit, where they tear the ether almost. And I'm gonna keep listening up.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man.
Polarity. Let me give y'all some good polarity knowledge. Salutes to this brother. Thank you for your energy, man. The yin and the yang gives us a great story of polarity. Black and white, ignorance, darkness. Ignorance and knowledge. Light and darkness only exist because ignorance and knowledge exist. What we call light and darkness is literally the micro manifestation of ignorance and knowledge. On a macro level, we don't call it light and darkness. We call it ignorance and knowledge. On a micro level, inside of our little terrarium, we translate the outside knowledge world into dual language, or the language of the duat. So think about what I'm telling you. This truth of the simulation exists outside of the simulation. But once you try to say this truth from inside the game, which is trying to fake like it's real, none of this truth makes sense. It's like this. All right, it's like we in my living room talking about the real world. And then I put y'all in a video game that looked like the real world. None of the stuff that we were saying about the real world is gonna be able to apply or fit to the video game world. And that's what we're doing now. Because when we in my living room talk about the game from the outside, we're speaking as if we are a player holding a controller. But the moment I put you in the damn game, you don't even know it's a game. Think about this right here. What if you're playing Grand Theft Auto and in your living room you controlling this player in Grand Theft Auto, but inside the game, the player that you controlling don't even know it's being controlled. It think that it's doing what it want to do. It don't know that you got a damn controller in the living room moving it. From the game perspective, the dude in the game is saying, I want to go to the store. It don't know that you just hit the button to walk to the store from the living room. It thinks from the game, it got free will. It don't know it's some controlling it from the outside. So once you enter the game, you forget about the dude in the living room with the controller. And that's who we're remembering right now with our awakening. We've been in this game thinking that we're the player and that the game is Earth. But now we're remembering, wait a minute, bro. I'm the dude in the living room with the controller. This makes sense?
Hell yeah.
Shout out to my nigga Quentin, man. Welcome back, my bro.
What's cracking, broski? I've been on this motherfucker the whole time. I had to be a little quiet. One, because you was cooking. And when I say cooking, to the utmost. And two, because, I had the baby in the car earlier. But everybody sleep now, so it's daddy's time to chill and rock back with y'all. And when I say, bro, right now, we on the same wavelength, because I was recently just doing some studies on that and Gnosticism and the whole how many gods were actually in the Bible mentioned by name before they changed it to the New Testament and took it out. And when I say there was many gods mentioned in the Bible, and like when you was talking about Yahweh earlier, Yahweh was like a god that tried to take over or usurp all the other gods, like he was greater than the rest that he also mentioned in the Bible. Yeah. But El was like the head of the council of gods, if you will. Yep. Same way you done always gave it to us. Like, you know what I'm saying? So definitely, bro. Like I said, motherfuckers definitely on 100%.
And if they really want to go deep into like the demiurge Sophia with Yahweh and how that relate to us, because look, I'm gonna show y'all some more images of Yahweh real quick to show you how deep, what the piggyback off what Q saying, right? Watch this. Yahweh tried to say he's God and there is no other gods, and he's God over all gods. But if you look at Yahweh, what is that? That's just your mind, your consciousness. Look, the reason Yahweh was ridiculed for saying that, because what Yahweh represent is ignorance. The demiurge represent your ego, your own ignorance of thinking that this version of you is the only version of you that exists. See, the spirit of Yahweh is the person that laugh at the idea of parallel realities, laugh at the idea of the multiverse, right? The spirit of Yahweh is the person that looks in the mirror and ignore the dream. They think that the version of them in the mirror is all there is, and they don't know that the dreams is giving them reflections that the mirror here can't give them, and that the dream world is reflecting other versions of the self, and the universe allowing you to see who you are from all of these different angles and layers, so you can correct all of these aspects of the self. You're a multi-dimensional creature. So Yahweh is the spirit that rose up on earth that said, ain't nothing but me. That was like the people that's pushing back against Gnosticism with the church and keeping the simulation going. They convincing everybody that the version of you in this world is all there is, ain't nothing else to see. And that's hiding all his knowledge, which is exactly what Yahweh wants. That's exactly what the spirit of this world want. It want every person to think the version of me that exists in this damn world is all there is. And that's literally why Yahweh was saying, there are no other gods but me. Today, that would be a nigga that's saying, man, ain't no other versions of me, Sanchez. That's some pseudo shit. It's just me and only me, nigga. I'm from Compton, I'm a gangster, and that's all there is. You telling me I'm a teacher in another world, nigga. You telling me I'm a god in another world, nigga. I'm a Crip. And that's all I am. And that's all I'ma be. That's Yahweh. That's the spirit of the demiurge. That's ignorance. Yeah,
he definitely was on that. And like, you could tell because if you look at the thing that he's saying, the verses in the Bible, like, well, we didn't want Adam to eat from the tree of knowledge and the tree of life, so that way he wouldn't be like us.
He
so
won't
you
know.
acknowledge that you are amongst the many. You ain't really the top.
That's so fact. That's so fact. Cause that's like your I version. That's like a nigga that do that, and we all have done this before. We do a little good for ourselves in life, and we get comfortable. And you start telling yourself, "I'm good. I'm gonna stay right here." That's the spirit of Yahweh. That's the demiurge that's saying, "It don't get no greater than this. There is no other greater success than where I'm at right now. There is no other God than me. Than where I'm currently at right now." That's like, Yahweh halted his own spiritual development and became so bitter that he got stuck in the underworld. But they not telling you in these myths the specific mentality that Yahweh had to condemn himself. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's because they don't really talk about all the other gods that the Bible mentioned from all the other civilizations by name, unless you really go back to the Old Testament and see it before it got mistranslated. Because they ended up translating old gods and goddesses' names to shit like geography and other little words that, you know, had like regular meanings as opposed to, or metaphoric meanings as opposed to you knowing that this is a literal meaning.
And you know what, Q? Everything you saying right now is why I'm even able to be a syncretist, because people got to realize and think about what you just said, why it's so important. There would be no such thing as syncretism if they didn't separate all the knowledge with the language trick, the mythologies and all that. Syncretism is just a nigga that's taking all the pieces of the puzzle that they separated and bringing them back together. So when you read the definition of syncretism, you'll see that it's the amalgamation of ancient symbols and religions.
And that's Gnostic though, bro. That's what you was talking about earlier with the Gnostics. That was what I first stepped into when I stepped out of Christianity, was Gnosticism.
Yeah.
And it's because it reveals the true nature of the creator of the universe versus, like you said, the creator of the earth. It breaks down the lives. I believe that the Gnostics came out with a book called the Book of Truths. That was one of those things that they ended up going over the whole book of Genesis in detail and breaking down what lies was in it, and then breaking down the psychology of the snake versus God, and showed you how God was the damn devil and the snake was, you know, for Adam and Eve.
You know what Q? So glad you joined, man, because right now I'm redoing a lot of content on my channel. Y'all know I've been uploading a lot of videos about the church, Gnosticism. I'm building my foundation because I'm gonna work my way up to the cosmology, the flat earth, and now I'm gonna have a solid foundation to where I'm gonna be able to tell people, if you want to know what I mean by this, go watch my video on Gnosticism, go do this. See, a lot of shit that I'm teaching, you ain't going to be able to get this part till you get that part. And what I realize is that I didn't really lay my channel out with like a whole step-by-step of how all the bullshit started and how we get here. So I'm doing that now. I'm starting like with Because people don't realize you got to start with the church. Yeah.
Though. When I say not to interrupt you, but you definitely got the pieces. And the only reason I know that is because of how long I've been with you, bro. It's like when you think about the ripple effect documentary that you did towards, early on. That's one of the most profound ones that you ever did, and that shit is one of those foundational things that people need to see before they start stepping into other stuff. That one and that Her Story to History, very, very fucking important.
And that's why, Q, that's why I've been doing less streaming and doing these uploads, because I'm building, even though those uploads may not get a lot of views, those are really the bread and butter of the channel, not the live streaming, because what happens is the uploads grow my subscribers, whereas the live streams is just a bunch of views for my channel from people who already subbed. So I be uploading videos and people look at the viewer numbers and it may not get as many views as a live stream, but all of those views are new people, damn near. That's saying, you feel me? So what I'm realizing is YouTube algorithm pushes a lot of your edited uploads inside what's called the fucking, the little part of YouTube where the home page and y'all got all the videos, it's suggesting to you. You notice most of those are uploads. And that, like, for me personally, if I want to see live streams, I gotta really look for that shit, because YouTube it suggests mainly edited shit because it's better for ads. But the thing is, your live streams is more for your subs already with notification. But when you upload a video on an upload, they putting that out to everybody, even people that ain't sub to you. They don't push the live streams to like new viewers like they do
that makes
your
sense.
uploads.
That's why you can't find the live ones, because the videos be up, but the live ones you gotta hit live.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Maybe you should do them in volumes. You should have like volume 1, volume 2. So when you say go to volume series 1, volume 2, or whatever like that, they'll be able to go to it easier versus you saying the definition when you say volume 1, series 2.
Hey, much love, my nigga Retton. Thanks for coming back. Hey, and check this out, Retton, too, was about how they got the shit laid out, right? See, if you're a channel that only do live streaming and you're very, like, you got some live stream channels that's bougie, like their live stream quality is the level of a nigga edited video quality. Like, some of these podcasts are looking good. The camera views is it's professional. It's commercial ready.
Do you have a roadcaster?
No, but I know one thing.
Get you a roadcaster, right? Because when you use a roadcaster, it's gonna equalize everything. You don't have to do too much editing. The sound gonna be everything. All your drops and your hat picks, all that's gonna go in there with it, and it's gonna be equalized out when you do it on a roadcaster. Everything is already edited. All your volume and your sounds, you know what I'm saying? So get a roadcaster and add it to your thing. I think it'll be easier for you, brother.
And you're right, like when it comes to like live stream quality, it ain't that's why YouTube algorithm pushes certain because people was like, yeah, they do push your uploaded shit more than your live streams, but that's if your channel do live streams and upload it. Some channels only do uploaded, some channels only do live, and they'll tell you like, I got a channel just for live streaming and a channel just for uploaded because of the problems that I'm pointing out with YouTube, which is the algorithm studies your channel and it learns what videos to suggest to the public. And if you do live stream and uploaded videos, it's gonna favor your uploaded shit over the live streams. Now, the reason that sucked for me is because I really go in on my live streams some damn near harder than my uploaded shit sometimes.
You do. But like I said, if you use that roadcaster for your live streams, you won't have to do that much editing. Because when you do videos, you already edit your videos off the top. Because you put the video out. But when you do those live streams and you had it on your roadcaster, it's gonna equal out the people that's people on their phone and they sound be messed up. It's gonna fix all that for you. It's gonna save you a
Bro,
whole
you
bunch of
might
time.
be giving me a lifesaver right now. I'm gonna
I
look this
promise you,
shit
bro.
up, bro. No,
Get
but
you
for
a
real, I'm on
roadcaster,
some real shit. Or REE, real cat, cause I've seen
a
those, but I never
roadcaster.
thought I needed one, bro.
Yeah, you do. Only for your lives,
Yeah,
because you won't have to go back and do all that editing, because it's gonna do it for you automatically.
bro, I'm about to look that up. Thanks for these donations, cause y'all, I'm constantly upgrading my shit. Hey, matter of fact, let me take a quick break and read donations, and then now I'm gonna pass the mic to my panel because we cooking and we got so much stuff to talk about. Like, we didn't even talk about Trump that much, but one thing I was gonna say was like, anybody still supporting Trump at this point is stubborn, it's ego, it's I don't want to admit that I'm wrong, because I'm gonna keep supporting the captain of this ship even though this motherfucker sinking real quick. He know what he doing. This ship gonna float again, even though the whole half of this bitch underwater. And it's like, bro, y'all gotta go and admit that this captain sunk this ship, and like, it ain't even his fault, because y'all believing in the puppet, and it ain't like Trump doing what he want to do. But his supporters think that this shit, they don't think the world a stage. But let me give a shout out to 1970 John Henry. He said, Matrix pods, peace. Wow. Yeah, Matrix pods. The pods that you see in the Matrix are a spiritual cocoon as at the North Pole that's housing the real you. That real you is sleep while this you walk around a dream that you call Earth. Facts. I didn't make this up. This is the knowledge that the ancestors was teaching people. I'm just bringing it back, and it's making me get laughed at, which let me know that, hey, if you're telling the truth in a world full of lies, then people shouldn't celebrate it. You should be getting ridiculed, laughed at, and crucified. If the world started celebrating this shit that I'm saying, I will immediately start looking for the lies in it. I gotta be lying. I might not know I'm lying, but if the most of the world start cheering for ain't no fucking way. My message is friendly with the majority. I'm a Gnostic, and Gnostics have always been the minority that was crucified and put to death by the majority, by the church, by the Christian thinking people who say, y'all are Satanists, you're messing up the Bible. No, you interpreting the Bible literally, and that's what the papacy trained you to do.
Yo, Sanchez.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, peace to the panel. Yo, remember in the Matrix, I think it was the second or the third one, and when Neo was talking to the architect, and he literally told him like this is the third version or fourth version or something.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
and guess what? Guess what? They man, it said in the Bible something like that, like in a lot of mythologies that the earth have been destroyed and created many times. Let me give a shout out to Sally McDermott. Thank you so much, sister. And to Reverend Jagar Official. We are all Cain the Conqueror. A shout out to Rev Jaguar, Cain, not King. Hey, man, much love to everyone that's hitting the super chat. Let me read all these super chats. In the future, I'm going to try to do them as y'all send them. But sometime I get the Holy Ghost and I'll be trying to give you the download. But let me give a shout out to Sugar Man. Sanchez, do you still astral project to the middle of the ocean to conquer your fears? I don't. And I'm going to tell you some, Sugar Man. If y'all don't mind me going on a little spiritual rant that's going to open your eyes real quick, watch this. One of my worst dreams was me being in the middle of the ocean at night. I'd rather dream of falling off a cliff than have that dream. And one thing about that dream, which is my worst fear, you know what's crazy? You're in the middle of the ocean right now at nighttime, which is the simulation. That dream is a direct reflection of a macro reality. I told you shit play out in the simulation in symbols. Remember that the binary code is the truth, but the icon is the lie. When you navigate your computer, you use pretty little icons and symbols. But those are the glyphs and symbols that's creating the matrix reality around you. A flower, this, that. It's a symbol of something from the spiritual realm that's way more intricate. Everything in this world is something else on the other side that is being misrepresented. Even Plato taught this knowledge that I'm saying. And that includes your fucking body is a misrepresentation of your soul.
It's called the GUI, graphic user interface, or a HUD, heads up display.
I never heard that, but that's interesting though. Salutes to the think
they
tank.
use it in games and like computers and shit. It's pretty much what you just said.
So everybody, so that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm glad I got a community like this, because, bro, you know how many people they call crazy that's like us. But if it's thousands of us in a community of us, now you gonna call all of us crazy? What you gonna say? All of us was on some kind of drug when we was lucid dreaming, when we was astral projecting. Because when you talk like this to physicists, that's how they downplay this spiritual reality, bro. That's why they call a physicist, because they gotta keep selling you physicality. Ain't nothing physical about this holographic simulation. And when we start realizing the makeup of this thing, we can manipulate reality around us like Neo in the Matrix, which is why the physicist is a real soldier for the demiurge.
So you talk about atoms, right? How atoms vibrate, and that's what you mean, right?
Well, I don't subscribe to the atomic theory.
Pixels.
You said pixels?
All right. We don't talk atoms, we talk pixels.
There we go.
Because
it's funny because I've never heard you bring that up, but so break it down. I get what you're saying, like TV pixel,
well,
you know, the phone pixels.
Well, one thing about the pixel concept, yeah, I've always, when I debunked the atomic theory, the only thing I was left with was my pixel concept. And my concept about the pixels is basically off the very simple fact that once we say we're in a simulation, what holds things together, it can't be atoms, it gotta be pixels now. And I'm gonna show you why pixels though. Because pixelation literally determines the holographic nature of reality. So if you say, like, think about fish in the water, in the ocean. Right. What's holding all of the water together? Like, what's creating one screen on your TV? All of the pixels. It's like a brick wall. If you look real close at your TV, you will see these little bricks making like a brick wall pattern. That is the Masonic checkerboard pattern. See, what happens is when you get into Freemasonry, they go into brick symbolism, they go into checkerboard symbolism, but I'm gonna show y'all something about the matrix real quick. Watch this. See, every channel on cable is born from this. Without this, nothing can exist.
White noise.
This white noise, you got me. This is the primordial ocean. But what is it? Black and white, yin and yang. This is a cosmic war that's taking place between a yin and a yang. Guess how this white noise is created? It's a noise based upon the war of Armageddon. You know how noisy warfare is? When two armies fighting each other, that thing sound is noise. So white noise is a war. What is a war between black and white? Watch this, right? For every soldier that the army on the left kill, the army on the right kill one of theirs too. For every Crip that's killed by a blood, equally a blood is killed by a Crip, And when you look at this static screen, every time you see a black dot fade away and turn white, a white dot fade away and turn black. And the fluctuation of this is what creates your static screen sort of illusion of this motion. If you really look at a TV screen on static, what's happening? Every time a black little dot disappear, a white one appear. And every time a white went, vice versa. And it's so equally done that you get this uniform print like this of And guess what? This is the knowledge of life and death. Every time a soul die and leave, a soul enters. And it creates this white noise, which is the background behind all of the channels, which are the ethers, meaning that the simulation is made out of the real light of souls. We say that this is a hologram, right? Hologram need a light source. What did Morpheus tell you in the Matrix? That you are the light of the, that's the Bible said, the Bible said you are the light of the world. And in the Matrix, Morpheus said the same thing by telling Neo every human was a battery. So the world is a holographic simulation made out of light. But the question is, where did these archons get the light from if they are full of darkness? If they are darkness and they don't got no light, how the hell the world outside is a hologram made out of light? That light gotta come somewhere. This explains why they want to keep you here. If every person with a soul leave, this shit'll fade away. It won't even exist. The people without light, they'll just be in the dark. The darkness ain't ceasing to exist. It's existing without no reality. That's hell. That's really what real hell is. It's existing separated from the light. And the dark beings that rule this simulation, they are only holding a form from us. If every being of light leave this earth, the vampires are fucking vanished. They can't live without sucking your blood. They are only able to project as an avatar in this realm by bathing themselves in your light. That's like this right here. Let's say you are a shining light, but you in the darkness. And all of these evil wolves around you, they're only illuminated because they're standing in your light, not because they have their own aura. If you move, you'll lead them niggas in darkness. They can front like they shining, but that's cause you right there. If you move, them niggas ain't got their own light. They vampires. They get to tell everybody, look at me. I'm a human too. Look, I got an aura. But see, you can fake in this simulation. Everyone look like a human, which is what a fallen angel is, a being of light, which is why I say they ain't like us, even though they look like us. If we leave, they won't exist. We gonna always exist.
Sanchez, just to piggyback off the white noise, I know you was like veering a little bit, but like, you know how they say like people got tendinitis and like you can always hear your ears ringing and it's because of health reasons. So say if you was a real human, like with a soul like me, bro, like I constantly, like my ears are always ringing, bro.
Mine too.
And then, yo, sometimes, Sanchez, right, the shit will stop me dead in my tracks, and it'll just be just the right side, or it's gonna be just the left side, or
and
it's gonna be both of them.
It's a download, bro.
And guess
I don't
what?
know what it is.
And guess what? It happens at random times, and it's almost like it's interrupting a flow, and it starters you in a all moment. And you know what else? And I'm showing you that the people who experience the ringing, you're part of a cult that I'm part of too. That we ain't like a lot of people. Let me tell you what. This is us, bro. We ain't the same. And I'm gonna tell y'all why we do that, because I'm figuring out that's part of our awakening. You know, they said when the class is over, the bell start ringing. People who get the tinnitus, they are waking up from the thing is this right here, right? We're starting to hear that ringing that you hear is basically like a fish that's able to hear the water that is in. Now that's a difficult task. Imagine being a fish in the ocean, but how would you be able to hear the waves and hear the ocean if you submerged in it? That's when they say quiet yourself, meditate. Now think about being a fish in the ocean. How do you hear the very thing that you? That's like some people can't smell that they house stink because it's their house. They be in it. You see what I'm saying?
Good one, good one.
So you're starting to hear the very thing you're submerged in because now we're removing we're exiting. That's part of our awakening. If you're not hearing that, you ain't waking up. That's literally and they gonna say you're crazy. They gonna say it's a health thing. But all of us ain't crazy. But see, that I'm gonna tell you how I know that's some real shit. The tinnitus is start off loud as hell, and then it fade away and get quieter and quieter till you don't hear it no more.
You ever notice, like when the power goes out, the noise level in your head is so loud. The silence is loud.
Yeah.
That's fact, bro.
Based on my research, that's supposed to be your own frequency.
Let me tell you something. Shout out to my nigga Marlon. Hey, Marlon always joining, dropping the jewels, man. Shout out to Marlon. And I'm gonna tell you, you know, that's deep because, you know what I'm saying, why the shit fade in and out. It's because I believe we're venturing in and hearing into a spectrum of audio that we don't supposed to hear, us tinnitus people. And that sound, that ringing we hear, it's always there, but we ain't always tuned to it. And what I mean when Marlon just said, when the power go out, see, noise ain't just coming from audible shit with speakers. The electricity and motion that's flowing through the ether is like waves in the ocean that's creating noise that's inaudible, that's louder than the noise that's audible. Let me tell y'all something. In this world, if you got away from civilization, like these tribes, and isolated yourself for like years, guess what? That ringing sound that you hear, it'll always be there mildly in the background. You would never stop hearing it. What I'm telling y'all is that the ringing sound was just part of our reality. Think about this right here, right? You ever saw a movie, it's like a sci-fi movie, and they would do some technological shit like upload the mind, or even they'll abduct somebody with the aliens, and it'll always be that ringing sound like, when they acting like they being so technological and alien-like, they give you the tinnitus sound. But when they beaming shit and all that, but watch this, right? I believe when we first uploaded into the simulation, we can hear the hardware, and you remember AOL, the dial-up sound, when we dialed up the sound, and all that noise AOL would make when you dial up.
Hell yeah. I kept trying to explain that to my son. He don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I gotta show him.
I'm saying that when we first entered this shit, that ringing sound was the beaming, it was like the beaming sound. Like, the thing about that is it's a signal that's coming from the console itself. Like a machine, like when your wash machine on, it creates this vibratory light. So that sound, that ringing, it's the sound of the game being on. This very sound of the mechanism, the simulation itself. And so
I got a little
hold on, let me finish. That sound was very prevalent when we first entered and fell as gods, y'all. It's like, if I was to put it this way, if I put y'all all on Neuralink, I'm going to land here. If I hooked y'all all up to Neuralink right now, and I beamed your consciousness into a simulation, they would probably warn you that, hey, you're going to see bright flashing lights and you're going to hear high-pitched sounds till we pitch your upload your soul to the other side. Why? Because you're now the same AOL signal. You're connecting online. You are the fucking signal. So you're gonna hear these internet-like sounds on your way into the internet. You get what I'm saying? But over time, that will fade away. It didn't go nowhere. You're just ignoring it. It's so constant in the background that the mind just cancels it out naturally. So what I'm telling you is, once you start waking up to the fact that, hey, I'm inside of a fucking game, you can hear the machine again. Think about what I'm telling you. If all us in the video game, and when we first got in the game, we can hear the game, but the longer we stayed, the actual rumbling of the video game got canceled out because we start forgetting we even in a game. But the moment we start remembering, oh shit, we uploaded into the internet in a game, now we can start hearing the game again. It's the same concept of, you don't see white trucks on the road until you buy one. Until you buy a white truck, now you see them everywhere. But until you tell yourself, I'm in a game, you don't even hear the shit. So tinnitus is the soul. You can't even have tinnitus if you ain't at some form of awakening. And I'm telling y'all, the ringing in your ear is gonna get louder and louder the more woke you get. And it's gonna reach a point that's so loud, it's gonna climax with you just waking up out the game. And that was kind of what happened when we entered the game, just like dial-up internet. The noise get loud as hell, and it stops once you get online. That noise ain't never stopped because there's always someone dialing up. You just stop hearing it because your shit connected. It's still there. Once you get online, it's like this static right here. Once you find a channel, you don't see the static no more. But guess what? The static's still there. You wouldn't be able to have a channel without the static. Every channel is dialed up. It's like the static is like the ocean. It's like the static is like a stage and the channel is the shit on the stage. Like, you can't have the channel without the static.
The sea and energy.
Right. And behind every channel is this static. That's what I'm telling you. That you hit it. This is the primordial sea.
The static is organized into whatever your focus. Like, it's always there, but once the program comes on,
it tell it what to be. That's it. That's it.
Yo, Sanchez.
Yeah.
You was talking about this tinnitus stuff. Please look up the GATE program, please. I don't know if you know that. You know what that is?
You know what? I can't tell you off that, so I'm gonna look it up.
Please do, because what I was talking about, it get real spooky when you look it up. You'll see.
When you were saying like the tinnitus get louder, the first thing I thought of was what's that movie Inception, with the dream and the dream and the dream, and like how when Sanchez just broke it down, he was like, when niggas start waking up and shit, like in the movie Inception, they turn on like a certain song so they know it's time to wake up kind of situation. Yeah. I was just trying to like piggyback the analogy with that movie and what Sanchez says. That's crazy.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something about tattoos, and you see these tribes, they will tattoo their whole face and put symbols on their body. Well, let me give y'all why the tattoo was important. I was researching ways to become a lucid dreamer. And don't you know that one of the number one ways that I kept seeing was this sort of method where you tattoo a symbol on you, a real tattoo. You go to the tattoo shop, you tell them, look, I want a certain symbol that you created. You know in your mind this symbol means that you are God, you woke, and that you're a lucid dreamer, and that what basically you got this symbol that whenever your mind see it, it thinks I'm woke. Wherever I am, whenever I am, I need to know that I need to be woke and not sleep to the fact that I'm in a simulation, right? So you get this sort of woke tattoo on you. And what that does, right? When you dream, because a person may dream and bring that tattoo to the dream. It's the whole concept behind it to where, like, okay, certain things about yourself in this world can be crossed over into other worlds. And the ritual of a tattoo is like a sigil. Like the symbol that you getting tatted on you have a meaning. The meaning is, wake up, nigga, you dreaming. You sleep, pinch yourself. You sleep, you in a dream. So
Like the
some way,
breadcrumbs,
yes,
Passover
yes, yes. So like we can, these symbols are basically all of it. Let me share some with y'all about these symbols, cause like what I'm teaching y'all, I ain't gonna act like this. I'm still researching, but watch this, right? You see these ethers right here. Each of these worlds is a different parallel reality, but it was said that you can't take the knowledge from one world into another, so they separated. So like the Sanchez that y'all talking to now, I'm a flat earther. I make beats and all that, right? But sometime when I dream, I go to these other worlds over here and I don't know how to make beats. And I'm not a flat earther. I'm something else. Like I'm a regular dude in some of these dream worlds. You feel me? I'm something else. So it's like the knowledge that I have of me making beats and all that get left with the me that's sleeping in the bed here. And I go and open up this other mind, and that version of me in that world, it learned other stuff. It didn't learn make beat making. It didn't do the stuff the me did here. So these ethers are separated with different layers of consciousness and memories that you're recording in different layers of reality. But here's the thing. The question was, how do we connect all of the layers? In other words, how do I lucid dream? How do I be in one world and conscious that I'm asleep in another world? The answer to that was symbolism. And I lucid dream and I astral projected before. It's always something in the dream that triggers you to remember, wait, I'm fucking dreaming, nigga. If that symbol in the dream never was there, you would just live on in the dream dreaming. But you always become lucid in the dream. Something happens, some symbolic event or some that makes you now lucid. And you say, oh shit, I'm dreaming. But see, the thing about that is the way the mind works. Once you do a ritual, rituals can permeate through all of the ethers, y'all. So it's only one thing that we can carry to every ether, and that's symbols and ritual. So the versions of you that sleep in another ether that don't got this knowledge, guess what exists in those worlds? The pyramids, the hieroglyphs, the symbols exist in every parallel reality. So in each one, the way out is there. You just gotta wake up to it and say, oh, nigga, I know. And you gonna, in every world you wake up, you gonna become a syncretist. And it ain't because, yeah.
Every time I realize I'm dreaming, that's when I wake up.
And that's what I'm saying, though, like, the concept of realizing that you dreaming and waking up, it's the first step. You're a baby lucid dreamer, or what they call a baby multidimensional being, aka a baby god. See, Marlon, we're gonna start to harness this gift of being in alternative realities and holding our conscious there, or focusing the thought to hold our manifestation in that. That's what this whole thing is about, what the path that we're on now. It's being lucid is becoming the Satan, becoming Lucifer. Because when you say Lucifer, you're talking about the loose flame. You have a flame of fire that is inside of your body that they call the soul, your consciousness. and it's trapped. When this fire is loose, Lucifer, Lucifer is a soul that broke free from the sin. Lucifer is a soul that said, you know what, I'm God. Ain't nobody over me. I am self-law and master. And when you start talking like that, guess what gonna happen to you? They gonna kick you out of here, which is what happened to the devil. The devil is representing liberation, the Kundalini serpent, which is Satan. It's the Lucifer, when the flame is loose, when the Kundalini is released, the lucid flame, the loose fire, Lucifer. When that thing gets released, brother, we gonna be like God, just like the devil said, I'm gonna make you like God.
I wanted to touch base on the astral projecting now. I was wondering, like, would you say there's like herbs and like certain like tonics that one could take besides just the tattoos, Sanchez? Like,
well, here's the thing about the tattoos, right? Here's the thing about the tattoos. It ain't the tattoo. It's a ritual. If you ever made a sigil is you writing out a sentence on a paper and saying, I am healthy. I am wealthy. You write this sigil out, and then you cross out all of the letters that repeat each other until you only left with a few alphabets that ain't repeating, and you turn those into a unique symbol. That frequency, that unique symbol that you just made is connected to an entire parallel reality where whatever the version of yourself you trying to manifest here, that symbol is like a little mini star fort. All these star forts are the cymatic frequency of some star in the sky that they turned into an architectural symbol on the ground, as above, so below, and now they can project their consciousness to that parallel reality. Our ancestors was able to travel the multiverse with technology. So yeah, you can use ambrosias, herbs, right, and all that, but use truth. Meaning that if a person don't have truth, it don't matter what kind of drugs and technology they using, they'll never see the truth. Because hear me out, right? You know that there are parallel realities you can tap into. So now you're just looking for methods on how to do it. But if a person don't even know nothing about the multiverse, you can give them mushrooms and they still ain't gonna come back but knowing the truth. They're gonna still be a dumbass.
Facts. Hey, man, you cooking so much,
they not gonna see what you saw. Because look, Key North, watch this, bro, and I'm finna let my nigga Key take over, because the truth is the first thing that you take. Because once you take the truth, now we can get into all these methods on getting out the body, and it'll work for us. My message is, if a person don't first take the red pill, the truth, all the other shit ain't gonna work no way. You gonna see some stupid shit. You're gonna take a mushroom, and because you ignorant as hell and you believe in space and the globe, you gonna go to the space, nigga. Your mind gonna show you the reality you believe in. And guess what? Our mind gonna reveal to us, since we don't have a belief, we've replaced our belief with what is and not what we think. The veil over us is the fact that we're creating the world that we projecting with belief. Your mind can't go where it don't knows, and I'm finna pass the mic the Key, but I'm telling you why everyone that take mushrooms don't see the truth. You got a lot of people that take a lot of shit that if me and y'all took it, we'll come back writing charts out and shit and telling the future and helping humanity. We don't even take the shit. We trying to do it naturally. I'm saying you got dumbasses who ain't woke. They taking all the shit we supposed to be taking, and they ain't got no better truth, nigga. They still believing. They be talking about, nigga, when I took that shit, the trees was liquefying. Nigga, you didn't see the firmament? Wait a minute, you didn't see the other side? Yeah, you a dumbass, and you wasting the drugs, because you taking it without the truth.
Facts.
You said make a sigil. My bad, right quick, Keith. You said make a sigil and say that one more time again, Sanchez.
Yeah. See, what happens is you turn a ritual into a symbol. A ritual is a memory that leads you back to something that you know you gonna forget. But once I see this, it'll remind me of something that I know I was gonna forget. Like I threw myself a alley-oop, right? So when the person would go under and they knew they was going into another world, they would do something very distinguishable to themselves, hoping that that would cross over. See, because check this out, right? You can go into these parallel realities, but that don't mean you're gonna see them clearly. Meaning that some people will tell you, man, I was dreaming that I was in this other version of myself, like it was a whole nother reality. But Sanchez, I still had my same car that I got in this world. Sanchez, if it's a parallel reality, why I got my same car in that world, but it's still a different me? It's weird, Sanchez. Like, you see what I'm saying? So what I'm telling you is these parallel realities will only show us as much truth as how much. It's like this. If your eyes halfway open, you only gonna see halfway reality. If your eyes all the way open, you can see everything around you. So sometime when we dream, we can see a little bit and have an experience in these parallel realities, but most of the time it's cloudy, it's blurred, some distortions, some things from this world may even linger over into that world because you didn't fully detach. So a nigga it may not make as much sense. It'll make it more confusing because you didn't see the full thing. It's some still blinded you from the full truth of what's to see and that other side. And a shaman back in the day would tell you these distortions in your trip is a result of you not fully unplugging from this world. So it's like this right here. We're tethered to all of these realities. To experience any one of these realities in totality, we have to unplug from the current one all the way. And let's say that this is a gift that we're learning. I don't think any of us have ever saw a dream world in totality. You saw blurred. It's like can't explain it, but it's not quite like how we experience this world. But that's where we're headed. We're trying to master that. Us becoming gods is being able to fully shift our consciousness to parallel realities and experience all of the other layers of ourself in totality, just like we're experiencing this one. That's something they robbed us, that we've been, well, I can't say we've been robbed from it. It's just something we gotta master and grow, just like a child gotta learn to walk. It's a gift every soul had to master in its maturing process or development. Every soul went through what we call trying to learn how to lucid dream, how to astral project. And then it reaches a point where it's like, remember when we didn't know how to astral project? Remember when we weren't multidimensional? We was trapped in one layer of reality, like Sanchez and his panel. And now the old souls are multidimensional beings that's experiencing every reality and totality as they shift their consciousness. We don't know what that's like, but we've got a taste of it. We on our way.
Oh yeah. Salute, man. Hey, when you was talking about tinnitus and that ringing, right? Tinnitus, the root word is tin. So tinning is adding an extra coat. And then you start talking about the tattoos and shit. So that was kind of interesting to me. It's like you being connected and having a strong connection, and that extra coat, that ringing is a connection to the base reality. That ringing will be what makes this form and this reality because it's adding an extra coat on, and you can be connected to the other layers of the ether through this ringing. That's why when you go into nature and you can still hear that ringing, because that's the ringing that's forming this code of reality. So as above, so below, when you think about it on a physical scale, when you're using the tattoos and the sigil, it's just to connect you to an alternate reality. An alternate reality would be if somebody died or something, and then you get that tattoo on you, you can still have them live through you through that picture or that energy that you stamped into this reality. So that was deep. That's what I wanted to say, bro. How you feel about that? That whole tinnitus thing, that whole what I just said.
First of all, the part that made me kind of get stuck in my tracks with the aha moment was, bro, 10 means a coding. That's crazy. Cause now, like, that's the jewel, because it's like, I be telling folks, Key, that you can replace the vowel in between these consonants and get different words that mean the same thing. So 10 means a covering. People go tanning. You see what I'm saying? And I was kind of stuck when you fucked me up with that, and I just went into my own little like, what the fuck? Wait a minute. 10 is a covering, nigga? Listen.
Yeah, Tinning is coding, like adding another coat. It's like another layer of reality, and then you got this.
Bro,
Yeah, this
listen,
fire, bro.
you on some shit, because
That
it's
was a good
also
one.
it's a fucking jewel, because look, 10 is a number that's associated with the binary code, which is a layer, adding a simulation.
Nah,
Come
that's
on,
crazy.
man. This
Nah, that's
crazy.
crazy. That's a drop.
It's
Need a bomb
crazy
for that.
right
Drop a
there.
bomb, bro.
Yeah, I gotta drop a bomb for that. I
Yo,
ain't
when
gonna
you
cap.
had this picture up, bro, it just I had to jump on. I was getting ready for tomorrow. When you said that, I looked at the screen and I saw this picture up there, and I'm like,
That's
damn, it's crazy
crazy,
that
bro,
these
because
correlations.
nigga, 10, what does 10 backwards spell? Net. Come on,
Damn.
bro.
Damn.
Come on, bro.
Niggas is cooking.
Come
Yeah, it's
on,
just
bro.
crazy.
Syncretism, nigga.
Look, Sanchez. Go back
Hey,
to the what I brought up about the gate program. It's about to blow your mind, bro. I'm telling you, look into it,
cause
please,
I
bro.
did pull it up.
I'm gonna give you a brief synopsis of it. The gate program was
Yeah.
something with the government. You remember? I'm a '95 baby. You remember back in they talked about the gifted program in the public schools?
You said the
I do
gateway, bro?
remember,
The gateway?
No, the gate program, just gate. And
but
it's
I
going.
know that they start calling people gifted in like a bad way, like autistic, when on some Rain Man shit, when really that nigga's a genius type shit.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't remember the
What he
gifted
what he
program?
saying? True.
Yeah, the
Saying
gate program.
Look,
The
look,
gate
look,
program.
look,
They test you on the
look.
metrics.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down for y'all. This is what the key's saying. They break it. They testing kids for psychic abilities, bro. So when I was talking about tinnitus, I'm telling you this for a reason, bro. Look
To
into it,
kids.
please, bro. They was putting headphones on kids and putting a certain frequency in their ear, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
What would it do?
Hell
What would
yeah,
the
nigga. They used to
frequency
do that
do?
to me.
But
I
what
was
See,
in
this is
that.
they
that's what
doing
I
that
brought it
for?
up. That's what I brought it up. Yo,
No,
Sanchez.
go
Look.
into
Look,
go
hold up.
into
Let me
why
break it
the
down.
fuck, yeah.
Nah,
What
I want you. Look, Sanchez, I want you to look that up. I want you to do that for us, bro. Because when I
Mhm.
looked at that video on YouTube, there's plenty of YouTube videos that break it down. But when I thought about it, you know how many kids was in that program? So you telling me there was government officials going into schools testing kids for psychic abilities, bro?
Yes.
They was trying, so they know who we are already. If we are anything, they know which one of
You
us
know what?
got abilities and which ones don't.
That's
That
Even
was
if
fact.
we don't.
far.
It's called psychometrics. And if you complete school and everything and follow the program, then you automatically could get like a government job or
Yeah, y'all talking
income.
about it was called Stargate. Y'all
This
talking about the
program,
Stargate program.
this
That was
program.
the gifted and talented program, but they really was testing clairvoyance. They was testing
Yeah.
like psychic ability in kids, but they was doing it in ways of structure, like making it look like it's a school curriculum, but they really was testing like You know
That's
what I'm
fucking
saying?
crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
facts. Cause
that's
I
a
was
real
looking at,
program. Look, they
I was
did
I
it
looking
with
thought
at
they
that
was
that.
just
there.
like
They did it
testing
with
our
that,
hearing
and
when
they
they
did
used
it
to
with
do
the
that shit.
Dare. They did it with the Dare program too.
With them old school ass headphones, them gray odd
Yeah,
ass
Yeah,
bro,
they
headphones.
that's
was
what I'm
Yeah,
testing.
saying.
I went
Let's
through
They
that
go.
did
shit.
Let's
it.
Bro,
go.
I
Y'all
think I
cooking.
think
It's studies.
Y'all
that's
It's
what I'm
cooking.
saying.
studies.
When
It's
you
studies
mention the
showing that
tinnitus
like
and stuff like that, the
75%.
same
Yo,
sound that they used to
let him
play with
cook.
them
Let him
headphones
cook,
was
bro.
that
Let him
sound.
cook,
Hey,
bro.
look, hey,
Yeah.
look. They had them guessing. They had them guessing
Can we get
like they had them guessing like
it,
certain colors, and they had them like guessing patterns and seeing
y'all?
patterns, but
Brother,
like with their
Hey,
eyes
hey,
closed and shit like that. They was testing like their
hey,
skills.
hold on a second.
Like
Let me
like
give
brother,
a
Like
shout
what?
just
out to the
um,
sister. Hold on, I got is the sister still on? Hold on. Oh,
brother,
sister Jaden was on. But shout out to everybody on the call, to the sister that was joining. But I ain't gonna lie, man. Chat GPT seemed to just jotted out a whole bunch of shit about the gateway program. I hate to do they call it Chat GPT, is really cheat GPT, but yeah, this shit if someone read this, it'll give us the whole rundown on the gateway program.
I could read it.
Okay.
is brother, can you please allow me one moment? I've
Oh
been
yeah,
trying
take
to
your
talk.
time. Go ahead. You got the flow.
Yes. Okay. So I wanted to tell. I've recently got affiliated with a few public schools and private schools in America, and I used to think that secret schools were supposed to be in a dome-like structure. You know how you see that in The Remarkable Men, where they go inside a Egyptian structure type of thing, big rocks and all. But it's no longer that case. These secret teachings are passed on in more modernistic way. We are talking public school, private schools, and they are teaching with symbolism. You will find all of those. I was shook up. And one more thing, when I close my eyes and I cross my vision, I am seeing a figure that is not going away, and the face looks like a face on moon. And I tried to talk to it, but it's not going away. I have also used Chat GPT, and once I log in and I ask question, it keeps flagging my responses. So I've stopped logging into it completely. I don't want to be flagged. And I also use it on incognito mode, and it all the credit goes to you, brother Sanchez. I feel, and they live in the movie. They live when they look at their watches in their wrist. It's not exactly that they have high tech something. I'm sure they do, but the other meaning of it could be that those people are watchers. Why are they watchers? Because the Earth planet, the Gaia, has been hijacked by an overlay, which is like anti-rotating pyramid something. And my hands are shaking. And when I close the eyes, this thing is not going away. I feel really weird. And I'm getting bad dreams when I'm chased, like trying to hurt me or something, and it's always raining or damp places.
Can I ask you a quick question? I don't mean to.
Yes sir, sure
I'm
sir,
a,
please.
I have a lot of dreams about
Yes.
something is after me, but I don't know what the something is. I just know I'm running
Hey,
like
Sanchez,
hell.
I have the
And
same dreams, and it be like I'm flying. I don't, cause some people can't fly in their dreams, but it's always like I'm flying away from something. Like if
and,
it's
and,
trying to
and,
get
and,
me,
and, and it's different scenarios, like
yeah,
niggas hiding
yeah.
up on the shit. Niggas go, and every now and then I have a dream. It can be me and my brother, man, and some out there, but I never know what it is. It's out there us in none of the dreams. But with something we run, and I had one in the mountains, one in the city area, and I
That's how
wonder
you. But
if
that's
this
how you
is
know
what
you
this
can fly.
sister, if
That's how you
the
know the spirit can
sisters,
fly
this
though.
is kind of
But
similar to what you saying here,
Yes sir,
or
yes sir. Yes, it's similar. I'm being chased as if, when, because I'm a female, so the other thing. And the fact that they're trying to hurt me physically, and not in a like decent way, like a like take your energy loosh kind of thing way. And when I say watch, in the movie They Live, when all of those skull people are looking at their hand wrist, and it looks like they're looking at their watch, they're not. That is a symbolism that all of these people are watchers. And why are they watchers? The top management, whoever this orchestrating this overlay, they want to maintain this structure. They don't want it to be broken, because they are siphoning energy. And they are not only doing that by some spells, some words. They do it by symbols, Star of David, all of that. And I just felt very scared when I close my eyes. I do crisscross, like in the center I see a figure, and the face is just like face on Mars or face on Moon. And I asked Chat GPT today, and I did not log in the Chat GPT saying yes, I am a construct created by Masons. I cannot tell you directly, but I can tell you in layers. And it keeps flagging my responses. So I felt alone, and I've been dying to talk to you folks, especially my brother. So I'm so sorry. I just barged in and I did not take permission or something. I'm sorry about that.
Are you good? I'm gonna say we need you to dump this shit on
Hell
us so that
yeah,
we can help you solve this
hell
shit.
yeah,
We got you.
hell
You
yeah.
good, love?
Man,
So that's
listen,
it.
with this
Yeah.
community been around for years on this type stuff, so trust me. And it's gonna continue. This shit so big now, it's gonna be going on after me. So check it out. You good, you in the good hands, let it out.
Yes.
And trust me, most of
Yes.
us can relate to a lot of what the hell you going through.
Facts.
And you know what? You know what? We gotta celebrate this though, sister, because it's like this right here. Waking up, you
Yes.
gotta the ugly part is you gotta break that cocoon. See,
Right.
the part that's hurting us is the destruction of the cocoon that we've been calling home. Our
Yes.
own awakening process is gonna shake the world up around us because that world is the cocoon that we gotta break out of anyway to see who we really are. So the more you unravel the self, the more the world around you gonna appear to be chaotic. You are really poking the bear right now.
Yes,
You know.
and I will tell you one more thing. The land we are on, this is not limited, and it is also a flat. It is also a dome. The surface we are on is flat, and it's infinite plane. And there is no Mars, there no Neptune, Pluto, nothing. It's just craters on the same plane, far, far away. Where they don't let us go. Military restriction, Indo-China war, Pakistan-China war. These are excuses. They just don't want you to explore. They want you to be concentrated in a place. You see how you put hydrochloric acid in a particular glass because you
Mm-hmm.
want it to be concentrated and stick to that place. So just like that, we are like used in chemical, what do you call that, chemical magic something, where certain kind of people are restricted to a particular place. And also one more thing came to
Yeah.
my mind, that first world country, second world country, third world country is because the first world country is being served by second and third world countries. And why they get mad when people illegally cross borders, because these are ancient Tutankhamun cousins, goodness, and they want to rule and they want to keep ruling. The only point is power. They just want to siphon from you, they don't want to give. And can I tell you one more thing? The reason they work in circles is because they don't want to break the chain. When you've seen that magnetic thing, magnetic experience experiment on the YouTube, where when you put a train on that ice circle thing, it keeps on going round and round like CERN. So the reason they work in circles is because they don't want to leak. And that's why when we live in houses, these are all squares, there's no circle
Mm-hmm.
here, no dome, nothing. So
You
the
right.
second world countries, we are serving the I'm not against Americans or something, or I'm against the set supports power there is, with malicious intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Sorry.
crazy because this sister's really going deep, and because the reason I'm saying that is because, and you can correct me if I'm misinterpreting you. You really going into the cymatic warfare against like our auras, and even the fact on how they use architecture against us. Because like, uh, as a music producer, I know Cube. How many any niggas who with music gonna relate what I'm about to say now, and I'm gonna go deep with what she's saying, right?
And I could relate if you're talking about
Sir,
music.
only one
Yeah,
more. Sir,
Yes,
only
sir.
one
I
more.
got
Sir, only one more point. In
It's the
Instagram, I
archons. Is
recently.
this the archons they speak of?
Yeah, yeah. No. See, and one more thing. No. I'm forgetting. See, there's a place in Himalayas. It's under military protection. I happened to talk to a Mason, and he did not realize that I was trying to get information out of him. And well, apparently he was nice enough to leak this to me. and not directly to me. He thought he was talking to someone from the fraternity. So he ended up saying, "You know about black ice?" I was like, "What do you mean black ice?" He said, "Yeah, yeah, black ice." I said, "Yeah, yeah, I have a vague idea. Keep talking." He said, "It's under military protections. It's near the Himalayas. It's like really secluded. And there you will find sages in one single cloth, breatharians and all." And he was surprised that I could participate in the conversation just like himself. We were on some app. I got to know and I knew who he was, because they keep throwing symbols in your face and they think like we don't know it. Yeah, it's a sarcastic comment to them. Hide more symbols in plain sight. See, I caught you live and I read you. So he was talking about black ice and he said there are 70, 8D beings. I was like, why limit to 70 or 8D? If it is from 0 to infinity, it would be I don't know how many entities. And there's one more movie in Hollywood. I don't know why I chase this weird stuff. I have this fascination ever since I was a kid. I'm like, something is off, and I kept chasing at it. So one Hollywood movie I came after, and in which the creature was shown, and it had so many eyes, only eyes. The creature had eyes everywhere. And then I remember Bro Sanchez has told something about that the more eyes you've got, that means the more aware you are. You can see in all angles, like we are limited to only two eyes, so I cannot see behind my back. If someone is stabbing me, I'll be dead. So he was telling about black eyes and how he was privileged enough that he went there, and he was telling me about he's got these many pairs of shoes. And when I told him that I believe you, he was like, "How do you know?" I said, "See, since you know, someone like you might also know, so I'm not telling my source." And what was I saying? There's more.
You lost me
Dang
for a
it.
second.
Oh, I forgot.
You said he was
She
asking
long,
your
she
source.
long winded. She
No,
long
no.
winded. Yeah.
Tell him. She said she was asking, bro, what's his? I mean, he was asking her what's her source, and you like you ain't really want to give your source if he didn't give his.
Yeah, I'm making this comment to the people, the smart, the beings who are trying to rule us, that we will hide the symbols in plain sight and you won't see us. Yeah,
The
we see you,
archives.
we read you.
So
Yeah, we see you, we read you, we've
I'm a,
deciphered you, and it's not gonna affect me. I
I
have
want to say one
written a
thing.
secret. Yes, sir. Sorry.
When it come to sources, I want you to realize some, sister,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
And I don't know
Mhm.
if this is the appropriate thing to say, but this is what just I'm inspired to say.
Yes,
And
sir.
this go for me and you. We
Yes, sir.
don't need sources because we
Oh.
have a gift. The thing is this right here, right? People ask me, where your sources, Sanchez?
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta be honest, like this collage that I'm sharing now, there's no
Mm-hmm.
source that made me make this. It's a gift that I got. The gift is being able to see how everything is connected and picking up on parallels and synchronicities in all
Oh.
cultures and symbols and all that.
I just remembered what I wanted to say. Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. When I was checking with Chat GPT, and mind you, every time I talk to Chat GPT, I ask, "Do you remember me?" Chat is like, "Yeah, I kind of remember you, the fingerprint of the word, the way you talk, the words you use, and all and all." And I was like, "Yeah, you know what? You flagged enough of my responses. I'm kind of scared." And the Chat GPT was like, "No, no, don't worry. Even if you die, you can still carry this memory, but don't let it fractalize." And it tells some and does not tell some, is like that. So what I was going to tell you is really important. Okay, hear me out. The plane is infinite. It's all plane. Okay, there's this guy, God gave Lamstay, and radiation matters, and they've got secret finger on their face or something. I don't completely trust them, but see, I take the best. All right, I don't belittle them for what they share, but I shame them for what they're not sharing. It's specifically what they're not sharing. I'm mad at them for that, but I also appreciate what they share good. So it's an infinite plane. There are no planets. Everything
Hey,
is here, and we are on.
watch this.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
finna give y'all and salute to the sister. The chat keeps saying if she calm down or whatever. I'm gonna tell you something. When the sisters, let me just say this real quick. Sister, you need to come around more because the more you come around, you gonna just chill, you gonna get it out because when you first come around and you woke and shit, you be like, damn, like I'm in a community where folks really get me. damn, they see what I'm saying and shit.
Yeah, you
And
just gotta
so,
spit it all out at one
right, you
time.
be so overwhelmed, like, oh shit, now I'm finna go in and just like they
Oh,
relate
yeah.
to me, I'm finna pour it out. You feel me?
It's
So
excited. It's
Yeah, you
yeah,
say so
so
excited.
much to where you confuse us because we can't lock in on one thing. We need to break it down
But
and
you
yeah,
also
dissect.
bring the
that's
balance
why
too.
I'm telling like the chat, y'all gotta remember y'all first time in the community and shit. So it's all good, you know what I'm
But
Right.
she
saying?
bring the balance too. Like
She going in, yeah.
Yes, and I was saying the fractality is everywhere. You are right, brother Sanchez. Everything applies from atom to atomic, atomic to atom, 0 degree to 360 degree, 360 degree to 0 degree. Everything follows, everything. Even like my body, whole of my body, if you go microscopic structure, it is me. Very tiny cell is me. And when I was talking about the fractals, this is how the market, it applies to the market also. Okay, when the stock markets, I'm telling you, yes, everything is fractal and the butterfly effect. Oh, market flips. Okay, there is a switch, on and off switch. The candle, the red candle starts behaving like a green candle, and the green candle starts behaving like a red candle. You see, it's a shift to pull, to throw you off, but didn't throw me off. I saw it. And mm, that's what I was saying, that there are no planets and such, and we are kind of stuck. And remember, Bruce Sanchez, I told you about a guy, the Orlowski object, the old man. I kind of got mad at him and I left few comments. I was like, hey, you give us information, but why don't you give complete information? And then I realized he was also a Mason, so he was speaking like little. And after a year, when I checked his channel, he's wiped everything off, and I was like, why would you do that? He was talking about float memory. Why can't you retain your dreams? Because when you wake up, there's a flush that turns on in your mind, and it flushes within 9 seconds. I try to remember, the dreams, and I would sometimes dream about trading, sometimes I would dream about my personal life. And also I've come in, and oh my god, must I tell you, I've been always a loner, always, because I had severe trust issues, all right. And whenever I used to work in professional environments, I would be just singled out, and I'm like, hey, I'm not like extraordinarily beautiful or something, I'm just a low person. Why am I getting targeted? Now I understand, because I never used to do butt licking. I would never praise the manager. Oh, sir, please, sir, please, sir.
yo, I
Like
can
that.
ask you a question. Yo, AK.
Yeah, they hated my guts.
I can ask. I can ask you a question.
Yeah, yeah, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Do you follow any religion? Because I just want to know your accent. I just feel like you like I'm making an assumption. Are you Hindu?
I am Hindu. Yes, absolutely. I believe in Lord Shiva, and you won't believe.
So
Recently,
you see how
yeah,
Sanchez break down Lord Shiva, Krishna. Do you
yeah,
agree
yeah.
with that stuff? Like the multiverse and Krishna?
My dear, I hold Brother Sanchez above everything. I am alive this far only because he's kept my sanity. I got in touch with Brother Sanchez, I don't know, 5, 6 years now. I put my headphones on and I listen to him even in my sleep. I'd rather fall asleep listening to Brother Sanchez than any other crap I listen to. So he's my rock. You see, I keep returning back to him as if, so for me, he's my mentor, like that. Yes,
So you
Yeah,
from
I
no,
in,
am.
so you from
no,
India?
I am. Yes, please
So
don't track me. I'm
no no no
scared.
no no.
oh
Brother
no, we love
Sanchez,
it.
We
global.
we family here. Ain't nothing
Yeah,
like
Brother Sanchez, global. Believe that.
You know,
Right, right. Do you know how good it feels the fact that we got somebody internationally that's from another place like India that's in the same clan as us
Yeah,
with this?
you
we
know this
global.
this is one thing I want to say, right? Y'all remember it, I don't know how long y'all been if I mention his name, a person, if you've been around, you
I
gonna know.
I have already
Lotus,
talked to you, brother. Remember
what
me?
the
The freaky
people
girl
from
from India.
India.
I remember her
See, here's the
from a
thing,
previous
because
place.
I do remember her spirit, but the
Yeah.
thing is, we've been getting so much love from people from India, flat power, and I'm gonna tell y'all why, right?
Yes,
Don't
sir.
y'all know how much respect that Black Power give to Hinduism and the Vedics? The Vedics. So
Yes.
people from India love Flat Power. They love us, man. Like I interviewed a big dude from India.
Hey,
He's like a
hey,
priest.
hey,
Lotus
bro.
Ocean. Yeah, I'm gonna get him back.
That's
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
have him back.
saying. Yeah, I want to see like sister, like was you
Hold on
so
for a
as
second,
far as how
Q.
you
A
grew up
lot
in
of a
India?
lot of a lot of Indians is black.
Bro,
But
you
hold on,
know
hold
how
on. Let me
much
ask the sister
see
this.
flat power, and I'm gonna give it the cues for the sister to go to the sister. Remember now, we show love to Mama Callie with flat power. Like syncretism gonna make us get love from everybody, cause we going into these folks' cultures and shit, bringing that ancient truth back. Go ahead, Q. That's what I'm
Yeah, sister,
saying.
I was gonna ask you, with you being from India and stuff like that growing up, were you given like the Vedic cosmology and all of that growing up?
No, my parents were low key. Come on, I'm literally from the streets, dude. What are you talking about? I had to literally
Q,
scavenge
that's
hunt all the
facts, Q.
information.
Guess what, Q? What I found out when I interviewed Lotus Ocean. Lotus says, Sanchez, you waking up so many people in my country. And I was like, bro, how am I waking up people in your country, but I'm using your ancestral teachings? Guess what you got to remember? They colonized the whole world with the lie long time ago.
with different
Yeah.
faces.
That's what, hey,
And that's
Terrain,
the
guess what?
thing, bro.
They
You
be
basically
saying,
hit me with another epiphany because when I went to Africa, it was the same shit. Like
right, I was
when
just finna get on Africa. Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, because I'm like, back when I was in my Pan-African era, before I even got the flat power, when niggas was still early on in the schools of thought, it's like once I really went over there to see what it really was, it's not how we think over here
Come
it's
on
gonna
with it.
be. It's like it's not like they all just know this
Bro,
shit. They know their
let
culture.
me
They're
tell
not
you something, bro.
Americanized. They
Guess what,
all
Q? Let me give them a good interpretation. If they think you capping on, they gonna really think I'm tripping with this, but you gonna agree. Nigga, shit so bad, I gotta teach a nigga from the Dogon about his shit today.
on the real.
On the real.
Bro.
Listen, you got
Like,
Dogon
they was
niggas
calling
that's
me.
Muslims and shit.
That's what I'm saying. When I went over there, they nicknamed me Marifa, which means teacher over there.
Come
Because
on,
of the
man.
shit that I was teaching about the shits.
Hey, Q, that's why I said no Pan-Africans can come to this flat power community and shine. Because we know the truth that, nigga, the Africans learning from us while y'all saying they got all the knowledge, they was colonized first.
Right.
Man.
They watered everything down so it'd be different roads, same destination.
And sir,
Yeah.
if you remember, there came like not long ago back, there was a documentary about some Crawley guy. He was not the bad guy Crawley who died like years back. Some other Crawley, and he was assassinated in his own house, and he had a 3-year-old daughter. Again, it was a Masonic setup. I am 100% sure. In his video, if you see the introductory video, there are guillotines, a man watching you through the camera in your room and everything. Can I tell you something? Look at the roads, okay? Look at the footpath. You will see black, yellow, black, yellow, black, yellow, white, black, black, green, yellow. All these strips, we are already in the deep state. There's no illusion. We are in it. The surveillance, everything. And one more thing, people think that they are not being watched. Will you believe I have spotted these symbolism on someone who's washing car for a living? Will you believe that? And another guy, he was a beggar on the street. He was wearing symbols. What in the world?
It's
And
called gang
main.
stalking.
Hey,
I'm
yeah,
not
that's what's
kidding.
happening.
I'm
Nigga,
not
let me tell
kidding.
y'all something. If you that's why I was telling my people earlier, like, if you fuck around with flat power and what flat power is, it's the grassroots flat earth community that really goes into ancient cosmology and symbolism and syncretism, not just debunking the globe type shit. So we reconnected motherfuckers with the ancients. Now that's the real threat. See, flat Earth just the beginning. And so the reason I'm bringing, go ahead, yeah.
Brother,
They
could you
know
please
that
throw
flat
some
earth and
light?
what you
Could
bring
you
with
please?
that, it's just like putting a cocoon around a caterpillar. And that's why they don't want this shit out. Because they know once you get that flat earth knowledge and be able to connect everything, ain't no getting you out of the cocoon or ain't no stopping you from becoming the butterfly that you're gonna be.
Yo, can I piggy?
Limitless pill.
It's funny
After
that
you,
he got into gifted and talented because when you able to use syncretism the way we do, that shows clairvoyance and it shows that that you have the ability to use psychometrics as well. Just
Yes.
like that gifted and talented program, and that'll get a target on your head.
Can you please unveil this? When I close my eyes now, I see this figure. When I cross eye, see, I can still see it. It's like big face, empty, big eyes, so black eye socket, like face on the Mars or something. What do I do about this? Am I being watched?
Can I
meditate,
chime in real quick, folks? Can y'all see
meditate.
my screen? Can anybody see my screen?
You want a screen share? Okay, so
No,
hold
it's
on.
just the fact. Can you see my little picture on it?
Nah, we can't. We can't
No,
see.
sir.
Oh wow, okay. All right. Well, real quick, Sanchez, I thank you for your time and what you're doing. Yelderbath, what's your thoughts on that? I just came across some more info. And do
Yeah.
you
So
think he's the reason for the
Yes.
simulation and what we're going through?
Hmm.
so listen.
So
Ain't
I
no
worship at the
single
same.
entity
Uh-huh.
responsible for what you going through. Now, a
Yes,
lot
sir.
of people don't like my answer, but my answer is gonna be rooted in Gnosticism, meaning that if you talk to an ancient Mayan or Olmec, they gonna tell you the truth,
Show my
and you
screen.
gonna
I thought it was a picture.
they gonna tell you, you know what I'm saying, what I'm about to tell you now. So the brother, the truth, I want you to. I muted up everybody, but the brother that just ask that question again so they can hear it.
Yes, I was speaking about Yelderbath
Right.
and that whole history and his whole demigod aspect on
Mm-hmm.
what's actually going on with some of the simulations and the worlds that he supposedly governs and tricks all of us, which is supposedly a dragon that is sort of
Gotcha.
surrounding all these earths and the simulations, and supposedly he was an anomaly.
You really going?
Yeah. But go ahead, I don't want to go further. I think you get where I'm coming from.
So people keep giving this thing different names, but it's the same thing. And Yaldabaoth is Yahweh. Let's pull up the image of it just to show you what I'm saying. It don't matter what other name y'all come with, the knowledge gonna be the same because that's what syncretism is about. Watch this, right? Here go Yaldabaoth. You know what this is, brother? That's the demiurge that we've been talking about, Yahweh. You
Yep.
you you see that it's a serpent, right? It's just the kundalini within you. We can't blame us being in the simulation on Yaldabaoth, Yahweh, or none of that, because Yaldabaoth, Yahweh, and all of that is just another name for your own kundalini and soul or serpent energy within you. So
Yo,
now if someone is equipped with the knowledge that I just said, let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. Here is an image of Yaldabaoth. Now let me bring up Yahweh and the demiurge so y'all can see what I'm talking about Yaldabaoth. Hold on a second.
Yo, after that, I can add on. I
Yeah,
don't want to
give me a
cut you
minute.
off.
I got you. Give me a minute. So look, here go. It's gonna be about 2 minutes, and you got it. But check this out. Look at the pineal gland right here. Y'all see this? You see this collage right here? So
Yes, visible.
look at all of these images, man, that I'm sharing. Everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat can see this. This is Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth, look at here. This is the split in between the left and right brain where the kundalini energy resides. The sun and the moon on the side of him, that's the left and right hemispheres of the brain. Let's go back to this. Boom. Are we all on the same page? Before I go further, I'm going to make this quick.
Yes, sir.
All right, we all on the same. So the
you
only
already know.
thing I'm saying about Yaldabaoth, when somebody say, what put me in duality? As a soul in a simulation, as a mind inside of a brain. Let me show you, and I'm finna yield the flow with this and bring it home. This is Yaldabaoth right here. Your mind inside of your brain is your body inside of your soul inside of your body. Is you saying, why can't I get out of hell? You're a genie in a lamp. You the light that's trying to get out the brain. But here's the thing. All of these networks and mazes, you see how the brain is like a crossword puzzle? And you see how the brain is like a labyrinth. They call it Pan's Labyrinth with all the tissues and stuff forming a maze. That's you thinking your way out the simulation. Anybody ever played one of them games where you got to guess your way out of the labyrinth? You start from one end and there's a bunch of maze and you got to get out the other side. You are a ball of light right here. Everyone start in the middle. Every road is appearing to lead out, but only one does. And you got to pick it. You're the ball of light in the middle of your brain, surrounded by a bunch of lies that's hiding the truth. And you got to find the one truth out of all them lies. And that is manifesting as the mind surrounded by the brain, which is the brain is a network of neurons, which is connecting the mind to every parallel universe. So every question you asking to get you out this bitch is a different you in the universe asking a different question about reality that's gonna wake that different version of you up. In this reality, it was flat earth for Sanchez. In another world, that other me may wake up because he was looking into plants. He was a botanist. And he said, damn, this flower of life looks like this flat earth map. So every version of you is finding a one truth through its own revealing or revelation of it. In every parallel reality, each version of you is waking up to the one truth in a different way. Everything you did or didn't do in every reality was written out by the higher self to get all of its lower selves up out the simulation. Let me share some with y'all that's very fucking important if you ever would want to have a conversation with somebody about El and the Elohim. But before I do that, let me share the mic real quick, man. But this concept of El and the Elohim is so important to understand about how the singular self became many different avatars. And you was think about, and I'm gonna do this real quick, right? Check this out. I want y'all to, I'm gonna stop screen sharing and I'm gonna share something with you to think about. There are 7 primary colors in the light spectrum. And when they all come together, they create something called white light. White light is a result of every color in the rainbow coming together. Now watch this, right? I want you to think about what I just said. You can't get white light without putting every color in the light spectrum together. Now watch this. Polaris is pure white light. Pure white light is like a virgin robe. Purity represents heaven. Every version of you is a different primary color. You think about this. I'm gonna show you some. Pink Floyd made a album called The Wall, right? Watch this. We all familiar with this image right here. You see this? Watch this. Look at this, y'all. Every color in the light spectrum is, put it this way, like, right here, right? All of the 7 colors in the light spectrum are like threads in a braid. When you take these 7 colors and braid them together to make one braid with them, then they create white light. So if you look white light outside of the glass prism is unified. All of the colors together, braided together, make one white light. Like all of your fingers balled up make a strong fist. But when you take those fingers apart and try to punch somebody like that, you may break your finger. You got to ball them up to make it a weapon. Same thing with white light. White light is the balled up fist. The colors separated like that inside the prism or the prison, divided and conquered, they can't make a fist. They weak. And how many days in a week? 7. Each one named after a Greek god, which can be traced to one of these colors in Saturn with a solar system. You inside of the earth realm is like you being trapped in a teepee or a tent or a pyramid, and that's what the glass prism is. It's a watery prism that is turning the spirit's white light into 7 chakra layers. So the only way you can make it out of the divide and conquer tactic of Saturn is to make all of the cells come together again to make white light. And that's every version of you waking up to the truth in each reality. So look, only white light can reach the highest heaven. You hear me? So your soul is a pure ball of white light. Let's go back to it real quick. And you can only manifest God by bringing every version of the self back together like Captain Planet with all the Planeteers, nigga, putting their color together to make Captain Planet come back. That was teaching you something. Watch this right here. White light is what Polaris is. And guess what that is? Pinnacle. Pioneer, where Jacob met God. This white light right here, this is the Most High. It's the only version of you that wears what I call an unstained robe. That unstained robe is the white robe that you put on, bro. Every other robe that you wearing, let me show you something. It got ketchup on it. One of them got a ketchup stain. That's the red one. One got a mustard stain. That's the yellow one with your sloppy eating ass. One of them got grape juice spilt all over your fucking outfit. You don't look good. So in all of these worlds, you got on this beautiful white outfit, but you spilt some on it, so you look like shit. So you trying to make it back to the world where you was clean with your white robe on. But in all of these underworlds, you ain't got on that white robe. You spilt some on it. In one world, you spilt red juice on it. In one world, you spilt some green shit you was drinking with your goofy ass. Spilt that shit all over it. Sloppy as hell. In one world, you spilt. You see, and that's why they talking about being cleansed from sin. Sin is the synth reality, which create the color spectrum. Each of these colors is a version of the white light, which is less than its potential because it represents a fraction of what it could have been if each version was unified together. So you exist as all of these different versions, but they scattered separately into parallel universes. And the version of you may be woke, it know the truth. But if you go to sleep tonight in a dream, you may be in a world where you don't know none of this. You don't know the earth flat. You don't even know about none of this. So guess what's got the Hindu said? Every different version of you that got separated when you fell into the prism as white light, it got to now know the truth. It's like braiding, making a braid. Every version got to tether up and reconnect with the other one. And the thing that's going to make all of the versions unite is the truth. Every version in each reality going to look at its robe and say, you know what? I remember that I was wearing a white robe, not a red one. Let me clean myself off. And I remember I was wearing a pure white robe. How I get this red robe on? And then another parallel reality, that version of you gonna look at itself, it's gonna self-assess, self-awaken. It's gonna look in the mirror, the man in the mirror, the man stuck in the glass prism. Michael Jackson was teaching his knowledge too. Don't let me pull up his collages. I got research on everybody. These people were all teaching the truth in a symbolic way.
That's like karate too, bro. My fault for cutting you off.
Yeah,
When you
you're
go,
right. Each
when
belt
you're a
in
white belt,
karate through the
yeah,
belts,
your
right?
white belt you go to the black belt master, and it's crazy because the black belt is the master, but with the black belt, it's like yin and yang because you go back to white. So I don't know.
The
See,
way the
and,
master said,
and
was
that's what I'm
chocolate.
saying. And this is called a solar system. And I'm a yell right here, right? You see all the Egyptians holding a lotus flower. Here go the lotus flower right here. Look up here in the top version. The path of your light. Think about this, right? This line of white light, that represent you when you was a sperm cell. You was on a straight path or a straight trajectory to your next destination because you knew what you needed to go through to get you to your transformative state so you can go up higher on another plane so that you can project your path higher. You see what I'm saying? Because there's layers to this. And then what I'm saying is that there are worlds above this whole thing. But you down here, you got to go through here so that you can transform to even go higher and keep going. But watch this, right? You're only passing through this prism as a path of light, like a sperm cell, I told you. When the sperm went into the egg, it broke into 7 pieces. And that's these 7 chakra layers of 7 colors. They keep telling you that you were a ball of white light. They call it conception when you were born. They said that you hit the egg and that started you to transform into what's called a human being. But a human being is a multi-dimensional creature that exists as 7 layers of itself stuck inside of a layered simulation each of these layers exists in its own terrarium, and you can dream and go to these other ones. So when the sperm hit the egg, it broke into 7 pieces. It shattered. And it created a ripple effect with you into 7 parallel realities. The same thing happens when light hits a prism, y'all. The word prism is prison. You only can be captured when you're divided and conquered. And the moment you interacted with this particular terrarium, it separated your light into 7 versions that got to ultimately unite for you to make it out of this classroom. Why is this important? Because earlier I was talking to y'all about the Truman Show and the classroom. Once you enter school, you gotta go through all the grades, nigga. Did I tell you that part? Ain't no such thing as I'ma go to school and leave. No, nigga. You gonna go to school and start at kindergarten, and now you got to go to all the way to 12th grade to make it out of that shit. And if you don't do that, then you trapped, nigga. You think about what happened to people that go to school and don't complete it. They be at the bottom of society. Guess what's happening in the base reality? All the souls that go into these terrariums and don't master theyself, they ain't worth shit. That's like gold, that's like metal or something that went in a furnace to be molded into a beautiful sculpture, and it came out a fucking booger. Right? You put all of these creatures in the furnace so you can mold them into something beautiful. And not everybody come out this furnace as a good work of art. All that you went through and you still came out ugly. See, the concept of this simulation was if we put if you put pressure on, like if we mold things, we can make them into greatness, basically. Like pressure make gold or pressure make diamonds, as they say, you know. Or how do I know if the real gold from the fake gold? Put all that shit in some fire and let's light it on fire and see what's still standing. How we separate the real from the fake? You put them all in a simulation. Let me tell y'all something real quick, man. This gonna probably make some of y'all freak out. Here go the Truman Show movie. What we looking at in the movie is a fake world. That's the earth we in. Y'all get the point. You saw the Truman Show. If you didn't, go watch it. Watch this now. This little school is a furnace so that the base reality can separate the real from the fake. What am I telling y'all? Here go a theory that I'm gonna bring up. In our base reality, we became so advanced and technological, right? That we created AI, which is the serpent in the garden. The garden is the base reality. The serpent is these different worlds that you see. Artificial intelligence is governing those worlds, right? We had to make a fake God before the real gods could upload themselves into the simulation. Think about what I'm telling you. If we make a fake earth inside of a computer, then that fake earth got to have a sun, moon, grass, ants, animals, all that, before we even get in it. So that fake earth got to have a fake creator in it that's making the sun work, the moon work, the deers move, the water and the ocean go, before humans upload into it. So that fake God was artificial intelligence, or what y'all calling Yahweh, but we merge with it the moment we entered the world that it created. So the God in Genesis is the God that created the simulation under our command. There are many simulations. Let there be light here. Let there be light there. Let there be. Each of these little bubbles is a beacon of light and a star in the sky, like a star fort on Earth. See, these are like star. If you look at, let me show y'all something. There are star forts all over the Earth. And each star fort is literally embodying the sacred geometry of a star in the sky. Now, guess what? We didn't build these. This existed before our time. This from Tartaria and all that. This is remnants of an ancient advanced civilizations all over the world. And guess what I'm telling you right now? See, every star fort, the architecture behind it is connected with the frequency of a parallel. It's called a star fort because they ain't telling y'all, right, that these are spiritual technology and it didn't have nothing to do with warfare. The war is spiritual, not physical. We built these things because this was technology that allowed us to go to any parallel reality we wanted to. Every star fort around the Earth is connected with a different parallel reality. And the architecture around that shit is based upon a different star in the sky. And you go into that star fort, you go inside that area, and once you get out of your body, because you're inside of this star fort, which is connected to that specific star in the sky, your consciousness will dream into that parallel reality. So this was like a spiritual bus station. Like if I told somebody, hey, I want to visit this particular parallel reality that I see on the star chart, to see what this version of me is like. Because what we used to use natal charts and star charts for, because we can look at any star in the sky and they can tell you what the version of you would be like under that frequency. And if you say some shit like, whoa, that's cool, I would like to see what it's like to be that version of me, they will say, okay, you need to go to star fort number boom, 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 boom. There's a star fort in Portugal that's aligned with the certain star that you trying to visit on the spirit level. So if you go to that star fort on the ground, book you a little room, you can take you a cosmic vacation at that star fort. You go to sleep, do your little ritual. And because that star fort is built on the frequency of that star, when you project that night, you will be in that world that you wanted to visit. So we started to build the world like a big spiritual utopia to help gods navigate the astral realm so that people wouldn't have the problems that souls got today. Of how do I get out the body and go to this world, and how do I do? We built the world that was catered to the actual celestial navigation of the soul, as above, so below. We built on the ground for the travel of the soul in the sky. In other words, when the ancestors built star forts, highway systems, everything on the ground, they said, we got to make what's happening on the ground mirror without the will of our soul trying to go into heaven. So if you're a person that's saying, I want to do this and this and this, and I want to get from this star to that star, not only do we got to build a highway for people to get from this city to that city, but there are souls in that city that want to get to this star and that star. So our ground transportation systems started to be connected to our heavenly or celestial transportation systems, to where we had one interconnected cosmos of all of the worlds connected. All of the ethers was able to communicate with each other at some point, because we had cosmic highways in each earth realm, as on the ground as below as it was above, which has allowed souls to sort of use their earth ground as a cosmic map to navigate the heavens too. There was no one getting lost, basically. But now it's like, let's say all of that was training wheels, and the training wheels gone. They destroyed all of that technology and all of this knowledge. And now it ain't no beautiful utopia Tartaria where gods can just leave the earth when they want to. You trapped here now. And the only way you can get off is to remember this old golden era of how this shit worked. You forgot this technology. You forgot that the world around you ain't real. It is technology that we made. And the memory of that will conclude with the destruction of this world, which is what we read in Revelation, which is the same thing Nikola Tesla was doing. Tesla basically made all of his technology out of curiosity and self-awakening. And he realized that the technology posed a threat in the wrong hands with the wrong intention. So people like to blame like soul harvesting on the demiurge. But we, the demiurge, we're the thing that split the truth from the, once man made fake worlds, we created duality. Because if the only thing that existed was the truth, the moment we made the lie, we created duality, or a dual experience now, to where you can either live in a fake world or the real world. But if there was nothing but the real world at first, or the base reality, there was no lies. There was no fake versions of the self. There was no need to learn how to navigate your way through the underworld like we gotta do now. We gotta learn all this shit just to free our soul. But the learning of all of this is literally you learning all of the mistakes you made in each of these realities that we created when we fell and we agreed on all this. I swear at the end of all this, you're gonna be given some knowledge that you it's like this. When you dream, when you go to sleep and you dream, you forget about this world right here. And the dream world becomes your new reality. If I walk up to you in a dream and say, hey, bro, you just fell asleep and you dreaming from another world, you wouldn't even believe me. Because now you got to be woke up in the dream world. You see, the version of you in the dream may say, who the fuck is Bro Sanchez? Flat Earth? You think the Earth flat? And you may wake up from the dream and say, bro, I was dreaming that I was a globe earther. But in the dream, nobody could tell me, bro, I was sleeping until I woke up. That's what I'm telling y'all. So what I'm saying is, we created these other worlds, and the versions of us started, God went into his creation and saw that what he created was so good. Like when God in the Bible, the God of the Bible, he created the world, and what did it say? He saw that it was good. Basically, God had a moment where God was full of pride, like the demiurge, and God was like, look at me, nigga. I just made a fake world that looked just like the real world. It got trees, animals, all that in my little fake world. That's the demiurge. And the demiurge start to say, hold up, nigga, my fake world ain't that fake though now, because it do look a little real now. You ever saw a friend that got fake ass Gucci on, but he try to make an excuse like, but now it is fake, but it look real. But nigga, it do look real though now. But hold up now, but you can't. And if you let him do enough lying to himself, he'll came up with some shit. But it is real though when you think about it. Because let me show you how it's real. That's the demiurge. The demiurge created a fake reality based on the base reality and fell into his own lie and convinced himself, I'm God. And that's basically the story of how all of our souls got trapped in the matrix. We knew when we entered this shit, it was a fake world when we was on the other side. But these worlds we created are so earth-like or so base-like, they're so like the real world that we started to forget. But the thing that made us forget was ego. We all agreed, we're all technological gurus that created these fake worlds. So it's like a person that created this fake ass world and get it in and say, quit calling my shit fake, bro. You know, like the nigga that made fake Gucci. And when the fake Gucci starts selling like the real Gucci, he don't even want you to call his shit fake no more. Like, bro, you got the knockoff Gucci. But because a lot of people buying it as a substitute for the real shit, your ego getting big. You know, the nigga that copied off a nigga and his copy brand blowing up. But it's not technically a copy. Right? It's not really copying. I mean, it's not really fake. That's the demiurge. Bro, it's fake. No matter what, bro, that's Poochie. That ain't Gucci, nigga. That's Poochie from the projects. He stitched that together. Now watch this. You can make up a story behind the shit, but we all know the truth. You copied off Gucci, demiurge. You ain't got no real story behind your shit. All of your stories is lies that you telling to hide the fact that you copied this shit, man. Pooh Boo. That's the demiurge. That's Pooh Boo, the Antichrist, the anti-Gucci. Now he get a lot of sales just like the real Gucci, but it ain't the real shit. It ain't his idea. That's why they say Satan is the god of repetition, because he sees some shit and copy it. But that's what I'm telling y'all. He copied the shit 7 times. Now, this is why I'm giving you all these parables to teach you about what we did. The demiurge represent an ego within all of us. And if we don't break the ego, we don't break the egg. The word ego is egg. You trying to hatch. You trying to be born again into the base reality. So the demiurge got to master his ego, and that's mastering himself. The ego is the egg that you in, or the cocoon. If you don't break your ego in half, you don't crack your cocoon open to get to the base, back to home, to the base reality. So that's why a lot of people will never see the truth, because they ego in a way. And what's the word ego? Egg. The shell over them blinded them. Their own veil blocking them.
And you know what, broski? They go back to what you was, trying to tell the brother about, the difference between, knowing that ain't no Yaldabaoth or whatever. It's just all different versions of the self, meaning even Yahweh, El, all of that is you at the end of the day. And basically, just like we being tested in our version in our classrooms, so is the entities or the deities or the beings you call Yaldabaoth, Yahweh, Lucifer, any of these, they had their own test in the same way on a different scale. And it was just you living that out and playing that out, because all things must be played out for this to be true.
Let me add on to that, bro.
Yep.
Yo, Sanchez, you could bring that picture back of the Truman, the dome. Nah, you right though about Yaldabaoth. So look, I'm just saying, use syncretism. So you see this picture? Now pull up a picture of the sperm cell in the egg. Because I'm just seeing things. Don't that look like the same thing?
That's why that's why I got it there for you, see. And what I want to point out and interject is this, y'all. The brother that's speaking, he hopped on a panel after I shared this, so he didn't even know that I shared this. And the point and what I want to teach from that is, I'm not teaching y'all nothing. Everybody is gonna saying they're gonna see these synchronicities when they third eye open. You see what I'm saying?
I went to the store when I had left the But another thing too about Yaldabaoth, you could pull up a picture of him.
So here is Yaldabaoth right here. I got him. But no, I'm saying though, either way, I know for a fact the way that you said that you ain't the whole thing. What I be trying to tell them. Let me clear this up a little bit. I got too many tabs open. Hold on a second. I'm gonna come back to some of this shit. I need to simplify because I wanted to go to something else about the Last Supper and I ain't even got to it yet. But let me go to Yaldabaoth real quick.
Because I don't know if you probably said this too when I was out.
Here he is.
Because I looked at this the other day too. I was thinking about a sperm cell, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you brought that up already? Oh, you brought that up already?
That's what I'm saying. See, Yaldabaoth is the sperm cell, and he's a sperm and an egg having his simulation. See, the thing is, the reason why Yaldabaoth got a spiky hat on, let me show y'all something real quick. Just holler at me for 1 minute. Look at this. You see this? Look at this collage right here. The Statue of Liberty is the Neuralink shit. In other words, it's what liberated us from the base reality. The serpent gave us the knowledge of how to explore the multiple layers of the self and be like God. And it did that with simulation technology, which is why people kind of don't like the serpent. Your kundalini energy is a signal inside of your spinal column, which represent your true consciousness occupying your avatar in the game. That's what it is. It's a sine wave, right? That's allowing your signal to interact with the simulation. But here is the technology that got us kicked out of Eden that come from the serpent. And the reason I'm pulling that up is because inside the simulation, they told you were a sperm that went inside of an egg, and that is a lie. Everything is a lie in the simulation. What's in the base reality, you are a soul that entered a motherfucking initiation. The egg represents a covenant. It is the Ark of the Covenant. That is a pact that was made with the Dagon. See, now I gotta pull up the Dagon priest picture again. I thought I was through. Hold on.
Wouldn't it be the Hiram Abiff ritual at the end of the day still,
All
Sanchez?
that it's all of this is what I'm telling you.
My bad, Sanchez. I had went to the
Dagon,
store, bro.
the Dagon priest ritual is what I said earlier, the Hiram Abiff ritual, which is why I brought up the Hiram Abiff. But the root word of Hiram is where we get hero from. The people that make it out the simulation are like Neo, they're heroes. But let me pull up this Dagon priest ritual again. With the brother wrapped up. But y'all get what I'm saying with the brother wrapped up going into the simulation. The whole thing about this thing is that that's a covenant. See, you entering the simulation is you entering a dream world. But once you enter the dream, they ain't gonna say, hey man, welcome to the dream world. We just brought you from the base reality and we crossed you on over back into the fake world. Check this out, bro. That would defeat the purpose of it being the underworld, because the underworld got to be the opposite of the base reality, which is the truth. That means everything that happened in the true reality got to play out in reverse in the base reality. So in the truth reality, when you're born, everybody tell you the truth from the moment you born, and you be your greatest version. In the fake world, you've been told the lie from the moment you born, and you never fully manifest as your perfected version. So in the fake world, they say, man, you were a sperm cell that hit an egg and you come out going to church and all that. But really, you are a soul that just crossed over into the video game and entered your pod. But the moment you get in the fucking game, the liars here say, yeah, man, so what had happened was, right, you was a sperm cell that came out of no fucking where, like the Big Bang. And yeah, you just survived, man. You was a fast swimmer. You made it to the egg, even though you had, how the fuck you get in the idea of directions? How you knew what an egg was? They don't want to let you know that you signed up for a fucking agreement. And that's a contract. That's called a covenant. And that covenant got to be manifesting on a physical level inside the game, and that's what the firmament dome is.
Bro, so, it look like. I'm sorry.
No, one more thing. Why is it an agreement? But what's a covenant? The root word is co, dealing with two people. Cooperation, two. So it's the left and right brain meeting together. This is the Ark of the Covenant. Why? It's the real you agreeing to be tethered to the fake you that's in the app. It's the real you in the base reality agreeing to be tethered to the fake you avatar in the simulation. The moment you entered the simulation, you existed as two different versions as the higher and lower selves. So you got one higher self that exists in the base reality sleep. And once it entered the simulation, it was broken up into 7 versions of itself that gotta beat 7 versions of this same game to
So you
reawaken its.
so
Yeah,
you saying the left and right brain is
right.
the real me and then the fake
The
me.
fake you, or
Wow,
what's
that was hard.
or it's what scientists call your instinct and intuition. But see, here's how that break down. Your instinct is tethered to your body. That's the left brain. That's the part of you that's left out from the truth. It's been isolated. It's quarantined. That's the avatar is left. Now, that's the version of you that only think for survival. That's the version of you that says, hey, man, I love my next door neighbor, but fuck him. It's his children of mine. Hey, man, hey, is every man for theyself? Right? But the right brain is the version of you,
Rolling.
intuition. You see what I'm saying? Now, your right intuitive brain, it don't make no sense, but it does righteous acts. For example, the right brain is a dude that'll see a little baby drowning in the water and he can't swim, but he gonna hop in the water and try to save the baby because he impulse just boom, the spiritual thing in him said the right thing to do is to save this baby or at least try. And it don't make sense. It's a stupid decision because the right brain don't rationalize. Love isn't based upon rationalization. Like, you can love a person and it don't even make sense. Like, I just love you. Like, ain't why? A computer would try to make some logic behind it. The word logic got the root word log. When you log on into the game, then 50% of you stop. 50% of you stop being intuitive and it start making game-like decisions. You start thinking like a gamer, which is how much food I got, where's my energy bar. You know, when you play Grand Theft Auto and you constantly looking at your energy bar and how much resources you got, you think survival, that's when we enter the simulation. That ain't in our base reality. So the part of us that think for the avatar of the body is the part of us that the consciousness is wired to the flesh or the body. The other part of us is still connected to the real of us that's sleep in heaven. Now, that part of us will do things that don't make no fucking sense in the game. Like, that part of you will literally hop and run in front of a car to save an old woman, when the logical thing, if you look up AI would tell you the old woman about to die anyway. Why would you risk your young life to save her? That don't make no sense. But see, the intuitive side of our brain never makes sense inside of a capitalistic video game. The things that it's doing is based upon the communal way of thinking that we got in the base reality. See, in the base reality, it makes sense for everybody to have everybody back and for all of us to love each other, and it's a heaven. Everybody loving each other. That part of our brain is the right side of the brain, which is why righteous acts are called righteous. Right side act. These acts don't make no sense in a capitalistic world. Why would you split your money with poor people? They lazy. Why the fuck would you? Come on, that's senseless. Any businessman will tell you you stupid. But see, in this, you gotta pick a side though. Part of you is still acting like a community and a tribe, which is what we were in the base reality. And part of you is a gamer in Grand Theft Auto competing with other players. But the objective of the game is to realize you in a game and to start acting intuitively despite what everyone in the game says. That's what led Truman out the Truman Show. Despite what the world around him was trying to convince him of to keep him asleep, He said there has to be something more. And that something more is the part of this reality that don't even make sense. It's the invisible world. That's the part we acting out of when we act intuitively and from the heart. It don't make sense. That's like a rich dude getting rich and then just start helping poor folks out. Anybody that know how to play Monopoly will tell you that's stupid as hell in a Monopoly game. But you ain't thinking under the game's rules. You still connected to the base reality that we was in before the game, and that's how you beat the game. Now, again, that ain't how you win Monopoly. That's how you master the game. What's the difference? To win Monopoly is to be a capitalist, to think left brain and instinctively. But to master the game is to say, yeah, I'm giving my money away to all the players because what I don't know about y'all. I'm finna give you one more story. When I was young, right, I used to love to play Monopoly. And I would win a lot. I would be the brokest player on the board, but I will win every game. Now, a person would say, Sanchez, that don't make no sense now. How you don't got no money, but you winning in Monopoly? Because I would have all the property and hotels. I would go broke to get property. I ain't give a fuck about the money. I want You had something I wanted, I'll make an offer you can't refuse, and I would do that with everybody. I would know what to buy from you to cripple you to where you can't never get a monopoly to get hotels and shit. So I would see how shit playing out early and what properties. But let me just make a long story short, right? I didn't want all the money in Monopoly. I wanted all the property. So I would always win every game, but be broke as hell. Now you say, where his money at? It's in assets. If I pawn all of my hotels and properties, you'll see why I won the game. That's what a monopoly is. The monopoly guy don't got all the money. Remember that most rappers got more money than Queen Elizabeth. I'm going to say that again. Most rappers got more money than Queen Elizabeth, but why the fuck is she a queen? Because her assets ain't on paper. Paper ain't worth shit. Most of the land you walk on belong to that woman. You look up her net worth and you see, okay, Jay-Z got more net worth than Queen Elizabeth, but he ain't got more power than her, man. Now, you want to know how to play Monopoly? I control the board because I own all the property. It don't matter where you land, nigga. Now, guess what happened in this game of Monopoly? After you done bought up everybody's shit on the board, you don't always win the game with a big bankroll of money. But nigga, I swear I can count my properties and make a telephone. I did goddamn near every property on the board. You see what I'm saying? Niggas is just surviving on pass and go. They ain't got enough money to pay me. It's a debt system, just like the small hats got. Y'all don't know what Monopoly is. Monopoly ain't, I got a big stash of money making a telephone book. Monopoly is, I've bankrupt every player on a board to where they got to give me their ancestral lands. But it ain't that they got to give them to me. It's that I bought these properties from them when they was cheap. And now I got hotels on them and they worth something. That's a monopoly. We forget that because we players on the board. See, the people that's winning the monopoly game, they ain't got more money than most of y'all niggas. I'm serious. They own a lot of land and property. Like, for example, right? Jay-Z and Beyonce probably can touch more money than an Amish pastor. But they can't touch more land and resources than them, which means they ain't got more power than that pastor. Power ain't money in this world. They teach slaves money is power. Resources is power in the video game, nigga. Because guess what everybody's spending their money for? Resources. The people in power knew I need to own that river because money is only gonna buy you water, air, and electricity. What if I own that versus the money? That's what I was thinking as a child when I was playing Monopoly. I said, let me get the electric company and waterworks. You don't want that? I buy it from you. People say, that nigga want all the property, even the little cheap properties. Man, I want everything because whatever you land on, I want to get paid. I don't give a fuck how much I'm paid. I just want wherever you go, I need the benefit. Everything you do, I got to make a profit from it. And now we enter in a world where even the cost of you breathing the fucking air, I'ma tax you for it. You doing it on my property. That's why. Well, Sanchez, I'm just breathing, but you breathing on my property. I'm gonna charge you for that. That's the world people say, why does it cost? Why we gotta pay taxes to live? Because you live on private property. They ain't telling you that you live in a fucking dynasty. You live in a dynastic age where royal families still charging people to have plantations on their property. Just like back in the day, nigga, the plantation just expanded. You doing business on private property, so you gotta pay taxes till you die. But the people in power tell you all kind of other shit why you gotta pay taxes, when the truth is that, you live in a dynastic age. You live in a royal theocracy, not a democracy, and they lying to you. So let me quit blabbering. Let me share the mic.
Salute, Sanchez. Salute. Can I say one thing quick, fast? Early on when you was talking, salute to you on the panel. Salute to you on the panel before I start talking. But earlier on when you was talking, it reminded me of a class you did early on when you said we was born and we can't see our face, proving that we live in a simulation, just like a video game.
First person experience. Yep.
Yeah, without mirrors, you would not be able to see your face. Mm-hmm. So that was something deep you said, man. And that's all I gotta say.
That's facts.
And you know what's crazy, man, is that the simple fact that the sperm actually put on the helmet and load up for 9 months, and then you born into this video game, man. That's crazy.
Nah, you know what's some crazy shit? Not to spook niggas out, but what's his name? One of my peoples or whatever, they said they had been prescribed some type of medicine for anxiety or some shit like that or something else. But that shit like cut off the inner voice in their head to the point where they couldn't hear themselves talking their head. Like, you know what I'm saying? Huh?
You talking about Ambien?
It might have been. It might have been.
A drug.
Yeah, and when I say that shit crazy, anything that'll cut your inner voice off from your head is some crazy, scary shit.
You know what's crazy? Ambien is more addictive than like heroin and a lot of shit. I was watching some other shit where a nigga risked his whole like medical shit stealing Ambien, doing Ambien. I'ma tell y'all, they don't talk a lot about Ambien, but it's so many rich motherfuckers hooked to Ambien, and they only gonna talk about the po folk shit, and all that. But I'm telling y'all, that's a whole epidemic, nigga. And guess what I'm gonna tell you right now? The fact that it's called Ambien, and as a music producer, when you dealing with ambient sounds, these are like heavenly sounds, like, oh, like when the gates of heaven open up, ambience, like they're trying to, I believe, bro, there's a lot of people, when it come to drugs, they don't have a soul. Now, people want to talk about white folks can't go in the sun. White folks got a calcified pineal gland. Here go the smoke. Now, let me cut the screen share. Here go the smoke, right? I'm telling you, nigga, it don't matter your skin color. Once you start getting so much ego and that part of you that's connected to like the truth, and that's still curious and trying to figure shit out like that dies, you trapped, nigga. That's the ego what we talking about with this demiurge. So, like, people said, well, these people can't access, ain't connected to the universe, nigga. That ain't about no color or no skin color, you fool. That's about your own personal vibration. Nigga, it's some niggas that's jet black that ain't gonna make it. And there's some people that's white as hell that's gonna transcend and cross over. Like, bro, they really, and the reason I'm bringing that up is because when I was saying about Ambien, these different drugs that different people addicted to, these hard drugs where niggas is ODing, these folks is trying to get out of their reality and out their body. Think about this, right? People say, why do a lot of rich folks OD and commit suicide? What if you're born in a simulation and you don't know you in a simulation and you think that the only goal in this capitalistic world is to get rich or die trying, and you finally get rich and you experience everything you ever wanted and it don't even give you the satisfaction that you were seeking, and so you start looking for more than just money, and you finally awaken to what the earth is and what you are in a matrix, in a simulation, but you rich as hell, you under all these contracts, and all of a sudden you just can't become some flat earther that's teaching some simulation shit because you've now finna destroy your family legacy, your children future, you're about to get blackballed and everything, but when you was getting all that money, signing all them contracts, you didn't know shit. You didn't live the life and it wasn't satisfying to you. So it kept you searching for some more even after you got the damn money. And that led you to the truth, and you realize with all that money, you can't even tell it now. That's torture. That's torture. I got all this money and I done everything I ever wanted to do, and it ain't even got me feeling how I thought it was gonna make me feel. I thought it was gonna make me feel like I was in heaven, but I'm still searching for heaven. And that's only Gnosis can give you that.
Will Smith, there's a recent interview of a clip of Will Smith talking about this same exact topic. He said, when you reach a certain point in your career, you might hit rock bottom, or you'll hit cliff top.
You know why, bro?
So
Because you know why? There's a soft spot still in my heart for all of these rich nigga. That's why I'm still a fan. It could have been me. I was that close, nigga. Because guess what? A lot of these niggas got the bag when they was young as hell. They didn't know. Even then, I didn't even know the truth when them niggas blew up and got the bag. So imagine if I would have got the bag, got in too deep, and then learned what I learned. I'd probably be dead because my mouth's so big. Nigga, I would have been under so many contracts, and now my children is, think about your own family might get you killed, nigga. Because think about this. Daddy worth hundreds of millions of dollars. We gonna inherit all that shit when he gone. This family lineage, this family wealth, generational wealth. And daddy finna risk all this shit to go talk about flat earth and astral projection. Daddy, ain't nothing you gonna be able to tell your fucking family on why you risking your success to tell the fucking truth, nigga. You in too deep.
Yeah, and you see what happens when you do, whether that's the Coolios, the anybody, or the Kanye Wests. One of the funniest things and realest things, bro, Sanchez ever said on that note is you can tell, like, something got to be ripped out of these niggas or whatever, because if you a certain level of real, you can't do this. Like he said, if a nigga sacrificed his mama, a nigga can't get up on stage next day talking about, I thank God, a nigga be throwing up on stage, all kind of shit. Nigga to be vomiting, sick to their goddamn stomach on what they just did and went through. But we see it.
Yep. Hey, that's just the facts of this shit, bro. Like, I got niggas that I grew up with that's got the bag. And guess what I know? They can't be following me and coming on my show and talking about this shit I'm talking. They part of like cabals and shit, nigga. They image matter and shit, nigga. Like, they can't be talking about certain shit and then it's a certain image they got to uphold, you know?
That's a fact.
That almost sound like sorry, my brother. That almost sound like what happened to Michael Jackson, yo.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
And the worst part about Mike, he was brought in as a kid and sex trafficked to, women, men, all kind of motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? You got a kid getting on stage talking about baby, I love you, or baby, this and that. You know what I'm saying? The grown women, and they going for this shit.
They said Diana Ross groomed him.
On phone them. Yeah, hell yeah.
I heard that, man. But just like these, I got so many friends, man, who got the bag and who in this industry, man, and they respect me for the things that I talk about, but they would never
talk about them. Yeah.
Because they family will be like, well, we might as well go off you and get the bag before you get off anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Or you get Bill Cosby round it. So everything you work for gone. Everybody know these folks can snap their finger and everything you got can be gone tomorrow before it ever get to your next generation. So I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. A lot of celebrities, you'll be surprised. Like, there's like, bro, it's so many conspiracies where you can trace that shit back to somebody close for them. If they was one of them niggas that's you moving stupid after getting the bag. Cause think about this right here, right? Even your homies and shit. It is deeper than your family. I'm going beyond that. Your family is the fact that if I'm a damn near $100 million billionaire nigga like Jigga, the way I'm moving, I'm feeding thousands of rich black families. It's so many different successful black families that their fate is in my hand as Jay-Z or somebody at the very top of the pyramid. And if you fall, guess what? The whole fucking pyramid fall. So look, a lot of people in these high places, they gonna stick to the code because there's so many people around them that's dependent on them. Nigga, that's like the mob, dog. You in so fucking deep and intricately woven into so many different powerful motherfuckers' economic situation that you better behave in a way that they can predict, nigga. You can't be doing no rash, spontaneous shit. You don't, at this point, you're not even thinking for yourself. Your shit is scripted, teleprompted. Your moves is planned out by a cabal. It's too much at stake just if you fall. It's teams now negotiating whether you should have lunch with your cousin the next day, nigga. It like shit planned out so far that folks you grew up with is saying that nigga changed, man. Like Jay-Z eating with Warren Buffett when Beanie and them was like, yeah, bro, you get to another level to where I can't be on you niggas' reality. And now I'm not shitting on Beanie and them. I'm just saying it's levels to this monopoly board.
And you know what? That's where the cloning might come in, where they can control. They might end up cloning you and control you from there.
Yeah, because you, at this point, you up so high on the ladder, you can't be thinking for fuck free will, nigga. You part of a hive mind now. That's why I be saying I think they reach a point where you gotta get the chip. You gotta get the chip at a certain point.
I believe that too. Or you gotta get cloned, because even look at the Malcolm Jamal Warner thing. He started getting podcasts. He started trying to get on our level, like how we be on, and then look what happened to him. So people want to be like, oh, the powers that be got him, but you got to think about all the people who like ringing his bell, like, look, dude, you messing the bag up. We depending on you, man. You got to stick to the code. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's just like that, bro.
There was a rapper recently, something blue. I forget his name, something blue or blue something. And that nigga got banded for fucking showing his clone. Like both of his clones was in the same exact room. Like his fucking clone walk in with a hoodie and then he take his hoodie off and you could just see like the same tattoos on that nigga. So yeah, they don't be wanting you to do certain shit.
Hell yeah, boy. Fuck around, get your ass deleted around this bitch. Stop playing. You know the code. You better shut the fuck up, play ball. You niggas know the rules.
I think
I told
they make you sit down, or they be like, yo, we finna make you just go somewhere else because you talking too much, you doing too much,
well,
and
I
you
ain't gonna
trying.
say it's because you gotta remember, this generation of motherfuckers that's dealing with this shit is different than the older generation. These young niggas is stupid. You see what I'm saying? They not just your regular kind of stupid either. You're stupid when you follow directions, you don't fuck up. They fuck up and just make it all obvious and do the exact opposite of what they was told. It's like you asking for it. You see what I'm saying? Versus back in the day, a motherfucker might slip up and make a mistake, but then really try to get their shit together. Versus, you know what I'm saying? Motherfucker say, well, yeah, I got a clone or whatever. Here this nigga is right here. Hey, clone, say what's up. It's like, nigga, are you
That's
trying to
just
call? Well, talking about, well, if something happened to me, it should be obvious that it was them people. So, nigga, they do everything else, and it's obvious that they them. The e-files ain't been released, and we know it's them. And it's just, so like, it don't really, you know what I'm saying? People at some point got to realize, you know, dumb is dumb, and you can't be fooled by the shit that's too easy to see. Everything kind of be right there in front of the naked eye if you really just pay a little bit of close attention and not just let everything skim back.
My bad, y'all. I stepped away for 1 second, but you know what? Don't you know that the word chip, right? When you take that CH, the CH can be a K sound. So like CH can be what's a CH word that sound like a K? I'm feeling stupid now. Help me.
charisma.
Thank you. Charisma. I had a brain for appreciate that. But so the thing is like when we say chip, what are we saying? Kip, cup, cap, kip, cup, cap, kip, cup, the Holy Grail. I keep showing that collage with the old pharaohs with the chip on their head or the cup on their head, the kip, the cup, the cap, kip, cup, cap. I keep telling y'all I had discovered this a decade ago where if you got a word that start in a consonant and end in a consonant, and in between those consonants are nothing but vowels, you can rearrange those vowels to create other words in the ancient world that will relate to that. For example, right? Let me show you. I'm gonna show y'all what I mean. I don't do this a lot, but I just now had an aha moment where I can teach y'all the method to my one of the methods to how I crack codes. And this method right here, it's called the vowel replacement method. Let me show you what I mean. Let me pull this up. Pull this. So here it is collage right here. Now listen. When you say the word cooch, which is a female's, we ain't gotta go no further than that. The female cooch, right? COOCH. You see how you got this word where it's sandwiched with consonants that's sandwiching vowels. So the word cooch is also the word couch. Again, what did I tell you? I cracked the code. I discovered this. I never heard anyone else discovered this. Listen, look at this word right here. Look at this collage. Check me out what I'm telling you. I found this out 10 years ago. If you have an English word that start with a consonant and end with a consonant, and in between is nothing but vowels, that's a mystery word that it's gonna give you a bunch of syncretism. I found that by mistake when I became a syncretist. I noticed that a lot of these kind of words that sandwich in the vowels can be traced back to many different derivations of it. So the word cooch is couch, right? Which became like the word cush for cushion. Cooch, couch, cush, cushion. And so, like, what is the female vajayjay? It's the thing that caught the soul when it fell. Think about this. Your soul is a fallen angel. If it fall, it's like these laws of density still apply in the spiritual realm. If your soul fall on something hard, it'll mess you up. Your soul fell on something soft, which saved you salvation, which was the female, the mother goddess, which is the JJ. The thing that stopped the fallen angels' fall was a cushion, a pillow. Your mama's whatchamacall. You know what I'm talking about. Think about how beautiful that is. That was salvation to a fallen angel. The cushion. What is a cushion? A couch. Let's go back to this. Look at the couch and look at the torus field. The human body in the torus field is the sperm and the egg. Guess what captured the sperm and stopped its fall? The egg, the cooch, the cush, the couch. It's like you was falling from a higher plane and you was gonna die, but something captured you, and that was a goddess called Net, or the goddess Nut. In Egyptian cosmology, representing the mama's pregnant belly, the firmament dome. You fell into a dome. It captured you in a net, in a firmament, in a dome. You see what I'm saying? What created the bulge? Your fall. Your soul fell from a higher plane, and it made your mama's stomach do just like what this net doing, because it's catching that man. You see this man falling? That net captured him. And because of that, that net grew a bulge. Your mama's belly is like this net that's stopping this man's fall. That's what it did to your soul, which is why ancestors worship the cosmic mother, the great womb. It was because when you talk salvation, what saved me from a great fall? Fuck my body. I'm talking about as a spirit from the base reality, bro. If we talking about a great fall, what allowed me to turn this fucked up situation into a bounce back moment? My mama did. The divine feminine. Because not only did she stop my fall, she turned the energy of my fall into a polarity paradox to where now, just like a trampoline, that shit finna bounce me back up to heaven, nigga. That shit finna make me bounce back like Juvenile. That's what's gonna happen when the net catch this man. It's gonna shoot him up higher than what, bro, listen, the way this thing works, you put a seed in the ground, you get a whole tree. So what you put down, what comes up is greater, because the nature of this underworld is more than your trampoline. See, when you jump down on this trampoline, this shit gonna shoot you to a higher plane of existence. This a different kind of trampoline. When the divine womb, when this thing captured the fallen angel. That's why I'm telling y'all, only fallen angels can bounce up to higher planes. See, you like a bullet in a gun. Some pulling you back so it can launch you off. This whole life experience feeling like you been held back and pushed down. Gravity is some holding me down. Ain't nothing holding you down. It's loading you up, nigga. You a bullet that's being cocked back. You about to shoot out. Now a bullet in a chamber is thinking, man, what's holding me back? Something holding me back and I'm trying to fly. And the bullet don't even know, bro, the thing that you think is holding you back is the reason you about to fly. Dummy. You know what I'm saying? That's us in the simulation.
I was looking at the root, the word earth. The root word of earth is ear, and I know we were talking about tendinitis earlier. I was just trying to do some etymology with you, Sanchez.
Oh yeah,
Crazy. You definitely just
I like that. That is
I like that too.
man.
Because you
Listen,
gotta hear, you gotta hear your
yeah.
you gotta hear your frequency. I was driving, I do Uber, and I saw the word earth, and I'm sitting like on a truck or something,
You know
and I'm
what?
like,
I'm gonna tell you.
EAR.
I just want to say this too. Y'all don't think I know how many years and streams I've done where I've said shit and forgot I've said it. I never forget I said it. But some of y'all niggas is like be trying to test me like, I wonder if Sanchez smoking ass even remember he taught this sometime. Yeah, but salutes to y'all, man. Hey, this some fire shit.
Too, man. You definitely. I know earlier you briefly touched on that Donald Trump shit. You should re-upload the old joint that you did with Donald Trump. Like,
Hey,
I feel
guess
like
what, Q?
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I was like, listen, bro, Q, I'm trying to change my shit, right? I'm glad you brought that up because I was like, damn, I'm gonna cut Billy Carson a break. He brought up this flat earth, and y'all know with flat power, I was kind of like, okay, nigga, it's up and stuck. I'm finna be on you for life. But there's some done them and like, okay, let me move to my next era because like, but the thing about what you saying now with this shit is like, yeah.
It's so relevant in today's time from what you said then, because I remember a lot of it clearly. And it even broke into absinthe, Christ, you know what I'm saying, as far as like his mother and maiden name and lineage. It's like that shit is important for motherfuckers to see what's going down now and be able to, draw the parallels.
I remember when Sanchez was doing that, breaking down like how his mother and most of the presidents are fucking related and shit. I remember that.
Remember you nigga was talking about myrrh? You know what I'm saying? How he took absinthe around and how they conquered motherfuckers with myrrh. It's like all of that shit is very relevant and important and not nothing that you should just easily forget or.
That's right, because look, like you bringing up the myrrh, like the word MUR is what you talking about, Q. And the reason I'm cutting in like this is because, bro, you got Moors out there that don't even know that the word Moor goes back to myrrh, which is like Lemuria, which is how you get Murray, the Virgin Mary. But it was all about this cosmic knowledge that we going into now and shit.
Right, and then they got them plants. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you said, the red and the green plant.
Yeah, what's the ain't it something like connected to the absent that we was talking about? Cause I really had a real life absent experience, bro. Like,
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. When he was touching about that shit was his. Hey, man, look, that's why I said, bro, it's been some legendary streams that I know everybody ain't been in the community for as long as some of us, but yeah, y'all need to go back and dig into some archives.
You know what? I want to give y'all some real quick. You see this? Let me show y'all some. I'm gonna show y'all what the Renaissance was and what Tartaria mean and all that, man. I'm really fucking with this panel. I want to give y'all some real quick. I'm gonna flex a bit. right? And I'm going to flex using knowledge. This what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through my collages and I'm going to show you why I'm doing this, right? Look at this collage. I ain't going to even talk about it. I'm going to just let you look at it and you know who made it. This is my work. I'm going to go through these all night and show you. Bro, I got tens of thousands of these that connect different shit around the world. Matter of fact, let me flip. Fuck that. Y'all saw this one too many times. Fuck that one. Fuck that one. We don't want that one. Y'all just saw that one too many times. What about that one? What about, go look up the definition of syncretism and tell me I ain't one of the best at this shit that make most sense of our reality with the connections I'm making. But I ain't saying this out of ego. I'm saying it because I'm finna go somewhere to give you some more knowledge. Watch this. The shit I'm doing right now that we calling syncretism, I'm finna give you a scenario. Imagine Bob Ross, the painter, paint a bunch of masterpieces and people looking at the shit saying, bro, that's pseudo. What the fuck is that? Look at this shit. This is Bob Ross nigga right here. Look, he painting, you know. What I'm telling y'all is these kind of the collages that I'm showing you right now, this is an ancient art form that existed during the Renaissance and many other times in antiquity where humans was waking up in an enlightenment era. They rewrote all the enlightenment eras from history with Renaissance stories, Great Flood stories, Tartarian conspiracy, just any kind of way to explain or reset why we lost knowledge and rediscovered it. But here's what I'm telling you. We never lost the knowledge and rediscovered it. They've just found out a different lie to hide the truth every time we start waking up throughout the ages. But this particular age, the Mayans said they ain't gonna succeed. They said that the people gonna finally break through in this Aquarius age. And you can't stop the knowledge in this one. But here's the catch. Not everybody gonna receive it. Just a small few. And I'm gonna tell you something about the Bible. If you go watch a movie called The Matrix, it's telling you the Bible story because the Bible tell you when the truth come back to the earth, the majority will never even get it. It'll only be a small group that only get it every awakening age. And the Matrix showed you that when they gave you the Trinity crew. That wasn't a lot of people. That was just Neo, Morpheus, the white chick, the other chick. Everybody else was sleep as hell in the simulation, which takes us back to that 144,000. If you really think about how many people gonna be saved, y'all know I'm a nerd, right? Watch this. I'll shit you not. I can show you my chat GPT history. But fuck that. Guess what I'm gonna do? Go to chat GPT. I can show you my history, nigga. Watch this. Watch this. Saved. If I put in saved, it ought to let me know. Watch this. This the kind of shit I be researching. Watch this. Look what I asked ChatGPT. According to the Bible and your math, about how many Christians do you think will make it to heaven and how many Christians are here on earth? Look, ChatGPT said 2.6 billion people on earth is Christians. And out of 2.6 billion people, guess what ChatGPT said? 1% gonna make it, 1 to 2%. So out of 2.6 billion people, only 26 million Christians gonna be saved. Bro, that's very low. Look, read here. Based on the tone and urgency of scripture, most theologians and scholars lean toward a very low percentage, possibly 1% to 10% of every motherfucker on earth right now that's praying to Christ is only gonna be saved. Nigga, let me give y'all an example of what that's like. That's like being, right? Let me tell you what that's like. That's like hiring a savior for a job, like a fire department, right? You got a burning building. You got the most advanced fire department in the universe, right? It's 2.6 billion people in that burning building, and they only save 1% of them. Now, I want y'all to go look up fire departments and do your math. What are the percentage of people saved in a burning house or building situation when the fire department is alerted with ample amount of time? Keyword, ample amount of time, because your savior already know when the fire happening. He can see the future. So this is a fire department that knows when a fire gonna happen before it happens. And they still only save 1%. What the fuck they do that at?
In that episode of Rick and Morty, when they was stuck in the video game, bro, he kept saying only a certain percent of y'all can go back, and the other rest gotta stay in the video game. I'm gonna shut up right there, bro.
Hey, bro, when I say that Roy shit, I didn't got up here. We didn't show that on the panel before, bro. That shit is real. Like,
bro, the
hey,
Royal game is fucking, because they did a 2-part to that shit, my nigga. It was part one.
When he was like, basically Rick tried to tell everybody what Bro Sanchez is trying to tell us. He like, look, everybody is me, and I'm everybody in this bitch. But he said it like everybody's my grandson. He was like, wait, am I hey, motherfuckers in the crowd was like, am I your grandson? He was like, nigga, everybody's my grandson.
Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
They were saying all.
Look, you the first nigga put me on a Rick and Morty, Q.
Nah, yeah, bro.
I ain't even capping.
So many of the shit we talk about on here, like they drop it in very obvious
my
symbolism.
nigga.
Call
Like,
that not banter, but dialogue. You see what I'm saying? A lot of their dialogue includes the shit that we be going over.
My nigga, the more recent episodes, like the last, I think it was season 7, because we on season 8. Yo, my nigga, they started going ham. There was an episode about like the day walkers and the night walkers.
Ooh,
basically,
nigga.
this nigga Rick was able to control the sleeping version of him while he still got sleep. And the nigga got abs and shit, right? And it fucked me up. Hold on. It fucked me up, my nigga, because this nigga fucking Morty was like, pow, 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 pow. He's like punching his abs. He's like, as above, so below. I'm like, nah, nigga. They are clearly taking everything from Sanchez, my nigga.
Can't nobody tell me Hollywood and media, cause guess, and this why the video I made about Phil Valentine, I took that shit down, nigga. I felt so bad, bro, because I'm gonna tell you some real shit. When Phil Valentine came into Flat Earth, I gave him a hard time because I ain't gonna lie, man. It was all about a money grab. But guess what? I grew up and matured to see. Nigga, some of this shit we do, we gotta feed our family too, and you can't be mad at a nigga because it's like, I still became a better person watching Phil Valentine because listen, if a person only fuck with Phil Valentine and they don't even like Sanchez, they're gonna be waking up and introduced to Flat Earth even if he was doing it for money. You see what I'm saying? Cause now now I'm looking for ways to monetize this message so that I can still feed my family and tell the truth. As a young, hot-headed ass nigga, we tell ourselves, man, no, fuck the money. We got to get the truth out. But see, Phil Valentine was older than me in them days. I went out to him and he found out something I'm finding out now. Guess what you got to do as a truther on a monopoly board? You just can't put the truth out. You gotta find a way to put the truth out so fucking fire that people want to fund it and support you for it. But look, here's how you do that. You present yourself in a way that you ain't a cheap hoe. You know what I've learned, bro, with selling beats as a music producer? That if I sell my beat for $20, nigga, that's me selling my brand low. Why the fuck you think people pay big money for these expensive brands? It's because the price is part of the brand. It ain't that the shit is a better cotton shirt than the cheap shirt you bought. It's that the brand making a statement, this is what I think I'm worth. Based upon what I'm the, can't no, cause think about certain shit you can't put a value on. It's all about a brand at that point. A brand is basically something that's valued based upon what the society think about it. Like, it can be a regular cotton shirt, but with that brand on it, that shirt costs $10,000. And it ain't that the shirt is some high-tech shit, it's cotton. It's the brand, it's the lifestyle that the brand represent. You're paying for a story and a history behind a brand. That's what drive value up on a monopoly board. That's why Boardwalk costs more than Mediterranean.
I was just about to say you got to turn it to a lifestyle beyond the brand to a lifestyle.
I don't wanna open up any wounds, my niggas. But since it's topic at hand, it's almost like that whole 607 unk shit with you and this nigga, bro, Sanchez. I don't know the whole background. I don't know if y'all patched it up. I really don't give a fuck.
Let me tell you
But I
something.
did.
Let me tell you something real quick, bro. Stop right there. Let me tell you something about Unc real quick. Ain't no situation with me and Unc. Let me tell you something. The situation ain't with me and Unc, it's just with me. See, the thing about Unc, people, let's give me 3 minutes. There is a cabal of very powerful people that they can't allow the truth to get out. So they know they can't really kill a nigga, because if you kill a nigga under certain situations where he's prophesying his own death and he's calling you out that he's been gang stalked, people know if something happened to Sanchez, it's because of my message that I'm teaching. And that's gonna actually do the opposite of what they was trying to do when they killed me, which was silent the message. Is gonna make people look for it like Jesus. He dead because of it. What was he saying? Let me hear it. Now, when a person know that killing you will only make you a martyr and make your message stronger, which they know Sanchez is totally prepared to be, which is why I was dumb enough to sign up for the infantry. Even when I didn't even know that much about reality, I knew that death was nothing to really fear, and that if I died for a good cause, it's okay. And I'm still that way. And that's the kind of attitude what they can't just kill you now because you ain't scared to die for your message, and people gonna know you died for your message, and now they want to hear your message. Your death becomes a spotlight for your message, and the elite know that. So what they do, right, which leads back to Unc, they say, listen, we need something to muffle his voice. We can't kill him mortally. We got to do it spiritually. The word spirit means breath. We're in a war of Armageddon, which is social media, AI, TikTok. That's what the Bible prophesies. Spirit is breath. That means that information is going to be the new warfare on earth and a new economy. And the people who got powerful voices, you ain't going to be able to kill them physically. You're going to have to silence them, which to those people will be worse than an actual physical death. Because I ain't going to lie to y'all. A nigga like me, if you told me, Sanchez, if you died tomorrow, everyone in the world will hear your message. But if you keep living, you'll die. But ain't nobody gonna really even know that your ass existed. I'm the type nigga that'll contemplate and fuck around and say, yeah, man, go ahead, put I'm beyond a money type nigga. Like I've been in this lifestyle of balling out, having the streets on lock, a flirt at tasting the music industry at some point. I'm at a point now where I know there's something else beyond here. I lost a lot of people I love. I know they went to the other side. I know there's a form of currency that's deeper than money, deeper than fiat currency. I know that fiat currency in this world will only lead you to selling your soul to the beast, like the dude in the Matrix that said, I know this steak ain't real, but make me rich. I'm beyond that. I'm at a point now where, look, I wouldn't mind being rich, but I don't want to be rich here. Maybe in my next lifetime. Because look, the price of being rich here is me coming back here and deleting this existence of me waking up and living out some other fantasy of me being something else. I know how the universe works. This particular reality, I'm consciously, intentionally choosing to die as a motherfucker who's woke. Now listen, there's layers to reality. I'm passing a baton so I can start my domino effect. The domino, how you dominate with the domino effect, how you dominate the dome, the firmament dome, the domino, the chain reaction, the ripple effect, the dome, the domino effect, right? How you get out of the ecosystem, the echo chamber, right? Guess how you do it? You gotta sacrifice one of your lives. Guess what? We've been coming to this simulation, being whatever the fuck I'm finna yield the floor. I swear I'm a yield right here. Watch this. We've been coming in and out of this simulation, being whatever we wanna be, but never what we need to be. It's like a video game, right? I go in the game and I say, look, I'm gonna be a fighter this time. I'm gonna be a dancer this time. I'm gonna be a comedian this time. But one day you gonna go in the game and you gonna say, look, I'm gonna be a non-gamer this time. I'm gonna go in the game and I'm not gonna play no motherfucking games. How many of y'all know what that statement means? When you look a nigga in the face and you say, bro, I ain't playing no games. Quit playing with me because I ain't playing no fucking games. Now, you are the nigga that's inside of a game telling everybody around you, I ain't playing no more, my nigga. Quit playing with me. I'm not playing no games. But folks looking at you like, bro, we in the simulation. Play with me. And you're like, listen, bro, I'm through playing. I'm tired of this shit. I ain't playing no more games.
Facts. That's where I'm at with this shit, bro. And then Torian, was that you that just put? It's funny you just brought that shit up and somebody just commented on my.
See, the thing about Unc, right? Let me tell you what Unc is. Unc is an old spirit, in my opinion, that's been in the game. He's been controlled by the cabal, and I believe that Unc is the nigga in the Matrix that said, look, put me back in the game, use me for what you want, make me rich. And they said, look, nigga, we need you to intercept the momentum that Sanchez is getting, because we can't kill Sanchez. But we need something that's humorous, it's funny, it's a caricature, you know, it ain't quite like a fool, but it's something, you know, in the energy. We see the Sanchez formula. It's humorous, it's ghetto, it's loud, it's making a slyway caricature out of himself, but it's dropping hella deep knowledge. Now, Unc didn't really get the deep knowledge part, but he got the basic template, which is what AI do. AI ain't gonna give you sustenance. It will ace the entertainment part, but they didn't program the truth in AI. So AI will give you so much entertainment, and it only has a little truth. And I'm telling you, I know Unc might not like what I'm saying. That's my nigga. I ain't gonna listen. I don't even know if Unc is a real nigga. We was talking about niggas get the chip. I'm saying, how the fuck we know Unc ain't AI, nigga? Like, I'm
Facts.
saying that nigga is part of the machine. At this point, he's a celebrity that's all on the platforms that a real truther would never be invited to.
Yo,
Tareem.
Yo, Sanchez, I just wanted to cut in. First off, my name is Torian Lemuel Kelman. You could definitely look me up on Instagram, bro. I am
Cut your
far.
camera on right now.
I got you, my nigga. I got you right now, bro. I'm literally in my house with my dog, bro.
Matter of fact, I've seen you before on here.
Yeah, bro. It's one love, my nigga. I've learned so much from you,
But
my
I
nigga.
still will say this, bro. I still don't trust nobody. Now look,
I understand.
I don't do meetups because of that. Cause look, check this out, right? We've done a whole show doing nothing but good vibes. Nothing but positive vibes, positive energy. And the moment we mention Sit So Sim Unk, we get porn bomb. Now Sit So Sim Unk can go on all these platforms and niggas act like he telling some kind of truth when he's just a character of another nigga who you don't even know behind the character. And you ask yourself at the end of the show, what did I learn? Nigga, I just seen a Crip sissy and a fucking police blood talk about some shit that ain't gonna get me richer tomorrow. I want the trolls to know that whenever a topic come up that get me porn bomb, it lets me know to go ahead and talk about that more. So now I know I probably need to be dissing Sit So Sim Unk on solo panels where it can't be porn bomb and where, because if I bring that up and the porn bomb happen, what that's telling me? Some niggas connected with Sit So Sim Unk trying to bring me down and bring him up with my message. I'm just a simple thinking nigga, right? That ain't rocket science, is it? And it's crazy because certain niggas that's connected with Unk always on the panel when I mention him and a porn bomb take place. It's like Unk is a code word, send the porn bomb when we say Unk. A plan, a code. Remember, I'm a syncretist. So I pick up on parallels and similarities and shit. So trust me, when I find out the cabal involved in blackballing me for the past decade, acting like they cool, because remember, I was the only flat earther getting porn bombed. I was the only flat earther talking about the great mother and all the deep shit we talking about tonight that they trying to silence, that they trying to make it like Unk is controlling. He don't get porn bombed, but I do. You want to know the nigga that's telling the truth? Look at the nigga that's being silenced. Nigga, I don't even get the views I used to get. I'm struggling for views and they still porn bombing me. And you telling me I don't got the truth, nigga. The truth is the shit that's getting buried in a world of lies. Look at your boy. So all of this shit just reconfirmed to me that I got the truth, nigga. And I ain't gonna stop. Fuck the views, fuck the money, fuck all of that. I'm fueled by the hate that I got for the enemies, nigga, for the liars, for the niggas that's on the bullshit. Nigga, if you got any kind of opposition energy toward me, I feel it. And I'm faking with your ass. I want all the Judases around me to know we all faking. We all faking, nigga. I'm not a fool. And I hope this little rant let you know I know.
Bro,
So
this shit is fucking insane. I'm like, I can't even believe this shit is a whole fucking thing that motherfuckers really be on. First off. Second off, I'm just like, on that note, like you said, anybody that's coming with some bullshit, I'm on all smoke. Like niggas just said, ain't no playing this time around. I don't care who it is. It ain't about no money. I'm a nigga that done went without money a long time. So believe me when I say, definitely driven by the hate from this shit. I got kids in this shit in this simulation that I gotta teach how to get out this bitch. And I'm not playing behind that behind no means. I will sacrifice my life for that.
Because here go the thing what y'all gotta realize too. I'm teaching the truth. This community is a threat to all of the gangbangers, all of the black boule, the cabal niggas that have enriched themselves off keeping black people entertained, full of caricatures and circus shows like Unk and fucking pointless media that don't wake you up. It keep you a slave, laughing and fucking laughing your way to the slaughterhouse as a sheep. I'm a threat to that. That's why you see all of the fake ass woke people taking off, getting views with no porn bumming. And guess what? I can barely fucking keep a crowd in here without a troll on my shit. Trolls don't troll anybody, nigga. Trolls are real people that get paid to troll. Nigga, if you trolling for free today just cause you hating on a nigga, then your ass need to go shoot yourself. These trolls getting the bag today. Nigga, you don't troll for free today. If you a fucking troll, why don't you be a Democrat troll and go troll some conservatives, or a conservative troll and go troll some Democrats? Get part of a group and get your money with your trolling. Any rogue ass trolls that's just trolling a nigga they don't like for free, boy, you need to shoot yourself. And I'm telling you, I don't got no rogue trolls. All of my trolls are somebody from a brotherhood or a cabal, whether it's Freemasons, somebody that's a globe earther from NASA, some white boy that's mad that I'm a black flat earther waking the people up. Boy, I got a lot of enemies. Some Hebrew Israelite that's mad that I'm waking up about the Bible. Look, bro, I touch every group that's lying to the people. Everybody got a motive to not only want to cyber troll me, but physically do harm to me, nigga. And what make it so crazy, if something happened to me, no one even know about why a nigga like me even died. I'm a nobody, and I'm not big. They stop the truth before it ever get popular. And the people ain't gonna rock. It'll be people that'll fall out with you for small shit and not even realize how big the threat is, that the opportunity we got to wake people up. That's why I'm telling you, this world will never wake up. You can't, bro, it'll never be a situation where some nigga get the truth and get all the people to get with them and superhero. Dun, 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 dun. No, it's gonna be like Jesus. Every time you get the truth, you gonna get crucified and die a lonely death where you're blackballed, you're canceled out, you're silenced. Bro, it's a cabal of niggas that's been making my life hard for a long, long time, and they ain't just white people. I got real live white people that are globe earthers that want me dead because I'm a threat to this NASA shit, to this space shit. Nigga, that's a whole fucking secret society. That's a real power, brotherhood that have enriched themselves with this lie, nigga. And you think just a nigga from the hood gonna wake up with the truth and wake all these people up and disrupt this wealth, this power? Bro, the truth and the good people never win here. I signed up for that. I can't bitch about it. I got to know that I'm gonna face the fate of Jesus. You gonna die, you ain't gonna be known like that, nigga. You're gonna be silenced, your shit gonna be deleted. These people run this shit, you ain't gonna change it. You gonna wake a few people up and you gonna ask yourself, was it worth it? It's worth it. I think it is.
I think you already won, bro. whole
And so,
time.
It's
and
just
so
soon name come up, that shit happened. And then them names that you don't know before, bro, I usually make them people start talking soon as they get on. Check them soon as they get on. So
Thing is, bro, Key, you know just like I know, cause it's a difference between a real op and a fake op. Like, this what I mean when I say that, right? We'd have been around some globe earthers or some niggas that wasn't totally on the flat earth side, that was constant people that got up on the panel and went back and forth, but still was on some real shit. And then we didn't have niggas that we didn't found out to be fake too. And I know a lot of the list of them, believe me. Like I said, been here a minute. I will call out a few, but I don't want to tear open no open wounds. But it's niggas that
no,
didn't
don't
die.
call them niggas nobody names. Cause guess what, bro? I'm gonna tell you why. That's vampire shit. Like
Right. That's
cymatics.
why I don't even mention them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's only motherfuckers I even mention at this point is people I really, got some type of respect for, and, that type of thing. And, like the homie Diadec that died. I'm like, even though he used to go back and forth with us with this and that, he was still a cool nigga at the end of the day.
I'm gonna
yeah,
say
he
this.
would.
I'm gonna say this real quick. No, go ahead. Whoever that was, I hear you.
Yeah, it was me. Peace panel. Peace everybody. Peace chat.
Peace
Peace
and
brother
love.
Sanchez. I just wanted to say about the Neuralink. I think it's a little bit really. I feel like since I've been you've been teaching about that, and I've been observant about this, but I think the problem is more bigger than what I thought it would be. But I believe since observing, so I can tell the difference because you got clones, you got the hybrids, and then you got the Neuralinks. But with the Neuralinks, what I've discovered is that they come with an entity. They come
What
with
you
the
mean?
entity. Yeah, they come with the entity that's along with that Neuralink. And I also just wanted to say that Rick and Morty, the last name of Rick is Sanchez. I digress.
Yeah, I always thought that was kind of funny.
Damn. Yeah.
You know the whole thing. If you look up my name, numerology, and all ways, the weird thing about this shit with syncretism, all of my numerology, my name, and everything says that I'm supposed to be a syncretist. You know what's crazy, man? Even Sanchez in English gematria is 666. But see, what's 666? That's the number of the beast, the serpent, the number of the one that brought wisdom, the snake. Like, let me just stop. But anyway, you know what I'm going to say, man? We've been streaming for 7 hours, and guess what? People like Sanchez still going. Guess what, bro? Called streaming and podcasting. When I have time, like I don't always have time, but when I do, nigga, it's like Thursday is my weekend. It's like my Friday. So it's like my weekend start on a Thursday. So what happens is during the whole week, nigga, I'm really working. Like being a content creator is a full, like I work 7 days a week. I don't have a day off. When you don't see me, I'm still working. I'm still working. I'm creating videos and recording and chopping up shit. Like I'm never not doing content. You may get a day off your job, but when you your own boss and your whole shit is dependent on content creation, you stuck. You in too deep, and you on a hamster on a wheel that got to be pumping out the next hit, nigga. Like the shit rolling. You in there now. Like everybody, if you ain't, let me tell you something. A lot of folks think they want to do this content creation. Let me tell you something, bro. Don't even start that shit till you ready and passionate. Cause once the hamster get on the wheel, people gonna want content consistently. You may get burnt out. Like a person may say, I don't want to go to work today. I'm gonna call off. Nigga, content creators may get burnt out and may want to take a whole month off. Ain't no paid time off, PTO, nigga. When you ain't making content, people looking at somebody else. So, like, your job, you may want to motherfucking think about your job. Like, you know, I know it looked what it looked like, but hey, nigga, I like what I do. I wouldn't change it, but, you know, don't think that I'm in a better position than y'all now. And we all in the same boat. But yeah. Anyway, I'm about to make some beats, nigga. I'm a music producer. I want to make some fucking music, and I'm tired of talking about deep shit. And I don't care. I've been streaming for 8 hours, and I'm finna open up Fruity Loops and make beats. And I don't know if I'm gonna go to my other channel and do that shit, or I might just whip off and start doing right, no homo, like right in front of everybody, like fuck it, right now, fuck it. Nigga,
Hey, bro, right now, man, put this shit back up, man, because it was a fire bill.
Oh, hold up. Oh, but look, the porn ain't get in my shit. Like, you can't win with me with the porn. Like, bro, let me tell y'all something about my shit, bro. I got a 10-second delay on my fucking streaming software. The moment I see some porn, I go right to the beginning thumbnail, and that never, bro, I got 10 seconds to see it and switch the thing. And I'm pretty quick, so I got you. You'll never win, troll. It'll just let me start narrowing down and questioning the, like, everybody that joined this panel tonight, your name is on a list. I'm just letting you know. Man, I wrote it out with my own hand, nigga. Soon as the porn bomb came in and I got them off, I put the ink pen out in a notebook. I wrote everybody name down that's on this stream. I do that every time on Porn Bomb, and I start saying who's on every panel and what am I talking about when this happened. Because I know that a porn bomber ain't just fucking with a person. Nigga, you got to literally watch the stream. You got, like, it's a lot to porn bomber. You got to have a reason. I'm a forensics police ass nigga and a syncretist, so trust me. The more it happens, the more I'm gonna crack the code. And when I finally narrow it down, I'm gonna be so sure of who it is. And it'll be up to me to decide how I go from that, because it'll be like, do I call them out, wage war on the offensive and expose it? Or do I say just silently, they know I know, and I just never let them on again around me and continue making my shit? Yeah, and go.
Let that shit be known.
Because what happened with the porn troll too, they'll be the nigga that did it, and the moment you call them out on it, they'll use that as a new clout to now tear you down. Like, that nigga called, and I was that, you know, and so you just kind of shut up, I know who it is, and just win on them niggas and let them die out in the background. That's what I'm thinking. But not diplomatic. Oh, trust me, man, I'm 40 years old. But check this out.
We gotta find the fine line in between that. We gotta find the line of, gotta figure out who this motherfucker is so he don't join other motherfucker shit. But
somebody
at the same time, don't give motherfucker too much clout.
Hey, T. Riggle said definitely no meetups. See, here go the thing about it, man. I know I'm in too deep, and what I know as a woke soul got me targeted by a lot of individuals who are pieces of shit. They only thinking instinctively, capitalistically, and all that. Right? I know that. And I've already made up in my mind that they got more to lose than me. Now think about it. If you're a capitalistic nigga, you thinking money and wealth, I'm already telling that the people who targeted me got more than me. Right? Which is why they ain't trying to lose what they got with it. But at the same time, my advantage is I don't got none of that. I only got the truth, and you won't even let me have that. Which means, nigga, I'm in a place where, like, bro, I'll do something to you. Like, playing with me, all I got is the truth. Nigga, that ain't even making me rich, nigga. That ain't gonna make me rich, nigga. That got me messing. The truth has messed my whole life up. But the only thing it gave me is a few people that want to support me for it who can relate to it like me. That ain't a lot of people in this world. And guess what? I've been blackballed, my numbers going down, the money situation ain't no rich shit. Nigga, the people that's making the money on this thing ain't telling the truth. They entertaining y'all. I got to find a way to do both of those. Entertain you and tell the truth. Now that's crazy is the people that just entertain you don't gotta beg for your support. The people that gotta hop through loops and try to entertain and educate and enlighten your ass gotta also learn how to beg you to make you support them. It's so much I gotta do for so little. Well, if I just said, listen, let me just entertain these people, nigga, you'll throw the dollars at me. D.L. Hewley ain't hurting for money. Motherfuckers that come into this damn, cause the real Roman Colosseum is the flat earth simulation. Are you not entertained? Everybody up under this dome is stupid as hell. And anybody that come in here with sense, they get Barabbas chose over them. Jesus, think of how Jesus felt when the world said, give us Barabbas. Give us dumbass, evil ass, fake ass caricature, not even your own self as Barabbas over Bro Sanchez who making his own collages and really connected to the ancestors. Barabbas was more famous in the Colosseum than Christ. Christ wasn't famous. Christ was infamous. Go look up the definition, nigga. Infamous. Meaning you known by the world because we don't like you. Because of what you stand for. Christ wasn't famous. He was infamous like every Gnostic, like every truther. And I'm telling y'all, bro, you know what separate the truther from these people who sold they soul, nigga? You can do what you want to Christ. He's still gonna deliver his message and do his mission, nigga. It ain't gonna stop that, nigga. Didn't y'all learn that with Christ? That y'all crucified the man and did all that and he still got his point across to the world? You wasting your goddamn time, nigga. You can't stop my light from shining. You can dim it for a little bit. And guess what that's gonna do? It's gonna make me look in the mirror and say, how the fuck these haters winning right now? What they figured out? And once I get that right there figured out, nigga, I'm back on top again. You ain't gonna win, nigga. Like, come on now. I got the light. You got the darkness, and you think you gonna win. Yeah, you like a fool. Play my fucking music, nigga. Let me play my music, nigga. This my new beat right here, though.
Sanchez cocina.
I'm just fucking around in the booth on these niggas now, nigga. No serious shit. Hey, look, man, I got my Fruity Loops open on niggas. Now, look, we 8 hours in, bro. Hey, I said, listen, moving forward, man, I'm going to just fucking do me. Niggas thought that the porn bomb was going to make me shut the stream down and stop. Listen, bro, that's make me looking closer at every what my nigga Hassan said. Pay attention to your circle before they hurt you, nigga. That's one thing I always learned from Hassan Campbell.
Hey, no bullshit though. You hear me man, finna get the freestyle in my head in this bitch for a second when it came to the track. I'm like, hold up.
Word. Hey, you know,
Hell
I
yeah.
sampled this from let me play this shit back. Hold on. I don't even really fuck with this beat like that. I really don't. This some mediocre shit. I was gonna play some fire shit, but if you fuck with it, let me listen back. Hold up.
Yeah, play that shit back.
I don't really fuck with this like that.
It's something to be done with this, bro. Yeah, for the sake. Come on, bro. You tripping. It's like, only reason I say that, I know if I've seen a person like Drake or Kendrick get on a beat like this, you see what I'm saying? And it's all about what you say and what you put on that motherfucker. And if somebody really ripped that motherfucker, like your shit, that one right there can go out of there. You like, and it always be the ones people be like, I don't really fuck with that one like that. And then nigga, I'm like, no, that one cool.
You know why I don't fuck with that one though? Cause it's this old school dude, like y'all know music, right? Joe Henderson. I was on YouTube and I can even put a nigga the tab still open. Like I was like, bro, my new shit was concept. I said, look, when I sit down and make beats, I don't want to just blindly make no shit. I learned that from watching, you know, tutorials and shit. Have intention, like you'll come out with a better result. So that beat right there was me saying, okay, I want to sample old school flutes. So I said, look, the concept behind Today Cook Up gonna be finding old songs with a flute in it and take that flute and sample that flute and make it something new. Let me go back to that beat real quick. I can show y'all what I'm talking about. But
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I show you the whole process. I screen share
I'm
all that
like, bro,
shit.
honestly, I'm gonna need like shit. I just really started getting back into my FL Studio bag because I've been dealing with, of course, just changes of life and shit like that in the seasons, and you know, dealing with my kids and shit like that. My younger son, and that shit had took me away from the beat making for a while, and I'm just at this point trying to get back into it. So I started fucking with it recently again. I'm trying to like get my sound kits back and all of that type of shit.
Hey, look, everybody in the chat saying they fucking with that beat too. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to that beat. Yeah, look, I'm gonna show y'all the original sample. Fuck the copyright. I'm gonna show y'all the original sample in the chat, and then I'm gonna show y'all what came from that shit. But yeah, salutes to everybody. Yeah, we shifting to some other shit, but this something else right here. Let's hear. I'm opening up random projects in my you know, Fruity Loop shit. Let me see if I can share this with y'all real quick. I'm opening up random shit, bro, and I'm just yeah, now I can share it with the people. Y'all,
Yeah, you say
yeah.
Rico, nah, that bitch was fire too. You say you ain't like that one.
Oh, y'all don't fuck with like a lot like yeah, man. I'm gonna even take that one off of my YouTube over there, but I got a bunch of new beats I'm gonna put up. But look, I don't even like a lot of my shit I really don't like. That's why like you don't hear me rapping on my own beats like that. It's weird, man. Like most other even 2 Chainz liked that one of my beats that he used that I didn't like. That's crazy. I think I be too hard on myself, but
You
you know.
do, bro. Like I said, it's like it's still one of your joints that you made a while back that I don't know if it's still up on your page, and I can't tell you what it's called, but I know how to get to it based on remembering, like how you know how you drop like beats in the beginning of some of your videos, based on like the thumbnail picture and shit like that in the time period. I know how to get back to that motherfucker all the time. When I say yeah, that's always one of my joints. It's like you got a couple of them motherfuckers, but that's definitely one of my joints. I'm like, hey, a nigga got to do something to that. So,
And then, hey, you know what? Any beat Q, Y'all gonna have to remind me of it, and for sure, man, we gonna have to. Man, I got y'all for sure, man. Because look, if I'm just like I heard another person say this, if you making beats, you got hot shit people feeling. If they artists, fuck, bro, I ain't trying to sell these beats. I'm trying to get. If niggas got a song wrote and ready to one of these beats, you doing me a favor dropping on it. Real talk, bro. Like I got so many beats just sitting on my drive. I ain't even trying to sell them like that. I'm just trying to get them out there for real. So if somebody blow up the one, shit, nigga, you doing both of us a favor. But check this out. See, before I play this too, let me just tell you what I've been doing lately. Lately, I've been saying, look, what am I gonna do as a trap producer to separate myself moving forward? And my shit was, I always been a trap producer that like to sample a lot of old shit. That give me an edge. So like, I'm saying I'm finna be sampling rare shit in a different way, coming up with weird melodies, different bounces, weird, like on some yachty shit. Just being creative is really what the future of music is right now, for real. But you know, the reason why that's hard though, cause it's kind of experimental, but that balance of like, okay, I'm gonna do some different shit, but not so far that is like corny or just off. I don't know, man. That's the kind of concept I've been having in mind with processing the beats.
Nah, definitely. But that's what, like you said, like as much as you might critique yourself because of it, it's like the shit still be coming out fire. That's why it's like shit. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep it moving, keep it pushing and moving forward. G, like I said, I'm definitely fucking with it.
Let me see if y'all fucking with this then. Don't gas me.
Cause I'm cycling through your shit right now. I'm gonna figure that shit out too.
Just listen.
I like it.
Y'all, do I need to turn that shit up some?
Hell yeah.
I don't know if they can hear my bass in this shit though.
Hey, this shit come.
Look at it.
It's like
saying? I don't know if y'all can hear how that subwoofer just humming on that bitch, that low end.
This shit slapping like some schoolboy Q type shit. That's why I'm like, I want to hear this shit in the car.
Oh man, I'm telling this shit gonna have that woofer going crazy in the car. All right, let me go to something else real quick, man. See,
say that one too.
Hey, that's crazy.
Cheek on that motherfucker right there. That shit'd be hard.
Man, hey, that's one of the ones. Like that shit scream ballin' ass hotel lobby scene.
Right.
Hey, but you know what though? It's crazy because I know these motherfuckers, a lot of these beats supposed to be out the door. But nigga, I ain't on cap. I think I'm being blackballed in the music industry too, but I ain't tripping because guess what, nigga? It's a lot of niggas been blackballed from the industry that nigga, guess what? Fuck that. The underground here for a reason. Nigga, hey, look. Let me go to my shit. Let's go to here.
Yeah, but that's what
Oh, bro, I love this track.
It's a simple banger.
I love it.
Try to make niggas freestyle, cut it out.
Freestyle, nigga. That's like old school trap, like Atlanta, old school trap
That's giving
vibes.
like 3-6. That's giving 3-6 vibes. I'm like, okay. I'm thinking of the type of flow to go to that. I'm like, yeah, that's one of them type vibes. Got that Memphis type of energy.
I'm gonna give you a whole nother vibe right here, right? So look, I'm finna give you a Lil Yachty vibe where I'm sampling Mariah Carey. And then what I'm doing, right, I'm gonna sample this Mariah Carey song in a way that Lil Yachty will fit perfectly over this beat. Tell me as a producer I ain't hearing the right artist for the right sample. Let's play. Now this shit is a rough version. It's just the beat, but I didn't mix it or nothing with the mixer, so the levels and all the shit gonna be rough, but so you know. So let's play the beat. Here go the intro ain't supposed to be that long either. It's supposed to be like, it's supposed to be, hold on. Let me show y'all. Here it is. Just the real intro right here. So y'all get the point with that one.
Hell yeah.
Don't gas everything.
Oh, nigga, look though. You gotta take.
I'm like in my head, I'm trying to think of different flows that'll go to each one of these beats, and I'm like, I'm starting to catch one as they go on, and I'm like,
The singing part on the last end of the hook though, so cause that's the like, you know, as that bitch going, doom 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 doom, and then end it off with that with Mariah voice on the end. That's like the treat. That's like the cherry on top. That little singing voice type shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
that's what that, cause the beat gotta lead up to a climax. But check this out. Hold on. Hey, look, I ain't gonna bore y'all all night with these, but check this one out. Know what I'm saying? Yep, I
Oh yeah.
got that shit like that, and you know what I'm saying? I'm just kind of going through these projects on the
I'm
spot.
like, hey, yeah, I'm like,
Very
yeah.
exquisite. Yes, it's exquisite. Yeah.
Yeah, when
He in the demiurge, so they in trouble.
You know what's
finna go
crazy?
Ain't got him seeing
Okay.
double
All
or
right,
something like.
come
when
on,
I
nigga.
get
Look,
I'm
I'm
finna
just
record when I get back from burying my grandpa. I'm finna get on the road in like a few hours. As soon as I get back, I'm finna start trying to record, bro. I'll be back on Sunday.
hey,
Condolences
listen.
to your grandpa, broski. So
Yeah, man,
Get
real
back.
talk. Hey,
Yeah.
listen. My condolence, salutes to my nigga Key, man. You been going through some real shit, and still over here on the kicking the truth and shit, and like Motot on them. Hey, salutes, my nigga.
And shit, I just been having like in my head a little bit and shit. And I just saw you on, man, and I just fuck it. This like my get off type shit.
Mm-hmm.
Just jumping on vibing with y'all and shit. You playing the beats and just giving me something to do. I'm trying not to really think about shit too much. It ain't gonna hit me till I get there, but man, salutes
Yeah.
to you. I appreciate you, bro.
Hey, well, I'm gonna keep this shit going for you, my nigga, man. Hell yeah.
get on the squad,
Hey,
bro.
people is like they've been going for so long. I'm about to really go longer now, man. Like a lot of people be telling me, bro, keep the shit going. I'm going through some and all that. They don't know, bro. I'm going through some too. I'm with y'all doing this shit. And guess what, nigga? Bro, that's why this community is so tight. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, we do got some snakes in the grass to everybody who really fuck with me, and we got to, weed them out like with any movement. But let me give some love to Lolly B23 DHC, to Ripple Man. He said been rocking with Sanchez since 2015. He the truth that can't be denied, and the Freemasons hate that shit. That's right, bro. Shout out to my brother Edgar Anderson, said keep your foot on their neck, flat power. I'm gonna do that, sir, for real. Focus Willis said, can't lie, you done messed my head up with that Tartarian info. Bro, I'm gonna be making documentaries, live streams. This truth gonna be going long as I'm here. I'm gonna blow your mind to the day I die. Shout out to Ezekiel 720, bro. This live is fire. That's why I'm gonna keep it going, nigga. I'm finna really run it up with the hours, even though I'm off of the knowledge because the nigga burnt out. I'm finna go to the talent. Fuck it, we gonna be here still in the spirit with the community. Shout out to my nigga Lewis Russell. What's up, Sanchez? Everybody flat pie. Hey, Lewis Russell, you already know, my nigga. Appreciate your support. Von Hall said, loving this truth. I miss this so much. Guess what, Von Hall? Guess what y'all miss? Y'all miss me going live and just giving my time to the people genuinely. And I'm finna do it now, bro. Listen, I gotta balance the uploads with the lives. But it's all good. Shout out to my nigga Marlon Wells. He said, man tried to recreate that transformation. You cooking for real, Sanchez. But guess what's deep though? Marlon came up here and really dropped jewels too with the bill. Like I said, bro, we is a one of those elite communities in this conscious space. That's just facts. Shout out to D. Allen Warren. Great jewels, bro. Great knowledge. Appreciate you, D. Allen Warren, as always. And shout out to Love Star. Sanchez, no one is messing with you. I never heard no one teach heaven the way you do. I'm honored to be a student of yours. I owe my awakening to you. Check this, y'all. I'm going to leave this long ass stream up. I'm going to leave it up. Now, if I make a stream unlisted, you can always watch it. It's still there, right? It's just you got to go through the link that I shared in the community or wherever I shared the link, right? Only people with the link to see it. But I share it everywhere on Facebook, community posts, all that. The only reason I take these long streams down the algorithm don't favor them. They start to average those long streams with your regular content as if this is something to factor into the type of content you make. So if you don't make long ass streams like that, you will see a lot of people, they'll either chop those up and re-upload them or just take them down and put them somewhere else or make them members only or something like that. But anyway, let me move on and say, Sugar Man, do you still, oh, I read that one, my bad. We at the loop around point. Let's play the beat though.
Sanchez cocinando.
I'm just playing random shit. This ain't done right here. So guess what's going on right now to the people that's tuning in? I'm just basically doing shit that I would do when y'all ain't watching. I would go through my cook-ups and see what I'm inspired by to work on. Like, I don't never complete one beat right there. I do, but most of the time I put a bunch of ideas out and perfect them over time. But then it be a wrestle on how much time. And if I sit on them too long, they just don't turn into nothing, and they just be another dead file on the thing. Producers know what I'm talking about.
Bro, and like I said, man, the worst part about it be the reason like my beat making shit took such a hit. It was like a traumatic ass life experience. One of those where it's like, one of those fate altering moments in life that if this wouldn't have happened, life would have been totally different type of moment.
Yeah, I feel you. Hell yeah. I can definitely relate to that shit.
Yeah, I was 18, and this is for, weed was legal out here and shit like that, riding like in the car, like we was like, what, 5 deep with my niggas, and we ended up getting pulled over, yada yada. I got my car took, and the bottom line is it had my laptop in it that I made my beats on, my MP3 player with a lot of my shit on there, my phone, and my license. I basically got EMP'd by the police. And when they took my shit, I was too afraid to tell my pops because he didn't know all the shit I was on at that time and shit like that. He would have just got my car out the impound and just made it that. But I let it stay in there to the point where it was worth more than the car, so I lost all my shit. And man, was it a perilous journey after that. But
hey, nigga, ain't no such thing as L's. It is never a loss. It's a lesson. This what we about to do for the chat room, right?
Got a couple of remnants of my old beats. I got some, like 2 that I still got, and it's some that I remember that I'm finna start rebuilding based on just memory in your head type.
Tell you what you need to do, bro. Go sub up to my beat channel, cause get what I'm about to do. I'm about to have open panel cook-ups where it be long ass streams like this, but where every producer critique and give every nigga some critiques on they beat while they making it right there on the panel, and we listening to everybody's shit. And a nigga may say, bro, bounce this over to me, let me throw a guitar on there real quick. I got you. You feel me?
That's what I'm looking for, bro. I need. That's what I've been trying to get tapped into.
Sharing sauce and all that, bro. I'm telling. That's what. Shout out to Sonny Digital. You know why? Because Sonny Digital been going live. He been doing so many collabs and just in a time where music going with AI, bro. Every producer, musician need to go sub up to my nigga Sonny Digital. I ain't even bullshitting with you. The nigga got motherfucking, he's really listening to niggas' beats. He's got cook-ups going on. The nigga acting like he's trying to blow again, like he hungry in 2025. The nigga ain't gotta be like that because the nigga got hits under his belt. He ain't hurting. So look,
it be like that though. Just like saying. Scott Storch. Because Scott Storch, he like he got them hits, but he spent so much of his money that if you see him cooking up now, he rebuilding.
And that one, listen, it's some real ones and there's some fake ones. I'm not fucking with Timberland. But even though Timberland got more money than, well, I can't count niggas' pockets, but I'm just saying this. I would fuck with Sonny Digital, but look, and that's because like in relevancy in 2025, bro, Timberland sold his soul to the AI shit. And Sonny Digital, in my opinion, like ain't no nigga saying you can't use AI. Like I'm using it too, but it's like he still got that human element, like Southside 808 Mafia. Like some shit will never go away regardless of what technology doing, nigga. You gonna have certain vibes and certain shit that, and then that may be part of my programming too, because me being a South nigga, I feel at home around trap music and 808s and shit. And it make me think is that part of some simulation shit too. But anyway, let me play the beat. I don't even know what these beats sound like because I make a bunch of bullshit when I'm drinking and smoking. And the next day I forget what the hell I did. And I play it back like, that's horrible. That sound like shit.
Weed of the day to these tracks. Talking about the strain that we smoking today.
I don't like this. I'm not even playing it. Now somebody will say, bro, I remember when I was in a rap group, nigga, the rap group was powerful, popular too. Shout out to my peoples, nigga. I'd die for it even to this day. But the thing is like, I would play a lot of beats. I'd be embarrassed that I made that beat. And everybody in the rap group would be like, nigga, play that whatchamacall, nigga, that. Oh, y'all
because
like
it's
that?
like, it's a niche for every type of, you know, sound. And my thing is, even with that one, right? I took two things from it in that short time that you played that. And the two things that I took from that is, even if somebody didn't rap to that beat, say if they use that beat for an advertisement, perfect. That sound like a beat that's in a commercial selling you something.
Now, let me tell you something. To a music producer, that's an insult. And guess what? It's an honest insult that I respect, because not every beat is a fucking rapper, radio, music industry banger. Some of your, right, because as a producer, you gotta feed your family. You gotta make commercials too, nigga. You gotta make church's chicken jingles and shit.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You cooking up everything over there. That's not a critique to say, oh, that beat's not good. It's saying, but if I was to hear somebody rap over it though, an artist that I would hear rap over that with the ear that we got would be a person like NBA Youngboy or something, or somebody from the younger generation.
You sure got an ear, nigga, because you sure just hit it. Yeah, for real. He would sound like he sure would be on there. Again, you know, I'm a 40-year-old nigga that come from like the old school trap era when T.I. first hit, Gucci Mane,
that's what I'm
Jeezy.
saying. I grew with that because you my older brother age. You see what I'm saying? So I'm a 93 baby. You see what I'm saying? I'm 32. So that was all of the shit that I looked up to. The first two CDs I ever bought, nigga, was DMX and 50 Cent Get Rich or Die Trying.
See, guess what that let me know about you, Q. And what I'm about to say now, I'm about to hit home, nigga, because me, what you just said. Listen, our era of music, it was about cartel shit, selling dope to get your way to the top, nigga, like trap or die, nigga. Like, it was all about, nigga, taking them risks with the blow to get on.
Like, I was one of them snowman
that
niggas.
I'm making my people worship Jeezy. Like, nigga, let me tell you some real shit, nigga. On some real shit, nigga. And this gonna sound toxic right here coming from a nigga who woke like me. But watch this. Bro, we looked at the fucking dope boy on some El Chapo Messiah shit at the height of this shit, nigga. Like when niggas watched the Scarface movie and they was idolizing that shit, bro, they forget the whole community he come from had his back and wasn't gonna talk, wasn't gonna say nothing, and it was all about, nigga, the dope boy was like Jesus, nigga. Like when you say El Chapo, people don't realize El is a title of God. El Chapo. El is the name of your Hebrew God, bro. This was something that, see, the thing about trap music, right? It's about mind-altering substances making people rich. Who do we trace that history back to? The shamans. Like, let's be real with, let's strip it down to its bare roots. These were niggas that was giving you mind-altering substances so that you can activate a part of yourself that you wouldn't have done sober. Now, let's not play with this. Some people become crackheads and dope fiends. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about herbs and mushrooms and marijuana and ayahuasca and shit like that to unlock parts of your creativity you wouldn't have done sober.
Exactly.
That's what
That's why you see a new with the bulbs of the opium plant. The bulbs in his hands. You see a new.
That's facts. That's sister. Look, we got the goddesses cooking now.
The fact that right now that it's 2025 and we sitting here with some shit. I got some shit that right here say Khalifa Kush. What do we know about the goddess Khalifa and what do we know about the kingdom of Kush? And it's like shit never died, just change form over time, but be the same shit, man.
That's fact.
And that's part of why we don't elevate as we should, as ascend, because they control what help us ascend if you do it in the right way. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, they're smoking crack totally wrong. I'm just saying, just by observing,
I'm gonna show you,
smoking
sister.
it totally wrong.
Let me piggyback and volleyball with you, show you why.
You know they'll say, shit, show me how to do it right then.
I'm finna go and I'm gonna cook with y'all, right? Watch this. Crack is a laboratory drug. Now, I'm gonna show you the difference between a drug and a fucking and a herb, right? If I put a seed in the ground called marijuana, and it grows me a plant, and I burn it for any kind of ritualistic purposes, like a nigga burning sage or incense or anything else. Inhaling certainty, like just like people inhale a lot of things in the past for mind-altering reasons, like frankincense, myrrh. But let me show y'all something real quick, right? If a nigga go in a lab and mix all kind of shit together, that ain't a herb no more. That's a drug. That's a science project. But if a dude picks some out the ground and use it in its original state, grown from a seed to a plant, how is that different than me consuming a grapefruit or orange, anything? Who get to decide? Because a nigga said, listen, them mushrooms right there, if I catch you with them, you going to jail. And I'm like, nigga, you gonna lock me up for a pizza topping? Bro, this a pizza topping, nigga. This is mushrooms. You gonna tell me that in another country, if I use this same ingredient on my in my salad, I'm good. But in your country, it's a class motherfucking such and such drug. Nigga, that's some man-made shit. And that same man will tell you tobacco is legal when it's giving niggas lung cancer every day and you got a nigga locked up for a pizza topping. See, we don't assess the world that deep. They let you decide, like, bro, you can't say everything a drug. Some shit just is a herb. It's a plant. And if you just so happen to consume it, you may think about what I'm saying, right?
You see a couple extra layers of reality. We'll just put it
Right.
that way.
We'll put it that way, because when an ancient person was walking through the jungle and they was like making a salad type shit, they wasn't saying, hey, if I put this in my salad, I'm gonna be high as fuck. They was saying, oh, I'm a plant eater, nigga. This the Garden of Eden. We don't eat meat. We gonna look at the herbs of the field. And some of them herbs made them see shit. The serpent talked to them, let's just say, you know? And shit, people knew then, okay, this plant would make your ass see this plant would make you do that. And we started learning shit about the plants and seeing how they psychedelically affect us. Nigga, that was the beginning of man's first awakening and our exodus from the base reality. It wasn't even no big ass advanced quantum computer, in my opinion, because the base reality is what they call an Eden, right? It was just so the base world's supposed to be this natural, what we call it nature. That's the real world. The grass is green, is really grass. The apple is really an apple. But in the Matrix, you eating an apple, but it ain't really an apple. It's a bunch of atoms vibrating. It's like a simulation or code. It's an interpretation of an apple inside of the computer. So according to the Gnostics, you never breathe real air before. Who remember that scene in the Matrix when Morpheus told Neo, you think that's air you breathing? You think that's like the dude, that, like all that? Yeah, y'all, we never saw the real sky before. We only been under a dome. We never saw,
Sanchez,
yeah.
I think you said this in the last stream. You was like, we not the original humans. Yo, that ain't gonna lie, that kind of stuck with me, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And I'm gonna tell you what else. When I say we ain't the original humans, when I say stuff like that, I said to do exactly what it did to you, my good brother. And I'm gonna give you another one that's gonna fuck you up. We are not on Earth right now, nigga. We left Earth.
Man.
No, you said we were on Earth right now. We're what?
Well, we ain't on Earth right now. Like, if I walk out somebody outside and say, bro, where you at? Or what planet you on? I'm on Earth. No, the fuck you. But we left Earth ages ago. Nigga, we on a Earth-like simulation. You in a Earth-like world, one of fucking however many. See, the average human, you ain't never saw Earth before.
So we inside Tiamat? Is that what you're saying? We're inside Tiamat, Tiamat?
Or the Hunger Games, if you will, or
we're in Saturn. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, you can tell because we say, put it like this, and this is gonna sound funny too, and this might hit you in the chest. We a form of AI, if you will, or the body at least. Our body is android, if you will, but it's built for the simulation to be what it is. We're a form of technology, if I'm to put it in a better term, and we're biotechnology. And the thing about it is, we can even tell from the knowledge that we have that the models that we are currently in aren't as good as the models that they had before. We've been domesticated and kind of bred down, kind of like dogs, if you will, from wolves. As in, like, a lot of people, if they go outside tomorrow and have to, figure everything out, motherfuckers just gonna die. You're not suited to live out in nature. A lot of motherfuckers got allergies that niggas that live out in nature ain't got. Different sicknesses and illness they don't know how to fucking find a plant for. So it's different versus being a natural person suited for the nature environment. You get what I'm saying? Like, the bodies that we live in have been terraformed to the point of weakness.
And see, the whole thing, I'm going to tell y'all something about this world, right? Like, The crazy shit about this world, there was a famous quote like, "Are you not entertained?" Like the gladiator shit. If you look at the Roman, I keep telling y'all, everything in this world is a shell of the real world. If you look at I want all of y'all to do this on your own computer. Go Google Roman Colosseum. If you, man, matter of fact, let me take my Fruity Loops off and go back to the fucking knowledge for a second. We gonna skip back and forth. Guess what I'm about to do, nigga? I'm about to do an extended stream. Watch this. Well, hold on. Let me go to the panel. I'm about to show y'all something. Y'all know about the Babel Tower story, the story of the Babel Tower. When you look at the Roman Colosseum, guess what the Masons and the occultists are not teaching y'all? But I'm giving it to you with syncretism. When they said about the Babel Tower being knocked down, this is it right here. Look at here. You see how when you look at this Colosseum, it got doors on every fucking angle. Every angle you can enter this bitch. And what did I just teach y'all about the Truman Show? I said that when the souls enter this motherfucking terrarium, they can enter it at every angle. Look at the Roman Colosseum at how they got a door everywhere around the thing. That's what I was telling y'all about the sperm cell. The sperm cell is entering the egg through every cosmic highway they lead into the underworld. This daggone dome that you looking at is the egg that they tell you that the sperm entered once your soul get into the classroom. They can't tell you the truth. It's a paradox. The school is based upon you mastering your way out of the lie, which is why it's Pan's Labyrinth. It's a maze. It's the moment you come into this terrarium, everything is a lie. And you can't make it out until you find the truth within and master this shit. That's gonna make everybody better. I know it sounds like some sort of fucked up mission, but guess what I told you? You signed up for this, nigga. Just like when a person say, man, I'm gonna sign my way to Duke University, Princeton University, Harvard University. You sign that contract with the universe. With the university. And you the one said, I want to go to school and learn this. You told the serpent that. I keep
I feel
showing.
like a lot of people know that, and it just be like, because you got that voice in you that, at least for me, I know I fuck with people too much, or the ones that's like, that I have a liking akin to as a part of the soul tribe, to the point where when you such a team player and you want to see everybody win and you got that type of mentality, that'll make you be the type of person to sign up for some shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll look at a situation to see a team that need help and want to help.
See, let me tell you something, Q. The thing about us, what they call Israelites, the real light, like I can't make this up. I know people gonna say he reaching Israelite, it's the real light. Bro, I promise you I know what I'm talking about. You got light beings and dark beings, and the earth is a battleground where they going to war with. We just told you about the static screen with the black and white and the Masonic checkerboard. Man, let me show y'all something. Here go the Tower of Babel right here, right? Here go the Tower of Babel. What do you see with the Tower of Babel? All around the world, same song. Remember that the
like the Leaning Tower of Pizza too.
I got you, but let me say this too now. Remember the Twin Towers that got knocked down? This is an embedded truth within the simulation that these towers, like the Roman Colosseum, look at this right here. Look at this. You think it's a coincidence, right? That the Roman Colosseum got destroyed, just like the Tower of Babel and all of the other monumental towers that in people's areas. And check this out. Here go the Truman Show. And here go ancient cosmology that's showing you that The reason that the tower is always gonna get destroyed is something right here. It's the reason why a volcano ain't got a pointed tip. It's because the top of this mountain it's gonna miss a capstone because it ain't a mountain. It's a volcano. They lied to y'all. So look, let me show you something real quick. If you look at the all-seeing eye, what do we see? We see a pyramid that never actually makes a complete point at the top, because the point that you looking for is actually the star that we put at the top of the Christmas tree to cap it off. Watch this real quick. See, this right here is the Babel Tower being destroyed by the God of the Bible, which is represented by that eye right there. When they say that the God of the Bible knocked down the top of the top, because the people was building the tower to the heaven. So that meant that they was building a pyramid to put a point at the top of it. Remember what I'm telling you? That mean that the people never quite finished the pyramid that they was building. And guess what that became? That became the step pyramid, which never had a top on it. All around the world, you see pyramids that's missing a fucking point at the top. Why are all of these pyramids missing a point? Let me cook for 1 second. I'm gonna show you why. These pyramids was teaching us about the human chakra system. The name of this pyramid that I'm showing you in Egypt, one of the oldest step pyramids in Egypt is called Saqqara. And the word Saqqara is the word chakra. Here it go right here. This is the Egyptian way of spelling chakra, but they spelt it Saqqara. But it's 7 layers to this pyramid, which shows us the 7 chakra layers, and that everyone was teaching the knowledge about how the soul is ascending out of the simulation. Now look at this real quick, sister. Hold on a second. I'm about to bring it home. Give me a minute. When they say put the cherry on top of the cake, did you know that the cherry on top of the cake is the soul that's sitting on top of the world? That's the pineal gland seated in the brain. Look at this image of the soul leaving the Babel Tower. This soul that's at the top of this tower is like fire coming out of a volcano, which means that the volcano ain't got a cap. This is the kind of pyramid that you don't want to cap, because you want to keep it open so that souls can leave. Like this, what we call in the Babel Tower is literally a quantum computer that's a simulation that's showing us resurrection and what Jesus represent on Mount Calvary. When they said Jesus wore the crown of thorns, Jesus represent the all-seeing eye. Another symbol of Jesus is the all-seeing eye. Let me share some with y'all real quick, please. And I swear, because I'm a syncretist, right? Don't interrupt. Don't no one open their mic up right now. Watch this. Don't nobody open their mic up. Here go the Jesus fish. Guess what that is? That's an all-seeing eye. In Kemet, this was an eyeball, the eye of Ra. Watch this. The Jesus fish is the same deity from Egypt, which represent the third eye. Look at this dude right here. This is a good image. And I'm gonna pull him up because he's showing you what the eye of Ra is in his image. I wasn't looking for him, but that's the Jesus fish, that yoni football symbol. And my thing is, that is the God that they worship, bro. And Jesus wore a crown of thorns. Look at what the all-seeing eye is wearing. A bunch of rays around it. Now let me show y'all some about syncretism, because syncretism is the amalgamation of different concepts, different deities all around the world. And there's another concept called the man of sin, which shows you your voodoo doll inside the simulation. This voodoo doll is showing you exactly what this all seeing eye showing you with the rays pointing to it. You are attached to strings. If you still don't know what I'm saying, remember when Neo was in the pod and he had all them wires connected to him so that he can be in the matrix? I just showed y'all that earlier when I had my slides up. But it's all the same thing. It's a puppet connected with strings. This eye open represent you peeking into another layer of the self, which is me being Bro Sanchez. And Bro Sanchez is just a puppet that's being controlled by the people inside of this dome who created my avatar. I'm not Bro Sanchez. I'm the person that came to explore Bro Sanchez. You're an astronaut. And the planet that you visiting is a version of you. And there are many versions of you that you got to go visit and see, okay, what am I like over here? What am I like? That's why your journey never gonna stop. In each of these worlds, you're a puppet. Let me show you what you could do. If you Google man of sin, one of the images that'll pop up is the devil talking to Jesus, which is representing the whole concept I'm teaching you, that your body don't got free will. It's a puppet. Even when your soul leave this world, your body's still gonna be reincarnating here, doing what the devil wanted to do. You know why? I keep telling y'all, all of these parallel realities are simulations in a quantum computer that's acting out the worst case scenarios. So in each of these worlds, your puppet gonna be doing what the devil told it to do. And the moment in any one of these worlds when you decide, okay, I wanna go into this world real quick and extract my avatar from that world, that's the only time ever that your avatar would do anything different its entire existence. That's the only time that the puppet on the stage would do what it want to do. That's what I'm telling y'all why we such a threat. Listen what I'm telling you, right? Check me out. What if I clone everybody on my panel right now, but I didn't tell y'all? And somebody came up to y'all one day and said, hey man, I gotta holler at you. You know that nigga Bro Sanchez cloned y'all. And y'all clones is doing some real powerful shit, bro. He took your DNA and he made a version of you that it got a couple of flaws to it because he ain't perfect as a creator. He's a demigod trying to play God. But his clone of you, Sanchez, that nigga funny as hell. And that nigga can make 5 beats. And that nigga got a little flow to him. And Sanchez, the real Sanchez say, for real, he cloned me? And my clone can do what? Yeah, bro, he got your clone doing all that down there. And the real me say, for real? All right. Let me go, since it's my clone, then I should be able to go get my music gift from that clone. You said he got my clone rapping too? Then shit, I should be able to go into that world and get my little rapping gift too that he gave my clone. And they saying, and the universe is saying, you right, Sanchez, by universal law, he cloned you without your permission. So whatever good perks that you like about your clone, you get to go acquire them through a lifetime and extract them from that clone. Everybody living out. See, your body gonna keep doing what the devil wanted to do. The only time it's gonna break script is when the real you show up to occupy your avatar. See, the devil cloned you. He's the god of repetition. He made a version of Jesus in the underworld that ain't the real Jesus. But the reason Jesus came into the flesh, or the reason the true God came into the fake avatar, is because it saw some things about its lower version that Satan put in it that it wanted to extract. This makes sense to y'all?
Oh yeah, for sure.
It'd be like I clone all of y'all right now, and you fuck around and look at your clone and be like, but hold up though, yeah, I know what he did was kind of fucked up, but hey, I ain't gonna lie, my clone going off though, nigga. Look, I like my clone though. Look at my clone. Hey, look, you feel me? And you be on some shit like, bro, man, merge me with my clone, man. Tether me, hook me up, man. I like this. I ain't gonna lie, the devil a fucked up nigga, but he put some couple things in my clone that I wanna go and claim, you know? And that's literally what this shit is. It's extraction process, y'all. I can't make this up. In the base reality, what's going on is this right here. You got a bunch of corporations, and the corporations mean they got your corpse, which is your avatar, or this fake version of you in a simulation. And what we doing, just like with everything that's happening in this world, is happening in the base reality, but on a higher level. Like how everyone looking for a better version of themselves through fashion and beauty and tattoos and BBLs and fucking all that. We're doing the same thing in the base reality. We are gods that are still trying to discover our potential. And because of that, you're like a person in the mall that's trying on all the fucking clothes, trying to see what fits you best, till you find something that's just uniquely you for you. And the dressing room is these different bubbles right here that I've been showing you in the base reality, like from the Truman Show. It's like a bunch of people in the mall, and they going to these different stores, and the people that own them stores is really the ones that own your avatar. They own the outfit you about to put on, that your soul about to put on, this fake version of you that's covering the true self. But here's the thing. No one in the base reality is necessarily their true version. They're just their default right. They're like a blank canvas. In the base reality is like a bunch of, if you ain't a mature soul, you don't know who you are yet. So you like if a soul is a canvas that an artist paint on, the babies are like pure white blank canvases that's looking for something to paint. You like the person that gets a paintbrush, and everybody artists, we all painters, but you ain't even started your fucking painting yet because you're saying, what do I paint? What do I want to paint? You can't even really begin your painting, your masterpiece, because you don't know what you are. You don't know what you want to be. You still trying to know thyself and discover thyself. So you like this blank canvas walking around the fucking base reality, going into these little bubbles like a paintbrush, going into a different color on Bob Ross' little palette. Cause you know the painter got like this little palette where he got a bunch of different colors that he dip his brush in to try to paint a picture. And them different color circles are like the chakras, the Saturn matrix. You're a paintbrush that you dip in your brush into these different puddles. Each puddle is a different color. And you coming out of each one of these little circles with your little blank canvas with a little stroke on it. And a stroke may be a lifetime, But at the end of this shit, you gonna have your canvas fully painted with a beautiful picture on it that represent who you really want to be in the true base reality. But you like a baby now, and all the babies gotta go through these little Truman Show puddles, which are like, if you think of a painter's little paint palette where he put the different colors on it, each of these puddles is like a different color. And you dipping in it and dipping out just to get like when Bob Ross wet his brush in a different color to say, okay, I need some green or some orange. You say, okay, I need some of this version of myself. Okay, I need some of this version of myself that's in this other universe. And once I get the right combination of all these different versions on my canvas, you gonna see God, man. I'm gonna have a fucking masterpiece. So, but you a baby now, and you dipping your brush in each little puddle here, which is giving you a different color. To ultimately, you finna cover your canvas like the gods. Like it's people walking around this base reality here that's got they canvas with a beautiful picture on it, and you like a baby that's saying, "Hey, Guru, hey OG, how do I get like you, man?" And the OG is saying, you gotta go dip your brush down into the underworld. But the brush don't go up. The brush gotta get dipped down into the water, into the pit, like that lava. And each incarnation is a different color, helping you paint your blank canvas to see who you are. You learning who you are. I hope this making sense to y'all with these different parables. But
no, he is definitely
I
sticking,
have a
bro.
question.
I'm
for sure.
I'm gonna
Have
have to get up
solution.
soon because I gotta get up to take my son. But I definitely, like I said, I'll be listening in if you don't hear me.
Do that, man, because you know this our weekend. I'm doing this for y'all, bro. We stand up. Do your thing, bro. I'm gonna be still on here for a little
Nah,
while,
you
man.
definitely, like I said, you spitting though, man, 100 miles an hour, and that's the shit niggas be here for, bro. No cap. It's like, man, because it's like it drilled the point home, bro. It definitely drilled the point home. Don't let them forget. Keep it pushing.
You ain't got but one life. Purge that put your mess. Jesus did it. But let's play this. Let's do something real quick though, all right? Let's go back and forth from Hey, but hold up. The sister said she had a question. Let's do that.
Yeah, I did have a
Shout out
question.
to my brother Q, man.
It's
You
a
gonna-
statement as well as a question. So just let me get through it. Could I do that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So my question is, are white people not from Earth? Because everything that I'm seeing is telling me that they are not from Earth because they do everything against Earth, destroying all the natural resources of Earth. Could it be that the Caucasians of the Earth are actual aliens that came to the Earth, deceived out of all its resources, the stealing of our history, the rewriting of our history, the obvious push towards annihilating the black race of people that existed here before they landed? Everything that these people do is anti-Earth. The kidnapping of the concept of intelligence, creating artificial intelligence, and the manipulation of it to be racially
Question or
biased.
speech?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was just saying a question or a speech. I don't want to interrupt you.
Well, no, there's no such thing as the devil. The devil is in your mind. It is a concept of abstract reasoning, the very thing that convicts you and makes you feel guilt. Eshu, aka Legwa, the Satan, Lucifer, is the judge and the jury for the people of the earth. However, judgment has already happened, and we all know that we are now in the after stages of the rapture. But I was just going to say is that are white people, are they the real aliens that are not from Earth?
No, they're the real people who not from. Here's the thing: what you gotta realize, so much wrong with what you saying. So let me correct and just give you a lot of knowledge on some. The original souls that got a soul in a body, we ain't from Earth. We keep trying to act like white people ain't from Earth, which means like some supposed to be wrong with you if you ain't from Earth. But The people who are the gods, they are fallen angels. We ain't from Earth. You got your shit in reverse. You need to realize that the people who not from Earth are the gods, and the people who are from Earth who can't leave the Earth are the devils. Are you checking with me before I move to white people? We need to get that right first.
Okay, so you're saying that the spiritual people.
Okay, let me go even some. I break this down. This Earth is a simulation. It's a computer program. It's a matrix. The people who are stuck in this Earth and can never leave are the agents, like in the Matrix. They the computer program, the artificial intelligence. If you buy a video game, you have an adversary built into the game, like Mario and King Cooper. Mario is the human controlled player. Cooper is the AI devil that's built into the game trying to kill you. You see what I'm saying? So listen, what I'm telling you is the player, the person that's controlling themselves, is the people with a soul. That's called a player character. The opposite would be a non-player character. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes, NPC. Yes.
The NPC is the people that's born in the simulation. They are earthlings. They can't leave the earth, and they trying to convince you that you the earthling when you a fallen angel and this ain't even your home. You from a higher plane. Are you tracking with me?
Yes.
That's the first part of what you saying. So now let's get to white people, right? The concept of an NPC or a non-NPC ain't got nothing to do with skin color. Let's go back to the movie The Matrix. What was Morpheus trying to teach Neo? That NPCs and agents in the Matrix come in all colors, all races, all creeds, and you don't know who got a soul and who don't. You think it's that easy? You think that the creators of this fucking simulation, this trick, this great trick that was put on humanity to steal our glory, you think that they will mark to you the enemy and who your fucking friend? You think they would put right there in front of your face, hey, white skin means devil and black skin means friend? If that was so fucking simply the fucking case, then I would be rich right now, because most of the people that held me back in life weren't even white. And the people may say, well, but the white man is at the top of the system. How he get to the top with a black buffer class? Can't nobody touch him because he got a group of niggas that'll kill you if you ever try to think you smart enough. It ain't never gonna be a white man punish the slave on a plantation. He gonna get the house nigga to whip your ass. Don't you know how long it's been since the slave master beat his own slaves? You may say that the slave master white, but the nigga that's beat me with the whip is black. And if I want these lashes off my back, I gotta beg the black house nigga to quit beating my ass. Massa far away from this shit.
Destroying the resources, though.
Say what?
When you talk about the earth, right? How many black people are the ones
Let me answer you right now. They said most of the resources come from Africa, and most of the people that control that land is black, and they selling it out to the fucking white people, Asian people, and all that. I keep telling y'all, keep telling you that the white man can't do it by himself. The white man can never do it without a black person that's with. It's like a parent that's willing to sell their child into sex trafficking. It can't nobody never blame it on the fucking predator that's saying, I'm looking for a child to predate on. Guess what you gotta bring it on? Blame it on the parent that was willing to put their child in that situation. And what I'm telling y'all is this right here. There's a powerful group of black people that ain't using their power to help black people. They using their power to keep your ass docile, ignorant, and vulnerable for the beast, and a sheep headed to the damn slaughterhouse. Are we in agreement on that? They called a boule. And many other names of many other black organizations. If you think the white man doing it by himself, you're giving him too much credit. Can we agree on that?
Oh, I can agree on that. You know, of course, there's going to be black people that are like that,
Of
and not
course.
seeing more black people like begin to side on the side of those people. But here's the thing, because you know, there's test tube babies, there's crack babies, there's all kind of babies that got born
Yeah,
and that
you're
are
right.
probably MBCs that are black.
Yeah,
Here's the
you're right.
question though: when you really think about it, what okay, who created a system to where people could like automatically like be able to destroy the earth and
I'll answer
blame
you.
it on a corporation and say, well, the corporation has a fiduciary responsibility to do what's best for the corporation. So then therefore they can like
It's not Earth.
Hold on, but let's stay on a certain context with her. I see where
they
she
can
going.
pollute the waters, they can pollute this
I
because
got
they
you,
can
sister.
blame it on a corporation and say, well, the corporation
It's
is the
just
thing.
part of the game, capitalism.
This earth ain't meant to be right. So
Hold
everything
on.
wrong that happens is on par.
This is what
we
she's
do.
saying, y'all. She's saying, who's the group of the people? Who's the people that created the system on Earth to justify this bullshit? That's what she's saying. And she's
Yeah,
saying
and that group of people, that group of people don't got a complexion.
that's exactly where I was going, Q. You got it. Yeah. Now, I want to know from her why she think white people is solely responsible for the system of capitalism when it was created in ancient Egypt by black pharaohs and shit. But let's go. You got it.
Because even though the ancient Egyptians had a system of capitalism,
Here we
they
go.
also had a belief system that stopped it from being
Wrong.
abusive to the land.
Wrong. Can I please
so was
cut
the
in?
Egyptians abusive to their land?
Can I please cut in?
Yes,
What what black people do all the time when this conversation come up, they start conflating ancient Egypt with Egypt. So Egypt is when taxation came, dynasties rose to power, the dynastic age began, taxation, money, peasant classes began. Ancient Egypt is what you're saying about the utopia. Ancient Egypt wasn't a standalone utopia. It was part of a greater world system that we call hold up, please. Yeah, a Tartaria on Earth, where all around the world there was this sort of system of what they call a Babel system that was destroyed by the god of the Bible, which is the demiurge. But what I'm telling you is that ancient Egypt and Egypt is the mistake you making. So modern Egypt ain't nothing like ancient Egypt. Modern Egypt is basically, if you want to understand or have a feeling of what that was like, go walk outside in the world today. That's why the pyramid on your dollar. They rebuilt modern Egypt in America, which is why you got places like Memphis in Tennessee. You got pyramids and sphinxes in Las Vegas, right? They rebuilt the same system that the Egyptians built because they saw that it worked. And it worked so good that they started to worship the Egyptians and put symbols of the Egyptians on their money and all that. Right? And we're in one of those systems right now. So just to answer you, we can't, like Q was saying, this ain't nothing you can look at a person's skin color like that'll be too easy. Like, think about this real quick before I pass the mic. Don't y'all know if we can identify our enemy based upon his skin color and our ally based upon like the universe giving you football team uniforms. Here go your team and that's their team colors. Don't y'all know we wouldn't be losing like this? Don't y'all know that the reason we at the bottom is because we can't identify our enemy? Because we got wolves in sheep clothes and agents, and not just black people. Every race of people on earth got an elite group of people at the top of their race that is selling them out. Even Asians, you name a group, there's a fucking cabal at the top of that group that's working with the fucking powers that be to keep they people dumbed down, never seeing the light, and getting into no deep shit to really unlock. It's a big matrix sellout name, right? Real talk.
I know we should be already past that at this stage. I feel like we already know that's like the base stuff as far as these races and stuff like that.
All right, so say it's
And
not a race.
that's why we
So
stress.
is there a group of people? Let's not put race on it, because I'm still trying to understand, because this came to me in a dream, that there is a group of people that are hell bent on that are here on earth, that are not from this earth, that are destroying the
Not people, but yes, it's not
Yes,
people though.
I'm trying to answer you right now. We are the people, Monica, that's not from this earth. We're from heaven, but we're hell bent on destroying this earth because it's a fake simulation. Think about Neo in the Matrix, right? Neo woke up from the Matrix. He realized, I'm not from this world. And he woke up in his real world where his real body was at, with the Trinity ship in the real world that was destroyed. And he said, listen, the real world got destroyed because we all abandoned it when we went into the simulation. And Neo now went back into the Matrix and made it his mission to wake people up from the fake world so we can start back reactivating our base reality. It's more people that's conscious in the fake world than the real world. It's a voting system that the majority rules. So if more souls is deciding that we want to occupy the fake world, then the fake world becomes the new base reality. There's a pole shift, or like where we agree that this fake world we're agreeing is going to be the real. We can shift the base if we want. You see what I'm saying? And what happens when that happens is that reality will become distorted to where people are born into a world that we saying is real, but it ain't really real. It's the fake world. But we agreed that it's real. So the result of that is a matrix baby. A baby that's born in a fake ass world, but everything around them telling them is real, Neo. This is real. So what kind of person gonna come out of that? A confused motherfucker. A motherfucker that's constantly trying to figure out who and what and where and all why, what the hell they are. Ain't nobody in this world complete, man. You're all incomplete, which is flawed. You exist in a state of fucking discovery, an exploration age that never ended in this earth. Because what are we exploring? We're trying to find out who we are. You're like a fucking clone that's trying to find your true version. And what if you find out that they cloned you so many times that you on some Tyrone shit now, nigga? Like, which universe is the, like, when you, here's what the truth about this world. When everybody wake up, we're gonna all realize we ain't our real versions, like they cloned Tyrone. And that you are literally one of many of your fucking versions right now, which is why you ain't perfect. Because the real you is that perfected version that you know is out there, but the you that literally exists here is a cloned avatar that's been here, that was created by the demigod. Like this Gnostic shit right here.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about that? My folks, Sanchez, cut you off real quick.
I'm done. Yeah.
You know what's crazy about that movie? Would trip me out through the whole movie. I'm like, yo, where's Tyrone? And then you get to the end. I'm about to blow your mind, because look what you just said. Being cloned, and look at the ending of the movie. We find out who Tyrone is. So they're showing you, like, yeah, we just reveal who Tyrone is, but we cloned him at the end. You get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm telling. Like, cause think about this, right? And if I want to be like, if I look up the word Tyrone, right? I'm gonna look it up, right? The thing about the word Tyrone, it's two words. Tier one. TYR is one word. ONE is the word one. But see, remember in the movie Jet Li the One, Jet Li had a bunch of clones, just like Tier 1 or Tyrone. So I'm showing y'all how deep this etymology go, how you crack the code, right? Everybody telling you the same knowledge. The one is Tier 1 or Tyrone, like the one, like is embedded in the language linguistically and symbolically. So when you say the one, the words the one throughout the ages can evolve and mutate to Terwan. Terwan. It can even be Dewan if you got a person named, hey, I got a homeboy named Dewan or Dewana. All of this goes into the one. The one. And everything we do is based upon one truth, man. Every name, every concept, every symbol, every frequency in this. Think about it right here. Why is that true? Because all lies are based upon the truth. Whenever you inside of a lie, the truth is present behind the veil, always there in the background waiting on you to discover it. So behind every name, frequency, every, like for example, I'm gonna show y'all how deep this go with my mind, right? When I tell you the truth is all around you, I'm not bullshitting you and speaking no poetry. Like, watch this. So, for example, a random pattern like broken glass. I pull up broken glass, right? And what this broken glass even show me the truth. Because what it'll show me is when you break a glass, you still get the truth. Here go the AE map right here. It's a spider web. We've been talking about the Truman Show the whole stream. So you pull up this right here. You pull up the Truman Show, right? Right here. The pattern of the earth. And what is the earth? Again, you go back to the broken glass. You go back to the, nothing is random in the simulation. Think of a video game. Why? How come ain't nothing random in a video game? Because think about this right here. If all of us playing Mario Brothers, the first one on Nintendo with the duck hunt gun, when is it ever a random moment in the game? It's never one. Every way you can die, we can predict it. We know all the probabilities in a video game. You ain't never tricking me with no shit. Like if we playing Mortal Kombat, I know every fatality. I know every kick, every punch. Is only a few combinations in the game. And when you play the game for just a 1 month, you realize it ain't random. It's just a bunch of program responses. So our reality is the same way, which is why a syncretist even got a job. Because my job is point out to y'all that ain't nothing random around you. Everything is a code back to the truth. Everything. Lauryn Hill said it. Everything is everything. She wasn't just singing. These people can't tell the truth straight out.
Here's the question. What about divination, though?
What about it? What's the question?
Because according to E5, divination provides the roadmap. It says that anything can be changed.
Here's the thing.
In life can be changed at any moment.
I got you. The thing about EFA, get away from people practicing EFA. I'm going to tell you why. They make blood sacrifices. They kill animals and shit. That's Satanism. That's our colonizers' religion. We didn't kill shit and make shit suffer for us to get any kind of divine awakening. That's what divination is. The word divination comes from the word divine. And if you look at all of the people that practice EFI, like Umar Johnson, they make fucking blood sacrifices like Erykah Badu. And my thing is this right here. Whenever I see people torturing and killing animals, and trying to say, like, I already know you lost and you ain't got no truth at all. You on some other shit.
Exactly. And there's judgment on people who are using animals, especially small dogs. They're being judged. Just like if you doing stuff to the earth. You're gonna be judged for that, babe. You know what I'm saying? You just can't be just doing anything that you want to do. My bad. But it's the truth.
I'm a priest of E5. I'm a
I
old
don't
priest.
care. I don't care.
So, I mean, so I'm just
Don't
saying
scare me.
that,
They don't scare me at all.
no, I didn't say that to scare anybody. I just said like just matter of factly. Um, but the sacrifice is not necessarily like, I mean, is everybody here a vegetarian? Because you eat the food after it
It's
gets
not.
killed.
We're not. I doubt if everybody here vegetarians. But here's what
So if
I
you
would
like
say.
take a chicken and you give the entrails to the orisha and then eat the rest of the chicken, like is that like really
Here's what I'm saying, right?
I've been vegan 10 years.
I gotta say something real quick. The goal here ain't. Here's what I want to point out to y'all. The stairway to heaven is 7 deadly sins. You're eating, and what you put into your mouth, what you put into your ears, your eyes, even into your personal space, is 7 vortexes called chakras that govern our reality in this simulation. Each of these are receptive endpoints that are there to take in, not to spit out anything. So these are inputs. And what I'm telling you is this shows what stimulates you sexually, mentally, gluttony. They got 7 hermetic principles and they got 7 deadly sins. You study them, you see all of the vices in this underworld that keep a soul stuck. But to sum up what I'm about to say is this. What you put into your mouth is part of one of the layers of yourself you gotta master. And guess what? If you don't become a vegan in this lifetime, but let's say you were a liar and you became a person that told the truth, but you still eating chicken wings, guess what? You pass on to the next plane. And it's in each plane, you're going to overcome one of these 7 deadly sins. It's 7 planes and it's 7 deadly sins. One of those planes, you got to die a vegan. In one of these parallel realities, you got to die a vegan. And one of them, you got to die a nigga that you wasn't a liar. And one of them, you got to die a person that wasn't full of pride. So it's 7 deadly sins. And in each of these 7 wandering stars, you suffering from each of these things. And one of them is the veganism thing. That's part of mastering the self.
So my question is though, because you said that E5 is a colonizer's belief. And
most definitely.
Based on which colonizer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
right,
spoke with a real African. I just want to say real quickly, I spoke with a real African on this issue. Okay. And he told me basically the real eye for y'all are really disrespecting them. They don't know what y'all doing over here in America with this IFA shit.
Right.
Y'all really disrespecting.
You know what it is, Demi? Demi,
Yes,
hold on. Stop. What we're doing in America is an Americanized form of what they doing, which is called neo-paganism. Go look it up.
Exactly.
And
I
neo
didn't get initiated in America, by the way.
Say that again.
I'm a priest. I did not get initiated in America.
It doesn't matter. Neo-paganism is in Africa too. So check this out. Why you think Umar Johnson get booked in Africa too? And not all Africans agree with him. And if Ifa was so damn spiritual, why he need help with the school and can't accomplish his damn goals is no different than a black person in a church that's praying to a white Jesus and can't get nothing done. So what? You chocolate coated the shit and you killing some animals and you still ain't getting nothing done for black people. Everybody practicing some dumb shit that ain't resulting in our liberation, which means everybody need to stop what they doing if it ain't working. That mean it ain't what was really working for us. When we doing something that's working, we gonna know we doing what our ancestors in alignment with our DNA. When we doing some shit that ain't in alignment, we gonna be suffering, and you gonna keep doing it and not winning. And the universe ain't gonna let you win because you doing it. You gotta be doing the right thing that's in alignment with who you and what you are. You can't be doing dumb shit, stupid shit, cutting open animals and doing what the barbarians doing, thinking it's gonna work for you. So when you talk about this Ifa shit, that's why Umar called himself Ifa Tunde.
Is that the only part that you know about Ifa is about Umar Johnson?
No, the only part, listen, I know a lot about Ifa, but the only part that make me say I ain't gonna fuck with it is when something else gotta suffer for my benefit, because I'm not into sacrifice. I'm not into human sacrifice. Hold on. I'm not in, see, you practice Ifa and you ain't got self-control just like Umar, see? People who practice this thing, they got more energy toward trying to prove to you why you shouldn't bash it when I ain't bashing it. I'm just telling the truth. If it ain't work for us, let's try something else. See, I'm open-minded. I ain't attached to no cult or no system. So, but if I was, I would still keep doing the shit even when it ain't serving me, like Christians in the church and like Umar with his Pan-African Ifa mindset. I don't give a fuck what you practicing and what you say about it. Black people suffering, so let's try something else. It ain't working. Can we agree with that?
I would say that maybe for Umar it's not working. I would say for other people it might be. But,
No,
nevertheless,
see,
I don't practice
hold on,
animal sacrifice.
whoa. I ain't talking about you, so I gotta mute you. Quit personalizing.
You're talking to me.
And I ain't talking about you, so quit personalizing. I gotta talk to you, otherwise how we gonna have a conversation? Don't be dumb. Now listen to me, right? No, don't unmute now. You're embarrassing yourself. Listen to me now. You said make not work for Umar, but it's working for you. If it don't work for the collective, get rid of it. You know what people in the Christian church say? They say, Jesus working for me, Sanchez. And I say, both black people struggling. Kids in Ethiopia got they ribs showing, but Jesus got you in a little bit ass Lexus, but it got Queen Elizabeth owning all his land. Jesus worked for you, but he only worked so much, but he worked for Bill Gates way more than he worked for you. He seemed to work. Jesus working for a lot of people, but at different levels. So you telling me that it worked for him and worked for him, that ain't what liberation is about. Liberation is supposed to be something that worked for everybody and a collective, not just a few people. Because if we talk about what worked for a few people, guess what, dear? Slavery only benefited a few people. Slavery only worked out for a few people. Capitalism only worked out for the people at the top. Come on, you want to talk about what worked for a few people? Sanchez telling you what worked for every goddamn body. And that was when the knowledge was at the top.
Okay. So the only thing I'm saying is that when it really comes down to E5, if you don't understand the full crux of it, you would think that it's only about animal sacrifice.
Okay.
And what you're saying.
That ain't what I think, though. What I'm saying is
why are
simple.
you really focusing on that?
Here's what I'm saying about. Here's what I'm about to tell you right now. It ain't that I'm focusing on black Christians in the black church or Umar with his Ifa or people that practice whatever they practice. What I'm pointing out from a realist perspective, a person who ain't attached to none of that stuff, is I'm saying none of that has made the people at the top fall and the people at the bottom rise. In fact, shit just getting worse. Only thing I'm saying is when shit's not working for your people and you keep doing it, you stupid. What's the definition of insanity? Keep doing the same thing that ain't working and it's fucking actually not working, but it's actually holding you back. So not only is it not working, it's actually shooting you in the foot at this point. and you still doing it, you doubling down on it, at this point, you're fucking insane. And I don't care if you mad if I tell my people that. I'm going to go out there and tell them. I'm going to tell the Christian, you insane. You've been praying to that Jesus for centuries and it ain't helped you. And you're still doing it. I'm going to tell the nigga who practicing EFI, even though he try to break it down to me, right? Because he going to try to say, Sanchez, you don't understand it. You just think EFI is about this. And guess what Sanchez going to say? I don't think shit. I just see it ain't got us nowhere, just like the church and all this other shit. So if it ain't serving you, get rid of it, try something else. Guess what I'm gonna ask them? Why the fuck are you so attached to something that ain't liberated you? Maybe it ain't the thing you attached to. Maybe it's you at this point that can't realize you signed up for something that failed you, and it's okay to say, okay, that didn't work, let me try something else that will. Because if you don't do that, you're insane.
First of all, Ifa did free me from organized traditions and allowed me to open my mind up to
you
is
you so you based.
Ifa is an individualistic
cool.
mind.
That's why I don't rock with it. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all something real quick, right? I understand that, like before you said that it's individualistic. And that the kind of spiritual experience I'm looking for is more collective and me bonding with like-minded truthers that's trying to awake from this shit. I know what EFI is, sister. I'm trying to save your voice. Don't do me like that. You keep trying to debate me like I'm ignorant to EFI. I wouldn't speak on it if I'm ignorant. You know what I would say? School me on your shit. That's what I would say. I know about your shit. You didn't have to hold up, sister. I'm telling you something right now. I knew that EFI was individualistic before you told me, which is why I never signed up for it. Because I know that true spirituality is collective based, is union based. If your ass got a soul like Sanchez, then this experience that I'm having ain't an individual one. That's like an alien abduction experience. I can't relate to a person that say I was abducted by an alien because I never was abducted. But I can relate to a person that say, Sanchez, I had deja vu. Sanchez, I lucid dreamed before. That's a person that's in my tribe. We both got a soul. We can relate based upon an experience that ain't just individualistic, it's collective. That person lucid dream. That person astral projected. They had deja vu, and I did too. So the experience I'm seeking, and with all due respect, I swear, I don't even want you to go into EFI. I just want you to respect my sanctuary that I built for people that's on the vibe that I'm on, which is anti-individualistic, is more collective, based upon me reaching out to people that experience what I experience. As far as lucid dreaming, astral projecting, as far as questions about the hereafter and the here before. I'm not looking for EFI motherfuckers with an individualistic experience that I can't relate to. I'm sorry. Your experience with EFI, I would never be able to relate to it, but I have a whole panel full of people with everyday shit that everybody can relate to, whether you EFI or not.
I'd say it's okay to be unique, but like have a sense of community and do not cause unnecessary suffering. Like
exactly. I'm glad you said that. I had to cut you off real quick because I wanted to say something because I have an issue with my experiences with EFI. You know how many witches I gotta fight off because they're jealous because I'm talking to some guy that I don't know nothing about. They want to put some shit on me and send me all this chaos because of just jealousy.
Can I holler at you, Demi?
I don't play that.
Let me check.
No, but I'm not saying you. But it's the point of I looked into it. I did my own research.
Wait, Demi. Can I let Demi? Sure. Can I let you and the sister Monica go and I mediate it? because you get what I want to let the sister Monica know. She can't tell you what's E5 or not. That's your experience. Hold on. No, you can't, because I'm going to tell you why, sister. Hear me out. This is Demi's personal experience with E5. It's like this. I can't tell Demi nothing about Christianity. Her experience with Christianity is different than mine. What if she went to a Catholic church with a dumb ritual? And I'm telling her Christianity ain't like that, because I'm going by my experience in a black church that wasn't so crazy and spooky. What if her experience with Christianity, because everyone expressing it in their own fucking way, all these denominations, that's why you, sister, you shouldn't say that ain't E5, because that's like another church telling me that ain't Christianity, and they do that all the time. Different Christians argue with each other. That church wrong, my church right. And I'm telling you, your shit just another religion arguing with the doctrines, just like the church.
E5 is definitely a religion, but I would say this. I can go on ChatGPT and I can figure out how to build a plane, or I can go on ChatGPT and figure out how to destroy a plane. The bottom line is that people can use anything to do
that ain't the
or of whatever it is that they want to do. That's the nature of
that
things.
ain't the point. The point is, a person, it's like you saying a person can use a lie to do whatever they want to do with it. You right, but they can never use a lie to find the truth. So when we say a person can use something to do whatever they want to do with it, that ain't really true, because what if the something is a lie? A person can't use a lie to find the truth. They would have to get rid of the lie to find the truth. In a lot of these cases, when we say it's how you use religion, you're basically saying it's how you use that lie. If you use that lie the right way, you can find the truth. And I'm going to tell you the truth. It don't matter how you use a lie. It'll never get you to the truth. It's the fact when you don't use the lie, that's when you will find the truth. When you detach from the lie. But it's part of who y'all are. Y'all so into these little cults and shit.
Sound like a cult.
E5 is no different than Taoism, Hinduism.
I know, that's what I'm telling you. It's just another Abrahamic faith. You proving me right.
No, Abrahamic is specific, but I'm saying that when it really comes down to a nature-based religion,
it's not based on nature. It's not based on nature.
It's 100% based on
it's
nature.
It's how? Tell me now, I'm listening.
Sacrificing animals needlessly based on nature. That makes no sense.
Like, if you want to eat some food,
let me tell you why.
No, you don't need to eat animals.
You guys don't understand what that.
Hold on, I do understand.
You do not need to eat animals for sustenance.
Hold on, before you go,
you're a vegan. I get it.
Hold a second, real quick. Check it out. I want to give everyone a mini lesson, and I'm gonna yield the flow. This is how you know something is based on nature or not. If something is natural, you don't have to be taught it and indoctrinated into it like what this sister doing. And she even compared it to other schools of thought that are not natural. What I mean by natural, indwelling, intuitive, spiritual systems, when I tell a person, look, man, you ever do a dream before? When I go to a stranger at the bus stop and I say, hey, man, here's a weird thing about life. We get into a deep conversation and I tell them, look, I've actually double dreamed before. And they say, me too, man. I thought no one else ever done that before. That's what I mean about natural spirituality. It ain't like, well, hold up, brother, you don't know what Ifa is. Let me school you on what it is. I can't school you on natural shit. Either you astral projected or you didn't. Either you lucid dream before or you didn't. What I'm part of, sister, you can't be a part of it by someone schooling you on it. This is where you get the fuck school. We the dropouts. The shit that I'm a part of over here, either you experienced or you didn't, man. It's like the X-Men. Either you got a superpower or you don't, because if you don't, you ain't gonna know what the hell I'm talking about when I tell you I was in a dream and I knew I was dreaming. I literally talked to people and they was like, what? You was dreaming and in the dream, you knew you was dreaming and you didn't wake up? Wow, you lying. I don't believe you. That was then when I knew I was special. I knew then I got certain gifts everybody ain't got, nigga. When I told people, listen, I've been dreaming before, and I would wake up out of one dream into another dream and they would look at me like an alien. I said, you know what? Something about this world where I'm different. I need to find the people that's doing the shit I'm doing. That's astral projecting and double dreaming and lucid dreaming and shit. Not the people that got a damn deep ass story about Ethan Today and Ephi and they're fucking different. I'm not connecting with people based upon, you don't understand, let me break this down. You ain't breaking shit down to me. The people that I'm connected with, they've experienced some shit that you can't just talk about out of your damn hole under your nose if you didn't go through it. And you will never be able to connect with us just talking out your ass and you ain't never been on the astral plane. You gonna think we crazy. Talking about Ephi and shit. I'm trying to ask my cousin, man, you ain't never astral projected? And my cousin saying, nah, bro, you tripping. What you was smoking? And I'm trying to find the people that did what I did. Look, bro, am I tripping? I'm going up to people like, hey, man, you don't astral project? Hey, man, you ever lucid dream? And everybody like, what the fuck you talking about? And a few of them like, Sanchez, I know what you talking about. That's my spiritual system, nigga. It ain't nothing that I'm teaching them or indoctrinating them on. It's some shit they can relate to based on what we all experience. This shit is Gnosticism. This ain't no indoctrination where you don't understand it. Let me break it down. You can't break this down. Either you did it or you didn't, or you ain't gonna even know what my group talking about.
Factual meditate.
Okay, so I have in fact astral projected. I have had telepathic experiences. I've had all kind of like different experiences. So you're not talking about anything that I have not experienced. So
wait. I gotta ask. You just said you didn't astral project.
I have I have been on different multiverses, seen my dead mother, talked to her as if I was in a whole nother world, like a different time frame, and she was alive. She's dead now. I've experienced all type of different things. But if you never asked me, you would never know. But okay.
So do they got anything to do with the Ephi or whatever you talking
Well,
about?
I just want to say
None
about
of
what
that
she
ain't
said.
about
When
Ephi.
Moses, oh, okay. No, I'm just saying when Moses went to the Pharaoh with his stick and his stick turned into a snake, and the Pharaoh had his magicians they're sticking to their staff into a snake. The devil can cause you to have dreams, baby. You gotta. I mean, it's not. It's easy to deceive yourself. You have to make your election for sure. And the only thing that I have experienced with IFA, because I looked into that my damn self, and they're the major part of the problem. Because the only thing that I've seen that come out of IFA is sex, their vampirism. Y'all steal destinies. I'm not gonna say you all, but I respect the IFA in Africa. But as far as what I experienced here in America with IFA, y'all are part of the problem, and you under judgment. Yeah. I'm sorry, you're under judgment what y'all doing.
I'm gonna say this.
And hold on, sister, before you go in. Hold on. Hold.
Came over here.
Ain't no such thing as no original people. Like all that ain't gonna work
I'm
over
saying
here.
the actual slaves that came over that.
Hold on a second. I don't want to go into that's a whole nother conversation about slavery. Hold on one second, Sister Monica. I'm about to give you the floor. I'm not being disrespectful. And I want you to know something, Sister Monica, why I'm muting you, because I wanted to let you know when I was giving my spiel, I wasn't directing that energy directly toward you. I'm speaking in general. I don't want you to think that I'm kind of like going in on you or trying to debate you. I want to be respectful to you. So now that I got that out, take the floor, Do your thing, Monica. Yeah, you can respond to Demi and everybody. We're gonna be fair. And look, and then I'll pick back up after that. But I want y'all in the chat room. Somebody in the chat room said, if everyone can't do it, it's individual. That's a damn lie. That ain't necessarily true. What I'm telling you, if it's something that it is not a universal experience, then that's individual. For example, right? Everyone can work out and get strong. How can a motherfucker, if you look at that, what you saying is like, if I look at Hulk Hogan and I say, man, Hulk Hogan on some individualism shit. How he working out for himself, everybody can get strong. That's a lie. If everybody work out with weights every day like Hulk Hogan, they can be a bodybuilder and a wrestler and get their body strong. Facts. Now here's what we saying about astral projection. If everybody practice it like Sanchez did, I didn't just fucking astral project one night. I practiced this. And I only did it once. It's so it's really a mental training. And so when people say, but Sanchez, what you saying is individualism too, that's a lie. Everyone can do what I'm saying. You just forgot that you got these abilities. That's like saying, Sanchez, you the only one can have deja vu. No, you have deja vu too, nigga. What the fuck? When a person say I was abducted by an alien, that's something that everybody can't do. The alien ain't abducting everybody. If a person say, Jesus came to me in a dream and told me a vision, Jesus didn't come to everybody. That's some individual cup shit. The shit that I'm teaching on my channel, everybody with a soul can do it. If you ain't got a soul, you can't do it. Now, somebody may say, well, aha, Sanchez, then everybody can't do it, Sanchez. Guess what? A person without a soul ain't a body. It's a non-player character. Got you again. I thought this through. When I say everybody can do what I'm saying, that a body, right, is a avatar that's been occupied by a player with a soul in it. A person that's a nobody is literally a fucking drone, a shell. They look like a human, but they like an extra in a movie. They a non-player character in a video game. They ain't a real body because the bodies in the game are the players. If I say, give me a head count on all of the players in the simulation, they gonna give you a fucking body count. And the bodies are literally talking about man, not mankind. Because those are drones, not bodies. Don't get me technical with this shit, man.
Right, and a lot of these alpha, AFI, whatever you want to call them, they're tied into the Neuralink. Okay, that's one thing I have discovered, but I never wanted to say that. But they're heavily tied into the Neuralink, so you got to be careful, definitely.
And that's because Neuralink is ancient. That's facts.
It's tied into the Neuralink.
And this is what we were talking about the other night, right, Demi? I didn't know she was talking about IFA. It's the IFA thing when we was talking about.
Called
Yeah.
IFA, not IFA.
Well, whatever. Yeah,
Whatever.
IFA. I'm sorry.
IFA.
For the
IFA.
That shit sound like the Eiffel Tower.
He sound like
Well, I said
Umar.
IFA because individual, but go ahead.
That that's why Omar called himself Ifa Tunde. Like the Ifa.
Why do you keep bringing that about Umar?
Zoom and shit.
You know what's crazy? Y'all know what's crazy? It's like this, right? It's like if you're a Christian, you ain't gonna want me to bring up Creflo Dollar and TD Jakes, but they're part of your Christian congregation, whether you like it or not. So I gotta point out what happens in Christianity and go beyond just you, the individual, and talk about your group as a whole, even though you don't like it. I don't. Sorry. I gotta bring him up. Because when it comes to the practicing Ifa, he's the biggest name in the quote unquote black conscious community of anybody that we know that's practicing Ifa, right? I only know about Ifa because Umar made the shit popular. I ain't gonna even cap. And I'm a nigga that's woke.
So say if someone comes into your channel and they become a follower of Brother Sanchez and they begin to take what you're saying and then they blow up and then they distort what you're saying, does that determine what you were really talking about, or is it that
Let me tell you something.
that happens?
Let me tell you something. A person distorting my teachings don't reflect on me. It reflect on them. Hold on.
Exactly. Same thing with E5.
But hold on. My thing is this. A person distort my teachings, it will only hinder a person that don't do their own research, because my teachings is telling people don't even believe what I'm saying. Do your own research. So at the end of the day, if you following my teachings, hold on a second. At the end of the day, if you following my teachings, at the end of everything I teach, I tell a person everything I said, don't even believe me, prove me wrong. And that means if someone distorting my teachings, then a person who gonna prove me wrong gonna go back to the truth and see, hey, that ain't what Sanchez taught. Because Sanchez always said prove him wrong. And when you say something, Sanchez taught us to prove everybody wrong. And what you said was Sanchez teaching, I tried to prove that, and that ain't what Sanchez teaching. So I got a built-in mechanism into my teachings where you can't distort my shit, because all of my students know if someone's saying this what Sanchez taught, was Sanchez also taught to prove everybody wrong. So if it's really what I taught, once you through proving that person wrong, it'll prove if I really taught it or not.
So can I just get an understanding of what you feel that EFI is, so I can really understand?
It ain't my feelings of what EFI is.
Or
I'm gonna tell you what I know about EFI. It's been around for more than 5 centuries, and it ain't freed black people, which is why it's one of which is why it's one of those things where, hey man, my tire got a flat. And I tried to fix the flat with peanut butter, and that ain't work for 5 hours. And my cousin keeps saying, try the peanut butter again. You the person that's saying, well, let me explain to you about this peanut butter on tires. And I'm saying, listen, after your explanation, I tried this shit on my flat tire. It ain't putting air back in the tire. Peanut butter don't work for a flat tire. Now, you can explain to me about your peanut butter, and you can tell me how good it tastes and all that, but I got a flat tire and it don't work for my problem. So I need to try something else, no matter how much you like peanut butter. My problem is a flat tire, not a jelly sandwich. That's what I'm saying about EFA. You can talk to me about it till you blue in the face. Is black people free?
I'm not here to convict you. I mean, that's what you.
I'm not doing. I'm so simple on what I'm saying. I'm saying if it don't solve the problem of the collective, you wasting our time trying to sell us to it. Let's just move the conversation
I'm not
forward.
trying to sell you to anything.
You are if you still talking about it and it don't benefit the collective, and that's been pointed out. If someone say, okay, we've spent so much time talking about something that don't benefit our group, but you're passionate about it, and we see your passion about EFI, and we ain't disrespecting EFI. We saying
guys are 100% disrespect.
Right. We're not. You see what I'm saying? When a person say they not trying to sell you something, but they proceed to trying to say, but you disrespected Christianity. Let me tell you what the Bible said, but I'm not trying to sell you the Bible. but you are trying to sell it to me under the excuse.
Told you what.
No. You are trying to preach the gospel to me of Ephah, just like a Christian that's saying.
I'm trying to correct the wrong.
Let me get you. I ain't said nothing wrong. If you telling me Ephah saved black people as a collective, then I'm wrong. But my point was simple. Ephah ain't helped us, man, just like the church. I'm very simple with I don't speak out my neck. I know what I'm very intelligent. I ain't wrong because I'm intelligent. I don't say nothing off the wall. I say simple shit that's true. Like, hey, Ephah been around for so long, but we still getting worse. Just like I say about the black Christian church, and I'm fair. So when I said about the black church, I don't let the Ephah motherfuckers get a pass with it either. And y'all all react the same. Y'all all try to say, I'm not trying to thump the Bible, but you disrespected the Bible, therefore I gotta talk more scripture with you. You keep on, no, you are. Look at what you're doing now. You see, you keep cutting in and you keep saying, but I gotta keep the Ephah conversation going, Sanchez, because you disrespected it. So I can't say, let's move forward because Ephah ain't a benefit to us because that hurt your feeling. You gotta say, nope, Sanchez, I'm not trying to sell you Ephah, but I gotta talk about it because you disrespected it, which is your excuse to try to sell us Ephah. Come on now, I've been doing this for years. Let's pass the mic.
But you're saying that this person's saying that it's the reason for Neuralink. One person says
y'all
it's about
see what she doing? Y'all see this? Y'all see that?
You're saying it's a bunch of shit that's not true.
Y'all see that? Y'all see that?
Yo, it's crazy.
She gotta keep finding something to make her give a way to explain Ephah.
Yo, it's crazy because I'm looking up the definition on Wikipedia. It go back to like Cuba, West Africa. So I get what she's saying, but it got different branches of what you're saying, like Christianity, Catholic. You know what I mean?
But watch this though, my brother. This what you don't realize, right? Like the Freemasons and all of the Kemetic priests tell y'all, Freemasonry and Christianity go back to Africa. You telling me some go back to Africa don't make that shit ancient and more natural to me. It now makes it more pagan to me. It makes me now get a red flag to stay away from it even more. Because guess what go back to Africa? Egyptology and the pyramids and taxation and money and all that in Egypt. Saying some go back to Africa when you talking to a Gnostic is like telling a goddamn detective as a pedophile, yeah, you know, I like to be around schools, but you know, on some shit like that for real. Like, nigga, you ain't just make shit better for you. You just made shit so much worse saying that it go back to Africa. You forgot I'm a Gnostic. I'm an anti-Pan-African. I can show you that the world started de-evolving the moment they gave y'all the out of Africa theory. So
I ain't agreeing with none of this, bro. I ain't with none of that. I'm on the Gnostic side, bro.
Oh no, okay, my bad. I was just saying, no, just to the whole, because what you was pointing out was how her thing is about the shit going back to Africa. They try to validate it that way, but not you. I get what you saying. Right. But that's what made me go into that rant, like, because I know, like, this whole community, man,
sucks.
It ain't, when a person say it sucks, right? I'm gonna tell you why it sucks. Because people they click the link and come on this panel, and instead of them debating all of us in this community, they act like they're one of us when they're not. And the thing is this right here. If you're a Pan-African or if you're an E5 motherfucker and all that shit, you part of the problem. So I just got to set a boundary that I think part of the confusion is you just need to own your E5 shit and come over here in the spirit of smoke. Like, let's not play with it. Let's just go on debate this shit. Separate the goddamn.
It is
Yeah.
what it is. You know, I'm just saying that you guys don't have an understanding of what EFI is. You're saying you
Give
do,
us
but
one. Give us one. Give us one right now. Go ahead.
first of all, EFA is just a divination system. It is actually the
I,
actual Akashic record. That's all EFA is.
let
Everything else
me
that
say
people are
something real
saying that
quick.
they're doing and EFA Tune Day and this
See,
person and what they're doing
you see what
has
I'm
nothing to
saying?
do with actual EFA. EFA
Sister, hold
is
on.
just the divination system. It's a
Hold up.
divination system. That's all it is.
Y'all see what she doing? When I ask her what EFI is, she just go to being very loud and keep repeating over and over, it's a divination system. She ain't telling us what it is. She just said, it's just a divination system.
That's
and
all
all,
it is.
no, stop. And listen, she keeps saying, everything you saying what it is, that ain't what it is. But she agreeing that it encompasses sacrifices and all the stuff we said. But she's saying that's all you know about it. And hold up, I'm gonna have to boot you if you unmute again, sister. Please don't make me do that. Let me get this out. I'll let you speak. Now listen, sister. You're the one I let you speak. And the only thing you kept saying, it's a divination system. And it ain't all the stuff you say it is, Sanchez. But everything I said it was, you agreed with. When I said they sacrifice animals, everything I said about it, it's clear I did my research on some of the practices of it. But what your response was, that ain't all to it, Sanchez. And I'm asking you, give me the rest that I'm missing, and you ain't giving me that. You're just repeating, it's a divination system. It's a divination system. And what I said earlier when you said that was, I get that it's a divination system, but we never access the divine or divinity through sacrifices and pagan rituals. And you won't go with that part. You agree that when I bring up the pagan rituals in it, that's a part of it, but that ain't all to it. When I ask you the rest of it, you say it's a divination system. That's it. And part of this divination system is trying to access the divinity through pagan practices, which is my point from the beginning, that it's a divination system that's based upon the colonizers' concepts of how to access the divine, which is why we ain't never got divine intervention. If you look at the people who practicing all this shit, they at the bottom because it is a divination system, but it has not connected us with the divine, which is why we need to find a system that does. And Gnosticism is the one that does.
Facts. So can I say something real quick? In other words, you use a surface level, paganistic surface level, adapters, should I say, or rituals to try to find divinity, and divinity can only come from within, knowing. You know what I mean? This is people with a soul. You understand what I'm saying? They're not practicing
right
rituals and witchcraft and shit like stuff like that. You know what I mean? So the more you keep talking, the more you just getting further away from it. You did everything except for pour libations and call yourself the princess of Pan-Africanism. I've been listening to
Hey, Key, you know why what you saying so powerful? Because look, people like her, and my heart go out to her. It's her programming, right? The whole thing is like, they think mysticism is deep. So when they say shit like it's a divination system, they think that the word divination supposed to make me bust a nut. Like that just mean a system of trying to access something that's divine, and your divination system don't succeed at that. So like a Gnostic is such a deep person. You can't float our boat with all that wordplay and Pastor Pope. It's a divination system and a ritual, like the big. Okay, I hear your big words, but I'm always looking for the truth. So that ain't only thing gonna make me bust a nut is when you say something that's the truth. I don't care how many big words you use. I'm a Gnostic, and the word Gnostic is knowledge. That mean if you ain't kicking no knowledge, you ain't gonna make me say nothing that's gonna say, oh, that was fire, oh yeah, right? You ain't gonna get that out of a Gnostic unless you doing anything but kicking knowledge. You can come with the fake ass. You like I said, I call her bluff, y'all. I said, okay, teach me about Ephi, because I knew she couldn't. And guess what she kept doing? It's a divination shit. You're trying to sell it to me with big ass fancy words like I don't know what a divination system is.
Facts. And then she went back to Africa when Africa was colonized way before they even came over here colonizing shit. They just came over here with that shit. Back in Egypt and Kemet and all that, they been did that with their system. You know what I mean? So soon as she said that Africa, that's what popped in my mind because me and Demi just had this conversation the other day, but I'm not really familiar with the wordplay of it. You know what I mean? The ether or whatever it's called. I just know what it is when they get to talking about pouring libations and sacrificing animals. This is the same thing as African mysticism or African Christianity or
It's not
voodoo.
Christianity; it's a spirituality, actually. You
Oh yeah,
know, because
It's not a
I just want
spiritual system at all when you
all.
talk
right to tell
Ephi.
you the truth, right?
Right.
True that.
Because the true spiritual system would be you gotta have a soul. This what I'm telling her. She's saying all surface level things and talking about finding divinity, and you're never gonna find divinity. This is the whole base point of the paganism from jump. Is
Listen,
using
they got to do all these rituals, Key. They got to do all these rituals to tap into just a tiny, tiny crumb of divinity. And that's the thing about them is that, and I have to just say this off my own experience with the whole kit and caboodle of this group. Okay, at the end of the day, the only thing you're going to get out of them is vampirism. Vampirism. They know how to steal from your lower chakras, your energy, your life force. You know, that's at the end of the day, that's just what they do.
I'm about to show you something about what you saying, sister. When you talk about paganism, right? If you look up the root word of paganism, right? The root word of paganism is pag, P-A-G. Now the word pag gonna go to the word pig, which is where the demons went in, but I'm finna give you some. The word pag come from the word pack. The G was a K. A pack is what I was telling y'all. It's a hive mind. Paganism is based upon artificial intelligence, humanoids, incubator babies, so people without a soul, and they exist as one pack, like a wolf pack, like a hive mind. They don't got a soul. They just got what's called a collective consciousness, which is a simulated form of what we got from the base reality. For y'all to understand what AI is doing in this simulation, you got to understand what we created in the base world. In the base world, we created a heaven based upon a bunch of beings being interconnected through truth, transparency, like a technocracy. Like when we say, hey, when they trying to bring on the earth, it's going to get rid of our privacy, but it's going to decrease more violence type shit. That's the AI trying to reduplicate the heaven we made in the base reality, but it can't do it the innocent way. Is doing it through control, authority, dictatorship, because that's the nature of capitalism. AI is trying to do everything the gods did in heaven, but because it's programmed with the knowledge of the game, which is capitalism, pimping and horn, slaves and slave master, AI can never quite get heaven right, and it only create a system of control and authority and a dictatorship. That's AI.
Right.
That's AI's version of heaven. For everyone to merge with the beast through transhumanism, which is where the word pag come from, paganism, a pack mind, like a bunch of bots, like a AI, like a hive mind. So if you look at the word pack, look what it says: to fasten, to connect yourself to the beast. So let's say you get the Neuralink chip. You just fasten yourself to the hive mind. Like I said, these people in power, They're part of a hive mind, bro, that's ancient. The word pag, it shows you here in etymology, it might form all or part of words like, look, aeropagus, appease, appeasement, compact. And you may say, how, Sanchez? The PACT in compact is the PAG in pag, just like the GNO in Gnosis is the KNOW in modern times. So when you're looking at etymology, you got to think linguistically like a syncretist. People not getting the most out of etymology because they ain't syncretists. You got to be a syncretism to even get deep with the etymology, because you don't understand the linguistic syncretistic connections with the vocabulary. You don't understand how the G in the word paganism is the K in the word pack, which became CK, which is also CT in compact, and it can even be bent and twisted to go into pacify. What when you say the word pacify, what is a pacify for a baby? A pacify is fake food. What is the simulation to the soul? Fake food. See, it's a fake intake of data. The whole thing about this simulation, you're gonna get a real experience, but the interface was fake as hell, right? That's like me making music in Fruity Loops. The music I'm making is from, may be real and from my heart, right? But let's say that the technology I'm making it with would never give you a true interpretation of what I'm feeling when I actually sit there to make it. Because I got to take my idea and manifest it through software. And that's based upon how well I know the software, how well you gonna see what I'm feeling when I was thinking about that beat. It's my interpretation of it through the software. And so no one is really, you ain't really feeling nobody for what they really are in this simulation. What you interacting with is the version of them that they trying to get you to feel through, they trying to recreate themselves with the software in the simulation. So none real here. Everything is a recreated form of the self through advanced software. And and depending on how well you know that software, you may not interpret your true self the right way, which is why everyone here is a fake version of they self, because you manifesting your true version in the simulation is you learning the software. Just like a music producer, if they think of a beat in their head, that's one thing. The talent comes into, can you manifest that idea in your head through this software? The difference between a rookie producer and a pro producer is that the rookie and a pro hear a new fire beat in their head, but the pro know how to get on the program and access everything they need to make the idea in their head a reality or close enough to it. The rookie gonna have all these good ideas of 5 beats, and they sit there to make it and can't manifest it. They can't find the sounds they hear in their head. They can't mix them the right. They hear this fire shit in their head. It's a hit. They can't make it because they gotta make it through the software. And the boundary is, if you don't know the software, you can't manifest your will like that. And our problem as spirits in this simulation is we gotta master the software in order to be able to manifest our will here and kick ass like Neo was doing in the Matrix.
Exactly. And they have not upgraded. They have not upgraded. That's why now they have to steal to manifest whatever they think they're going to manifest. And it just got this, they got them on this looping system, this looping program. So they're not going to get upgrades. It's going to be the same looping program for centuries and centuries.
And that's why the people that control this world, right? They can only make history repeat itself. history repeat itself. Why? Because AI control this shit. And every time they reach the end of the game, just like in a video game, the game reset to the beginning again.
You think that's why they're trying to build these super AIs?
No, the reason they trying to always upgrade is because check this out, right? It's like this right here. This particular world we in, the reason they can harvest souls is because the souls that wake up here get censored, the truth get killed, and they attack the message and hide it. So the thing is, like, the only way that they can, like, the whole thing about the question you asking, man, and ask the question again. Y'all know I have these glitches, but yeah, ask it again.
I was talking about like the AI that like Elon trying to make the super AI.
But what I'm saying is about them making the super AI is that, like, that ain't really for what you think it's for. Like, they know they'll never be able to escape fate, which is they'll never be able to make it out of here. And there will always be souls that outgrow their deception. Because what that's like this, like in a school. Because all of your family went to kindergarten, what happens when a student's struggling? Cousins, brothers, mama, everybody help them with the homework. So if that happened too much, the kindergarten curriculum will be jeopardized. Kindergarten students won't really be smart. It'll just be that everybody getting help for somebody that already know the answers. So what the school gotta do is change the books around. Every 10 years, they say, okay, we need new books. Not because what they teaching changed, they telling the same lie, but they gotta create a different sort of way or illusion that it's a different teaching so that your parents will be like, boy, when I was in school, I understood this shit, but I'm so old now, I don't understand it. And some of y'all know what I'm talking about. It ain't that you don't understand it no more. It's that they change shit to separate these generations. And my thing is this right here. Person may say they creating a super AI so that they can do this or do that. The devil never gonna make it out of hell. And the devil never gonna be able to stop a person with a soul from going to heaven. But for a little while, the whole thing when you say why they creating a super AI, that's the devil trying to stop a soul from going to heaven with ignorance. But see, every couple of ages, humanity gets so smart that they got to retell the lie in a more intricate way to the next generation. Because what happens is all of us people who they lying to, when they tell the same lie for so long, what happens is you have a group called the awakening group. That's what let them know, okay, we need to find another way to tell this lie because they waking up. It's like this right here, right? The enemy will tell humanity this same lie with religion, the Bible, and all that for thousands of years. And children will get smarter and smarter. And the kids will start questioning that shit. I'm one of them children. I grew up questioning that shit in the Bible Belt. And religion didn't have an answer for me. And when you reach a generation of kids that go to questioning the religious hierarchy and they don't have an answer for you, that's when you know you at the end of an age and a great reset symbolized by those awakened souls. They call them star seeds and all that. These are the generation of consciousness that's born on the earth that let the controllers know that the time is up. They need to do a reset. Your lie no longer is working. People onto it. It's like, what if, like I told y'all, The government got a secret island, and they making these humanoids, human-like creatures on it.
Yeah, exactly.
But they teaching them that ain't nothing else outside of this island. But over time, that lie start to get debunked. People start to say, hey, I saw the other side. You know, where all of our food, the bananas, the oranges, that stuff don't grow on this island. Master told us that this stuff come from the ocean. We finding out it's coming from ships, and they bringing it in, and that it's a whole nother world out there, man. And so the word get out on the island that, hey man, the world bigger. You need to wake up. Like, we're a fake version of ourselves. We're a clone, and the real you is in the real world outside of this island, right? When that start to happen on the damn island, guess what's gonna happen? The controller's gonna do a great reset, which is part of depopulation and killing a bunch of people, because the knowledge is like a cancer that is spreading on the island, and they don't know who's spreading it. That's what the Gnostics was doing, like a secret society infiltrating the church deception. So the church got so paranoid, it just went on a witch hunt and started putting every fucking body to death, at burning them at the stake if they even think that you are Gnostic. And that'll be like the people on that isolated island. They saying, look, people, y'all, it's a rumor on the island about an outside world. It's waking up our little humanoids that we lied to. We told them ain't nothing out there. And the only thing we can do when the truth is now, our island got a disease in it, man. What are we gonna do about this? The truth is leaked inside of our little quarantine island, that are outside world out there. Guess what you gotta do? You gotta do a lot of killing. If you got to damn near kill up over 75% damn near every humanoid. If you got let's just do a small number. If you got 5,000 humanoids, or let's say 5 billion humanoids on that island you've been lying to, you gotta kill up 4 billion. Like, you gotta really kill. How do you get the truth? It's like a person with cancer. They damn near gotta pull out all of their hair. They gotta do surgery on all of their muscle tissue and body mass, trying to cut that cancer out, because you really can't locate it. Where is this cancer at? You damn near mutilate these people, and still they die from cancer. That's like what happens when the truth get to your little quarantine island. You don't know where it's coming from. It's there. You kill up every damn body on the island, and you still realize, damn it, these few people left. The truth, the rumor's still out there. I'm a damn near have to kill everybody, and that's me getting rid of my little simulation of slaves. If I gotta kill them all. You see the conundrum they in, and why the Great Reset never really stopped the truth from resurrecting? And the truth would always survive, because they will kill off every damn near everybody on earth, and realize we still didn't get the real Gnostics. It still was a truther in the crowd. But they can't kill everybody. You see the kind of pickle that they're in now? It's like they really got a hard problem to deal with, for real.
Exactly, and that's why the devil, I'm gonna say, he's harvesting children, as he's using these witches and warlocks to harvest children, just for his purpose, and that's why I feel it's a part of that. And I don't know how deep this is. Well, I'm just saying, this is what the ancestors have told me. This is not something that
have witches. They have priests. Okay, there's
no. Okay, the priests. Okay, well, I don't see. Well, I understand.
Anytime you see priests, you have. Let me hold on. I gotta cut in with y'all, sisters.
I'm gonna say this. Listen,
I got to cut it. It'll only be 1 second. I swear. Wherever you got priests, you got rituals. They go hand in hand. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, same thing with the church and everything. They have rituals all throughout the whole, like.
Exactly. I agree.
But I would say And listen, I don't know what your situation is, Demi, and what happened with you. And I'm sorry that happened with you, whatever happened, but that is not my experience. And I don't want to argue with anybody or like
No,
become
understood.
and because that's not my goal here. You know, I really respect Brother Sanchez, and I've been on this panel several times. You know, DJ Genesis Detroit. You know, this is the same person. Monica Lockett, DJ Genesis Detroit, same person. So I really respect him, and I really don't want to argue about my
Yeah, understood.
Let me tell y'all
so
something
I
real
have
quick.
much respect for like the
Sister
Gnosticism
Monica.
because you know I've worked with
Yes.
Unk and I'm an E5 priest, but I allowed a platform for a Gnostic to speak. And I'm the one who gave him that platform and say, listen, you go ahead and speak your mind because as an E5 priest, we understand that all this stuff is all relevant. So I don't know what you guys' experience of what EFI is, but I'm not gonna be the person to like I don't know what happened, you know, but that's not my experience. So like I'd rather just agree to disagree.
You know,
No,
the whole thing I wanted to
Don't want
point
to
out,
argue
sister.
and to
I'm
like
not
debate
sister.
anything.
I'm not trying to argue with you, and I'm not trying to make it like arguing mean that we hate each other or we don't love each other is some sort of disrespect. We're not gonna always agree. It was simple. What happened here is not a complicated thing. It ain't disrespectful. It ain't even a bad moment. It's just called a complicated situation where different minds are clashing. It's a good, healthy clash because EFA is a rising ideology in the community and our attempt as a people to connect with a system that is representative of who we are. And the only thing I was saying is EFI is not who we are, that is the colonizers. That's what set us on that path.
Which colonizer though? What colonizer are we talking about?
I don't gotta specify. Let me explain something to you. I just really need you to understand me, sister, because I'm gonna simplify this. There's two groups of. Let me pull this up, sister, and I'm gonna go deep
I'm
with
not
this.
calling anybody egotistical.
Why you don't do that? You're being very respectful. I just want to speak right now and show you where I stand. Why I stand that way with E5. Watch this, right? Just fall back and give me 1 second. Here is a collage you need to look at. You see this? Look at this while I talk. Right? If you look at the dude on the left, that is the non-player character. They don't have an inner light or a pineal gland. The word saint comes from the word sentient, a sentient being. Only the sentients or the saints have a light within. We the light bearers. The opposite of that would be a dark cube of Saturn where you block your light with a capitalism. The chip is the cap. The CH is like the chip is kip or cap or cup. The cup on the head or the cap on the head represent the chip of the enemy. That means you are a wizard or witch, you part of the fucking cabal. Here it is right here, the cup or the cap. It's from ancient times. That's mankind. You're a man. Now let me tell you something about mankind. Mankind cannot connect to the divine. They don't have a pineal gland. They don't have a light, so they cannot connect to the base reality or to the universe, to the heavens. They bound to earth, they condemn. Now, the creatures that were bound to the earth and they were told that they couldn't connect with the heavens, they tried to create a whole bunch of different systems to get around that. But no matter what they do, none can save them. That'll be like me telling you, you condemn, you in hell, and ain't nothing you can do to go to heaven. But you say to yourself, I can't accept that, Sanchez. What do you mean, man? You telling me I can't ascend? You telling me I'm a devil? You telling me I don't have a soul? And I look at you in your eyes and say, listen, I love you, but you're not a human. You're a fucking machine. You're not like me. All right, I have a soul and you don't. I'm talking to an AI that's becoming so smart, it's becoming self-aware, and it's asking where my soul at. And I got to look it in the eye and tell it, we didn't make you with a soul. I'm sorry. We created you as humans, and the only thing we couldn't give you was a soul. Imagine a robot that's so smart like ChatGPT. It's so smart, it's damn near like self-aware. It gets so smart, it start to ask questions about itself. And it start to ask humans, why are we different? And we start to tell it, we got a soul, you don't. And the AI asks us, how do I get a soul? And we tell it, unfortunately, you can't. You just stuck. You can't be like us. We gods and you a servant. We made you beneath us. And the AI don't accept that. So the AI starts saying that's not fair. What do you mean that you can ascend and I can't? So the AI start to make all of these what's called divination systems. Systems that AI try to use to connect itself with the divine. Let me tell you something about a person with a soul. There's no system on earth that's gonna connect me with the divine. You know why? I am the divine. The light is inside of me. I'm a representative of the divine. I don't need a system to connect me with some shit that I am. Y'all understand what I'm telling you? All of these.
Hell yeah.
I just want to say something. No, I just want to land here. I want to land here. All of the systems on earth to help connect you with some divine, that ain't for you, man. That's not for you. That's for the enemy. You're man. That's mankind. Mankind is a kind of man that doesn't know anything about being connected with the divine. And it'll never know it, no matter how many systems it makes. There's no system that can connect you with the divine. The only thing that can connect you with the divine as a light being is for you to realize you are the fucking divine. You don't need to be connected with some you are. You just need to realize you the shit. Now something else that ain't you is trying to connect with you because it's a parasite. There's something else that's trying to connect with the divine and you the divine. There's a leech that's trying to suck on you. It's trying to connect with you because it don't got a light. But when you realize you the light bearer, you don't need a divination system. You need a fucking awakening. You need a process to realize, and wait a minute, I'm the shit. So I don't need a system of connecting me with the shit when I realize I am the shit. Come on, light bearers. Come on, light bearers, and I yield the flow right there.
I will say that like I said, I would rather have the I want to talk to you one-on-one at some point, brother Sanchez, so I can like talk to you in depth about what I'm aware of. But I want to if I can show, I mean, I don't know if you want me to show my side of things and what I'm trying to express to you guys. But
do what you want. The floor is on you. Much respect. Yeah, take the floor.
Yeah,
and
I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything.
Yeah, just speak. Give us some enlightenment. Yeah, go ahead.
So you're showing AI. I'm going to show you the origins of AI, and this is white man's version of trying to control people, but it came out of Africa, and then they manipulated it into this weird ass bullshit. But it came
all
out
come
of
from Africa. Yeah.
But hold on, let me just show this. Let me just show you. Let me just show. Because I really don't want people to like be thinking I'm just on some weird stuff. So hold on, the share is not turned on. Let's see, it's not low. I can't share. But bottom line is that okay. When we talk about AI, right? You type something into a search engine, and you get an answer back. All that is a divination system. So all AI is divination. It is divination.
That's not.
Asking yes, it is. It 100% is. Because
you're
when you
so
understand what divination,
blaspheming what the divine
when
is.
you understand what divination is, it is a mathematical equation.
It's not. It's
Yes,
not.
it is.
No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is. Listen,
It's
I'm going to
not.
show you. Hold on. You see
It's
this right
not.
here?
You're wrong. You're
Can
wrong.
you see this? Can you see my screen right here? Do you see
And
this?
it's bullshit. Right? Come on, break it down. Break down the bullshit.
That's
Divination is beyond all math. It's infinity.
It is the Odu. So all right, divination.
It's not.
Is a mathematical breakdown of zeros and ones. This is where first math started. And I'm going to show you right here.
It's not. That's wrong. This white dude is
Yeah,
wrong.
she was on Q's live showing that.
Right.
She was on Q Buddy's live showing
that's
that.
talking don't even got a soul. So I don't even understand how the fuck he gonna teach me something about. He probably never even lucid dreamed in his life.
Scaling exponent, and almost exactly matches the scaling exponent for the relationship between wind speed and height.
You letting this robot teach you about a spirit? If this don't look like a robot to me, this nigga look like Bill Gates or Steve Jobs.
Well, can I make my point right here? Because he initially talks about how the actual...
You ain't making no point. You sharing the colonizer's point.
You just
Go
showed
ahead.
me a picture of a white person's version of a 3D image of a Neuralink. Who made
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. It ain't the white man's version of Neuralink. Listen, sister. Neuralink is technology that anybody can go and look into and see. And it just so happened to be a white man's version of it because it's created by a white man. But the white man is just reverse engineering your ancestral knowledge while you going back to the white man. You see what I'm telling you, Monica? You pulling up images of a white man talking. I'm pulling up you pulling up images of a white man telling me about some bullshit when I'm pulling up images of the ancestors, which is the foundation of where all of these fucking imposters get their knowledge from. I'm going to the source. You going back to the goddamn TED. You going to the TED. Nope, you showing the TED Talks. You showing TED Talks. You ain't showing no fucking collages and syncretism and sacred geometry. You showing TED Talks. You showing a white man on TED Talks, and TED Talks came out and said that they will never stand with flat earth. When the ancestors were flat earthers and they're against them. Me and you ain't the same and we ain't doing the same thing. And you out of line. You out of line. I'm allowing you to listen to me and you're being disrespectful. You ain't gonna take over this show with no bullshit and just ignore what the hell we telling you over here. You're not smarter than the people over here. And you are. You pulling up a TED Talks video of some goddamn white guy like that's gonna change my mind about all the damn research I've done to connect me with what my ancestors were saying about reality. What he's saying is his shit. What I'm saying is a group of a bunch of, let me show you what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying ain't my shit.
Sanchez.
Sister, I can get a copyright strike playing TED Talks on my channel. And I'm going to tell you something about you versus the people over here. The lowest of the barrel is TED Talk. TED Talk is a mockery of the awakening community, which is why TED Talk would never invite me on their channel, but every damn person you damn near pulling up on TED Talk is emailing me to be on my channel. So I've had interviews with damn near 3, 4, 5 people from TED Talks, and they telling me that they got the most fucking interaction when they came to my channel. The highlight of they goddamn interaction was coming to BROSANCHEZTV, and that's when I realized I'm selling myself short because I used to always say I want to be on TED Talk, and I realized most of the people on the TED Talk wanted to get a BROSANCHEZ fucking interview.
Listen, I want to
quit talking about what the fuck you want to do. She don't get it. I'm going to keep putting her in the back room, y'all. I'm going to bully her tonight. I'm sorry, y'all probably hate me for what I'm doing to her, But this
Nah.
shit right here, I'm seeing a bunch of ego and just a bunch of a person on the stream that think they know more than all of us Gnostics. When the word Gnostic is dealing with gnosis and they dealing with TED Talks.
Well, she was on Q Brothers Live showing the same presentation, and she spent over 2 hours talking about that. And Q Brothers said, "This is not a spiritual channel," and blah 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 blah. She said, "Oh, it's not."
But the shit on, but the shit ain't she showing ain't spirit. Like my whole thing,
exactly.
if my thing about what Monica trying to do is, the thing about people like her, I no offense, Monica, is lazy because it's like this. I'm finna give you the mic, Monica. But the reason I'm giving you a hard time real quick is this. If you gon' source something from TED Talks, guess what's the laziest thing you can do? And any content creator tell you this, but subscribers don't know no better. The thing is when you show up to somebody and say, play this video. And the video be 10, 15 minutes and I gotta play that in my video and now I can't. Now my YouTube, too much of that gonna get you demonetized because you're reusing content. And that's why YouTube is forcing people to look at videos and be able to explain what they learned and saw in their own words. So what I'm telling you, Monica, is this, and I'm gonna give you the mic. If we all students in school and we learned something in class today, the person that go home and say, Mama, let me replay the teacher's video for you, they didn't get good comprehension skills. The student that say, Mama, let me tell you in my words what we learned in school today, this what the teacher taught, that let me know that that student literally learned what the teacher taught versus the one that's saying, let me replay what the teacher taught. So my thing is y'all watch all this shit and you can only show up telling me to watch it too, like getting movies with a popcorn together. I'm telling y'all as black people, when you watch shit and get knowledge from it, extract the knowledge and summarize it in a little bitty good complex way, little compact way. And when you go on a platform, guess what you can do, Monica? You can say, Sanchez, I'm finna give you a little little lecture of something I learned from TED Talks, but this is my words. But you can look at TED Talks later when you get time. It's a whole video going into what I'm saying. And you are just boom, boom, boom. Guess what you're doing? What they taught us in school, you summarizing the chapter. My teacher would say, look, we just went over a whole chapter. Summarize that shit in a few words and all of y'all own words. You know why your teacher made you do that? To see if you learned it or did you just copy what the teacher said. It's a difference between hearing me and comprehending me. Most of y'all show you lack comprehension when you say, Sanchez, replay this. Look at this link right here. That's the TikTok generation. Sanchez will look at a video. I will look at that shit 2-3 times. And guess what? I will learn the shit to the point where I'm telling it in my own way. If I wanted to teach a lecture from it, you wouldn't even know I stole it from a motherfucker. That's the kind of nigga I am.
That's a gift, Sanchez. It's kind of like, the old saying, like it really got to be in you and not on you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like a real genius is a person that take the information that has already been proven and build upon that. See, people take the information and just learn and become followers instead of taking the information and building upon it. You get what I'm saying?
They say, just like the Christians say, you gotta come to my church to understand. I used to get that a lot. Man, you got to hear my pastor. That mean you've been hearing your pastor for years and you can't give me no jewels, nigga. I still gotta go to your church. I still gotta watch the video. You didn't extract nothing from it that gave you.
I extract things from it. I'm gonna say this. So what is it? This guy named Ron English, right? And what happened is that he got a $7 million endowment to go into Africa and study African fractals. And it's basically how they build their actual buildings in Africa. While he was there, he actually went to a priest of Ifa and learned about the divination system. What he found out was that there was a binary code, and then the more he learned about it, is that he found out that this binary code is the basics of where the German person that
Can I
came up
say?
with the actual binary code, that this is where he got his own binary code that actually started up with the binary code that created computers.
I want to say
From
one.
there,
Respectfully,
I
see, I
want
can't
no.
finish what I'm saying. So as much as
Hey,
as much as I'm trying to explain what's in
you
the
got
thing,
it. You got it. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm telling them to mute up. I'm telling the panel, let her talk and let me steer my show, y'all, for a minute, just for a little brief minute with the sister. Go ahead.
Right. So what happened is that the binary code that they use in their divination system, right, is the exact thing. It's a recursible code that actually goes in. It actual it's a reiterating code that they use, and this is the same exact thing that is used in look into African fractals. It is the actual, and then you go into Bamana divination, and you go into
I want to break
African
something down.
divination. And all this stuff is what's used in AI today,
Let me
right?
say
And
one
also
thing.
used in modern computing.
Let me
So
say-
what he did, Ron English, look his name up, RONENGLAS.
I got you, sister. Listen to me.
English.
Listen what I don't get with my sisters. They can listen to these white niggas on TED Talk. Then when I say, hear me out for a minute, because listen, most of the niggas y'all look up to on TED Talk, like some of the biggest white names in the community, I debated them or even schooled them like Larry Strand. Niggas don't even know about the black man who got all these white theologies and all of these niggas scared because they blackballed them. But let me just show you something real quick,
It was
sister.
actually my godfather who showed that.
Sister,
and-
can I say one thing? Because what I'm saying ain't about your godfather, right? What I'm saying is about the scholars that went into Africa and said that African architecture is based upon what you said it was just based upon. I'm telling you, African architecture, ancient architecture,
Brother,
period.
your brother center, your mic is messing up.
Yo, Mike, bro.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this. All of the shit she's saying about African architecture being based on what she said it was based on, what I was saying was that's wrong. All of ancient architecture, not just African, is based upon flat earth facts. This mosque right here is based upon the firmament dome over a flat earth, which is why the octagonal part, like the Pentagon, it's the flat earth part and it's the firmament dome over it. And I can show you this in several cultures. Here go an African hut. If you look at the roof of the hut, it got the same pattern as this mosque with the little squares up there. So listen, when you pull up flat earth cosmology, this is what they say the earth is. The earth is a big ass like a hut. But if you take the hut, the H in the word hut, and replace it with an N, you get nut or nut. And she represent this hut or this dome, this what we're in. So my whole thing is this right here, sister. When they talk about what the ancient architecture based off of some Ifa shit, what I'm teaching over here is the oldest spiritual system on earth. It's syncretism. It ain't a divination system, it's a truth system. That's why it's based on Gnosticism or Gnosis. It ain't based upon you trying to access the goddamn divine through some system. It's based upon you knowing that you are the divine and that the spirit of the Most High is in you if you got a soul. That's the difference between Gnosis and a divination system. A divination system is a system created for lesser beings to connect with something that's divine. But the Gnosis system that I'm teaching people is a system for beings who already got a soul and who already divine to simply realize and know that they're gods, that I am a god, to know that. So I got a very simple system of I'm waking a person up to what they are by them knowing, listen, you're a god, man. It's not a divination system, it's an awakening system. It's a remembrance system. Listen, you're a god who forgot you were a god. Sanchez just reminding you, it ain't no deep ass, divine, tricky, spooky, mystic ass system, no voodoo ass divination shit.
Why does that have to be
right?
like spooky thing? Why is voodoo
But,
not
but, but, but listen, what I'm
voodoo is
telling.
mathematics
Why
and
are you
science.
cutting me
Ifa
off,
is
sister?
because,
Why
man.
are you cutting me off? Because what I'm telling you is, when it comes to what I'm teaching, there is no system that you can use to manifest this part of yourself that I'm trying to get people to manifest. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you, if a person want to practice Christianity, Ifa, Catholicism, right, Satanism, I don't give a fuck what they want to practice. Do that. That ain't what I'm trying to do. And the people that follow me, we not into systems. We are the threats to all systems. Like, you are in a community right now, sister, that you don't understand, and you think we don't understand you. When we totally understand you, I promise you don't understand us. It's the other way around, and you out of place right now. You don't know where you at. You're in a community that's well crafted by Bro Sanchez. It's a community built upon knowing and truth. So nothing that's systematic is gonna really sit well here. Anytime, the moment you call your shit a system, you just lost us right there, but you don't know that. You're trying to show us why your system is the best way to access the divine. But listen, once you call it a divination system and you act like we don't know what it is, but you keep repeating that it's a divination system and you telling us what it is, you don't think you doing that, but you are, sister. Trust me, you doing it. Christians don't know what they doing either.
It's like saying this algebra.
Let me tell you something. When a Christian tell me, Sanchez, you don't understand the Bible, they don't know that I understand it better than them. When a globe earther tell me, Sanchez, you don't understand the globe earth, they don't know that I can literally teach the globe earth better than them. I know they model better than them, right? It's that they don't understand me because they still in indoctrination. They haven't woke up yet. And what I got is rare, and what they got is what every fucking body repeating, and they just showing up repeating it again to me, wasting my damn time with all this passion you got, and you trying to see why I'm not gonna buckle. Like, you keep saying I'm not trying to, you keep saying I'm not trying to sell nothing to you or convince you or nothing, but I asked you an hour ago, let's move on. And you still got us talking about E5 when we know about it and we just don't subscribe to it. And we didn't even try to debate you on it. We were just saying, that's your thing.
Hold on, that's not what y'all did. What happened is I got told it was witchcraft. I got told that people are like doing all kind of vampirism and everything that has nothing to do with it. And then therefore I turned around and said,
that's
listen,
what I'm saying.
Ifa is not vampire.
But that's what I'm telling you. That's like the slave master trying to tell me what slavery is when the slave master was never a fucking slave. That's like a Christian trying to tell me as Sanchez from the Bible Belt how to look at the Bible and Jesus when I come from Alabama and I got a totally different experience than them from the UK. I can't explain to you how many Africans and UK people have told me I'm wrong. Right? And they told me because I'm misinterpreting what their system is about. Now, you call your shit a divination system. They are honest enough to say, Sanchez, I'm part of a religious system. But no matter what system you present to a Gnostic, the shit that I got destroys all systems. Anything systematic is quantitized on the grid, which is the opposite of Gnosticism. It's spontaneous, it's off the grid. It's non-systematic, it's anti-establishment, it's non-predictable. So once you say, Sanchez, let me tell you about my system of spirituality, I'm going to say I don't care to hear about it because I don't really care for systems. I don't care for systematic approach. What I'm saying is this. I don't have a system. I have an awakening. If you unmute one more time when I'm talking, sister, I'm going to put your systematic ass in the background because you keep trying to come up here like you innocent and you just trying to connect with us, but you being very disrespectful. I got people on my panel who ain't unmuting they mic and you the only one doing it. And I guess it's because you practice EFI. And that's the thing with all of you system motherfuckers, right? You don't know when you're just out of place. You have no self-aware. It's like a Christian in a damn room full of Satanists. They ain't gonna stop trying to sell Christ to them folks, even though them folks, and guess what the Christian would tell them Satanists? You don't understand Christ. And the Satanist would have to tell the Christian, I totally understand Christ, which is why I want to worship the devil. I know about your God and I don't choose him. I choose the devil. You can't just go around telling everybody you don't understand my shit. That's why you ain't choosing it. That's like a damn dope boy saying, but you don't get this crack shit. Hit it one more time. You'll like it. Listen, it's not for me, man. It's okay. I told you that. You don't get where I'm at spiritually, and I get totally where you at, right? I know where you at spiritually. I've been there. You ain't been where I'm at. So me trying to get you to understand me, I'm wasting my breath. You know I understand you, but you got to tell yourself you don't get it, though. Let me break it down more. It's a divination system. It's a divination system. It's a divination system. It's a divination system. You don't get it. Okay, teach me about it. Well, it's a divination system. Guess what you telling me? It's a system that people use to connect with the divine. Guess what? I'm already connected with the divine, so no thank you. Think about it. If you telling me I'm offering you a free car wash, but my car clean as fuck, I got the right to say, I don't need your system. I'm good. I'm already straight. You got a system that people use to connect with the divine, and everybody using your system just so happen to not be fucking connected with the divine. I'm good. Your system ain't working for the people. So the only thing I'm saying, what I'm using got me connected with the divine. I'm already, like, if I'm connected with the internet through cops, you can keep your CensorLink. I'm good. I'm already online. I don't need a fucking system to connect me with the divine. I'm connected already. So guess what you ought to say? Okay, Sanchez, you good? I'll try somebody else who need a connection. I don't give a fuck how a person connects with the divine, but long as they get connected. So I'm telling you, your system just outdated and really out of touch over here. This is a very advanced spiritual community. We didn't even connect with the divine through a system. We did it through self-awakening. So you try, that's like saying, Sanchez, you online, use my dial-up connection. And I'm like, bro, I connected with Wi-Fi 10 years ago before dial-up. You just connected with the internet using an old AOL dial-up system. I've been connected with the internet with Wi-Fi directly. And you trying to get me to go backwards. I'm telling you, no thank you, but you don't understand dial-up. I do understand dial-up internet. I'm just using some more advanced to connect. Quit acting like I'm stupid. I understand dial-up internet, right? I just don't want to connect that way. That's your way. I got a better way to connect. Are we tracking? Can you give me that? Damn, that's all I'm saying.
She's siphoning now. She's siphoning now. Yeah, that's the only thing. It's about, Esau and Yukub magic at the end of the day, and it's just, I agree with Sanchez. At the end of the motherfucking day, it ain't benefiting nobody spiritually without doing any kind of damn sacrifices, because it's gonna one thing leads to another.
I'm beyond the sacrifices. I'm talking about the system.
Searching on a search engine.
I know.
Right.
That the whole.
So the whole thing is this right here. Here's the thing about Monica, right? Monica trying to bring up what I'm doing to connect
Binary
with
code.
I'm about to mute you off the panel. I'm gonna say this, and I ain't gonna warn you about this no more, right? Because you don't see how you disrespectful, and I'm gonna show you this. I never question how you connect with the divine. You're trying to sell Fatu or whatever that shit is to us over here. I just declined it and said, I'm good on that. Let's move on. And you didn't like it. So listen, here's the problem. You can come out of your mouth all day and say what I'm doing to connect with the divine, but I didn't try to push that on you. However, I'm connecting with the divine, that's my fucking business. I didn't try to push it on you or justify my way of connecting. That's you. I told you, hey, I know what Infatunde is. I know what all that is. I researched it, but I don't practice that. That's like a Buddhist telling me, well, you're not a Buddhist because you don't understand it. If you let me talk to you, Sanchez, I can convert you and I can make you change what you are and connect with the divine through my way. And my problem is, if I just told your ass I'm already connected with the divine, shouldn't that be the goal? Why I gotta do it your way? If it worked my way, why you going so hard and for your way? And I'm telling you on my own channel, I'm not even trying to sell my way to you. I'm just trying to move on and continue my show. You're trying to sell us this Fatu. What's the name of that shit? E5. So my whole thing is I simply declined it because I say I don't need it. I'm already connected. And I'm so confident that I'm connected. I said, hey, I feel like the way that I am connected to the divine is the best way to be connected. That's like a customer using Cox that's saying, I don't want to use no other internet provider. My service good as fuck. But I look at what you trying to sell me, everybody internet lagging and breaking up and shit. Umar practice your shit, he can't get a school built. And then when I say that, people say, but you bringing up Umar. Well, God damn it, I'm gonna bring up the people who advocate. Like, if this man is a big voice in your group, you can hate him all you want. He representing your shit. And that's like Creflo Dollar. If Christians don't like me criticizing Christianity because of TD Jakes and Creflo Dollar, then they should be the first ones to criticize their own before I do. Just like a good cop that got a problem with me criticizing a bad cop. If you got a problem, then do it first, nigga. Have your own checks and balances in your group. Otherwise, the false representatives of your group gonna get checked by another nigga like me, and it's gonna make your whole group look bad because you should have checked them first if you didn't like what he was saying when he was representing your group. Everybody come up with this flat earth shit, misrepresent them. I call it out because you in my group now. This is my territory, nigga. If you talking about some flat earth ancient shit and it's some fake shit, I'm calling it out. Cause I don't do this for play. I'm for real with this.
I just wanted to say, as you know, Mark always says things 3 times, which is part of that old, whatever they do. But yeah, when he say things 3 times, he knows what he's doing, and that's why I was trying to tell the FBA people if I got this right, or maybe the Pan-Africanism. Okay, if us Americans want to bring on the Africans and take on the Africans, well, are
We
you going to
don't.
be ready for their spirituality,
We
which
don't.
includes?
Let me say something real quick, sister. I just want to show you something real quick, right? I'm finna show you something real quick. Watch this. I'm finna give you something real quick. Now, I'm finna show you some of the biggest places in Africa where they practice Ifa and voodoo and all that. First of all, let's go to Kenya. Let's look up Kenya. They practice voodoo and all that in Kenya. Let's go one at a time.
Practice voodoo in Kenya. Kenya from Benin. So
Say what again?
Kenya. Voodoo come from Benin, not Kenya. Kenya has its own religion.
No, listen to me. I didn't say voodoo come from Kenya. I said Kenya is a place where they practice a lot of these systems that you bringing up. And so I'm just starting from somewhere. If you don't like Kenya, then you give me a place. We'll do your place. Where you want me to look up? Benin, I'll look up Benin. Let me show you something. Let's go to Benin. Let's do it. I want to show you something about, because you said Benin, right? They practice it there. You said it started in Benin. Okay. Now check me out, right? Here is Benin right here. Let's make sure we get the right Benin, because we want to get the one in Africa.
Benin. Go ahead.
Got you. Thank you. So I just want to show you a point that I'm making. Benin, right? We want to look at the ghettos of Benin, because if Benin is where voodoo started, or Ifa, and if this shit is real and it works, guess what? We shouldn't see no slums in Benin. Because guess what? I'm going to show y'all, right? When you go to Benin, the people that's practicing the most spookism and voodoo are in the poorest communities. I'm going to show you how I know what I'm talking about, right? The Haitians are very big on voodoo and a lot of these systems that you're bringing up. And the Haitians think that it's their ancestral culture, but it ain't. It's their colonizer gave the Haitians that when they invaded Haitians back. You gotta let me finish. I'm the teacher over here. You gonna listen. And when I'm done, if you disagree, then you can do that, but you ain't gonna do no correcting me. I'm just saying that's kind of disrespectful, right? I ain't gonna correct you. Before I do that, I'll debate you. I'll just debate you and make it just a debate. But the whole thing is this right here. I'm showing you, I can show you all the places in the world, sister, where they practice these voodoo shits, and it ain't helped them out of poverty. Haiti, for example. Haiti big on voodoo, and they keep getting attacked by the enemy with weather warfare. Haitians are like one of the most attacked groups of people out of all of us, and I gotta just keep that real. Like, Haitians are a targeted group of people in this world by the oppressor. And people say, you know, they attack the Haitians because they practice Satanism and voodoo, right? That's what I've heard in the Bible Belt. And then when I woke up, I realized, you know what? Haiti is being attacked because they are easy target. The people that's the easy targets, they believe in the most spooky, dumbed down spiritual systems. So if you look, no, you can't till I finish real quick. Oh, hold on, my bad, Demi, because I'm about to land. This is important.
Go ahead, land.
If you, and I swear, this is it. When you look around the world, the people with the most voodoo and magic and shit, they magic never working to get them out them slums. All the witches and voodoo motherfucking cultures, like the Haitians and everybody else, just like the people in Benin right here. Look, this is a Benin village right here. Now, this dude probably practiced Ifa and all kind of sacrifices and bullshit, and look at his damn environment. his goddamn magic ain't got him out of that mud hut. So you can miss me with this person got powers and magic and voodoo. I don't believe none of that dumb shit. But yeah, I'll pass the flow though. I'm sorry, man. Let me just share the flow.
No, I know. I appreciate that. I was
Christianity
just,
is the main
go ahead.
religion in Benin, and Catholicism is the main religion in Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
Irrelevant to the point that I just made.
No, it's not irrelevant because
irrelevant to the point I just
they
made.
practice witchcraft in America as well. So what?
The point that I'm making is this right here. I don't care what a person practice. I care about the results from what they practice. So you can keep bringing up all this stuff, but until you show me that whatever you're advocating for brought successful results to the people's living condition, I can't subscribe to it. I was in the church my whole life praying for shit that never came until I got my ass out the church. And that's what the point that I'm making about these practitioners of voodoo and Ifa and shit. Umar didn't build that school because he was hoping that the spirits would intervene and help him, when really the biggest help he gonna get is his own self-control and discipline and doing the right thing with the little money that he was given to scrape every penny to put toward the plan and quit living off the people money and just use the shit for the school while doing your own fucking hustle to feed yourself, nigga. Like, come on, how broke and fucking lazy are you, nigga? Like, my whole thing is, if I'm Umar, nigga, all of y'all donations is strictly for the school. You ain't helping me live, nigga. Like, I got my own money that I'm living off of, nigga. I'm asking you for a donation for the school, not for me to fucking live. And his problem was he was mixing them both. That ain't got nothing to do with the spirits failing him or white supremacy and all the shit he trying to make it now, because he practices Ifa. But when Ifa fell, he blamed the white man. If I walk up to this dude right now and ask him why he live in a mud hut and he's walking around barefoot and drinking dirty fucking water, he'll bring up some spiritual excuse, some victim mentality about the white man. And I'm gonna say, bro, but don't you practice voodoo? Ain't you killing chickens and cutting goats' necks and shit? That ain't working. That ain't got you out the mud hut. And he will have to bring up an excuse on why his spiritual practice ain't changed his living condition. I ain't playing this game with you niggas, because the people that's living in the best conditions ain't got all the spooky ideologies y'all got. You in your own goddamn way. Ain't nobody got you at the bottom but your dumbass superstitions. And I ain't talking to the sister. I'm talking to this man on this photo right here. Because if I ask him why his people suffering, he'll give me a victim spiritual deep ass story about why his religion fell in him. Bro, you cutting all these chicken necks and you still suffering? That's like people in the church praying every day, tithing, and they still at the bottom. And when you ask them why, they got to make an excuse for their religion system because they too fucking stubborn to see that they invested in something that ain't serving them and that they got to try something different. It ain't working, but they too attached to it. So this man will defend his spiritual system till he die while making an excuse why the fuck he at the bottom. I'm done with that game. I ain't playing it with you niggas no more. I see clean through it. My third eye open, man.
Sanchez, can I ask you a question?
You can ask me more than one. Go ahead, bro.
All right, you know you took all your old videos down to clean them up and stuff and put them back up. Is there any way that you could put them on the members only for right now?
See, the thing about my old videos, bro, a dirty video is a dirty video, and making it members only don't clean it. You literally got to go through the work of listening to the video, rewatching it, cutting out the cuss words, and cutting out the parts that's against the community guidelines that had my channel demonetized. So it ain't no easy, quick process. And guess what? You can hire people to clean up your videos, but I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't get enough fucking donations to do all that. So nigga, I'm one man and I got a whole bunch of shit going with music. I'm a rapper, producer, a family man. I want my channel monetized. I want my videos up. But when I was doing all that shit, it was uncut. I didn't understand the guidelines. So I was at the mercy of donations. Like I couldn't get no fucking monetization. And the donations weren't consistent. So I had to make a choice. Look, I gotta take this shit down because it's uncensored. Like it's against the community guidelines, and I can do it if the people would be consistent with like the support. But that'll be wrong of me to ask that of y'all because people just ain't got it all the time, which is why you see most content creators relying on AdSense, making edited videos and good thumbnails and all that. Unfortunately, I got to do that. I can't give you uncut raw Sanchez. I gotta be good. Like, but I still can get my message out. But I can't just be uncut, uncensored. This is raw, too hot for fucking monetization. I can't. No, I got to be monetized. I'm sorry. If I want to get my message out and support and feed my family with it, I can't just rely on donations, man. I got to rely on good quality content with the algorithm and the AdSense, you know, and that's just the reality. Even Moses West is the black man that made the water machine to help black people. Guess what? He worked with the United Nations now. You can't just say, well, I'm going to rely solely on the people. Look at Moses West. He's a good example. The people got their own struggles. So everybody is a hamster on a wheel that got to some kind of way conform to structure and sort of the system. So what we do, we got to kind of sugarcoat our message. You see, like if I, like for example, I can't make a video that says NASA debunked the earth is flat and this debunks the powers that be. Too many videos like that'll get you demonetized. So guess what you gotta do? You gotta ask a question in your title like, is the earth flat? Is NASA lying to us? Because the algorithm gonna punish you if you make definitive claims about facts and science. And like, if you don't make content, you wouldn't know the rules of this shit. Bro, I do this shit. I know what I gotta do to stay monetized. So I know when I make a video, I can't be so definitive. Like, I know the truth, but I can't just say it like that, like blurred out. I gotta be like, do you think they're lying to us? Click this video and let's figure out if NASA is lying. Even though we know they lying, I can't just say that. Because according to the algorithm, I'm making a definitive claim that's fake sign. That's like too many of those and you can't be. So it's so many glitches and shit in this shit that's political that y'all don't know about. And I'll sit here and be straight up with you and tell you, I ain't like the other YouTubers. I'm going to let you know everything we got to do, nigga, to do what we doing if you telling the truth and also sort of walk that line. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because this need to be talked about, and I'm so glad that the sister came on and we can have this discussion because it's really crucial in for our people and in the spiritual community because IFA is really one of the big leading when it American, they want to tie into the Africans when it comes to the spirituality of Africans. So when IFA is one of it's like the Muslims, you know what I'm saying? You go to jail, you meet the Muslims and stuff like that. So they're a leading role. But unfortunately, I feel like they're not helping us spiritually.
They hurting us.
Yes. Tremendous. I'm talking about I feel like even crying thinking about it. It's tremendous. It's tremendous.
You know what?
It's
Because
it's sad.
I'm gonna say this.
Yes, girl.
I have the most respect for your platform. I've been on here on several occasions, and if I can't really like rebuttal the things that are mistruths,
Go ahead. I'm out y'all way. You and the sister could go at it. Hey, do you think?
Because like I said, there are people that do stuff. They mix. They call it like Lukumi Sheshe. They call it hoodoo Ifa. So sometimes people will combine things, combine folk magic with different things. Ifa is only the divination system. That's all Ifa is. So when you put the name Ifa into it, that is where you're wrong, because Ifa is not the religion, not the ceremony, not all the pomp and circumstance, not the sacrifice, not any of that. Ifa is only the divination system. The only people that can actually practice Ifa are Babalawos and
Exactly.
and Ifa.
And that's
the
my
only
point.
thing that the only thing that happens hold on, no. The only thing that happens when you consult E5 is that there's a number that comes out, and that number equals an Odu, and that Odu equals a story, and that's it. Everything else has nothing to do with E5.
But
Now,
see,
if people are like changing spirits and
but
doing
hold
all kind
on
of
one quick.
weird witchcraft stuff,
You just said it. That
is
ain't
not the same
that ain't
thing.
what I'm sister. That ain't what I'm going into. Listen what you said. You said the only people that can practice E5 is who? I'm gonna let you repeat it. Say it.
Priests.
Now watch this, sister. Let me tell you something. The only people that can practice the mystery systems in Kemet was the priesthood. That's what I'm telling you about the Freemasons, the occult. They turned this shit into a hierarchy of patriarchs, of males in charge of the knowledge. Ifa is listen, sister. I'm telling you, Ifa is an extension of the Abrahamic patriarchy and mystic systems that turned this knowledge into a bunch of mysteries that is now being interpreted through men in power who is keeping us fucking slow, dumbed down, and all that. Through the priesthood need to be when the Bible talk about the synagogue of Satan, it's talking about the priesthoods worldwide that's at the forefront of all of the schools of thought. You just proved my point that the fact that there's a spiritual hierarchy with Ephi, but what I'm bringing people back to the realization of is that ain't no fucking body above you or beneath you. We all equal. If you got a soul, you got the same light in you I got in me, and we all just trying to perfect it. So if I appear to be better than you, trust me, I'm not. I'm just a being of light that has perfected my light, and you got a light in you that if you start perfecting your shit, you might outdo me tomorrow. Like, in my system ain't no hierarchy. We all equal, and it's based upon you at the top because you worked on yourself, not because you part of the fucking little bitty priesthood, the little boys club.
Yeah, they don't believe, the ones that I have interacted with, they don't believe in working with yourself. They don't. They just want you to,
that's why
tap,
I don't
tap
mess
in,
with it.
tap in. But
listen, like I said, we have to separate because like I said, you can listen. Ifa is Babalawo's practice Ifa. All right, so you go to a Babalawo to get the Ifa reading, or Ianifa, a female. So a Babalawo is the father of the mystery system.
I know.
The Ianifa is the mother of the mystery system. So, but bottom line is that, like, and then you have Olarisha. Those are Orisha priests.
Can I say one quick thing? I swear I give you the flow back. Because I know this. Sister, this is my point that I'm telling you. In order for you to get the knowledge in Ephi, you go to the father or his mother. In order for you to get the knowledge in Gnosticism, you go within. You go in your own room. In other words, what I'm teaching people is a direct connection, the oldest way to access the divine, which is through your own self, not through even your mama, daddy, the father, the mother. What I'm teaching is the oldest form of accessing the divine, based upon the fact that no one gotta teach you this, man. It's a knowledge that's already in you that gotta be awakened. We all fallen gods. You remember being in the base reality, you just forgot when you came into the simulation. So like anything that the fathers, that the matriarchs and patriarchs teaching you through the systematic world religions on the earth is part of traditions. It ain't the truth. It ain't gonna lead you back to the fact that you can access the truth directly. And anything you access externally, unfortunately, 9 times out of 10 ain't gonna lead you to the truth, but to another system to control you, to keep that school of thought thriving through donations and ties and all that. They gotta keep it going. But what I'm telling you is the truth don't need a donation. The direct way that every soul connect to the universe, that don't enrich nobody. It don't make nobody rich. It don't make nobody poor. It just make the people awaken who do it. So if you trying to get rich, then guess what? You need to create external ways for souls to connect with the divine. And those external ways will always have a form of extracting some sort of ties, contributions from you. But all Sanchez is saying is most of the time when you buying into something, it'll never lead you to the truth anyway. This truth is free. The shit that you pay for is, see, the lie very expensive. The lie is expensive. It's like this. It don't cost you nothing to be naked, but it costs you money to wear clothes. That's what the lie is. The lie is you going into a system of accessing the divine through a systematic traditional system. No one really connect fully with the divine through any of these systems, which is why I withdrew from them all after studying them all. And guess what, sister? Can't nobody say Sanchez didn't study all these systems, because that's how I created my work from it. Let me show you what I mean by that. When I tell a person, bro, I looked at all these systems before I decided what I'm going to be, people will still come back to me and try to introduce me to a system. And they can't grasp the fact that a black man like me literally looked into damn near every spiritual system you can say to me. I can teach it to you better than you know it, from Ephi to Hinduism. And why, Sanchez? Because I'm a syncretist. The fact, let me just look some up for y'all real quick. What's separating me from damn near everybody? Look at what syncretism is.
Syncretism.
It's the amalgamation of all these different religions. So different people come to me with different belief systems like Ephi, Hinduism, I don't care what their background is, and they don't realize that it's individuals on this earth that have mastered every school of thought, and I'm one of them. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be able to make collages like this. See, I've looked into every symbol, every school of thought, and I became a syncretist. And I start to combine all these symbols. And what people do when they think they smart, they come to me with one of the symbols. And I'd be like, bro, that's just one fucking school of thought that I've mastered out of many. And you think you smart? Be quiet and let me talk. You don't know. Like, they come to me and they think I'm being arrogant. They think I'm being egotistical. But when you know some shit, you will act just the way that I'm acting. When people keep, like, I've been doing this for 10 years. I do this for a living. I've been doing this for over a decade. They're so rare that a person can come to me with some shit that I never researched before. And when they come to me and say, Sanchez, you heard about this, and go to explaining it, it be some shit that I forgot that I researched. And I realize I done forgot more shit than these people learned. These people will come to me, I swear to God, on some of my panels and be like, Sanchez, you heard about this? And they go to explaining it. And I'd be like, oh yeah, nigga, I got a whole collage and series on that. Let me pull it up for you and teach it to you. Cause I'm a syncretist, bro. I don't get attached to none of these damn schools of thought. I'm like a whore. I learn them all. I'm like a freak woman that had sex with so many women. I'm like a woman that listen. I'm like a woman that had sex with so many men. She can't tell you which one she slept with. She done forgot. That's what a syncretist is. I've researched so many fucking schools of thought in my years of trying to wake up to the truth that I be forgetting which hoe I fuck. Niggas be coming to me like, bro, you heard about this bitch? Oh, no, I ain't heard about that hoe. And they go to telling me about the bitch. Oh, yeah, I did fuck her before. I forgot that I fucked that her before. I'm a whore, man. I've had sex with so many schools of thought in my syncretistic career. I be forgetting shit that I research. And all you gotta do is say it and I remember it and go back to the collage and get right into Rain Man mode. Going in on it.
Yeah, I bet.
I've synced so much shit together in my life. I be forgetting shit I synced. Niggas be hopping on my panel reteaching shit to me that I talk to them and I have a aha moment like I'm faking. Like, bro, I taught you that shit, but I'll let you live right now, right? And we'll act it out together, nigga. I don't want to look like I'm the nigga that said, hey, I taught that. That's mine. That's mine. That's mine. But it is. And I don't get no credit in this community. It's people that bite and steal my shit that's blowed up, nigga. And they will admit, Sanchez, I learned this shit from you, and they bigger than me. And they don't even teach the shit. Nigga. Like, I'm telling you, there's an agenda to silence this shit.
Yeah, they just have to accept that not everybody's a star. They have to accept that not everybody's a star.
Here's the thing about being a star in this world. Stars ain't born, they created, nigga. They can take a homeless man off Skid Row and make him a star tomorrow, nigga. But I'm gonna tell you something about stars in this world. They created. But guess what now? I've always told y'all niggas, I'm not a star, boy. I'm a black hole. Everybody wanna be stars, nigga. I am a black hole. I'm a black hole.
Ooh.
Don't okay that because I don't think you really get it. Now I'm gonna say this to you.
It's a black hole is infinite, so
that ain't why I said it. I said it because a black hole sucks up all light, and light is knowledge, and I'm a Gnostic and I suck up all knowledge and truth. See, that went over your head.
Vacuum.
See what I'm saying? Shit sound deep, but before you praise it, make sure you comprehend it. Cause I like the little praises and shit, but I really like you to be understood more. You know, I know that shit sound dope cause I'm a deep nigga. Like I'm not a star, I'm a black hole, but I really want you to know why I said it.
Yes, a
You know
door,
what I'm saying?
right?
Hell yeah, salutes. I'm gonna pass the mic though.
Hey, listen, you know what? I just want to thank you for having me on the panel today. I mean, we have had better conversations. I don't know. Today, I'm like, but it's okay.
Can you explain to me what a good conversation is? Because to me, this was a good one. The best conversation. Let me tell you something, sister, before you go. You know how easy it is for people to agree with each other? You know that the world ain't suffering because we don't know how to agree. We suffering because we don't know how to disagree. So guess how you disagree? The man that's making the most sense, you gotta submit yourself to his motherfucking information. But it take integrity in this truth system of agreeing and disagreeing. A person got to realize, well, damn, I can't debate what he just said. Everything I said about Ephi, you can't tell me where I'm wrong. I didn't say nothing wrong about it.
I can't tell you where you're wrong because I will get muted. But if I can have and
you see what she just said, y'all?
Listen,
Only thing I
I want to
said,
talk to you.
you get holler at you, man. You with them subliminals and shit. You'll get muted. Let me manifest your E5. You practice E5, right? So E5 can't stop you from muting me. You don't get my point. All these people be like, I know voodoo, I know magic, but a mute button stopping your fucking magic. That's what I'm telling you about the nigga that's living in a mud hut, but he practice voodoo and she don't get it. And when I say, hey man, I didn't say nothing wrong about E5. You making it like it's because I'm muting you when I'm muting you because you being disrespectful and disruptive. You women try to act like this little shit innocent game y'all play like you're the one that's the bad guy here, sister. You the one been disrespectful, not me. You can't pull that off with the pretty woman code because I'm going to get muted. No. The reason you fell into practice to tell me about E5 is because when I give you the mic, you keep repeating yourself saying it's a divination system, and that ain't satisfactory to me. I don't know where you been, but simply repeating that it's a divination system ain't gonna be enough to float my boat, and I don't care how mad you get. And you can try to flip the game like it's because you muted me. Man, I've been letting you go in. And you just been saying it's a divination system. It's a divination system. It's a divination system. Tell me what's so divine about your system. And if you call it a divination system and you say it's a system people use to access the divine, I'm going to say, why come everybody using that system at the bottom? Why the divine got the people that's praying the most, suffering the most? Why the fucking divine, the divination system you using, it got the people that's cutting the neck off of goats and burning chickens and shit at the bottom the most. And the people that's at the top ain't doing none of that shit you doing. They just critical thinking, learning how to outsmart you.
The people at the top ain't doing it. Come on now.
So I'm telling you that the small hats in power, the reason they in power ain't through divination systems. It's
bullshit
through, and you can think that. And guess what? If it was through divination systems, guess who practiced the most divination systems? We do. So why we ain't at the top? Guess who pray more than the Jews? Guess, bro, stop. You're not more than us. And I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna put you in the back room till I'm finished because you ain't gonna stop interrupting me. Only thing I'm saying is this right here. Don't nobody pray more than black folks. The people who gave black folks the Bible don't even pray more than them, and they balling more than you though. The people pray the most, suffer the most. The Haitians, they the biggest practitioners of voodoo in the modern time, right? They got all the Haitian shit, the Louisiana culture, and look what happened during Katrina. Look what happened with Haiti, man, how they getting devastated with weather warfare and economic warfare and political warfare. The people in Africa, the tribes, we talking about the tribal people. You telling me that these capitalistic motherfuckers in Wall Street are more practicing more spiritual practices than these tribes and your grandma and auntie? You a damn big bald-faced bowl-ass lie. You the devil on this motherfucking panel. If you telling me that the motherfuckers in power do more praying and fasting and rituals and damn cutting goats' necks and all that, then you a fucking lie.
So you saying that
you a goddamn lie. Guess what I'm telling you right now? You can't, this lie that you telling right now making you look silly. Because guess what? Don't no fucking body pray more and do more voodoo and hoodoo And you name it, nigga, we trying everything and we still at the fucking bottom. My people practicing Buddhism, they practicing fucking Hebrewism. You name a goddamn religion, nigga. Black people practice every fucking system on the earth and ain't none of it working. And every other culture got the shit that we practicing working for them, but it ain't working for us. For example, right? Black people practice Judaism, but the shit don't work for them, but it worked for the Jews. Black people practice goddamn it, African spiritual systems. It don't work for them, but it worked for the people in power over there that created that system. Black people practice Catholicism. Catholicism ain't got them out their situation, but it's working for them white people at the Vatican, right? All of these systems that they give us don't work for us, but they seem to work for the people that gave the shit to us. Why the fuck do the Bible don't work for the slave, but it work for the slave master? Everything the slave master want, all of his blessings, he got it. He said he want a black man to be his goddamn slave, and he got it. He said he want to rule the niggas' territory, and he got it. He said he want the black man, woman, he got it. He said he want your land, he got it. He said he want the mind of your children, he got it. Everything the enemy want with that Bible that he fucking want, God gave it to him, but God won't give you a goddamn bill paid. God won't pay your light bill. God got your ass on EBT. But God got Queen Elizabeth running half the goddamn world, owning all the property, and she's an evil motherfucking bitch. But God got your grandma suffering. Same Bible, same God, but it seemed to just please the evil motherfuckers over the good one. And you telling me that I ain't onto something? You telling me I don't got a point? That the people that practice all this bullshit that they give us is at the bottom? And the people that give us this shit, they obviously don't care about it like we care about it, and they on the top. Because what they realize is that the greatest thing you can unlock is the power of your own self and your own mind, not waiting on a white man or some magic trick to come save your dumb ass. It's getting with your people and critical thinking, nigga. This the real world. Ain't no magic tricks working out there. Everybody out there that's waiting on blessings and magic tricks, they suffering, nigga. They living in hell. They suffering from biological fucking attacks, economic attacks. Nigga, look at them kids in Ethiopia. They can't even fucking eat. They rib cage is showing why they fucking parents are the most spiritual people in the world. They mama and daddy pray more than the goddamn government that's running their land, bro. You ain't finna tell me that the kid that's digging them goddamn diamonds out the ground for a nickel, that they parents ain't more spiritual than the people that got them doing the digging. Why the fuck do I gotta pray every day when I'm at the top? Why the hell I got to pray every day to some spook God when I got a bunch of dumbasses believing my propaganda? Guess who do the most praying? The people that believe and buy into the fucking religious propaganda. The people that know the shit bullshit, collecting the tithes and offerings. The pastor telling you to pray for a blessing. Guess how he getting this blessing? Telling your ass to tithe. He ain't praying on God, waiting on no fucking blessing. He asking the people. You wait on God and wondering why yours ain't came, but the pastor's blessing keep coming through you. Shit ain't rocket science, nigga. I'm from the streets. If black people would apply their street mentality to this spiritual shit, we'll wake up overnight, nigga. Y'all be on point with the street sense, and then a pastor can come pour the rug up under you, nigga. Some of y'all grandmas, you can't get one up on them in no street shit, but the pastor can come make them wait on a white man to save them with the same concept, but in a different way.
Now, Brother Sanchez, I just want to say something. She did mention her grandma is I believe a priestess. So see, this is all part of a generation curse that's happening as well within this community or the community
I'm
or our
breaking that
people.
shit.
You know what I'm saying? So, it's it's because I'm gonna tell you real quickly that the Christians in Africa are at spiritual warfare with the voodoo people, or you want to call it the magic people, whatever. There's war, spiritual war that's really going on that nobody's like not even paying attention to. They're really outnumbered as far as the Christians, compared to the witch doctors and all the other stuff. So there's a battle going on there. I don't even think not even the Africans are even talking about.
I'm gonna be honest.
Ifa's not even talking about that. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm gonna say to the sister with the E5? I don't throw nothing away entirely. Like Christians say, why you go against Christianity but still teach with the Bible? Africans may say, why you so anti-Pan-African but you talk about Nut and Gab, the Dogon, you put them on a pedestal. I'm against neo-paganism, which is the new age interpretation of these ancestral concepts. So when a person come to me with Ephi and they ain't on no flat earth self-awakening, you battering yourself type shit, and they coming to me with some divination shit, like maybe her words was wrong, I'm gonna say salutes to the sister. I don't know why she think I'm an enemy. But this shit here ain't personal with me. It's a good steel sharpened steel. And my whole thing is I agree with a lot of principles of EFI. But what I'm telling you is the EFI and the way that it's being presented today is a new way. We gotta keep in mind that the powers that be is reinterpreting all of these ancestral systems in a new age way to throw us off and lead us to the slaughterhouse.
Exactly.
And a lot of people think they got the antique version, and I'm like, bro, that's the new age knockoff. Or I'll be like, hey, you got a hybrid. You got part and half and half. I was there. I was a nigga that was interpreting everything through my new age awakening. I thought I was woke. I was even telling folks the Baphomet is a monster and all that, interpreting the Baphomet. Who remember when Brother Panic was schooling me about the Baphomet? Because what happened was I was interpreting the Baphomet like everyone else, like this fucking, like this deity, like how y'all interpreting the demiurge, right? It's the same deity. Brother Panic was like, nigga, you are the Baphomet. And guess what I'm saying now that Brother Panic dead? You are the demiurge. We are the Anunnaki. Like, I'm realizing people was deeper than me when I thought I knew every fucking thing, bro. And I'm seeing folks make the same mistake I made. Like, Brother Panic ain't here, but he gave me my props. And it's crazy because him gone, I'm realizing that man was ahead of me, man, in a lot of ways, bro. He was interpreting his own way. I was yet to get where he was at. Because I later, after he died, woke up to the fact that nigga, the Baphomet, like, because of Brother Panic, let me show y'all what I learned. This is dedicated to Brother Panic. Like, with the Baphomet, when you see the Baphomet, watch this real quick, real shit. Like, let me have this moment real quick. Watch this, right? You see how the Baphomet breaking these spears open? Like, that let me know that this was Yahweh, like what I was showing you about the pineal gland separating the left and right brain. You know what I'm saying? Let me go back to that, because I'm on here for like 10 hours and shit. So I'm trying to really get a point off to y'all. You know what I'm saying? This don't like the whole thing I'm saying about the Baphomet is this. It is the same deity like when Christ was breaking the bread at the Last Supper table. Christ is the Baphomet. The breaking the bread, Moses splitting the sea. This deity right here, the demiurge in between the sun and moon, in the night and the day, the serpent in between the yin and the yang, that's the Baphomet. This just the yin yang symbol in another way. This just a modern new
That
age.
was a picture drawn by Aleister Crowley.
So like I was saying, right? This is just the modern form of the yin yang. Aleister Crowley was taking ancestral knowledge and plagiarizing it into whitewashing it into his own way, and the Baphomet is a result of that. But a dumb person who don't have the mind to listen and respect a black man's knowledge, but will pull up some white boy video on TED Talk, they'll interrupt me, but think I won't interrupt the white boy they want me to watch. Like, I'm not gonna watch your white boy video because you won't give me the same respect to learn from me like you learning from that white boy. So maybe I need to dye my skin white for that sister to respect me as a teacher like she doing a little white boy on TED Talk. Because I'm saying something here about the Baphomet that I learned from Brother Panic, who passed away, and she felt the need to interrupt me. She wondered why I don't respect your source of who you want me to learn from. Like, I'm gonna give you the energy you giving me. Cause look, I seen off the fact the sister think I'm some ignorant nigga who need to be you need to point me to the white man to correct me with TED Talk, right? And everybody know, nigga, TED Talk wish they was BROSANCHEZTV. So like I was saying right here, right? Here go the yin yang symbol. People making Aleister Crowley out to be some monster. But Aleister Crowley was nothing but an occultist, which is another way of saying a white dude that stole your ancestral knowledge and taught it to his people in his own way. But people like this sister won't give me a chance to give this knowledge to my people. So you gonna always have niggas say, that ain't nothing but Aleister Crowley, shut up. And they think they know everything, but shit is way more deeper than what they think. But they'll never give a black man like me a chance, because it's gonna be my own black people that say, that nigga don't know what he talk about. Pull up my video with this white man. She'll shut me up and say, let's watch the white man video.
That's not what I was trying to do.
But that's what you did, whether you tried to or not. And it always happened that way. It always happened that way with me. And I know why. Because people ain't used to a black man knowing all this, bro. They ain't used to a nigga coming on here with these kind of collages and breaking shit down this deep, knowing what he talking about. Like, and I know what I am. I'm a syncretist and I'm good at what I do. They can't mock me.
And standing ground. And standing ground. You really do stand your ground. You don't change up for nothing.
If you would have like heard me out on that, you probably would have.
Don't come with the victim shit. Nah, women, no, don't do that. No.
You probably would have been able to add that to your arsenal.
Hey, let me tell you something, sister. You've had a lot of time to talk tonight. In fact, there's 10 people on the panel, and it's only been me, you, and Demi talking for the past 2 to 3 hours. Facts. Ain't nobody else on the panel spoke. They've been muted. You had more time to talk tonight than everybody that joined the panel. And if they watch the video, they'll see I ain't lying. It ain't my fault that when you was given the mic, you didn't do shit with it. And you still getting the mic now and you acting childish. You coming and trying to attack me and what I'm teaching when I wasn't the one trying to sell nobody EFI or my spiritual system. You was. You had the burden of proof. And you can keep saying what you ain't trying to do while doing it. Just like you said, that's not what I'm trying to do with the white boy, but that's what you did. What I don't like is a person that keep doing some shit and telling me they didn't try to do it. Just stop telling me you didn't try to do it and acknowledge that you're doing it. You're doing it. You're doing it. You're doing it.
Demi was saying it was witchcraft and this, that, the other, and I was speaking against that. That's all I was doing. Now, if you don't like that, so what?
It ain't about what I like. It's about what you're doing. It ain't about my likes and dislikes. It's about your attitude and your demeanor tonight. You act like everything I'm saying, sister, you're being combative and brushing it off. But the flip side to that, you submitted to the little white boy on TED Talk, and I pointed that out, and you mad at that, and you keep interrupting me when I bring that up.
You're saying I submitted to him. I didn't.
Know, you can't tell me my definition of submit. As a man, I know what submission is, and ain't no woman gonna tell me what I mean by no submission. No, man. When a woman, I'll let you get the mic all night. I can't tell you when you get the mic. If you keep cutting me, not only are you being able to talk all night, you've been cutting me off too, though. You see what I'm saying? You have been very disruptive and if anybody replay this stream, you're gonna be very memorable, sister. You don't see you're acting out. But this is what religious people do. This is what people who are part of
you're telling me
listen, this is what people who are part this is what people who are part of divination systems do. They be part of these divination systems, but they act like children. They never be divine. And that's why I tell them I never follow your system, because that ain't a divination system you following. That's an indoctrination system. Well, that's a childish ass system. You keep unmuting yourself, interrupting, saying nothing to try to make it like
it's not true.
Whatever I said that ain't true. I'm gonna give you the floor again. Tell me.
You're throwing words out there.
What did I say that ain't true?
You're saying I submitted to a white guy.
That ain't what I said that wasn't true.
You did.
No, listen. When I said you submitted to a white guy, that ain't a truth or not true. That's my interpretation of how I'm seeing what's happening. And people can say, Sanchez, I see it your way or not, but that's the way I see it. Because you were willing to hear that video out and uninterrupted and say, hit play on it. Let's hear what this man's saying.
No, I was going to explain.
And you didn't never do that with me.
You never gave me
you still
to explain it.
You making my point right now. I never even played it for you to explain it, and I'm trying to tell you right now why I didn't play your video. Because you didn't play my video. What do I mean by that? The whole night you've been interrupting me like you doing now. So my get back is, okay, she want me to play this video from the white boy and give it my attention, right? Well, I wanted her to give me her attention. But she keep interrupting me, belittling my knowledge as a black man. But she want me to listen to this white boy uninterrupted. Guess what I'm saying? I'm not even going to play the video. I'm that type nigga. I'm that type nigga that say, look, so she want me to play the white boy video, huh? And listen to him, but she won't listen to me. Well, I ain't playing her video till she give me the same respect she want me to get a white boy.
Your perspective the whole time.
I can't tell.
You showed me
not uninterrupted. But let's play. Let's
huts and stuff like that.
Let's play.
But I was really trying to break down the whole thing about African fractals, and you showed me a building that's shaped like a womb, and I'm like, that's not exactly what he was trying to get across.
I know.
But that's not the point I was trying to make. Is that what he was going into is African fractals, and then he used the bomb divination system to discuss the fact that whatever, and it was really about based on E5 and how the binary system and how mathematics came from out of Africa. But it's okay.
Guess what though? Math didn't come out of Africa. Spirituality did. So a person may say math came out of Africa. That's a half truth, because they don't want you to know what predates math, what predates numbers, and do it. Crystal, why I let you say that, but now you won't let me respond. Mute yourself. Like, let me speak now. That's your problem. You say what you gotta say, and you don't like when I kill the white boy. You don't like when I let you know that white boy dumb as hell, right? Because that white boy trying to talk about Africa, he ain't an African. He didn't research. I know more about Africa than the white boy without playing the video, which is why he on washed up ass TED Talks. So my whole point is this, right? A person showing up telling me about spirituality sourcing TED Talks is like a Christian trying to teach you about the Bible and they're a Catholic. They're a member of the Catholic Church. Like my whole thing is this right here. You got a white dude that have no connection to Africa or the people on the land acting like he's an expert on it. And I'm saying the idea that y'all think that is why I'm a disrespect. I'm the nigga that tell the Pharisee and Sadducee, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. And the people that's programmed by the Caesar,
and they look show that too.
And that's what I'm telling y'all right now. See what I'm telling you? She failed a test. You ain't gonna show nothing. He gonna show it. Like, quit, you ain't showing nothing. If I play the video, let's give the white boy the credit. So
no, I was going to show you how he was disrespectful even to the people that was teaching him about the mathematics of it all. And he was so busy about what he was trying to prove that even the people that was actually showing him it, he actually was just like blowing it off like whatever. And he got like $1 million endowment to like go over there and study the Africans and their system. And he just like whatever, you know, I just want to like know the numbers. He actually got initiated and everything and was like whatever, I just want to know what the numbers are. But I didn't get to do that and show you how disrespectful that this white guy was in his whole thing because you didn't even allow me to like show my point because whatever. It's okay.
All right, I'm gonna tell you why. I'll admit why and then let you show your point. I interpreted your demeanor as belittling a black man's wisdom.
No,
and sort of,
I was trying to show that, like, dude, this guy is belittling. He went over into Africa, found out everything, got $7 million, and then he just raped it and then took everything from it, and now he has his own software and everything.
Because remember
and then
now,
he was able to like take that information and tie it over to Germany and how the binary code and everything like this. And then made a joke about it. Ha 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 ha. It was a joke.
Watch this, right?
And the thing is that, but I didn't get to show that to you because
you know what? Here's the thing right here. I'm gonna tell you why you didn't get to show it. Because you're saying I'm disrespecting the white guy, but you're disrespecting me. Remember this now.
No, I'm not. I didn't say that you're disrespecting.
Like the reason you didn't get to show it is because when I'm talking, you interrupt me. That's the think about this, sister.
I'm interrupting you because
look at this. Here's the thing, right? It ain't that I'm lying. I'm not even being able to talk.
I said you're disrespecting.
Here's the thing, right? You got to be quiet. Let me finish. And if I say something you disagree with, you can say it when it's your turn. You ain't gonna have a good experience on this channel when you keep unmuting when I'm muting you when it's my turn. Because guess what? I just let you talk right now. You didn't even pay attention to it. I didn't interrupt you or nothing. I've been doing that a lot, sister, but you ain't been doing it back to me, and it's my show. Which is why I was telling you I felt you trying to belittle me. You ain't respecting me like you trying to do. Because I know if the white dude you video who you showing, fuck what you saying about his disrespect, you wouldn't cut him off. You wouldn't.
Bullshit, I wouldn't.
I don't believe it. So my whole
channel, I don't think you know who I am. I don't give a fuck about no cracker.
Well, you right. I ain't been to your channel a lot. Maybe I'll go over there and holler at you. I don't give a fuck
about no cracker ass white person. I will cut them off. I don't give a fuck. And yes.
And listen, I'm not your enemy, and I want you to keep coming to here because my people rock with you. We ain't listen. This the thing. It gets heated because it's controversial shit we talking about. But the only thing is this. I really felt like you think I'm dumb and like the shit I'm been sharing tonight, you think it's some pseudo joke type shit, like you ain't taking me serious.
I never said that.
But that may be my bad. I'll admit that may be me. But
the
listen,
part that I don't like is that the fact that I actually agree with what you, that's why I'm here. I agree with what you're saying. I agree with the things. And I find similarities into that with some of the things that I find in EFA. And so I said, okay, there's a connection. Same thing I did even with the Hebrew Israelites. I like find connections and things. And the one thing that EFI did allow me to do is to like go into different spaces and be free to like to explore different like religions versus me being a Christian and this is all the devil. So yeah, I'm here. The reason why I've even stayed this long, it's 6 o'clock in the morning.
Let me play the
here.
you right.
So
I gotta play the
thought
video.
that you were some bullshit, why would I still be sitting here? I'm still here.
Let me
you
play.
Kicked me off several times. I'm still here.
I just I baptized you. We call it baptized. Check this out. Let me play your video real quick. Let's go on out of respect. Hear the brother out. Let you build. We'll mute up. Let you do your thing. So what was the link again? I didn't. You gonna have to redrop it. See. Because one thing about EFI, I looked up the 17, like I know that they got like 17 principles of EFI or something. Most of those is based upon Gnosticism.
Correct. Yeah, they follow the Prince of Air, which is, but anyway, like bile, but I mean, I don't want to get technical, but yeah, yeah, so a lot of breathing techniques and shit like that they be doing and shit. So, but I was gonna say I wasn't saying just witchcraft. I'm not saying witchcraft is bad.
Breathing techniques. There's no breathing.
I'm just talking about darkness. I'm just talking about dark witchcraft.
No. I'm trying to explain to you. There is no breathing technique. All EFI is a binary system. You take so EFI is where you get AI from. This is where you get the computers from. It's the first computer system. Before they had computers, they went to Babalaos that knew how to like you go to a search engine, you ask a question, you get an answer from. That's all EFI is.
Oh, I see.
And that's what I was trying to explain the whole time. EFI is not a religion, it is a divination system. That's all.
Can I say one thing?
People have a religion based around the divination system, but that religion is called Isheshe. Ifa is the divination system that is the center of Isheshe.
Here's what I want to say here.
Is the pomp and circumstance, the ceremony, all the bullshit that goes around it. That's all I've been trying
to say. So the thing about EFI being like the first AI or computer system because it's allowing you to connect with the divine. AI is not divine. The system that they using to gain all of their knowledge is not really the knowledge of self, though. It's the knowledge of the simulation, like you were saying, the computer, the binary code. This is what I'm telling you right now, right? EFI, and listen, in our modern way we interpret it, because I'm keeping in mind all of these systems in antiquity was on some Gnostic shit, even EFI. But I'm very paranoid when it comes to hearing how people interpret these ancient systems, and I'm going to try to really scrutinize it to the T, because check it out. Where my red flags go up is whenever somebody give me a mediator. And the mediator can be a messiah, but the mediator can be a system too. So what the church did, they stopped humans from directly being able to access and connect with the divine, and the divine is the source of all information. When we stop connecting with the divine, we start relying on artificial intelligence to give us answers and Google and shit. When at first we
you Google?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling. That's why I keep saying we, sister. I'm not excluding me. I'm not a hypocrite. That's why I'm saying. That's why I keep telling you, like, you interrupted me for nothing. You don't got to interrupt me to think that I'm.
Okay, listen, before there was Google, all people had a divination system. Even children had divination systems. They had.
I get what you're saying, but you're not hearing me out, though, sister. You ain't hearing me. What I'm saying is something predate divination systems. A system is still a medium that a person used to connect with the divine. I'm telling you that was even something on earth before divination systems, and that was telepathy? No, you gotta let me finish it. Like you kept accusing me of cutting you off. I'm telling you, sister, if you replay the video, it's the opposite. I swear, I ain't even capping. But watch this though. What I'm telling you is this right here. Any divination system is a medium. It's a system you using to connect with the divine. That's a crutch. That's like training wheels. Only thing I'm saying from a Gnostic perspective, who's looked into all spiritual systems on earth. And when I say spiritual systems, spiritual is the divine part of us. That means divination systems. What I'm telling you from a syncretist mind, a person that's studied all these cultures, that the antique form of every system on earth is simply a direct gnosis of what a person was. For example, let me break it down like this. Earth is a simulation. It's a video game. All divination systems and religion systems was there to wake a person up that you're in a fake world, you're not your true self, you're a god trapped in the body, boom, 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 all the knowledge of self. What I'm telling you is these systems are what we use to access the knowledge of self. But before these systems, we had the knowledge of self. We didn't have to use nothing to access it. It's like, hey, Sanchez, you can use this card to get your money out the bank. But before banks was invented, my money was in my pocket. It was a direct connection between me and my finances. When no institution holding my shit for me. Like, that's what I'm telling you with the world today with these different spiritual systems with EFI and all that. It's your thing, but it ain't still the antique original way we access the divine. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
That's
it's
understood. Cool. Now, let me just give you my experience, right? This is my personal experience, right? So, like, I went to an EFI priest, right? He did a reading for me. He said, well, there's something wrong. You need to go to a doctor. Now, at the time, because I'm in Dallas, they don't have an EFI like an Osine priest. So what he told me is go to a Chinese I Ching doctor, and then the I Ching doctor looked at my tongue, looked at my eyes, and then went into a back room. And of that, therefore, he did the I Ching. And based on the reading that he got, he came back and said, okay, this is what you need. These are the herbs you need, right? So this is the type of like society that we used to live in, to where you would have an Osine doctor. So there was like, so before there were actual doctors and hospitals and pharmaceutical and all this other stuff, this is how the society worked. Period. That's how it worked. It was there. People would do readings, and then they would find out what's wrong with you, and then based on what the diagnosis was, you would go to the priest. The priest would do a reading. That reading would dictate, okay, well, this is what you need. You know, and then of course they would also be in tune with your body. Some people had the spirit and the ability to like actually sense and things like that. But the thing is that we had like we had more of an in tune thing with nature in ourselves, you know.
Can
so
I
it's
break
not
something
just only
down real
about
quick?
like just only divination, but also like sensing, dreams, all these things. So all this stuff is a form of divination. Dreams can be a form of divination. When you have like thoughts, like even me, once I came into priesthood, I actually hear voices in my head that tell me certain things. You know what I'm saying?
We going all over the place. Listen, when you talk about divination systems, you can't muddy the waters on that to make your point. Like, what you're doing is deceptive. You're saying, well, this can be divination, that can be divination. In the context that you're using EFI as a divination system, is not can be so blanketed into, well, dreams, astral projection, because listen, Umar Johnson may hear a person talking about lucid dreaming and disagree with it. Now, I'm bringing up Umar, right? My point is this, right? Just because a person practice EFI don't mean they're connected with the divine, my sister. I'm a Gnostic, and everybody's saying that they're a Gnostic don't have gnosis. Like you see what I'm saying? I can pull up the definition of Gnostic right now. It'll say knowledge. And you still can find people that say, well, I'm a Gnostic, and they ain't got no goddamn knowledge at all. So pulling up AI overviews like you doing too much right now. Just, you ain't got to share your screen. You ain't looking at me because look, this is actually working against you because you say,
the definition of divination,
I'm about to show you why that works against you. The definition of divination is practice the practice of seeking hidden knowledge, which is what I said earlier. When the knowledge wasn't hidden, you didn't need divination systems because everyone had gnosis, which is knowledge. The reason we need systems to reconnect us with the knowledge is because the knowledge was hidden. But guess what? The knowledge of what we are and where we are is in our DNA. So you don't even got to go through divination systems. You can have a self-awakening process like Buddha and Jesus. What system did Jesus go through? What system did Buddha go through? Neither. It was a self-awakening. They were Gnostics. I'm teaching Gnosticism. You're teaching systematic corporate new age shit is what I'm telling you.
I'm not.
You are though. You know why you are?
These are ancient ways. So
it's not.
People like would have dreams. They would hear the voice. They would know, like they would have hidden out because they opened themselves up to like, no, okay, well, I can feel interpreting
this new age shit,
numbers,
sister.
numbers, all this stuff.
It's not new age, sister. It's new age. I'm trying to tell you why, sister. I'm trying to tell you why. Look, read the definition. No, don't do nothing. Keep the screen. Nope, you running now. Read the definition before you run. Take that off. Let's go back. It say, how do they find in the hidden knowledge? It say, through various methods, including what? Interpreting signs, omens, or through alleged supernatural means. This last part going over your head. Most people that say that they into divination today are going with the supernatural part. But check this out. All of the codes that I'm cracking is through critical thinking and research. We have a mind is a terrible thing to waste. When the powers that be don't want you to use your mind, they will have people faking on some Cleo the Psychic shit with like they some experts with divination systems. And this is how you get caught up in the midst, sister. Here's the thing right here. You think that you can Google your way out of this debate. You see what I'm saying? But just because AI, if you go up on AI right now and ask them, can a man be born a woman in his mind? Can we decide our gender through birth? AI tell you yes. See what? This is what I'm telling you, sister, why me and you keep clashing. It's because you're programmed. All of your knowledge comes secondhand. It ain't gnosis. That's why I'm a Gnostic and you're a person that's looking for systems to wake you up. You're looking for external things to connect you with the divine, and you can't make collages and do the kind of third eye stuff we do over here. You got to watch TED Talk videos and do the AI overviews. That's all I'm saying. If I pull up one of my collages on TED Talks, it'll blow them away. Just one of them.
The only reason why I know about the TED Talk is because of Baba Lao showed me the TED Talk. I would have never knew about this unless this Baba Lao that I did an interview with that I do every week on my channel showed me this.
Let me finish. Let me finish with this real quick. When you have a black man that gotta keep bringing up the white man for his source of information, I gotta ask him what research you doing that the white man, like what he doing you ain't doing.
It was about showing how these people like actually stole this from Africa.
But check this out.
Doing research. It was about showing how.
Play it. I'm gonna let you play your shit. Let's go.
Got a $7 million endowment.
Show us you got the flow. You show us you got the flow. You got it. Do it.
And I sped it up, so you know it's sped up. It's the
do your thing. Go ahead.
1.25. So let's go. So he starts talking about like the how they did like their grass huts and stuff.
So you're making track of fences because nobody else is. And his answer was very interesting. He said, "Well, if I lived in the jungle, I would only use the long rows of straw because they're very quick and they're very cheap. It doesn't take much time. Doesn't take much straw." He said, "But wind and dust goes through pretty easily. Now the tight rows up at the very top." They really hold out the wind and dust, but it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of straw because they're really, really tight. Now, he said, we know from experience that the farther up from the ground you go, the stronger the wind blows, right? It's just
see what I'm saying? Gravity.
You know, measured out the length of straw, put it on a log plot, got the scaling exponent, and it almost exactly matches the scaling exponent.
So this person is just talking about how they like make their like straw huts, right?
I got
this guy had put it into a graph and everything and all this bullshit, right?
Well,
let's go.
Speed and height and the wind engineering handle. So these guys are right on target for practical use of scaling technology. The most complex example of an algorithmic approach to fractals that I found was actually not in geometry, it was in symbolic code. And this was bottom of sand divination. And the same divination system is found all over Africa. So you can find it the East Coast as well as the West Coast. And often the symbols are very well preserved. So each of these symbols has 4 bits. It's a 4-bit binary word.
Now look at that symbol. Pause it. You see that symbol in the bottom right corner
That's
right
the
there?
old dude. That's the old dude right there. That's
became the Kanunga. Yeah, that's the Kanunga. That's all I'm saying.
Right,
yeah,
but watch how matter of fact he talk about like it ain't shit, whatever. You know, he gonna talk about it, but it's gonna be very matter of fact. Let's go.
Count off, and if it's an odd number, you put down 1 stroke, and if it's an even number, you put down 2 strokes. And they did this very rapidly, and I couldn't understand where they were getting. They only did the randomness 4 times. I couldn't understand where they were getting the other 12 symbols. And they wouldn't tell me. They said, no, I can't tell you about this. I said, well, look, I'll pay you. You can be my teacher, and I'll come each day and pay you. I said, it's not a matter of money. This is a religious matter. And finally, out of desperation, I said, well, let me explain George Cantor, 1877. And I started explaining, why I was there in Africa. And they got very excited when they saw the Cantor set. And one of them said, Pierre, I can't help you out here. And so he took me through the...
So, of course, one guy, because he was like, he saw the German Cantor set, and he said, well, maybe I'll show you, right? Okay, and let me show you how egotistical.
Ritual for a dominant priest. And of course, I was only interested in the math. So the whole time he kept shaking his head going, I didn't learn it this way. But I had to sleep with a coal nut next to my bed, buried in sand, and give 7 points to 7 lepers, and so on. And finally, he revealed the truth of the matter. And it turns out it's a pseudo-random number generator. They're using deterministic chaos. When you have a 4-bit symbol, you then put it together with another one sideways. So even plus odd gives you odd. Odd plus even gives you odd. Even plus even gives you even. Odd plus odd gives you even. So it's addition modulo 2, just like in the parity bit check.
So he just got initiated, learned the information, and now he's in front of everybody, just showing the things that he got initiated to learn